Qin Sheng had endured 3 years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world, finally ascending to the position of leader after the demise of the former head. Yet, before she could savor her newfound status, she awoke to find herself inexplicably reborn 2 months prior to the apocalypse. Having painstakingly navigated her way to becoming a formidable force, she had yet to revel in her power when fate whisked her back to the rudimentary beginnings of her journey. Staring at the lengthy string of digits in her bank account, she fell into deep contemplation. Thus began Qin Sheng's extravagant descent into hedonism, as a wealthy third-generation heir determined to squander her fortune on essential supplies. Food. Off to the grand warehouse to hoard provisions. Livestock. Apologies, but I have procured every woolly creature on the prairie. Seafood. Numerous suppliers are queuing up to deliver to me. Snacks, delicacies, and chicken feet. Bring them all to me. What? Ice cream assassins. They can roll as far away as possible. Chapter 1 Rebirth? Are you joking with me? Asterisk. In Haicheng, within a room on the second floor of the Qin residence, a striking young woman with prominent brows and large, expressive eyes sat on a sumptuous deep blue satin bed. Staring blankly at the ceiling, dark circles under her eyes, her long raven curls cascaded down her back like seaweed. It took Qin Sheng a full 10 minutes to digest the reality of her rebirth. This room had been her sanctuary for 20 years, every ornament and painting a testament to her careful selection. She gazed vacantly at the family portrait on the wall depicting her parents and herself. Rebirth? She murmured softly, only to erupt in an indignant shout. Why must I be reborn? Heaven, are you toying with me? The digital clock on the wall read, July 5th, 20***1:31 a.m. She vividly recalled every detail of her previous life. Just 2 months later, a tempest would sweep across the globe, heralding the dawn of the apocalypse. The temperature would soar, natural disasters would abound, and species would evolve. In an instant, she transitioned from a sheltered heiress to someone with nothing at all. Her bank balance could scarcely purchase a loaf of bread. The opulent Qin residence, once a symbol of wealth, became a mere pile of meaningless bricks in the aftermath. She had been betrayed by those she trusted, only to exact vengeance upon her betrayers. She had also fallen victim to treachery from those who appeared weak and pitiful, a lesson that steered her away from naivety. 3 years of surviving the apocalypse, facing death repeatedly, and enduring hunger. Eventually, she had joined a faction, and after much hardship, she had just succeeded the previous leader and secured a position of power. Though not at the pinnacle of influence, she had carved out a comfortable existence, and yet, after merely dozing off, before she could even celebrate her triumph, she had inexplicably returned to her past. It felt akin to investing countless hours into a game, finally achieving the coveted rank of champion, only to have the system reset your account back to the novice levels. Who could possibly comprehend this exasperating sensation? Here she was, a leader of a formidable faction, enjoying fine food, drink, and the company of handsome men. Wasn't that a fulfilling life? She had no desire for rebirth whatsoever. Not even a sliver. In novels, it is often said that only those who have suffered immensely in their past lives are granted a second chance. Yet she considered herself fortunate. Though her parents had passed away early, they had left behind a fortune of over 10 billion, enough to sustain her for a lifetime. In the early days of the apocalypse, she had faced hardships, but through sheer determination she had ultimately achieved success. Wasn't she playing the role of the boss? Why then this rebirth? Qin Sheng felt an overwhelming urge to howl at the heavens. However, inheritance? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she retrieved her phone from beneath her pillow. Checking her bank balance, she gasped 123456, over 11 billion. Her expression of indignation shifted to one of elation as a smile crept across her face. Of course, how could she have forgotten? She was reborn. This was before the apocalypse. Her money could actually be used as money, not merely as toilet paper. The Qin residence, along with her parents' shares and other real estate, was a treasure trove waiting to be converted into supplies. Ah ha 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 ha! A raucous, unrestrained laughter echoed from the second floor, startling the night owl perched in the garden, which leapt into the darkness with a startled meow. While Qin Sheng had fared decently in her previous life, post-apocalypse, merely being able to satiate her hunger had elevated her status. To enjoy a feast was a distant dream. This time, with her wealth, she would transform into a super hoarder. She would squander every penny, selling houses, liquidating shares, selling handbags, selling jewelry, stockpiling supplies until she was utterly bankrupt. From this day forth, she would revel in extravagance. Not even Jesus could stop her with this resolution. Qin Sheng felt no trace of worry. Account reset? No matter, her experience remained. She refused to believe that this lifetime could be any worse than the last. With newfound determination, Qin Sheng dashed downstairs, entering the kitchen on the ground floor. She flung open the double doors of the refrigerator, marveling at the bounty within. Involuntarily, she swallowed hard. Gulp. So much delicious food. Was I out of my mind in my previous life to even consider dieting? Living a life devoid of indulgence, what significance does that hold? Some people are satiated after a few bites. Others could eat even more after being full. Previously, to maintain her figure, her diet had consisted of low-calorie, high-protein foods. Now, however, her gaze landed on a half-eaten cake in the fridge. What a coincidence! Today happened to be her birthday. Gazing at the exquisite birthday cake, tears of joy welled up in her eyes. Birthdays are truly a source of happiness. Slurp. Without a second thought, she pulled the calorific delight from the fridge, sitting cross-legged at its door, voraciously shoving bites into her mouth. Ah, the rich, sweet creaminess. She hadn't tasted anything so divine in 10 years. Like a famished ghost, she devoured the cake while eagerly rummaging through the fridge for more food. Russian sausages. Comfort soda. Chilled braised pork ribs. As for the lettuce salad, never mind that. Until her belly was round and full, she finally paused, belching as oil surged up her throat, feeling utterly satisfied. In her previous life, a sudden temperature spike followed by an unforeseen torrential rain had marked the onset of the apocalypse. Everything had arrived without warning. Though she was merely an ordinary second-generation heiress inheriting a fortune of billions, by the time she grasped her situation, she realized that no amount of money could procure supplies. In that moment, cash had become useful only for kindling fires or wiping oneself. As for her bank balance, it was better left unspoken. Now, as she gazed at her banking app, the balance shimmered with a lengthy string of digits, complemented by a stack of share contracts, property deeds for the Qin residence, and several other real estate certificates. She made a resolute decision. Within the span of the following month, she would exhaust her fortune, spending over 10 billion. Moreover, she would sell properties and liquidate her stocks for additional funds. Thus, the very first task that followed her hearty meal was to retrieve her notebook, contemplating as she diligently recorded the various supplies she deemed essential. Upon completion of her list, she turned to the internet to ensure she had accounted for every category. Striving for no omissions in the illuminated room at the stroke of midnight, Qin Sheng leaned over her computer desk, her gaze fixed on the screen as she took notes. After the apocalypse, daytime temperatures soar while nighttime plunges below freezing. Therefore, winter supplies such as down jackets, cotton clothing, and blankets are imperative. Additionally, staple foods like rice, flour, corn, wheat, and noodles are essential. Everyday necessities cannot be overlooked, especially sanitary pads, toilet paper, toothpaste, and laundry detergent. Furthermore, a variety of generators, solar panels, and batteries are crucial. I recently stumbled upon a solar-powered water bottle online, capable of condensing vapor from compressed air into water. What a treasure! And we must not forget about gasoline, diesel, kerosene, and coal. Medicines are also necessary. Cold remedies, various antiviral and anti-inflammatory drugs, immunity boosters, and alcohol. Cooking utensils are a must. An array of condiments such as salt and MSG must be stocked. Moreover, an assortment of ready-to-eat foods, snacks, sausages, instant noodles, river snail rice noodles, self-heating pots, spicy rice noodles, pickled chicken feet, chicken legs, and pig trotters is essential. And ice cream, sorbets, popsicles, none should be neglected. When hoarding ice cream, one must be wary of the ice cream bandits. Such indulgence can be a financial drain. She meticulously listed each item one by one. Having not touched a computer keyboard in years, she found herself far more accustomed to pen and paper for recording her thoughts. Acquiring such a multitude of supplies would be impossible without adequate storage. Qin Sheng stroked her chin, pondering the various heirlooms within her home. Drawing from her extensive reading experience as a bookworm, she recalled that the standard for rebirth in novels often includes a system or space. Given the time that had elapsed, she had yet to encounter a system or any peculiar voice. Thus, it was highly probable that space was her asset. Furthermore, based on common tropes in many narratives, the vessel for such a space is typically an heirloom. Contemplating the heirlooms, Qin Sheng felt a twinge of frustration. In an average household, identifying the heirloom would be straightforward. Yet she faced a conundrum. There was no alternative. Her family was exceedingly wealthy. The heirlooms accumulated through generations were countless. With a key in hand, Qin Sheng unlocked the secret door to the study as the door swung open. The motion sensor light illuminated the interior. In the expansive 300-square-meter chamber, rows of antiquarian shelves stood meticulously arranged, housing a plethora of priceless antiques, ancient texts, and even collections of bronze artifacts, swords, and daggers. Her family possessed 4 such secret rooms. All were brimming with heirlooms. Chapter 2. Stockpiling supplies. According to common narrative conventions, spaces are often activated through blood. Gazing upon the rows of antique shelves within the secret chamber, adorned with a dazzling array of heirlooms, Qin Sheng resolutely downed a generous cup of brown sugar water. She hoped fervently that she would not succumb to anemia. With this thought occupying her mind, she seized a fruit knife and inflicted a deep gash into her palm, exposing bone. Without flinching, Qin Sheng placed her hand over a bronze cup, allowing her blood to flow copiously into it. As the crimson stream diminished, she gritted her teeth and squeezed her other arm to extract more blood. It was only when the cup brimmed with her life essence that she hastily wrapped a bandage around the wound. Cradling the filled cup in one hand and smearing her fingers with blood, she approached the first row of antique shelves, methodically applying blood to each item while scrutinizing their transformations. As the adage wisely states, it is better to err on the side of caution than to overlook potential opportunities. What if something seemingly insignificant were to unlock the space? With this concern in mind, she did not spare the shelves or even the ornate 2-meter-long antique bed. After a thorough application, the cup was emptied of its contents. Qin Sheng waited in the secret chamber for nearly half an hour, yet nothing transpired. Indeed, acquiring a space was not a trivial endeavor. She then ventured forth, knife in hand, to explore the remaining secret chambers. The 3rd floor housed 2 secret rooms, while the basement contained the largest chamber, exceeding 1,000 square meters. Each head of the family possessed their own collection room, and the basement's vast expanse had been left by her father. Though he lacked an eye for valuable collections, he was excessively concerned with appearances. Thus, he amassed a multitude of items, albeit of the lowest quality. Heirlooms from roadside stalls, debt settlements, and artifacts from ancestors who were once emperors, all haphazardly collected. Qin Sheng felt little interest in her father's lackluster assortment, but feared missing a hidden gem, prompting her to investigate. After all, one could replenish blood with brown sugar water, and if necessary supplement with donkey hide gelatin, bird's nest, and lamb. No, she mustn't dwell on it. Her priority was to find the space. To forego such an opportunity would haunt her for eternity. Unexpectedly, fortune arrived with great swiftness. Within one of her father's transparent, rectangular brick-like collectibles, she discovered the very space she sought. The brick absorbed her blood for mere seconds before emitting a vibrant green light that was almost overwhelming. Then, with a swift motion, the brick vanished. Instantly, a mirror image of the jade brick appeared in her mind, its mysterious patterns faintly glowing. As her thoughts pivoted, a gray space materialized before her. This space was square and reminiscent of the jade brick, towering approximately 80 meters high, yet its length could extend infinitely, resembling an immense tunnel without an end. Upon beholding this expanse, Qin Sheng could not help but give a thumbs up. Extraordinary. Even the world's wealthiest could not fill this space to capacity. With the space secured, her first course of action was to empty her family's 4 secret chambers. After all, they were filled with antiques, and who knew when another treasure might surface? Such riches could not be squandered. With her newfound space, Qin Sheng swiftly devised a series of procurement plans. First and foremost, she intended to acquire grains. Purchasing in bulk at the local wholesale market would yield dozens, if not hundreds, of tons, but any larger quantities would require time and caution, as significant purchases might attract unwanted attention. Thus, she resolved to journey to the nation's largest grain-producing region in the north. However, before departing, she made a crucial phone call, preparing to sell the Qin mansion, along with other properties and her shares. Even the smallest profits could accumulate into substantial resources. She sought out her parents' attorney, signing a power of attorney agreement, entrusting him to sell these assets swiftly, albeit at slightly reduced prices. Time was of the essence. The Qin mansion, situated in Haicheng, occupied a vast expanse of land. Years prior, it had been ranked among the top 10 luxury estates in Haicheng. When it was constructed during the Republic of China era, it was not merely a house but a collectible of considerable value. Qin Sheng recalled its estimated worth at the time, 3 billion. Over the years, property values had only risen. Such a residence would be challenging to sell through ordinary real estate agents. Moreover, she insisted on a cash transaction. Only those within the upper echelons could afford such a price. Upon receiving her call, the lawyer promptly drove to the Qin mansion, meticulously organizing the various documents for signature before departing once more. Though puzzled by her sudden decision to sell, the prospect of a generous commission, coupled with the authority to determine the sale price, rendered the situation difficult to refuse. They understood well the unspoken rule of discretion. Born into privilege, Qin Sheng had always known that one must not skimp on necessary expenditures. While this lawyer had some acquaintance with her family, even the strongest ties required appropriate incentives. To ensure swift results, one must adequately provide for their steed. After finalizing arrangements, Qin Sheng booked a flight for the night. Just before boarding, her phone rang unexpectedly. She glanced at the caller ID Jiang Jiangguo. For a fleeting moment, she was taken aback. It dawned on her that she had momentarily forgotten about this friend. Jiang Jiangguo was her childhood companion, a sprightly girl standing at 1.80 meters, and a fitness enthusiast. Her father, a Phoenix man, had risen through her mother's wealth, only to abandon her for a mistress once he achieved success. Jiang Jiangguo's mother had succumbed to depression and committed suicide, but not before purchasing several properties in the capital under Jiang Jiangguo's name, as well as transferring a portion of company shares to her. Jiang Jiangguo thrived as a carefree landlord, living off rental income and dividends. In their previous life during the apocalypse, they had fought to survive together, and Jiang Jiangguo, ever the fortunate one, had often escaped death thanks to her lucky streak. They had infiltrated a local power structure, with Qin Sheng rising to second in command and Jiang Jiangguo to third. In the end, while Qin Sheng perished, Jiang Jiangguo had stubbornly endured, akin to an indomitable cockroach. Without hesitation, she answered the call. Qin Sheng, hurry and rescue me. My father and the others have locked me in a mental institution to force me to relinquish my shares. You must come quickly. The food here is horrendous. It's absolutely dreadful. Salter than a salt merchant's wares. I'm using a nurse's phone to contact you. I'm at the 3rd hospital of Jiming Mountain. Nurse's phone? Qin Sheng glanced down at her own phone, almost convinced she had misread the caller ID. It clearly displayed Jiang Jiangguo's name. Well, it seemed this friend truly needed some time to reflect on her circumstances. The 3rd hospital of Jiming Mountain was indeed a place she ought to stay for a while. Qin Sheng was well aware that the place was the notorious psychiatric hospital of Haicheng, known for its militarized management. Unless one sprouted wings, escape was utterly impossible. It is common knowledge that among the inmates of such institutions, a portion are not genuinely mentally ill. Upon learning that Jiang Jiangguo was there, Qin Sheng remained remarkably composed, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. In her previous life, she had heard Jiang Jiangguo mention this matter, so it did not come as a surprise. Jiangguo, listen to me, she said. Although the food there is subpar, bear with it. If you can escape on your own, do so. If not, just wait for me to rescue you. I will be out for a while, but when I return, I shall come for you, all right? What are you talking about? Lao Qin, have you forsaken me? Weren't we supposed to go to the ranch at dawn and feast on the freshest beef? Hello. Hello. Lao Qin. Beeping sound. On the plane, Qin Sheng chuckled as she munched on her meal. What was Jiang Jiangguo's father thinking, sending him to a psychiatric hospital? What enmity did he harbor against that institution to subject his son to such a fate? In Qin Sheng's memory, Jiang Jiangguo was a character capable of wreaking havoc wherever he went. Although they were best friends and confidants, she had no intention of bringing him along on her nationwide expedition to stockpile supplies. With him around, it was akin to having an endless array of unpredictable possibilities. It was wiser to wait until she completed her stockpiling plans before returning to Haisher. After all, she intended to bring Jiang Jiangguo along. However, the bond they shared since childhood, and their past lives where they were sworn brothers through thick and thin, made him the only person she could trust with her back in the apocalypse. Moreover, his fortuitous luck was indeed a treasure. And the properties under her name could fetch a handsome sum. It would be a pity to let them go to waste. Upon her return, she would persuade him to sell the house. At Chicken Cry Mountain's 3rd hospital, Jiang Jiangguo, wearing a scowl, listened to the busy tone on his phone, his temper flaring as he smashed the device in frustration. He vaulted over the counter, brandishing a clothes-drying pole, the other end tied with a white t-shirt. As he moved, the shirt billowed like a flag, fluttering in the air. Comrades, the enemy is but a paper tiger after autumn. The horn of victory has sounded. Charge with me. Charge. Hundreds of figures clad in blue and white striped patient uniforms surged forward behind Jiang Jiangguo. Nurses scrambled down the corridor, losing their shoes in the haste. Quick, call the director. The patients are in revolt. Don't come any closer. Help! By 10 in the morning, Qin Sheng was seated at a banquet table hosted by the largest grain distributor in the north. She presented her meticulously compiled shopping list to the middle-aged man opposite her. Boss Huang, here is the list of items I wish to purchase, along with the quantities. Please take a look. As she spoke, she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, her mind occupied with thoughts of any additional supplies she might have overlooked. Huang Weiguo glanced at the young lady before him, his expression serious as he adjusted his glasses. He scrutinized the list in his hands. Rice, millet, corn, flour, sorghum. You require various types of grains? He asked, reviewing the items one by one. Qin Sheng's list encompassed every grain category available in the market. May I inquire why you need such an enormous quantity of grain? Huang Weiguo questioned, perplexed. The volume of her order could genuinely sustain a small nation. Bored. Qin Sheng idly tapped her exquisitely manicured nails. Recently, I was rather idle and made a wager with a few good friends. The loser must buy grain to support Africa. I lost, you see, but it's quite all right. I happen to have plenty of money and love doing good deeds. A casual expenditure of several billion is merely a drop in the bucket. Her nonchalant demeanor and actions painted her as a pampered heir oblivious to the struggles of the world. Huang Weiguo felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart. Their lifelong aspirations seemed, to her, nothing more than a wager. Damn it! If it weren't for the fact that Qin Sheng was here to do business with him, allowing him to profit, he would have seriously considered kidnapping her. That eye-rolling expression of hers was infuriating. Are all rich heirs so lacking in sincerity these days? As Qin Sheng continued to leisurely eat, she remarked, for rice, any brand will do. For flour, I require both medium and high gluten. I want to make sure every type is adequately prepared. Regarding the price, given my substantial order, you should offer me a discount, right? You know how the grain market is booming. Our profit margins are already slim. Before Huang Weiguo could finish his thought, Qin Sheng snatched the list from his hands. Did you see the purchasing units? Each item is in the millions of tons. And you dare discuss profit margins with me? Mr. Huang, you truly lack sincerity. I despise those who take advantage of my wealth, as if I were a fool to be exploited. Is having money a crime? I wake up each day to see my savings accumulating millions in interest, which is quite distressing. So if you don't offer me a fair and reasonable price, I shall seek alternatives. Many would gladly seize this opportunity. I approached you first, but it seems you lack the sincerity I expected. A rich heir like me, who is foolish yet affluent, deserves to be cherished. Wait. Huang Weiguo stood up, smiling as he approached Qin Sheng. Please don't be anxious. I haven't finished my statement. What I meant was, while the profit margins for grain are indeed slim, as a significant client, your case is certainly different. I assure you the best quality at the lowest price. Now that's more like it. Qin Sheng replied, glancing at him as she extended her hand, offering the shopping list once more. Huang Weiguo eagerly accepted it with both hands. Each item on her list commenced from a minimum of 10,000 tons, totaling over 2 billion in costs. Such an order was unprecedented. Even if he minimized the profit, completing this deal would sustain him for half his life. At that moment, he regarded Qin Sheng as if she were a radiant deity of wealth. These rich heirs truly inspired both admiration and exasperation. After signing the contract, Qin Sheng, having satisfied her hunger, bid farewell to Huang Weiguo, and swiftly made her way to a nearly defunct factory along the national highway, where she rented an entire row of warehouses. She called Huang Weiguo. Starting tomorrow, I expect to see a steady influx of grain delivered to this warehouse address. Upon receipt of the first batch, I will provide you with a 30% advance payment. The remaining balance will be settled immediately upon the completion of the delivery. Huang Weiguo was taken aback but nodded repeatedly. Understood. You needn't worry. Preparing such a large quantity all at once is impossible. But I will ensure it is done as swiftly as possible. After all, the sooner the business is concluded, the sooner we can settle accounts. With thoughts of the impending profits invigorating him, Huang Weiguo rushed back to his company to begin arrangements. Qin Sheng reserved a suite at a nearby chain hotel adjacent to the logistics park. Throughout the day, an incessant stream of large trucks arrived. As a major client, Huang Weiguo arranged for her a VIP service, which included daily assistance for unloading goods. Tall and statuesque, Qin Sheng's automotive preferences leaned towards the unconventional. She favored off-road vehicles. At this moment, her pink Hummer was parked in a small park not far from the warehouse, shaded by a large, colorful beach umbrella. under which lay a reclining chair. Qin Sheng, leisurely adorned with sunglasses, savored a popsicle while reclining in the chair, perusing her phone and ordering takeout. Before long, a white delivery van approached. A young man clad in a fried chicken restaurant uniform parked, glancing at the GPS on his phone. Surveying the vicinity, he noticed only Qin Sheng's presence. Tentatively, he inquired, "Excuse me, miss, did you order 500 family buckets? Plus 500 fried chicken wings and drumsticks?" Qin Sheng removed her sunglasses. "Ah, yes. Just place the items in the trunk, neatly arranged. We're having a company gathering and picnic here, so it would be unfortunate if anything spilled." The delivery boy nodded, transferring the fried chicken, piece by piece, into the rear compartment of her off-road vehicle. Normally, such delivery services wouldn't be provided, but her order was simply too large to fit in a standard electric vehicle. As soon as the fried chicken boy departed, Qin Sheng glanced around, ensuring the area was deserted, and waved her hand to collect all the fried chicken into her storage space. She had meticulously chosen this location, ensuring there were no surveillance cameras, and that it was sparsely populated, guaranteeing absolute safety. After all, who in their right mind would wander through a park during the scorching heat of summer? In a matter of minutes, another small delivery truck arrived. "Did you order 500 servings of braised rice?" Yes. Place it in the trunk. Your 500 portions of crispy chicken. Your 500 portions of braised pig trotters. Your 500 roasted ducks, all sliced and ready. Your garlic prawns, spicy crayfish, and oil-braised prawns. Your braised rice throughout the day. This secluded little park was alive with the comings and goings of various delivery trucks. The morning remained tolerable, with temperatures hovering around 30 degrees Celsius. However, as the sun ascended, by around 11 or noon, the heat escalated, peaking near 40 degrees. By 7:30 in the evening, having received the last batch of takeout, Qin Sheng sipped on a cold Coke and drove back to the warehouse. Upon her arrival, the final large trucks had nearly completed unloading. In just one day, half of the entire row of warehouses had been filled. Once everyone had departed, Qin Sheng finally entered the warehouse and closed the door. Her first order of business was to utilize professional equipment to scan for any hidden cameras. Although she had already inspected the premises during the rental process, one could never be too cautious regarding the possibility of someone placing something inside while she was preoccupied throughout the day. After all, caution is the mother of safety. Once she confirmed the area was secure, she stored all the supplies in her space and transferred 30% of the deposit to Huang Weigua, as per their contractual agreement. Qin Sheng had spent nearly half a month at Beidakang. During this time, her endeavors extended beyond just food. She also connected with numerous local factories, placing substantial bulk orders for various goods. This area was home to diverse food production facilities. Instant noodles, sausages, spicy strips, meat jerky, nuts, assorted chicken feet, biscuits, and bread, each item ordered in hundreds of thousands of boxes. With her singular efforts, she temporarily inflated the wage rates across the city. The streets were inundated with advertisements for high-paying job opportunities. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the weather had become exceedingly erratic, oscillating between extreme heat and intense cold. Thus, ice cream had become an essential commodity, not only refreshing but also delectable. During her visits to the ice cream factory, she was particularly cautious to avoid any ice cream assassins, which would significantly inflate her budget. Over the course of her 2-week stay, Qin Sheng incessantly ordered various takeout items in hundreds of portions each day. Occasionally, she would visit food stalls recommended by online acquaintances, sampling delicacies and placing orders for hundreds of portions to store in her space. In the evenings, she would receive her deliveries and then indulge in nocturnal market excursions, shopping to her heart's content. 15 days swiftly passed. Huang Weigua, overjoyed, collected the final payment. His smile so wide it was almost infectious. He presented Qin Sheng with numerous local specialties, reluctantly sending his fortuitous benefactor off to the airport. After all, who knew when he would encounter such an eccentric and affluent individual again? One must cherish such moments. Chapter 4. Next stop, the grasslands. Following her time at Beidakang, the extravagant Qin Sheng ventured to the grasslands, mirroring her previous endeavors in sourcing grain through agents. Although the grasslands boasted numerous ranches, substantial purchasing firms also existed. She directly approached these buyers, signing contracts and making payments. The notion of bypassing intermediaries and individually visiting herders was dismissed as a time-consuming endeavor. During her leisure time, Qin Sheng acquired a Dongfeng truck, exploring the grasslands. Some ranchers possessed herds numbering in the tens of thousands. The landscape was a sea of woolly sheep. Qin Sheng had conducted experiments by placing popsicles and live chickens into her space. The popsicles emerged unchanged after hours, proving that time was suspended within her storage. Consequently, she need not concern herself with expiration dates. When live chickens were placed inside, they perished instantaneously, emerging in the precise moment of their demise, even allowing for bloodletting from a cut on their necks. This experimentation instilled in her the confidence to procure live cattle and sheep, knowing she could slaughter them later, ensuring freshness akin to that of a recent kill, given that she typically purchased in the hundreds of thousands. Relying on others for slaughter would be an impractical waste of time. As the saying goes, a fortune is not truly won if it still has its fur. The day was sweltering, with many ranchers reporting livestock succumbing to the heat. During such times, those willing to purchase cattle and sheep at standard prices were met with overwhelming enthusiasm from the herders. Qin Sheng bought a substantial number of live animals, alongside several tens of thousands of slaughtered ones, all stored in her space. In the ensuing days, Qin Sheng continued her large-scale acquisition of beef jerky and other local delicacies. Upon learning about the delectable red willow meat skewers, she sought out the vendor, savoring several skewers while squatting at the storefront. "Boss, your lamb skewers are truly delightful. Of course, we serve freshly slaughtered lamb skewers. They must be delicious. How many skewers can you sell in a day?" "Around 2,000 to 3,000. Thanks to everyone's support, haha. Alright then, from today forward, I want you to work overtime to prepare 8,000 skewers daily for the next 10 days. I'll pack them up to share with my friends who have never experienced such culinary delights." 10 days later, Qin Sheng waved her farewells to the vast grasslands, leaving the barbecue shop owner simultaneously pained and joyous, his wrist trembling as he counted the bills. After 10 consecutive days of intense work grilling lamb skewers, his wrist had developed a habitual flick, rendering him incapable of stopping. Qin Sheng's footsteps traversed the nation ceaselessly. Seafood was collected from the seaside. Various farm-raised poultry were directly purchased from the breeding grounds. Slaughtered animals were sent to local wholesale markets. Salt and an array of condiments, along with everyday essentials, were ordered in bulk from factories. Cotton clothing, down jackets, all procured directly from manufacturers. She even made a special trip to Xinjiang, amassing not only a variety of food, but also a substantial stock of cotton and cotton seeds. Various frozen goods were processed directly in factories. Additionally, she ordered copious amounts of nitrate for ice production, generators of all kinds, solar panels, side dishes, snacks, instant foods, gasoline, diesel, medicines, drinking water, and an assortment of books on planting and other specialized fields. She prepared for everything conceivable. Wherever she went, during her spare moments, she would scroll through her phone, placing hundreds of takeout orders. When encountering renowned dining establishments, she would reserve hundreds of tables, ensuring everything was ready and waiting. In the future, if she wished to avoid cooking, she could simply take it out and eat. In just over a month, time had flown by. The balance on her bank card dwindled at an alarming rate. She was just about to take a breather when a phone call came in. The Qin residence had been sold for 35 billion. The shares were also liquidated, and the remaining real estate had all been converted to cash. All the luxury clothing, handbags, and jewelry she had previously purchased were sold off by the lawyer. Ding. Wealth accumulation notification. 35 billion received. Ding. Another notification. 150 million received. Ding. Another notification. Alas, the troubles of being excessively wealthy. Qin Sheng gazed at her swelling balance and once again plunged into a shopping frenzy. Her greatest stockpiles were of food and daily necessities, along with medicines. She also ordered some cold weapons and modern firearms. Although firearms held little significance against otherworldly beings, they would suffice against her own kind. In a post-apocalyptic world, one must be wary of more than just the otherworldly. She quietly arrived at various locations, spending lavishly, only to leave with an empty wallet. A legend of a mysterious spendthrift began to circulate across the nation. In truth, once she truly let loose her spending, she discovered money was indeed not a constraint. Yet, when she glanced at her bank card, only a few tens of thousands remained. Qin Sheng finally resolved to return home. Although the Qin residence had been sold, she could still rent an apartment. Homelessness? Absolutely not. She still possessed credit cards, more than enough to indulge for the remaining time. Upon returning to Haishur, her first order of business was to rent an apartment. She found a charming 2-bedroom, 2-living-room unit through a real estate agency. Tastefully decorated and fully furnished, she signed the contract that very afternoon, with a rental of $6,500 per month, 1 month's deposit. Starlight Community, 17th floor. 1703. Qin Sheng hired a cleaning lady for a quick tidy-up before moving in. At that moment, she kicked off her shoes and languidly sprawled on the sofa. Spending money was truly exhausting. If her father were to discover that she had squandered over 100 billion in less than 2 months and sold the Qin residence, along with liquidating shares and other properties, he would likely be enraged to the point of resurrection, bestowing upon her a prestigious award for being the ultimate spendthrift. Sometimes, Qin Sheng pondered whether this so-called rebirth was merely a dream. What if, after depleting her assets and stockpiling supplies, the apocalypse never arrived? On the other hand, she thought, if the apocalypse were to be averted, that would indeed be a blessing. The supplies she had amassed could be sold at a discount, enough to indulge her for a lifetime. Moreover, with her space, she could venture into the logistics business. Transporting goods through her space would ensure no damage and no toll fees. Aha! It would undoubtedly make her the best in the world. Who could surpass her? Hee. After napping at home, Qin Sheng awoke with an unsettling sense of forgetfulness. After much contemplation, she finally recalled that someone was waiting for her rescue in a psychiatric hospital. She hurriedly drove to the 3rd hospital of Jiamingshan. Before reaching the hospital, she could see the tall walls adorned with white flags from afar. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were white sheets hanging from clotheslines, fluttering in the breeze. A security guard stepped forward to stop her. "Hello, please register for visitation first." "All right." Qin Sheng signed her name in the visitor log and smoothly entered the 3rd hospital. Not far inside, she spotted patients in blue and white striped hospital gowns squatting on the manicured lawn. Among them stood a large decorative stone. A short-haired girl with well-defined pectoral muscles sat cross-legged atop the stone, animatedly narrating Journey to the West to the others. Her sleeves were rolled high, revealing her tanned, toned arms. The lines of her biceps were so perfect that even fitness trainers would weep. Seeing that she was indeed unharmed, Qin Sheng smiled and called out, "Jiang Jiangguo. Children, it's the Jade Emperor sending me to become the great sage equal to heaven." Jiang Jiangguo turned around, catching sight of Qin Sheng, and flashed a dazzling smile that revealed her brilliant white teeth. "You all wait here. Once I ascend, I'll take you all to become immortals." As she spoke, she deftly swung the clothesline pole in her hand and rushed towards Qin Sheng for a bear hug. "Old Qin, you finally remembered me. I've been counting the days here, eagerly waiting for you. I see you're doing quite well. You've even become the great sage equal to heaven." Hee. Jiang Jiangguo chuckled and waved goodbye to the patients behind her. "Children, your old son is leaving now. Great king, you must remember to come back for us. Don't go, great king. I want to marry you and bear your offspring. Great king, you must dethrone the Jade Emperor and become the supreme ruler." A throng of enthusiastic patients waved farewell. "Let us go. I'll help you with the discharge procedures." Qin Sheng led Jiang Jiangguo towards the doctor's office. Just as they reached the lobby on the 1st floor of the inpatient department, they heard hurried footsteps approaching from the corner stairwell. Looking up, they saw a middle-aged doctor with a balding head, clutching a medical record, followed by a flurry of nursing staff rushing toward them. The director's eyes sparkled with urgency. "Are you here to take her away?" Chapter 5, A Formidable Life. Qin Sheng numbly nodded. Why did it seem like the director was as thrilled to see her as a weasel would be upon spotting a hen? Hesitantly, she inquired, Is it possible to complete the discharge?" "Of course. It absolutely must be done. Right this moment, immediately." Upon hearing that someone was there to take a patient home, the director trembled with excitement. Shakily pulling a medical record from his pocket, he said, "Just sign here, and you can leave." Then he gazed eagerly at Qin Sheng. "Sign. Please. You won't regret it, will you?" This patient named Jiang Jiangguo was nothing short of a calamity. Ever since she arrived, all the patients in the hospital had turned unruly, creating chaos wherever she went. They revolted over bland meals, and they revolted when the food was too salty. The lack of hygiene incited a riot. Even a simple act of relieving oneself became a catalyst for upheaval. He called for Jiang Jiangguo's father to come and pick her up, but the man refused. They abandoned her at the hospital entrance, hoping she would find her own way home. Yet, she managed to scale the wall and re-enter. No matter how far they drove her away, she always found her way back. This endless cycle was driving the director to the brink of madness. Qin Sheng's lips twitched as she scrawled her name in the medical record. The moment her pen lifted, the air erupted with deafening cheers. She had signed. She was leaving. Finally, she was departing. At last, they could rid themselves of this calamity. Hurry up. Take her away. Did you bring the car? If it's inconvenient, we can drive you home. Why does the director seem more unhinged than the patients? The nurses behind him also appeared oddly exhilarated, each exhibiting signs of excessive excitement. As the car carrying that little tyrant finally disappeared from view, the entire hospital staff erupted once more into jubilant cheers. Even after a considerable distance, Qin Sheng could still hear firecrackers being set off in celebration behind her. What on earth happened? Was the director celebrating like a harbinger of misfortune? Oh, it's nothing. Every patient in this hospital is a gem, articulate and pleasant to converse with. I had a delightful time, just occasionally teasing the poor soul. To be honest, had you not come to fetch me, I would have had no desire to leave. The first thing upon getting Jiang Jianguo out was to sell her house and her shares. What? You had a prophetic dream about the apocalypse in 10 days? Sell the house, liquidate the shares, stockpile supplies? You even sold your own residence and inherited assets. Over 100 billion. And you've already finished? An ice cream half-eaten fell from Jiang Jianguo's mouth with a loud thud, shattering upon hitting the floor. She stared blankly, reaching out to touch Qin Sheng's forehead. What the hell is this prophetic dream nonsense? Do you think you're a seer? I told you to stop playing werewolf and script games, but you wouldn't listen. Look what has happened now. Your mind is all twisted. Lao Qin, I know an esteemed psychiatrist, my attending physician. How about you come with me to see him tomorrow? Although the people in the mental hospital are quite entertaining, you can't lose your sanity. You're my only sister. While you're still clear-headed, could you declare that all your assets are to be entrusted to me? I promise I won't embezzle a single penny. Qin Sheng shot her a glance of disdain. This damned competitive spirit prevented her from admitting she was reborn, and had even died before Jiang Jianguo. If this were to come to light, Jiang Jianguo would gloat over it forever. Thus, she simply claimed to have experienced some prophetic dreams. Listening to her far-fetched words, Jiang Jianguo laughed so hard one could see her throat. Yet suddenly her laughter ceased. She noticed a chair had inexplicably appeared in Qin Sheng's hand. Her laughter was abruptly silenced. Immediately, she retrieved her phone from her pocket. Hello. Dear father, I've made up my mind. I am willing to sell my shares to you at a 70% discount, but I must receive the transfer within 24 hours. Otherwise, I shall sell them to your competitor, which would be quite detrimental to you. Hello, is this Xiao Wang? Yes, it's me. Please sell my properties in the capital that are currently rented out at an 80% discount, and I require full payment. If you cannot sell them within 24 hours, I will hand them over to another real estate agent. You won't earn a single cent in commission. After hanging up, she gazed at Qin Sheng with a pleading expression. Sister, no leader, do you possess the legendary space? I can store my supplies with you, alright? You can set the storage fee. I won't mind compensating you in kind if I lack cash. From now on, we shall be like sisters of different fathers and mothers. Please don't abandon me. Qin Sheng nodded with an air of pride. Indeed, with properties sold at an 80% discount amidst a peak in the market, each unit would easily be discounted by 100,000 or so. Although full payment was required, there were plenty of eager buyers. Jiang Jianguo's father, puzzled as to why his stubborn daughter softened after a visit to a psychiatric hospital, still recognized the substantial advantage of reclaiming shares at a 70% discount. Fearing that the shares might truly fall into the hands of competitors, he hastily arranged for Jiang Jianguo to sign the contract and transfer the funds. Thus, what began as Qin Sheng facing financial ruin transformed into her acquiring billions. Jiang Jianguo looked at Qin Sheng with unwavering trust. I'll keep 2 million for my favorite snacks. The rest is yours to manage. After all, you've always been smarter than me. We've consistently occupied the last 2 spots in our class rankings. To be honest, I can't fathom it. You spent most of the semester studying martial arts, and placing second to last seems reasonable. Yet I attend class, take diligent notes. How could I end up last? In summary, you are undoubtedly cleverer than I. Anyway, I've entrusted the money to you, so handle it as you see fit. Watching her friend unblinkingly entrust her entire fortune to her, Qin Sheng felt tears of gratitude welling up at the corners of her mouth. She was indeed adept at spending. Thus commenced yet another series of purchases. However, this time, due to time constraints, she headed directly to the local wholesale market. In just a week, the two were left with only the few tens of thousands of yuan that Jiang Jianguo had not spent on snacks. As September rolled in, the weather changed. Traditionally, September marked the onset of autumn, with temperatures starting to cool. Yet this year, summer lingered ominously. Even in September, daytime temperatures soared rather than fell. The outdoor temperature reached a staggering 45 degrees. The air distorted under the oppressive heat, and pedestrians hurried along the streets, unwilling to linger outdoors for even a moment. Qin Sheng, preoccupied with spending over the past 2 months, found herself utterly exhausted and dozed off on the sofa. When she finally awoke, she drew back the curtains to behold the sun sinking low on the horizon. A vast expanse of fiery clouds appeared as if ablaze, painfully bright to the eyes. She glanced at her phone. It was 6:30 in the evening. Qin Sheng yawned, took out her car keys, and drove to the supermarket. Although her space was brimming with supplies, shopping at the supermarket was a pleasure in itself. Within 3 kilometers of the Xinguang community, there lay a large supermarket. Whenever she had the chance, she enjoyed browsing its aisles. She had no particular hobbies. Luxury handbags and branded goods held no allure for her. Having grown up amidst opulence, she was indifferent to these brands. Her sole indulgence was in food and drink. She had a fondness for small animals, such as mini Hummers and mini Land Rovers. Due to her family's wealth, many second-generation rich kids in her circle had experienced the unfortunate history of kidnappings, including her father, who had been abducted several times in his youth. Fortunately, her father was a man of his word. He would pay the ransom and promised not to involve the authorities. His only stipulation was that they should not let his precious only son go hungry. Consequently, her father was quite popular among kidnappers. Whenever someone was short on funds, they would nab him, treat him well, and then wait for payment to release him. If any kidnapper mistreated him, word would spread, and they'd be looked down upon by their peers. In this day and age, it is a rarity to encounter a meat ticket that is so trustworthy. You accepted payment yet still mistreated the individual? Is this what humanity has come to? Having endured countless visits to the den of kidnappers, her parents resolved to fortify her self-defense skills from a tender age. At merely 3 years old, while other children were just beginning their journey in kindergarten, she was already mastering the stance of a martial artist. Thus, from a delicate, porcelain-like child, she embarked on a path that led her further and further into the realm of a formidable warrior. Throughout her life, she never ceased her training in Sanda, mixed martial arts, and traditional martial arts. Years were spent in the sacred grounds of Songshan and Shaolin. While her peers played with Barbie dolls, she was already proficiently wielding nunchaku. As others attended various dance and etiquette classes, she found herself being pressed by her master to endure strikes, under the noble pretense that to learn to fight, one must first learn to withstand blows. While others experienced the blush of first love, she was deep in her stances. While her contemporaries engaged in artistic pursuits, she was enduring punishment. By the age of 15, her parents, in a fit of madness, ventured into the Bermuda Triangle for an adventure, only for their vessel to sink, leaving no trace of their remains. When unscrupulous relatives descended upon her to seize their inheritance, Qin Sheng understood that only magic could vanquish magic. She approached the kingpin of the black market, offering a golden card and $1 billion inheritance to purchase the title of his goddaughter. Henceforth, those unscrupulous relatives met their match before they could even confront her. Brought to heel by the black market leader, she was finally at peace. At 16, she gained notoriety for single-handedly confronting the notorious 13 bullies outside her school, earning her place as the top dog within her institution. At 18, she became a local hero, having broken 8 ribs of a robber, while saving a beautiful damsel in distress. At 19, during her summer break in college, she encountered a lost elderly woman who requested directions, only to find herself abducted by human traffickers. 3 days later, a major human trafficking ring was dismantled in the city, with all members suffering from multiple fractures, while Qin Sheng bore only a fractured hand, a result of her defending herself. The essence of Qin Sheng's life over the past 20 years could be encapsulated in a single word: formidable. She consistently made the most advantageous choices in the blink of an eye. However, after experiencing apocalyptic scenarios and countless life and death situations, all her martial arts techniques faded from memory, leaving only the primal instinct to kill deeply imprinted in her mind. Each move and strike became instinctual, ingrained in her very being. Chapter 6. Soaring Prices. Upon accepting the post-apocalyptic premise, Jiang Jianguo commenced a grueling regimen of training from the very first day of his return. The mantra was simple: endure the pain or be consumed by it. At noon, Jiang Jianguo practiced with her formidable new weapon on the open terrace. Its origins were somewhat enigmatic, being one of her great-grandfather's prized possessions. After a brief search online, they discovered it was known as a heavy sword, reminiscent of the one carried by Yang Guo in the Return of the Condor Heroes. While Qin Sheng remained oblivious to the weight of Yang Guo's sword, hers was undeniably hefty. The blade resembled an exceptionally broad ruler, thicker in the center and tapering at the edges. When stood upright, the sword reached the height of Jiang Jianguo's shoulder, and with the hilt included, it was slightly taller than her, measuring 184 centimeters in total length. The sword weighed over 80 pounds, equivalent to that of a slender adult female. Adding the 26-pound scabbard, the total weight soared to 106 pounds. Holding such a weighty object as a weapon made Qin Sheng feel somewhat clumsy. However, after inspecting all of Qin Sheng's weaponry, Jiang Jianguo had set her sights on this sword and refused to part with it. Initially, when she practiced in the park, elderly onlookers would exclaim in astonishment at the sight of her sword. However, after familiarizing herself with various heavy sword demonstrations and training relentlessly, she gradually seemed to unlock a hidden potential, mastering its use almost effortlessly. While not achieving the harmony of a true sword master, she could wield the 80-pound sword with surprising dexterity. The heavy sword demanded a different approach to combat. It was less agile than conventional weapons, but possessed formidable lethality. During a particularly clumsy moment, she accidentally cleaved a tree, thick as a person, in half with a single swing, resulting in a fine of 6,000. Following this incident, Qin Sheng joined Jiang Jianguo in a training regimen, leading to a daily routine of mutual sparring, returning home with bruised faces and battered bodies. As time progressed, Jiang Jianguo's muscles became more defined, no longer resembling the exaggerated form of a fitness instructor. Yet every inch of her physique exuded raw power. Qin Sheng wielded a large cleaver, sharp and efficient, accustomed to such weaponry from her past life. The temperatures post-September proved to be more oppressive than during the peak of summer, with outdoor temperatures soaring to 46 or 47 degrees Celsius. Supermarkets were filled with elderly patrons seeking refuge in the air conditioning, some even engaging in lengthy games of chess with their grandchildren. Qin Sheng and Jiang Jianguo leisurely navigated the aisles with their shopping carts, occasionally tossing in their favorite snacks: spicy chicken feet, chocolate, jelly, salted chicken, spicy duck neck, fish tails from Dongting Lake, and more. Upon reaching the vegetable section, she was taken aback by the prices. 9 yuan and 9 jiao per pound for cabbage? Have vegetable prices escalated to such heights? She glanced at the cucumbers, priced at 16 yuan and 5 jiao per pound. Tomatoes at 12 yuan per pound. Green beans at 18 yuan. With the sweltering heat, both vegetables and meat prices continued to rise. Outdoor laborers had nearly ceased work altogether, especially on construction sites where deadlines were perpetually extended. Even the most generous offers failed to entice workers under such extreme conditions, as the risk of death loomed large. And developers could not escape accountability. Qin Sheng recalled a month prior when she had stocked up on supplies. She had visited greenhouses where cabbage was priced at a mere 1 yuan and 5 jiao per pound. While gathering various fruits and vegetables, she had taken advantage of the leftovers that farmers deemed unsightly, purchasing the soon-to-rot produce at bargain prices. After all, she had no qualms about acquiring surplus. Nearby, 2 elderly women leisurely pushed their carts, which contained only a handful of vegetables, while they pondered aloud. Why are prices rising daily? Cabbage is nearly on par with meat prices. And green beans, oh dear, who can afford that? The Price Bureau seems indifferent. Everything is skyrocketing, while pensions remain pitifully low, barely covering living expenses. With no alternative, they resolved to buy less. My son mentioned that due to the heat, many vegetables are rotting in the fields. Naturally, prices have surged. We should stock up on pork. Haven't you noticed that pork prices are climbing as well? With the heat, many pigs and sheep are falling ill on farms. Meat prices are likely to rise even further. Is that so? Let us purchase a bit more pork belly later. My grandson adores pork belly. In the supermarket's vegetable section, 2 elderly ladies meticulously peeled away the outer wilted leaves of a cabbage while engaging in animated conversation. After finishing her grocery shopping, Qin Sheng also acquired some meat. Upon noticing that durians were on sale, She impulsively bought several, despite her fruit storage being quite ample. Their shopping carts were piled high, and at the checkout, they could overhear an elderly woman behind them exclaiming about their extravagance. The pink, rhinestone-adorned Hummer stood out as a singular entity among both luxury vehicles and quirky cars alike, shimmering with an ostentatious flair. As Qin Sheng pushed her cart to the parking garage on level B2, she spotted a group of mischievous children poking at the pink crystals on her vehicle. Although they were mere faux gems, their removal would certainly mar its appearance. "What are you little rascals doing?" Jiang Jianguo rushed over, his strides quickening as he shouted. "Where are your parents? They need to come and pay for this." Startled by his loud voice, the children scampered away in haste. Qin Sheng crouched down to inspect her beloved pink car, exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the embellishments were securely affixed and had not been dislodged by those little rascals. "Are you all right?" Jiang Jianguo approached with concern, knowing that this car held profound significance for Qin Sheng. It was a gift from her parents on her 15th birthday, their last present before they disappeared into the sea, leaving no trace behind. "No worries in the future, when the world becomes tumultuous. I shall simply park this car and let it rest in peace. Let's head out now." Qin Sheng took a deep breath, wiped the soiled areas with a tissue, opened the trunk to stow away their purchases, and then took her seat in the driver's seat, driving back to the underground garage. Once they had ascended to their floor, laden with bags, they unexpectedly encountered a man and a woman bent over, attempting to pick the lock to her apartment. Chapter 7. You're so wealthy. Why not help me? The woman was Li Jingjing, a former plastic friend from her university days. Their friendship had soured when Li Jingjing enlisted some local thugs to intimidate Qin Sheng. After Qin Sheng retaliated, delivering a thrashing that landed Li Jingjing in the hospital with a broken nose, they had lost all contact. The man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, sported disheveled blonde hair, and wore beach shorts and a tank top. His tattoo of a sloth on his arm suggesting he had given up midway through the painful process of getting inked. "Chen Hao, are you even capable? Hurry up. Someone will arrive soon. Don't rush me. How was I to know this lock would be so difficult? It will be done shortly, just be patient." Both were engrossed in their task, oblivious to the fact that the elevator had just delivered 2 individuals. Jiang Jianguo chuckled, such a pert backside. It would be a shame not to give it a swift kick. With that, he raised his foot and delivered a sharp kick. Thud, thud. The sound of 2 heads colliding with the door echoed through the corridor. "Who the hell ambushed me?" Chen Hao, clutching his head, turned dizzily to face them, his gaze landing first on the stunning Qin Sheng. "Hey, what are you staring at? I'm right here." A snide female voice interrupted him, prompting Chen Hao to turn towards the sound. He was met with the sight of a robust waist, and as he looked up, he found himself face to face with a tall, muscular figure, standing at 6 feet tall with striking features. He instinctively stumbled back, horrified. Where on earth did this Amazon warrior come from? Is this for real? Are you entering a bodybuilding competition or something? Meanwhile, Li Jingjing, dazed and clutching her head, turned to see 2 familiar faces. Qin Sheng? What are you doing here? Jiang Jianguo, do you live here too? Li Jingjing was taken aback, not expecting to run into Qin Sheng in this location. Qin Sheng glared coldly at her. Is it unusual for me to be here since this is my rented apartment? No, that's not what I meant. I don't care what you meant. Qin Sheng cast a disdainful glance at both of them, pointing towards the surveillance camera at the end of the corridor. You two leave my home immediately. If not, I shall contact the authorities and report you for trespassing. With that, she retrieved her keys and opened the door to her apartment. Li Jingjing, intimidated by Qin Sheng, recalled how once upon a time, Qin Sheng had been generous with her wealth, leading to a friendship that had brought her many advantages. However, after she had been caught speaking ill of Qin Sheng, their relationship had soured dramatically, resulting in a violent confrontation that left Li Jingjing hospitalized. The thought of their past made her heart ache. Her father, once a mere nouveau riche, had lost everything due to a fraudulent investment scheme, leaving her to resort to desperate measures alongside Chen Hao, attempting to break into apartments. They had visited this starshine neighborhood several times without incident, but upon discovering that Qin Sheng lived here, they felt a wave of dread. Li Jingjing stood at the door, pleading with Qin Sheng. My family has gone bankrupt, and loan sharks are harassing me at university. I had no other choice but to resort to this. I am not a thief. Qin Sheng, weren't we once the best of friends? Please help me. I swear I will never speak ill of you again. I considered you a sister. Please, take me in and save me. You're wealthy. Just a small fraction of your wealth could help us pay off our debts. Surely, this is a trivial matter for you. Why won't you assist me, especially after you once claimed to regard me as a sister? To hell with that. Before Li Jingjing could continue, Jiang Jianguo shot her a middle finger. I told Qin Sheng from the beginning that you were no good. I knew I wasn't mistaken. If you ever show your face in front of her again, I will make sure to knock some sense into you. You've already scammed her once, and now you dare to come back? You despicable wretch. As he spoke, he bit down on the grocery bag and, clenching his fist, followed Qin Sheng into the apartment. Qin Sheng silently placed the item she had purchased from the supermarket on the coffee table. Jiang Jianguo shot a glare at Li Jingjing before putting the groceries away in the refrigerator. Aware of Qin Sheng's aversion to others meddling in her affairs, he took it upon himself to tidy up the kitchen. Qin Sheng sat on the sofa, crossing her legs with an air of indifference. Leisurely observing Li Jingjing. One cannot help but notice how much more haggard she appears compared to before. With a slight curve of her crimson lips, she shakes her head and asserts, "Do not mistakenly claim kinship. Our family's genes certainly did not produce a visage as modern and technologically advanced as yours. Now be off. Why linger at the doorway? Do you intend to stay for a meal?" She waves her hand dismissively, ushering them out. Seeing that Qin Sheng remains indifferent to her plight, Li Jingjing grows frantic. Qin Sheng is her last lifeline, yet she is unwilling to assist. The thought of accompanying her father's creditor, the corpulent boss Huang with his sausage-like lips, is unbearable. He is well into his 50s. Her face, laden with sorrow, turns to Chen Hao, tears welling in her eyes. She sways precariously, on the verge of fainting. The young man with the tousled hair rushes to embrace her, indignantly pointing at Qin Sheng. "How can you be so cold-hearted and malicious? We are good friends. What is wrong with lending a helping hand? Let me tell you, I Chen Hao have plenty of friends outside. If you continue to act so ungraciously, I will ensure that each day of your life is fraught with turmoil." Li Jingjing gazes at Chen Hao with gratitude. "Chen Hao, you are truly kind to me. Those men are all deceivers. As soon as they learned of my family's bankruptcy, they turned away. Only you have remained steadfast by my side, unwavering. Oh, how deeply touched I am. Rest assured, Jingjing, my life is yours from this moment forth." "Hao, Jing." The two begin to perform theatrically at her doorstep. Chen Hao takes Li Jingjing by the hand, intending to enter the house. "What are you doing? Don't come in. This is my home. You are trespassing." Qin Sheng quickly rises and moves to the door, feigning a few gestures for the camera. Yet she is forcefully overpowered by the two. Chapter 8. We are incompatible. Let us part ways. Bang! Chen Hao slams the door shut, lifting his chin defiantly as he glares at Qin Sheng. "We are coming in. What's the matter? Jingjing has spoken of you. Your family is incredibly wealthy, with resources to spare. What's wrong with helping her out? You are letting down a good friend. You see her family in ruin and do nothing to extend a hand. So what if she spoke a few unflattering words about you? It's nothing serious. What harm is there in forgiving her? Will it kill you?" Upon entering, Chen Hao begins to rant. Observing the room filled with two women, he questions the significance of one being taller than the other. A woman is still a woman. If it came down to a physical confrontation, I could take down both with one hand. He boasts arrogantly, delivering his words with confidence, feeling a surge of masculine bravado. Li Jingjing, hidden in his embrace, remains silent, crying incessantly. Her tears reflect a mixture of admiration and profound sorrow, an expression of unutterable anguish. Once the door is securely closed, Qin Sheng swiftly moves to lock the deadbolt, a cold smile replacing her earlier anxiety. From beneath the couch, she retrieves a baseball bat. "While I have been idling at home, why not suggest to your father that he seek assistance? Furthermore, my dear guests, you have trespassed into my residence. Therefore, my subsequent actions shall be in self-defense. Please do not take offense." With a devilish grin, Chen Hao reveals a folding fruit knife from his pocket, brandishing the blade towards Qin Sheng. "You little vixen, you wish to confront me? What's the point of a bat? Today, I shall teach you the art of wielding a knife." In his mind, Qin Sheng is merely a spoiled rich girl, incapable of truly inflicting harm. However, the fear in Li Jingjing's eyes betrays her awareness of Qin Sheng's martial arts training. She instinctively takes a couple of steps back. Recalling how Chen Hao often boasts of having numerous subordinates, claiming he could take on 10 men at once, she hopes he can best Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng. With your wealth, why not lend a hand to those in distress? It's only fitting that she receives her due. Li Jingjing seems oblivious to Qin Sheng's earlier declaration that this residence is rented. She still believes Qin Sheng is a wealthy heiress. What do you intend to do, Qin Sheng? We live in a society governed by law. If you harm us, we will call the police. You will not escape unscathed. Do not presume that wealth grants you immunity from the law. What nonsense! I am a law-abiding citizen, Qin Sheng retorts, brandishing the baseball bat. When you two entered, the cameras captured everything. Your clandestine efforts to pick my door lock and force your way inside. I was unable to stop you. Thus, I am merely defending myself. With that, she raises her wrist, executing a swift arc with the bat that lands solidly on Chen Hao's arm, causing the knife to clatter to the floor. His wrist swells painfully, a realization dawning that she is serious. Yet, before he can utter another word, the bat strikes his leg with brutal force. Crack. Ah. My leg. The woman's movements are clean and precise, delivering such impact that he feels as if he might explode from the pain. Ah. My leg is broken. No. Stay away from me. I was only here to exchange a few words. I'm not a bad person. Spare me. Chen Hao is quickly rendered incapacitated. Having lost the use of one leg and one arm, he struggles desperately to retreat. Qin Sheng advances, delivering another blow to his remaining leg. The sound of fracturing bone accompanies the satisfied smile on her face. On a late night, you enter the home of two single women armed with a weapon. What were you thinking? No. I was merely visiting my girlfriend. I meant no harm. The knife was just for show. For intimidation, you say? Qin Sheng scoffs. Allow me to intimidate you in turn. She swiftly executes a technique that leaves him writhing in agony. Chen Hao's screams are deafening. Qin Sheng then turns her attention to Li Jingjing, who, terrified, hides behind the sofa. Do not come any closer. Help. This is murder. Qin Sheng, I regret it. I shall never show my face before you again. Help. It was all Chen Hao's doing. He coerced me. You know I am not a bad person. Mother. Please do not approach. Qin Sheng remains unhurried, relishing the growing cacophony of Li Jingjing and Chen Hao's cries. She raises her hand in a shushing gesture, urging them to quiet down. Then she leisurely strides over to the television, turns on the sound system, and plays music, drowning out their pleas for help. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiangguo locks the kitchen's glass door, crouching down to pick green beans while observing Li Jingjing frantically darting around the room, with Qin Sheng leisurely following behind her, bat in hand. Taking a deep breath of the soda, I murmured, goodness, why does Lao Qin exude such a peculiar and unsettling aura? The sight before me was quite alarming. She moved with delicate steps, her dance a graceful whirl, swaying to the rhythm of the music. Although she did not invest an excessive amount of energy into the dance, as a well-bred heiress, mastering basic dance steps was an essential requirement. Xiao Jingjing, my little darling. Since you are here, why are you hiding? Oh dear, where have you gone? I can't seem to find you. Qin Sheng pushed open the door, tiptoeing lightly towards the pair of feet concealed behind the curtain. With a swift motion, she seized her by the neck, pulling her out like one would a small chick. Li Jingjing was utterly terrified. After a year apart, Qin Sheng not only possessed an unsettling degree of physical prowess, but also seemed to exhibit a touch of psychological instability. She resembled a villain straight out of a movie. Typically, Qin Sheng was gentle towards girls. She discarded the stick in her hand, and with a swift motion, incapacitated Li Jingjing, whose piercing scream nearly drowned out the music. Li Jingjing was dragged into the living room and unceremoniously thrown beside Chen Hao, utterly immobilized. Yet every limb ached with excruciating pain, her face smeared with tears and snot. Desperately, she crawled closer to Qin Sheng. I was wrong. I truly understand now. I promise I won't come back again. Please just let me go. Qin Sheng sat cross-legged on the sofa, leisurely enjoying her ice cream. In her previous life, she had taken Li Jingjing out on the very day Jiang Jiangguo was admitted to the psychiatric hospital. They had ventured straight into the arid northwestern desert to ride off-road vehicles, and later, amidst the apocalypse, they never returned to Haisher. Thus, she had never encountered Li Jingjing again. Observing the two battered figures sprawled on the floor, she smiled. Don't fret. Wasn't it you who asked me to take you in and assist you? So don't leave. From now on, let us live together happily as a family of four. She playfully stepped on the hand of the disheveled youth, gazing at him with a tender expression. What do you think, Xiao Huangmao? I miss my mom. What? Chen Hao burst into tears, revealing his innocence as a mere street kid. He had never even collected protection money. Wielding a fruit knife was just for scaring elementary school kids and snatching pocket money. He was too timid to provoke a junior high student, and now, it seemed, children were growing up in ways he could hardly comprehend. Once, he had mustered the courage to rob a junior high student, only to encounter a tall, robust boy in the first year, standing at over 1.8 meters. At that height, who could say who would be robbed? Now, in his attempt to defend his goddess, he had attracted the attention of a true female tyrant. How unfortunate for him. His mother had been right. Boys must learn to protect themselves in the outside world. Women today were simply terrifying. Qin Sheng did not press the two too hard. After giving them a good beating, she adeptly set their broken bones. Leaning against the door with a smile, she watched as they supported each other, limping towards the elevator. Jingjing, do come by to play again sometime. Little White Lotus, don't leave yet. Stay for dinner. Jiang Jiangguo poked his head out from behind Qin Sheng, waving enthusiastically as he enjoyed the spectacle. Li Jingjing leaned against Chen Hao, her face a grimace that was more painful than joyful, her fingers frantically pressing the elevator button until the doors finally closed. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the floor. Chen Hao clutched his swollen wrist. Jingjing, you never mentioned your naive friend was a martial arts master. Should we report this? Li Jingjing's face turned pale, trembling all over. At Chen Hao's suggestion, she shot him a furious glare. Report? Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how many offenses you have on your record? Besides, how would we explain it? Our limbs have been set. There are surveillance cameras at her place. That wicked girl is truly malicious. And you, a boy, can't even stand up to a girl. And you still have the audacity to say that. After thinking it over, I believe we are incompatible. Let us break up. Chen Hao exclaimed, what the heck? You are so heartless. Chapter 9. The Prophecy of the Apocalypse. The unexpected guest departs. In high spirits, Qin Sheng played soft music while cooking in the kitchen, with Jiang Jiangguo assisting her. Originally, she was a delicate lady who had never lifted a finger, only boiling water as her sole culinary skill. However, after the apocalypse, she began to learn how to cook. In those days, without recipes and with no access to her phone, she prepared meals with the scant ingredients available. On her first attempt at cooking rice, the blackened, burnt layer in the pot was something she could not bear to waste. She consumed every last bit. Gradually, whenever others cooked, she would observe closely, meticulously jotting down each step in a small notebook. Over time, she acquired some culinary skills. Yet, with such skills rendered nearly useless in the apocalypse, the edible items were dreadfully scarce, leaving little room for sautéing or stewing. Most meals were simply roasted or buried in a fire to eat. During her recent scavenging for supplies, she had deliberately purchased numerous cookbooks. With the internet now functioning, she found herself unable to utilize the recipes as she had an abundance of cooking tutorial videos on her phone. She neatly arranged the food in the refrigerator, opened her tablet, navigated to a cooking video, and paused. First, she sliced the pork belly she had procured from the market, then added a free-range egg, utilizing spring water, salt, monosodium glutamate, and chicken essence in appropriate amounts. Qin Sheng earnestly followed the instructions for boiled pork slices. She marinated the sliced pork with seasonings, added the egg and cornstarch. Yet she faltered at the appropriate amount instruction. Jiang Jiangguo, how much do you think appropriate amount is? Appropriate amount should be about a spoonful, right? Jiang Jiangguo uncertainly scooped a heaping spoonful of salt and added it to the pot. Half an hour later, a sizzling sound echoed as hot oil was poured over the dish, and a delightful bowl of boiled pork slices emerged fresh from the kitchen. Qin Sheng placed the bowl on the coffee table, turned on the television to find a light-hearted comedy, and settled onto the carpet to enjoy her meal. After taking a couple of bites, she noted it was slightly salty and sweet, but otherwise pleasant. Suddenly, she recalled she had forgotten to grab a drink. She returned to the refrigerator for a chilled bottle of peach sparkling water, also retrieving a portion of braised meat and a bowl of lotus soup. During her scavenging, she had stockpiled hundreds, if not thousands, of delicious dishes in her storage space. In fact, most of her funds had been spent on food. She could hardly keep track of the myriad regional specialties she had accumulated. Additionally, she had purchased countless paper novels and comics, hundreds of tablets, thousands of phones, and power banks. Each tablet and phone was filled with various movies, anime, television dramas, variety shows, and many offline games. Moreover, She had downloaded a plethora of instructional videos on crafts, ensuring her storage was brimming. She had even acquired solar panels and generators, leaving no stone unturned. When the power inevitably goes out, these generators and solar panels would prove invaluable. Jiang Jianguo, watching in astonishment, couldn't he help but exclaim, "Are you really Qin Sheng? You can actually cook? Have you possessed my family's old Qin's body like a wandering spirit? Return my money at once." Qin Sheng paid no heed to the antics of Jiang Jianguo, her lips parting to unveil a plethora of his petty secrets. "You were still wetting the bed at 8. You didn't get your first period until you were 15. You snore, grind your teeth, and pass gas while sleeping. Remember our trip to Sichuan when you overindulged in spicy food at 17 and ended up with hemorrhoids? And how you mischievously added chili oil to your father's Indian miracle oil, sending him to the emergency room in the middle of the night? You had a crush on the campus heartthrob and waited by the restroom to confess your feelings, only to overhear him asking someone for toilet paper. You rushed in to offer him tissues, only to find him utterly unattractive, shattering your fantasies and getting labeled a pervert, leading to a school-wide reprimand. Shall I continue?" She cast a light glance at Jiang Jianguo. "There's food in the kitchen if you wish to eat. Serve yourself. You ought to learn to cook. I have no desire to play chef for you. I don't want a meal. I crave steak and pizza," Jiang Jianguo protested. "Then order takeout yourself. You still have tens of thousands in your hands. Why not spend it instead of saving it for future emergencies?" Jiang Jianguo obediently placed an order, selecting 10 meals, one to share with Qin Sheng, the rest to stash away. After watching television for a while and finishing their meals, Qin Sheng took advantage of the moment to throw out the trash and enjoy a leisurely stroll downstairs. Meanwhile, Jiang Jianguo immersed himself in playing mobile games, echoing her sentiment that they should cherish these tranquil days while they last, for the future may confine them to solitary gaming. As night fell, the evening air felt cooler than during the day, almost refreshingly brisk, causing her to feel a chill in her short sleeves. The community was alive with residents taking their post-dinner walks, and in the center of the neighborhood stood a swimming pool where children splashed about joyfully. Qin Sheng ambled onward, absorbing the sights around her, an ethereal sense of nostalgia washing over her as she gradually exited the complex. Not far from the community lay a bustling street food market, which truly came alive after dark. Colorful lights twinkled from one end to the other, and the air was thick with the tantalizing aromas of cumin and various spices. Tomorrow, if her memory served her right, the ominous black snow would herald the dawn of the apocalypse. Such vibrant prosperity would swiftly be reduced to ashes. Qin Sheng was far from virtuous. Yet, as she beheld the lively world around her, a pang of reluctance tugged at her heart. Who wouldn't he wish to be an unremarkable rich second generation, indulging in a life of ease? She strolled slowly along the path, imprinting every detail into her memory. There was no exhilaration or anticipation of foresight, merely a weighty sense of foreboding. After the black snow would come torrential rain, and following that, the weather would turn abnormally extreme. Days would scorch with suffocating heat, while nights would plunge into a bone-chilling cold, colder than winter itself. The land, ravaged by acid rain, would yield no crops. Qin Sheng wandered aimlessly, purchasing a few items before returning home. Upon her arrival, she switched on the television and scoured the latest news online. A plethora of discussions swirled around the unusual heat wave gripping the nation. Some livestock farmers lamented the loss of their animals to the oppressive heat. Others resurrected tales of the Mayan apocalypse. Scrolling through a popular forum thread, she encountered a post claiming that crops were wilting en masse under the relentless heat, and domestic animals were falling ill. Hospitals were overflowing with those suffering from heat-related ailments, and glaciers were melting, causing sea levels to rise, while river basins recorded alarming low water levels. All these signs pointed toward impending doom, affirming the prophecy of the Maya. The comments varied widely. The original poster must be delusional. The Mayan prophecy was years ago. Why bring it up now? I work at the Central Hospital, and it's true. Many are being admitted due to heat exposure, but it's not typical heat stroke. My aunt's farm has lost many crops to rot. They can't even sell them. I'm going to stockpile 100 pounds of salt and other essentials. I'm scared. Is there a brother who can protect me? Don't get too excited. The girl might not be a girl at all. Selling hemorrhoid cream for just $9, free shipping, better safe than sorry. Seeing the thread devolve, Qin Sheng quickly exited the forum. Chapter 10. The Beginning. The following morning, as the sun rose, an unsettling sensation enveloped everyone. The temperature soared alarmingly high. By 8 in the morning, it had already breached 50 degrees Celsius. At noon, Qin Sheng touched the glass of her balcony window and recoiled as it felt as scorching as a griddle. Gasping in shock, she withdrew her hand. Meanwhile, the television broadcasted reports of heatstroke cases flooding hospitals. Qin Sheng opened her phone and was bombarded with videos. People stepping outside only to have their shoes melt on the pavement, leaving dark footprints behind. Someone pouring water onto the cement only to witness it evaporate before their eyes. A farmer filmed his fish pond, where all the fish floated lifelessly on the surface. In just one day, various heat-related incidents erupted across the nation. Then, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the blinding sunlight was unexpectedly veiled by clouds. Delicate, feather-like white flakes began to drift down from the sky, a sight so beautiful it beckoned people outside to catch the snowflakes in their hands. Yet upon contact, their skin was met with a searing pain. The city erupted with anguished cries. These ethereal flakes, upon touching any surface, would liquefy, revealing their corrosive nature akin to sulfuric acid, eroding everything in their path. Unwary individuals who touched this snow were swiftly burned and rushed to the hospital. As sirens wailed throughout the streets, apocalyptic sentiments spread like wildfire across the internet. The flakes melting upon contact with steel structures emitted a faint sizzling sound, indicating their corrosiveness. When they fell into water, they contaminated the sources. Authorities quickly tested the water supply and discovered that samples contained mild corrosive properties, rendering them unsafe for consumption. Emergency broadcasts urged citizens to refrain from drinking tap water, recommending bottled or mineral water instead. By afternoon, the internet was inundated with alarming reports of corroded power lines and exploding transformers. Many regions experienced power outages. Various videos circulated online, depicting a deluge of floating particles resembling snowflakes wreaking havoc across the globe. Official explanations attributed this phenomenon to the sudden eruption of long-dormant volcanoes in the land of cherry blossoms, suggesting that the dark substances were likely volcanic ash carried by the winds. Nestled within a seismic zone, the entire nation found itself ensnared in a crisis of cataclysmic proportions. Teetering on the brink of annihilation, the few survivors were to be relocated to safer territories. This rationale provided a modicum of solace to the frightened populace, with some from the older generation even expressing a desire to celebrate with firecrackers. The snowflakes fell throughout the day, and as night fell, rain began to pour. Qin Sheng collected some rainwater in a cup, observing minute black particles suspended within the transparent liquid. Everything mirrored the events of her previous life. The snowflakes and the rain heralded a virus capable of global devastation. Since the snowfall, countless individuals exhibited symptoms of nausea and vomiting. Initially, these afflicted would retch, but soon progressed to vomiting blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs. Hospitals were overflowing, with corridors barely accommodating the sick. Many patients opted to recuperate at home, vigilantly monitoring their condition as per medical advice. First came the corrosive snowflakes, followed by an unknown hemorrhagic illness. Even the most oblivious individuals could sense something amiss. Some alert citizens had begun stockpiling supplies, but now, fear had gripped the populace, leading to frenzied hoarding of resources overnight. In supermarkets, people were hauling boxes of goods home. As staples vanished from the shelves, and snack aisles lay bare, essential supplies dwindled to almost nothing, while pharmacies ran out of various medications. That evening, Qin Sheng's community activated its backup generators. Meanwhile, many older neighborhoods, lacking such provisions, felt akin to being trapped in a steam room. The downpour did little to alleviate the stifling heat. Instead, it intensified the oppressive atmosphere. High temperatures would indiscriminately cull the weak, leaving only those resilient enough to endure the new world's climate. On the second day, sporadic electricity remained in certain areas. By the third day, the rain ceased, but a complete blackout ensued. Daytime temperatures soared to 56 degrees Celsius, while nighttime temperatures plummeted to freezing. Yet, Qin Sheng understood this was not the limit. The community committee began distributing flyers, urging residents to remain calm and avoid panic. They systematically recorded each household situation, allocating supplies as needed. On the fourth day, the local jewelry store was vandalized, as some opportunistic criminals seized the chance to strike during the blackout, believing they could amass a fortune without surveillance. Numerous jewelry stores and banks fell prey to looting. At this juncture, the populace still presumed this was merely a temporary calamity, an epidemic that would eventually pass. Throughout millennia, the great nation had endured countless natural and man-made disasters. Which one had they failed to weather? By the fifth day, armed patrols roamed the streets. While the rations available to residents dwindled further, an increasing number of patients began to cough up blood, instilling widespread dread. Qin Sheng found herself in a lengthy queue in the basement garage, awaiting her daily allocation of supplies. Initially, residents had received bags containing 10 pounds of rice. But by today, each individual was entitled to merely 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of water, barely enough to stave off starvation. As she shuffled forward in line, the supplies were distributed by the community committee head, Wang Changming. Apartment 1703, Qin Sheng, Jiangjiangguo. Qin Sheng proficiently announced her name and address, receiving her meager provisions before heading back. Jiangjiangguo trailed behind, listlessly clutching a bottle of water and a loaf of bread. With the power outage, all elevators in the complex had ceased operation. Residents on higher floors had no choice but to ascend the stairs. For Qin Sheng, accustomed to physical exertion, the 17th floor posed no significant challenge. Jiangjiangguo, a fitness enthusiast well-versed in martial arts, also found it manageable. I heard you live in 1703? Suddenly, a couple in their 30s engaged Qin Sheng and Jiangjiangguo in conversation. The man wore a stoic expression, while the woman chattered incessantly. We reside in 1702. What a coincidence, we're neighbors. We've had our place renovated for over 2 years, but never saw anyone move in. Who would have guessed it would be 2 lovely ladies? Qin Sheng smiled politely and nodded. Jiangjiangguo, however, cast a wary glance at the pair, tightening his grip on their meager supplies. After an incident where he had secretly discarded leftover food, old Qin had warned him to safeguard every grain of rice, lest she hoard it all for herself. Noting the couple's lack of further engagement, Zhang Lili refrained from probing. It was natural for some shy girls to be reticent around strangers. The group continued their ascent. Zhang Lili huffed and puffed, clutching the stair railing as she struggled upwards. If only we had chosen a lower floor. Climbing this high is exhausting. My legs are trembling. Upon hearing her complaints, the man retorted impatiently. Weren't you the one insisting on an elevator apartment, claiming that living on a lower floor would mean wasting the elevator fees? You were practically begging for the highest 23 floors. I didn't say anything wrong. If I lived on a lower floor, those elevator fees would be for naught. Who could have anticipated such a prolonged blackout? The community's backup generator had malfunctioned after merely one night. Climbing up and down every day is unbearable. What a shoddy complex. Boasting about being a high-end property, the service is abysmal. As the couple bickered, Qin Sheng and Jiangjiangguo discreetly quickened their pace, leaving them far behind. Upon returning home, Qin Sheng was met with a wave of heat as she opened the door. Jiangjiangguo swiftly closed the door and windows, drawing the curtains tight. Qin Sheng promptly retrieved several large plastic basins from her storage space and filled them with pre-stocked ice blocks, each over a meter long and weighing 50 to 60 pounds. Jiangjiangguo sprawled atop the ice, licking it enthusiastically. Old Qin. So refreshing, so comfortable. I love you. Without this ice, I would have melted away. Qin Sheng chuckled lightly. Hearing this, she was reminded of her previous life, when Jiangjiangguo had run around their home half-naked, clad only in shorts, without so much as a shirt. It was an eyesore. The living room now housed 5 substantial ice blocks, and with the fan circulating air, the temperature began to noticeably drop within minutes. However, the ice's melting was equally evident. Qin Sheng made sure to utilize the melting water, washing vegetables, then her feet, and finally mopping the floor. In times like these, she was less concerned with cleanliness and more focused on conserving resources. After the tap water became contaminated by rain, it acquired a faintly corrosive quality and an unpleasant odor, rendering it undrinkable and unsuitable for personal hygiene. However, it could still be utilized for flushing the toilet. Yet, one could only wonder how long the drainage pipes could withstand such relentless corrosion. After all, with the continuous deterioration, a day of reckoning would inevitably arrive. At that point, even using the restroom would pose a challenge. By then, Qin Sheng would likely have long departed from this place. After taking a moment to rest and wiping the sweat from her brow, Qin Sheng felt disinclined to prepare a meal. With the power outage stretching into several days and the oppressive heat, vegetables could barely last 2 days while meat would spoil within a single day. The number of households capable of cooking was dwindling. The aroma of food wafting outside could attract unwanted attention, bringing forth complications. Thus, She retrieved a bucket of fried chicken and sweet and sour pork from her supplies, pairing it with a cold cola. On the coffee table, a film by Stephen Chow played on the screen. If one were to disregard the apocalypse and the incessant noise created by Jiang Jianguo, this solitary existence was nothing short of perfection. The endurance of humanity is unfathomable. Under the premise of hope, they can withstand anything. Yet, when faced with an uncertain future, the majority would choose to succumb to despair or cast aside their moral constraints, unleashing the demons within. Just days prior, people had gritted their teeth, holding on to their last vestiges of dignity. However, what transpired next abruptly shattered this already fragile equilibrium. Chapter 11. The Abomination. In a stifling living room of apartment 1012, a middle-aged couple fanned themselves profusely. Suddenly, they heard strange noises emanating from their daughter's room. Fearing for her safety, they hurriedly dashed into her room. Since the onset of the black snow, their daughter had been vomiting, eventually leading to the expulsion of blood. Unfortunately, all hospitals were overflowing with patients, unable to accommodate any more. Thus, they had procured a few medications and allowed their child to recuperate at home. After falling ill, their daughter lay helplessly in bed, moving only to retch at the sight of food, which now included blood mixed with fragments of her own insides, leaving her with only occasional sips of water. Seeing his wife's anxiousness, the man followed her into their daughter's room. Upon entering, they found their daughter seated at her computer desk, her back turned, as she hungrily munched on something she could eat. Their daughter must be getting better. The woman was overwhelmed with emotion, covering her mouth to stifle her tears of joy, fearful that she might inadvertently startle her daughter. In that moment, their pet cat suddenly leapt into their daughter's arms. The girl froze, cradling the cat close to her face. With a sickening crack, the cat's neck twisted at an unnatural angle. A gaping fissure appeared on their daughter's head, widening with each passing second. A grotesque, blood-soaked appendage, as thick as a human arm, emerged from the opening, its end adorned with spiraled rows of sharp teeth. Crimson liquid cascaded down her white dress, pooling onto the wooden floorboards. After devouring the cat, the appendage retracted, and her head resumed its former shape. She lowered her gaze, engrossed in her studies once more. The woman's eyes widened in horror, unable to suppress a shriek. The sound jolted the man from his stupor, and he turned to witness the horrific transformation of his daughter. Indeed, it was her face, but a distinct bloodline cleaved her beautiful features in two, running from forehead to chin. Her eyes, devoid of whites, were now pitch black. A monster. She is no longer my daughter. This creature is not her. You abomination, return my daughter to me. The woman, unable to fathom that this monstrosity was her child, lunged at the creature in a frenzy. You will give me back my child. I will fight you. Before she could finish her plea, the appendage stabbed through the creature's cranial fissure, piercing her body and dragging her toward itself, feasting upon her. The man, paralyzed with fear, felt his legs weaken, his voice silenced by terror. In moments of true fear, one cannot utter a sound. One can only gasp in horror. The monster devoured the woman, until only skeletal remains remained. Once satiated, the creature's head sealed itself once more, and it picked up a blood-soaked book, now illegible, along with a pen, resuming its mindless scribbling, just as their daughter had done while completing her homework. The creature focused intently on the book in its grasp, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the man behind it. He bit his lip, stifling any sound, and began to inch toward the exit, his legs trembling. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the city. In the dark of night, desperate screams echoed everywhere. Qin Sheng and Jiang Jianguo sat facing one another. Qin Sheng wielded a large curved knife, while Jiang Jianguo clutched a hefty iron hammer. Though neither had shown any signs of vomiting, they could not guarantee that they would remain unaffected. If one of them began to exhibit unusual behavior, the other would strike without hesitation. Understood. If you mutate, I will surely shatter your skull. Jiang Jianguo nodded, but then a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing his expression to shift. Wait, if you were to mutate, what would happen to the supplies I left with you? Would I be unable to retrieve them? Qin Sheng cast her friend a dispassionate glance. There's risk in friendships. Investments must be approached with caution. If I were to mutate, consider it a stroke of bad luck for you. I've left behind a room full of supplies for you. It should sustain you for some time. If I leave any more, you won't be able to take it all with you. Therefore, consider the remaining supplies a loss. Though she had been reborn, Qin Sheng was not bold enough to approach every situation with unwavering certainty. After all, she had been given a second chance at life. Who could predict what other changes might arise? Moreover, in her previous life, some individuals exhibited no symptoms of vomiting yet transformed into abominations. Thus, they remained locked in this standoff throughout the night, neither daring to lower their weapons. Once close friends, now they were adversaries. As dawn broke and they confirmed that nothing unusual had occurred, they finally collapsed onto the sofa in exhaustion. Qin Sheng felt fortunate not to have mutated. Jiang Jianguo was relieved that his supplies remained intact, sparing him from hunger. During the day, Qin Sheng stood on the balcony with binoculars, observing the chaos below. The streets were filled with terrified individuals fleeing, while the abominations, awakened by their hunger, feasted. Jiang Jianguo, pallid, gazed through the binoculars, witnessing the horrors unfolding. Their building stood at the edge of the community, separated from the street by a wall. From the 17th floor, they could clearly see the events transpiring below. Next to a garbage bin, a man in a suit had his head split in two, a bloodied appendage emerging from the fissure. Its end a gaping maw gnawing on the lifeless body of a woman. Blood, shredded flesh, and bone fragments littered the scene. The visual impact was staggering. Even Jiang Jianguo, accustomed to gruesome horror films, found himself retching at the sight. He gagged twice, fearfully scanning the street. Is this what you refer to as an abomination? This is the realm of the Yizhong, where both the snowflakes and the subsequent rain carry an enigmatic virus. Upon infection with this virus, a portion of individuals will be corroded. During the process of vomiting, they expel parts of their own organs, thereby forming a new digestive system. Naturally, there exists a minority who exhibit no signs of vomiting, silently establishing a new digestive system. Such Yizhong are rare and typically of a higher level. Once transformed into an Yizhong, they possess neither thought nor emotion, leaving only the deepest obsessions of their hearts and the primal instinct to feed. Unlike the zombies you often see in films, these Yizhong generally do not actively attack humans. They are more fixated on repetitively engaging in certain obsessive behaviors from their former lives. As long as you remain silent and do not disrupt them, they will ignore you entirely. However, should you awaken in Yizhong, it will unleash its fury, indiscriminately devouring any living being in sight. Qin Sheng gazed gravely at the various scenes on the street, extending her hand to sense the energy within her body. A slender sprout emerged from her palm. Humanity, too, possesses its own evolutionary paths. Nature will not easily allow any species to face extinction. Chapter 12. The Embarrassing Ability. Is this your ability? Jiang Jianguo squatted down, leaning closer to Qin Sheng's hand, curiously observing the little sapling swaying in the breeze. What type of supernatural power is this? What type ability? She replied. The virus permeates the air and water, infecting every individual. No one can escape its grasp. However, those who are infected yet do not transform into Yizhong may become awakeners, manifesting various abilities. Even those who do not awaken powers will find their physical constitution enhanced. The most common abilities include self-enhancement, evolution in sensory perception such as sight and hearing, or the ability to transform into beast-like forms. Some awaken elemental powers: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, or ice. Among the rarer abilities are those pertaining to space, time, mind, and even healing. There may also be some rare powers unknown to all. Listening to Qin Sheng's descriptions, the light in Jiang Jianguo's eyes grew brighter. She eagerly inquired, "Old Qin, are you a dual type awakened with wood and space abilities?" "No, wait. You also have precognitive dreams. You're a prophet." "Old Qin, did you see what kind of awakened I am in your dreams?" Upon hearing Jiang Jianguo's question, Qin Sheng momentarily paused, then regarded her with an expression difficult to articulate. "Why are you looking at me like that, as if you're constipated? What is my ability? Is it particularly impressive, so much so that you cannot articulate it?" "I didn't see your ability. You should feel it for yourself," Qin Sheng replied, quietly retracting the sapling from her palm and turning to enter the house. Jiang Jianguo stood on the balcony, observing Qin Sheng's retreating figure, lost in thought. The ability that even old Qin failed to foresee must be extraordinarily cool and impressive. Jiang Jianguo spent the entire afternoon at home attempting the methods Qin Sheng suggested, only to yield no results. Upon witnessing this, Qin Sheng proposed, "How about we engage in a spar? You mustn't retaliate. Many awakeners only trigger their abilities in times of crisis." "All right then. Old Qin, please don't go easy on me. Ruthlessly crush this delicate flower of mine. Awaken my potential. Rest assured, I certainly won. As Qin Sheng's words faded, she swiftly approached Jiang Jiangguo and executed a shoulder throw, pinning her to the ground and unleashing a flurry of relentless punches. Although Jiang Jiangguo was a fitness enthusiast and had dabbled in taekwondo, her skills were rudimentary at best. She could manage against ordinary individuals due to her height advantage, but faced with Qin Sheng, who had trained in martial arts since childhood, she was utterly defenseless. Especially as Qin Sheng's fists landed with precision on the most sensitive areas of pain. Ah! Stop it! Old Qin, for heaven's sake. You're really going too hard on me. Help! I'm done. Enough with the screams. I'm doing this for your own good. After a considerable time had passed, and seeing that Jiang Jiangguo showed no signs of transforming, Qin Sheng steeled her heart and delivered a punch squarely to her well-defined chest. The impact caused Jiang Jiangguo to feel as if her very soul had detached, her eyes bloodshot. My goodness! Qin Sheng, you rascal! With a thunderous roar, a deep growl erupted from Jiang Jiangguo's lips. Her body visibly expanded until she transformed into a towering figure, over 3 meters tall, a colossal, muscular version of herself. What in the world is happening? A minute later, Jiang Jiangguo found herself hunched over, her head brushing against the ceiling, legs pressed tightly together. One hand covered her chest, while the other shielded her modesty. Her wheat-colored face flushed a deep crimson. The ceiling was not high enough, forcing her to tilt her head awkwardly, bewilderedly gazing at Qin Sheng. Due to her transformation, her clothing had torn apart, leaving even her undergarments in tatters. What kind of awakened ability is this? I don't want to run around naked. I'm a girl. Furthermore, she lamented, in animations, when characters transform, their clothes always resize accordingly. Why did mine just rip apart? Qin Sheng, stroking her chin and gazing at the imposing figure of Jiang Jiangguo, so reminiscent of her memories, could hardly contain her laughter. Yet, in an effort not to hurt Jiang Jiangguo's feelings, she pinched her thigh to suppress the rising smile, maintaining a serious demeanor. I believe your ability is beastification, specifically the strength of a brown bear. It seems this should be a formidable capability. Brown bears, how impressive! Qin Sheng struggled to stifle her laughter, her mouth twitching uncontrollably, nearly resembling a meme. Jiang Jiangguo, initially comforted, reflected on the prowess of brown bears in the animal kingdom, capable of slaying tigers with a single swipe. But upon glancing back at Qin Sheng, who was biting her lip, unable to suppress her mirth, she exclaimed, Old Qin, if you can hold back your laughter, do it. Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh, but I simply can't help it. Ha 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 ha. The thought of Jiang Jiangguo having steadfastly refused to utilize her beastification ability until the brink of death in her previous life struck Qin Sheng as utterly hilarious. After all, each transformation resulted in her clothes ripping, forcing her to run around naked. Where could she possibly find clothing with such elasticity? This was indeed the greatest flaw of beastification. While the ability was splendid, it came at the cost of fabric. Chapter 13. Breaking into my home at midnight? During lunch, Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo were savoring takeout from a Sichuan restaurant, featuring spicy hot pot, sour fish, crispy fried meat, accompanied by garlic ribs and chilled watermelon, while enjoying a pre-downloaded variety show on the tablet. Suddenly, a crackling sound emanated from the radio. Qin Sheng promptly switched off the tablet and attentively listened to the information transmitted through the radio. Attention, survivors. This is a catastrophe for all humanity. We will. The Yizhong infected by the virus. This official announcement unequivocally acknowledged the apocalyptic scenario and called for self-rescue, stating that survivor bases were being urgently established around major cities. Everyone was urged to persevere and remain steadfast. They also informed everyone about the characteristics of the aberrants, advising them to remain as silent as possible when encountering these creatures to avoid drawing their attention. The Achilles heel of the aberrants lies within their central nervous system. To eradicate an aberrant, one must decisively sever its spinal cord or decapitate it. Moreover, if an individual is scratched or bitten by an aberrant and their brainstem remains intact, there exists a certain probability of viral infection, potentially transforming them into a new aberrant. As of now, most households have exhausted their supplies. Many have begun to venture out into the perilous world in search of sustenance. Others have extended their malevolent hands towards their fellow humans. In the dead of night, Qin Sheng heard the sound of someone attempting to pry open her door. In recent days, She and Jiang Jiangguo had taken turns keeping watch through the night. Even within the safety of their home, they dared not indulge in deep slumber. In the early days of the apocalypse, the aberrants themselves were not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror lay in humanity. Aberrants do not attack unless provoked, but humans are a different breed. There are two things in this world one should never gaze upon directly: the sun and the human heart. As it was her turn to keep watch in the latter part of the night, she leaned back against the living room sofa to rest. Therefore, any slight noise from the security door would immediately alert her. She seized a large knife and, barefoot, stealthily approached the door. This blade was one of her grandfather's prized possessions. She was unaware of its origins or material, but its sharpness was undeniable. She had tested its prowess against a kitchen knife, and the latter had been effortlessly cleaved in two. It truly was capable of cutting through iron as though it were mud. The scabbard and hilt were adorned with serpentine black patterns, the serpent's head and tail intertwined, its eyes set with two rubies. The blade bore a small ink character, leading her to affectionately name it the ink blade. Though Qin Sheng had procured numerous weapons, including a heavy crossbow, none pleased her as much as this large knife. It felt wonderfully balanced in her hand, striking true with every swing. Outside, three shadowy figures continued their furtive attempts to pry open the lock. A diminutive, bald man whispered, "Brother Hu, are you really certain there's food inside?" The man referred to as Brother Hu was a stout, square-faced individual brimming with bravado. After hearing the thin man's query, he huffed in annoyance, "Believe it or not, it's your choice. If you don't want to come, then leave. I've been watching for ages. This house is home to two single women. One tall and one short. The shorter one is quite beautiful. If there's no food, we can always feast on something else." The short man, tasked with prying the lock, let out a lewd chuckle. Hee. "So which one of us will go in first? We're all brothers here. Why bother with order? Brother Hu is generous." They laughed heartily, their voices low but laced with a brazen disregard for their surroundings. The trio were tenants from the same community, having often mingled over food and drink. Brother Hu even served as the security guard, privy to much of the local happenings. In recent times, they had successfully forced open several doors, predominantly targeting solitary women or the elderly. Just days prior, a relentless downpour had kept them indoors, but now, emboldened by their previous exploits, they had resolved to seize some food. During one of their earlier escapades, an elderly lady had fiercely resisted, and in a moment of recklessness, they had accidentally killed her. Initially, fear gripped them, and they contemplated confessing, but upon realizing that no one cared about the old woman's corpse, they were emboldened to embrace the darkness within. From that moment on, their latent savagery was unleashed, their audacity swelling as their methods grew increasingly brutal. Any hint of resistance was met with lethal force, and when they encountered attractive targets, their actions became nothing short of predatory. Despite the rain having ceased, the emergence of monstrous creatures made them wary of venturing out for resources. They were acutely aware of the conditions of many residents in their complex. They could surmise who might be on the verge of transformation into an aberrant. The occupants of apartment 1703 had captured their attention for some time. Two young women, one tall and mannish, the other strikingly beautiful and crucially without a male presence, suggesting little capacity for defense. Furthermore, the two had recently ventured out for supplies, indicating they had not yet undergone any transformation. The short man, engrossed in his task, suddenly heard a sharp click. The door had opened. He stood up in excitement, only to find a woman clad in pink pajamas standing in the doorway. She had opened the door herself. In this day and age, who would willingly open their door to such peril? A beam of light illuminated Brother Hu's face, causing him to instinctively take a step back. Leaning against the door, Qin Sheng brandished her knife in her left hand while holding a flashlight in her right. "What the hell are you fools doing? Trying to break into my home in the dead of night?" Before Brother Hu could respond, a piercing voice echoed from the adjacent apartment. Behind the door of 1702, Zhang Lily pressed her eye against the peephole and shouted through the security door, "Sister, close the door. They're murderers." Having risen in the middle of the night to relieve herself, she had heard the hushed voices while passing through the living room. Cautiously, she had peered through the peephole and discovered several armed individuals attempting to breach the door of the young woman across the hall. Clearly, their intentions were anything but benign. She stifled her breath, terrified to make a sound. At this juncture, calling the authorities would be futile. Zhang Lily prayed fervently that the young woman would have a chance to escape. To her horror, just as she feared, The girl opened the door of her own accord. Was this not akin to leading a lamb to slaughter? Anxiety surged within her, yet she dared not open her own door, for her husband and daughter were inside. What if these assailants harmed her family? All she could do was shout through the door, hoping for the best for the girl across the hall. Shut up, you wretched woman. If you keep yelling, we'll pay your home a visit tomorrow night. Zhang Lili trembled in fear. At that moment, Chen Weiming and Chen Weiwei, awakened by the commotion, had made their way into the living room. Chen Weiming, upon hearing the ruckus outside, approached swiftly and covered Zhang Lili's mouth with a fierce glare. I warn you, do not bring trouble to our home. If you provoke those ruthless individuals, what will happen to Weiwei? Exactly. Mom, why do you meddle in other people's affairs? Look at the time. Those people are capable of anything if pushed. Chen Weiwei shot an irritable glance at her mother. She had always harbored disdain for her uneducated, rural mother, who seemed content to linger at home, indulging in trivial pursuits, utterly devoid of any useful skills. Taking her out would surely lead to disgrace. In these times, when one's own survival is in jeopardy, how can she still concern herself with the affairs of others? Chen Weiming found himself at a loss with his oblivious wife. Had it not been for her dropping out of high school to work tirelessly to support his university education, coupled with her family's recent relocation, he would have never even considered marrying a woman so lacking in education. Zhang Lili fell silent under Chen Weiming's fierce glare, stammering, I just thought she's only a couple of years older than Weiwei. What if those brutes? Chen Weiming, dragging her and throwing her onto the sofa, bellowed menacingly, that is none of your concern. Zhang Lili had never before witnessed such a look of disdain and revulsion directed at her by Chen Weiming, akin to the way one would regard a repulsive maggot. She covered her mouth, suppressing her tears. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Sheng walked purposefully out of the room, shutting the door behind her to prevent any blood from splattering inside and soiling her floor. Seeing her emerge with a knife, the trio of thugs exchanged lewd grins. Little sister, it's dangerous to play with knives. Put it down. I can teach you to wield other weapons. They jeered. Yes, yes. Since you cooperated by opening the door, we'll be gentle with you, they added mockingly. Really? Qin Sheng replied, her large, beautiful eyes wide, her voice soft. In light of your willing approach, I too shall be exceedingly gentle. Chapter 14. Who would refuse to hoard resources? This girl seems quite savvy. If you cater to us well, we'll treat you to the finest. Tiger, chuckling, was interrupted mid-sentence as the girl swiftly shifted, and before he could utter another word, he felt a chilling sensation at his throat. Instinctively reaching for it, his hand barely grazed his neck before his head rolled away. In the blink of an eye, he found himself staring at his own back. Thud. His round head struck the floor with a resounding thump, eyes wide open, yet devoid of life. Without pause, Qin Sheng delivered another strike, cleaving the diminutive thug in half, his innards and blood spilling forth in a gruesome cascade. All this transpired in mere seconds, 2 lives extinguished. The remaining thug was utterly paralyzed with fear, unable to comprehend how swiftly Qin Sheng had acted. His comrades lay lifeless before him, each in a state of dismemberment. Please, spare me. I know I was wrong. I'll serve you like a dog. Just let me go. He cried in desperation, retreating in panic. Don't come any closer. Help. Murder. As he stumbled backward, he stepped on Tiger's severed head, which rolled down the stairs, coming to a stop at the corner between the 17th and 16th floors. One leg dislocated in the fall, he leaned against the wall, crawling on his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. Spare my life. Please, I beg you. I have elderly parents and a child waiting for me. Have mercy on my wretched life. Help. Is anyone there? Save me. Qin Sheng advanced down the stairs, knife in hand, stopping before him. The people you've harmed once pleaded for mercy like you. Didn't they? When they cried for help, no one came to their aid, and neither shall you. Thus, to hell you go, wretch. With a flash of her blade, the man's head fell. Qin Sheng wiped her knife clean on him, and turned to find Jiang Jianguo at the staircase's entrance, bewildered and holding her heavy sword. Old Qin, why didn't you wake me? I missed such a splendid opportunity for practice. As she sauntered back, she cast him a languid glance. Did we really need 2 people to deal with a few little mice? She noted Jiang Jianguo's remarkable psychological resilience, and his utterly distinct mindset, akin to that of the peculiar individuals from the 3rd hospital. Her adaptation to the apocalypse was swift, as she instinctively grasped its underlying rules. However, You arrived just in time. Dispose of these bodies out the window. If left in the hallway, by morning we'll be inundated with flies. Just toss them out. That's high-altitude littering, isn't it? Someone might report us. Not just flies. In this heat, bodies left in the hallway will quickly rot and breed maggots, she added. Jiang Jianguo nodded obediently, bending to pick up the severed head and tossing it away like a shot put. He then effortlessly lifted the corpses and hurled them out of the window. Back at home, Qin Sheng washed her hands and then reclined on the sofa to rest. After disposing of the bodies, Jiang Jianguo laid down on the living room carpet, proclaiming he would keep vigil with Qin Sheng. Yet, within 5 minutes, the room was filled with his thunderous snores, accompanied by the unmistakable stench of flatulence, rancid enough to be deemed toxic. Qin Sheng, covering her nose, hastily escaped the noxious cloud and retreated to her room to sleep, leaving Jiang Jianguo alone in the living room, snoring uproariously. The following morning, as dawn broke, Qin Sheng and Jiang Jianguo set out, backpacks slung over their shoulders. Across the hall in 1702, Chen Weiming peered through the peephole, watching the pair depart. After several minutes, ensuring they had distanced themselves, he cautiously opened the door. Last night, fearing that Zhang Lily's offense to those ruffians might lead them to seek retribution on him after dealing with Qin Sheng, he had been hiding behind the door, peering out. Witnessing the swift brutality with which she had dispatched her assailants sent shivers down his spine. The seemingly delicate woman had revealed herself to be utterly terrifying. In mere moments, 2 lives had been severed. The fate of the one who had tumbled down the stairs was all too clear, evidenced by the large pool of dark crimson at the staircase's corner, and the splattered blood on the walls. This morning, they had set out with their backpacks, likely in search of supplies. The broadcast had announced that those aberrations would not attack unless provoked, but having witnessed their ferocity firsthand, Chen Weiming was paralyzed with fear, too terrified to venture out in search of provisions. Fortunately, his wife, Zhang Lily, had always maintained the rural habit of stockpiling goods. After moving to the city, she had even learned to exploit opportunities alongside other mothers. Their home was stocked with several bags of rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, canned goods, pickled vegetables, and enough daily necessities to fill half a room. Previously, he had often derided her for bringing home cheap items, but now he lamented that she hadn't bought more. Currently, their supplies could last them for at least another 2 weeks, but this was hardly a sustainable situation. Gazing at the stark emptiness of the stairwell, he pondered how it would be better if fewer mouths needed to be fed, prolonging their dwindling resources. Contemplating Zhang Lily's disheveled and coarse appearance, a deep-seated revulsion flickered in Chen Weiming's eyes. Upon reaching the ground floor, Qin Sheng efficiently retrieved 2 small electric scooters from her space. The cacophony of the vehicle's engine was overwhelming, easily capable of rousing the mutants. Coupled with the clamor of colliding cars outside, it was decidedly inconvenient. Thus, we shall traverse the streets on our electric scooter. She handed a scooter to Jiang Jianguo. If you dare to honk that horn and create a ruckus, you shall meet your doom. I know, I'm not foolish. I assure you I won't honk. At that moment, Jiang Jianguo, burdened with a hefty sword on his back and a mountaineering pack on his chest, cast a slightly vexed glance at Qin Sheng. Throughout their lives, despite her being much taller than Qin Sheng, he had always felt overshadowed by her. Could it be that some form of bloodline suppression truly existed? Nonetheless, their dynamic had always been this way. Neither would ever be overly courteous. Today's objective was to gather supplies, not just for today, but for the future as well. Although Qin Sheng's spatial storage contained an abundance of resources, akin to wealth, who would ever complain about having more? She had perused various apocalyptic survival novels and films, which depicted supplies left untouched, awaiting human retrieval, until they decayed into ruin. But only those who had truly endured the apocalypse understood that this was a fallacy. In the end times, not only humans mutated, but also snakes, insects, rodents, and myriad other creatures. What populated the cities in abundance? These very beings, especially rats, being omnivorous, would consume anything. Ordinary rats could easily tear open plastic wrappers, devouring the contents within. Yet, the mutated ones could even gnaw through metal cans. Resources simply could not be stored safely. Chapter 15. I merely let out a fart. The initial target was to scour every bookstore, library, and museum across the city. Qin Sheng was no altruistic saint, but given the available space in her storage, she was not averse to preserving fragments of civilization for humanity, provided it did not compromise her interests. In her previous life, after 4 or 5 years of the apocalypse, the existence of books and similar items had become almost non-existent. Ravaged by pests and rotting from rainwater, many children born in the apocalypse had never even seen a book. As for the contents of the museums, those artifacts represented the history of the nation, thousands of years of documents and antiques, the very soul of the people. There had been foreign voices online claiming that the people of Daxia lacked deities to believe in. One comment had particularly stuck with her. Indeed, the people of Daxia do not worship gods. Their faith lies in their own nation. It is in the blood and flesh of their ancestors who paved the way for future generations. The names inscribed on the tombstones of martyrs embody the faith of the Daxia people. As a privileged descendant of a wealthy family, Qin Sheng often criticized the shortcomings of her country. Yet, should anyone dare to defame it, she would be the first to protest. At that time, she had enlisted hackers to unearth all information about that foreign nation. She arranged to meet Jiang Jianguo, laden with a backpack full of historical texts, to educate others about Daxia's history. Consequently, they forged a profound friendship. The man, known as Charlie, established a Chinese website in his country dedicated to disseminating Daxia's history. Qin Sheng generously became an angel investor. Profit was irrelevant. She simply relished being addressed as President Qin. Although she incurred losses for several years, it mattered not, for her wealth was ample. Eventually, that website generated considerable revenue. 2 electric scooters glided silently through the city's streets and alleys. They spent an entire day emptying the libraries and bookstores of the entire coastal city. Their next step was to amass further supplies. She refrained from pillaging the resources within the urban area, as she already possessed an abundance. There was no need to compete with the remaining survivors for scraps. Leaving others a glimmer of hope was paramount. Furthermore, gathering scattered supplies was laborious and time-consuming. Instead, she specifically ventured to a vast wholesale market in the suburbs, determined to clear out the warehouses and wholesale shops of all their goods, leaving no stone unturned, even raiding hardware storage. When confronted by startled mutants, they swiftly dispatched them. True combat was the most effective means of growth. Jiang Jianguo wielded his heavy sword with increasing proficiency. With a decisive crack, he severed the last mutant that lunged at him. Wiping the blood from his face, he approached. "Old Qin, what do you think? Was that move impressive?" Qin Sheng replied nonchalantly, shouldering her large knife. Both were splattered in blood, resembling ruthless brigands. "We must hasten our departure. The commotion here will undoubtedly awaken nearby mutants. There are surely many more transformed beings within this wholesale market, and if they multiply, we may not escape." "Old Qin, you doubt my prowess? I feel my combat skills are formidable enough to stride confidently." "Huh? Do you think you're a crab now, strutting about?" Qin Sheng retorted. It was precisely this inexplicable confidence that led him to believe he could surpass the top student before every exam, only to end up at the bottom, single-handedly dragging down the class average. With an air of indifference, Qin Sheng stepped outside, ruthlessly stabbing at Jiang Jianguo's ego with her words. This fellow had always possessed an absurdly optimistic spirit, his nerves perhaps thicker than fried dough sticks, able to adapt rapidly to any situation while exuding an unwarranted sense of superiority. Jiang Jianguo, trailing behind with his bloodied sword, obediently listened as Qin Sheng continued. "There are greater powers beyond our comprehension in this world. Abilities we have never even heard of. So you better behave, or I may just leave you behind while you slumber, and hoard all the supplies for myself, leaving you to starve on the streets. I know you're just trying to scare me. You wouldn't dare leave. You still need my supplies. Oh, come now, you know me well. I merely enjoy the thrill of banter. Remember when you made me put rat droppings in my father's teacup? I did it without hesitation, nearly getting a beating. Yet I never revealed your involvement." Recalling those moments, Jiang Jianguo chuckled. "You can't deny, those oolong tea leaves do resemble rat droppings quite closely. My father added water twice without noticing. Had I not been stifling laughter, the leftover droppings in my pocket might have exposed us." Just as they rounded a corner, Qin Sheng suddenly heard a rustling sound. Turning, she spotted a dozen mutants pursuing a man as he vaulted over a wall. "Run! There are more inside the wall. It's a public canteen. Run!" shouted the man at the forefront, his legs moving with such speed that he nearly left a blur in his wake. Qin Sheng squinted. And indeed, more mutants continued to clamber over the wall. The sight of their numerous heads sent shivers down her spine. "Run!" Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and fled. Mutants were not frightening when silent. As long as one did not provoke them, they would ignore surrounding humans. What was truly terrifying was a swarm of mutants. Should one emit a shriek, all nearby mutants would instantly erupt into chaos, drawing in even more. This was an infinite cycle of proliferation. In the blink of an eye, piercing and shrill shrieks echoed from every corner of the wholesale market. As various mutated creatures converged from all directions, relentlessly pursuing the trio, Jiang Jiangguo, panting heavily, felt an overwhelming urge to discard her heavy sword. However, that was her weapon. And even in the face of imminent danger, she could not part with it. While fleeing, she hurled curses at the pursuers behind her. "You wretched scoundrel! How did you provoke so many of these abominations?" The man, sprinting with all his might, retorted, "I have no idea. I merely let out a fart. Who knew these creatures had such a keen sense of smell? Once we escape, I swear I'll personally sew your behind shut. That is, if we manage to survive this ordeal. For heaven's sake, I'll even fetch you the needle and thread. Enough chatter. Run." Chapter 16. Do you want some sunflower seeds? Upon reaching a fork in the road, Qin Sheng grasped Jiang Jiangguo and swiftly turned. Utilizing the blind spot, she adeptly retrieved an off-road vehicle from her spatial pocket, and the two hastily climbed aboard. Igniting the engine, pressing the accelerator, and engaging the clutch, they sped away. The man, who had just turned the corner, spotted the vehicle and, with no time to spare, leaped onto the footrest, gripping the roof rack with all his strength. In the next instant, the vehicle shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, the roar of the engine echoing as it surged ahead. He nearly got thrown off. Earlier, while gathering supplies, Qin Sheng had meticulously memorized the surrounding terrain, making their escape remarkably smooth. After a series of sharp turns, a black Land Rover burst through the wholesale market's entrance, leaving a horde of mutated creatures far behind. It wasn't until they reached the sparsely populated outskirts that Qin Sheng glanced in the rearview mirror at the man precariously hanging onto the vehicle. It was a stroke of luck that he hadn't been flung off during those sharp turns. Qin Sheng wasn't one to show undue kindness. In a post-apocalyptic world, the virtuous often met with swift demise. The man had managed to cling to their vehicle and escape. That was his skill. Had he been incapable of following, she would not have risked her own safety to wait for him. Moreover, those creatures had followed him here. Zhang Daowei, feeling dizzy, clung to the car window, his hands trembling with fear of falling. Through the glass, he noticed a woman with delicate features, but a stature even more imposing than his own, casually munching on sunflower seeds while eyeing him intently, as if awaiting the moment he would plummet. "Beautiful lady, my name is Zhang Daowei. Could you please stop the car so I can get in? I can barely hold on." "Absolutely not." Jiang Jiangguo shook her head resolutely. "I must heed old Qin's words. If she doesn't say so, I won't let you in. However," she added, "but I can offer you some sunflower seeds. Would you like some?" "Sister, do I look like I'm in the mood for sunflower seeds? I'm clinging to the luggage rack." "Not at all. I can assist you," she exclaimed, spitting out seed shells as she lowered the window just enough for him to extend his hand. "Stop. Don't pull my wrist. I'll fall." Ignoring his protests, Jiang Jiangguo forcefully pried Zhang Daowei's right hand from the luggage rack and shoved a handful of sunflower seeds into it. "See, now you have one hand free. You won't fall." The vehicle continued to speed along, as Zhang Daowei stared at the seeds in his palm, then cast a glance at the woman who was still tossing seed shells out of the window. He hastily stuffed the seeds into his pocket and resecured his grip on the rack. Jiang Jiangguo resumed her snacking, casually spitting shells out the window. The cold shells struck his face as they flew by. Though these two had saved his life, he could not suppress his irritation. "Sister, are you some kind of tiger?" Qin Sheng, driving, chuckled softly. This girl was no ordinary tiger. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to live so joyfully under the watchful eyes of her treacherous father and stepmother. To silence her stepmother, she had somehow learned to poke holes in the condoms kept on her father's nightstand. Within mere months of her stepmother's arrival, the woman became pregnant. After giving birth, she was pregnant again. Despite consuming various contraceptive pills, she continued to conceive. However, Jiang Jiangguo's grandparents were exceedingly traditional, desiring many offspring, and they were incredibly domineering. The stepmother couldn't even consider terminating the pregnancies. In a span of 10 years, she bore 9 children, barely getting any rest outside of her confinement period. Her D-cup breasts had become mere empty sacks, and she had aged considerably. After all, raising 9 children, even with the help of a nanny, was no small feat. Though Jiang Jiangguo never voiced it, she harbored deep resentment for that woman, as her intrusion had driven her mother to depression and ultimately suicide. For the sake of her share of the family business, that woman had employed every method at her disposal to manipulate her father. During a certain period, Jiang Jiangguo even took refuge in Qin Sheng's home, too afraid to return. The vehicle eventually came to a stop on a patch of grass. Zhang Dawei was the first to leap out, his stomach churning as he doubled over to vomit. It was his first experience witnessing a woman drive so recklessly. It was terrifying. "We're leaving now, goodbye." Qin Sheng leaned out of the window, waving farewell before pressing the accelerator and speeding away. She preferred not to have strangers linger around her, always sensing a potential security risk. After all, even among allies, backstabbing was not uncommon. As for Jiang Jiangguo, Qin Sheng glanced at the sunflower seed-munching girl in the rearview mirror and shook her head. She was the exception. Upon returning to the city, night had nearly fallen. After a long day, the two quickly took showers. Qin Sheng surveyed the fully stocked space with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. That night, she slept soundly. It wasn't until dawn when she awoke to use the restroom that she heard a peculiar wailing outside the door. Strange, somewhat hoarse, yet not the shrieks of mutated creatures. Turning to see Jiang Jiangguo, who had also risen from the sofa, they both approached the door and peered through the peephole. The door across the hall, number 1702, stood ajar. Chen Weiming and Chen Weiwei were dragging a disheveled individual out of the room, their face obscured. The person fought desperately, emitting a sound of utter despair. Chen Weiming, his face contorted in disgust, gripped her hair tightly, lifting her up. It was only then that Qin Sheng recognized the face. It was Zhang Lili. Her mouth was sealed with clear tape, her hands and feet bound, and her face bore injuries, tears of despair streaming from her eyes. Yet upon seeing her face, marred with age spots and crow's feet, Chen Weiming felt a wave of nausea wash over him. "Stop crying. Your tears make me sick," he spat. "Zhang Lili, let me tell you, if it weren't for the years you served me, I would have ended you long ago. Be sensible and get away from me. Otherwise, I swear I will kill you." "Exactly. The food supplies at home are already scarce. You're my mother. How can you bear to compete with me for food? Just leave. Go find your own sustenance. Don't cling to me. Mom, didn't you say you loved me the most? Didn't you say you would give up your life for me? I'm only asking you to leave, and you can't even do that." Chen Weiwei gazed at her with an icy indifference. "Indeed, as my father asserted, you are nothing but a self-serving woman. You are not my mother at all. My mother was beautiful, cultured, and gentle. You wouldn't even be worthy of carrying her shoes." Zhang Lili looked at the daughter she had poured her heart and soul into for 20 years, and suddenly felt as if her heart had turned to ashes. Though she was furious over her husband's betrayal, it paled in comparison to the despair brought on by her daughter's words. This was her child, the one she had raised single-handedly. Not long after marrying Chen Weiming, a woman appeared, heavily pregnant, claiming to be his former lover. The child was about to be born. After giving birth, that woman took a sum of money and vanished without a trace. Chen Weiming insisted that, being blood-related, he could not bear to send the child to an orphanage and wished to raise her. Zhang Lili was resolute, determined to send the child away. However, at the orphanage's doorstep, the child suddenly smiled at her, with innocent, wide eyes, grasping one of her fingers as if it were the whole world. Zhang Lili's heart softened in that moment. Additionally, Chen Weiming suggested that there was a fateful connection between them. Thus the child remained, named Chen Weiwei. They consistently presented her to the world as their biological daughter. Zhang Lili treated Chen Weiwei as if she were her own flesh and blood. Later, after suffering a miscarriage and being left unable to bear children, Zhang Lili devoted all her love to Chen Weiwei. Little did she expect that 20 years of affection would culminate in this outcome. In her fury, she was like a mad lioness, violently breaking free from Chen Weiming's grasp. He felt a chunk of his scalp tear away, but the pain was lost on him. As he stared at the bloody clump of hair, Zhang Lili suddenly lunged at him, head-butting him like a rabid dog, emitting a tormented wail. Bang! Her back collided with the wall, prompting Chen Weiming to clench his fist and strike towards her head. At that moment, a flash of white light passed, and a severed hand fell to the ground, still in a fist. The next second, with a crack, his jaw dislocated, and a shoe was stuffed into his mouth, muffling his pain screams. The series of actions flowed seamlessly. Zhang Lili did not experience the expected pain. She stared in shock at the figure that had suddenly appeared. It was the young girl across the street. Given your earlier kindness in warning me, I can offer you assistance in dealing with this scoundrel, and this little scoundrel beside him. Of course, if you prefer not to, consider it as if I've said nothing. Qin Sheng stood at her doorstep, brandishing a long knife. Jiang Jianguo joined in, swiftly tearing the tape from Zhang Lily's mouth and unbinding her hands. Upon seeing the two of them, Chen Weiming's gloomy expression was momentarily replaced by terror. Forgetting his severed hand, he grabbed Chen Weiwei, attempting to retreat into the house. Jiang Jianguo silently kicked the door shut with a resounding bang. With no route of escape, Chen Weiming's complexion turned ashen as he looked at Qin Sheng in dread. He had witnessed her cleave through 3 lives without hesitation, and now he trembled uncontrollably yet mustered the courage to speak. This is our family matter. There is no need for outsiders to interfere. Step aside. Yes. My mother is not a good person. Do not be deceived by her pitiful appearance. Chen Weiwei echoed. Jiang Jianguo shot her a disdainful glance. I see you are the one who is not a good person. Zhang Lily stood there, her hair disheveled, vehemently rebuking the two. Weiwei, have I not treated you well? From childhood to now, I saved all the delicious food for you, never scolded you, always fearing you might feel wronged. Whatever you wanted, I bought for you. I have laid bare my heart for you. Why do you treat me like this? And you, Chen Weiming, if you dislike me? Why not say so earlier? Why did you deceive me into dropping out of school to work and support your college education? Why did you take my family's relocation funds? My college entrance exam results were far superior to yours. You find me disgusting, but I find you repulsive too. Your heart is filthy and despicable. You are both inferior and shameless. You loathe me yet desire my contributions, my money. What difference is there between you and a prostitute? At least they would serve me well for the money. After all these years of marriage, what difference is there between being your wife and being a widow? I could count on one hand the number of times you touched me. Do not speak of my father in such a manner. Chen Weiwei, who had initially felt intimidated by Qin Sheng and the others, became fiercely protective of him upon hearing Zhang Lily insult her father. My father never liked you. You were the one who used his educational expenses as leverage to force him to marry you. Otherwise, my father and mother would never have separated. From a young age, I knew you were not my true mother. How could my real mother possibly resemble you when I am so beautiful? My parents were driven apart by you. You wicked woman. Your kindness towards me is merely a debt you owe. You owe me a lifetime. Oh, and about your miscarriage. That was also my doing. Grandma said you were carrying a little sister, so I added safflower to your chicken soup, and you miscarried. All these years you never suspected me, did you? You fool. I forced you to separate. Upon hearing Chen Weiwei's accusations, Zhang Lily looked blankly at Chen Weiming. Chen Weiming, I never once knew you had a girlfriend. You say I forced you to separate. She turned her gaze back to Chen Weiwei. And you, do you think your mother is some virtuous person? When she gave birth to you, she intended to toss you into a cesspool to drown. It was I who provided her with money, saving your life. If time could turn back, I would ensure I witnessed your drowning. Had I not softened my heart back then, I would have my own child now. My poor child, who never got the chance to see this world, was killed by you. You demon. In the depths of her fury and despair, Zhang Lily suddenly appeared calm. She knelt before Qin Sheng. I do not require you to kill them for me. I beseech you for a knife. I will exact my own revenge. Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow, turning to go inside as if searching for something, but in reality retrieving a large knife from her space to hand to her. This woman's expression was serene, but her eyes were filled with madness. Upon witnessing Qin Sheng truly hand the knife to Zhang Lily, Chen Weiwei stumbled backward, taking refuge behind Chen Weiming. She glared at Qin Sheng with resentment. You are all no good. This is our family matter. Why do you insist on meddling? You yourself said she is not your mother. What business is it of yours? Qin Sheng replied coldly, a smile playing on her lips. She turned to Zhang Lily and said, this knife is a gift for you. Subsequently, with a sinister grin, she and Jiang Jianguo retreated into the house, closing the door behind them. If Zhang Lily wished to conclude matters with her own hands, their presence was indeed superfluous. The kindness she had extended during the night had been repaid. Thus they owed each other nothing. Meanwhile, a cacophony of frantic screams and venomous curses erupted outside the door. Among them were voices belonging to Chen Weiming and Chen Weiwei. A few minutes later, silence enveloped the air, which was heavy with the stench of blood. Zhang Lily packed a bulging backpack and, from behind the door, offered a bow to Qin Sheng, expressing her gratitude for the life-saving intervention. She then departed. As for the bodies of Chen Weiming and Chen Weiwei, Qin Sheng did not lay eyes on them. The floor was littered only with chaotic bloodstains and splattered flesh. Rooms 1701 and 1704 remained in their raw state, lacking even doors. Room 1702 was once again vacant. Thus, on the 17th floor, only her family remained. Daylight had broken. "Old Qin, it's just our family on the 17th floor now. Let us enjoy some hot pot for a few days. How about spicy Sichuan-style hot pot?" "No. I prefer something lighter. I want mushroom soup hot pot." "Then shall we have a yin yang pot?" "That's my final compromise. If I don't have something spicy, I might perish." Chapter 18 Goodness. Celestial beings descending from the heavens. As days passed, the city grew increasingly quiet. In the aftermath of anarchy, humanity swiftly adapted to the new environment. Amidst lurking dangers, each individual seemed to discover their own means of survival. Exhausted, Qin Sheng and Jiang Jianguo made their way home. Their footsteps were light, yet quick, as they hurried along, striving to avoid any sound that might rouse the lurking abominations nearby. To ensure further silence, they donned socks over their shoes to muffle the noise created by the friction of soles against the ground. They achieved a complete stealthy advance. After a long day of toil, all they yearned for was to lie down and rest. After a night of recovery, Qin Sheng stored all usable supplies back into her space and resolved to change their location. The radio had recently broadcast news that a base had been established in Haicheng. Waves of survivors were fleeing the city, heading towards the Haicheng base. Now, Qin Sheng and her companions also decided it was time to depart. As before, they navigated between urban areas. Qin Sheng preferred to ride her electric scooter, capable of traversing even the most complex terrains. The key benefit was the tranquility. It produced far less noise than a car, which could awaken the monsters. Of course, occasionally they would encounter trash bags or plastic bottles on the ground, inevitably startling one or two of the creatures. There was no need for Qin Sheng to intervene, as Jiang Jianguo swiftly handled them with a deft strike. Along the way, they passed numerous abandoned vehicles, decaying corpses, and swarms of large-headed flies. The flies were nearly the size of cockroaches, congregating in clusters and hovering ominously, creating a chilling atmosphere. Rodents and other creatures feasted unabashedly on the corpses, alongside various grotesque abominations, all repeating certain actions from their former lives. Some monsters aimlessly swept the streets with brooms, while others pounded on ATM machines at the bank. There were even some that continuously devoured themselves, and others that lay in the road, pretending to be struck by oncoming vehicles to extort. After one of these encounters, Jiang Jianguo skillfully produced a pink bill. The creature accepted the note, hastily stuffing it into its pocket before scampering back to the ground, moving to the other side of the road to continue its scam. The two stared in disbelief. What a fixation! Even as monsters, they still sought to deceive. In truth, as long as one remained calm and did not provoke these creatures, they behaved much like individuals lost in their own worlds, oblivious to the passers-by. However, once disturbed, they would transform into ferocious beasts. Both Qin Sheng and Jiang Jianguo had learned to navigate their interactions with certain monsters through repeated brushes with death. Many other survivors had done the same. Upon reaching the outskirts, they traded their scooter for a larger vehicle. Jiang Jianguo drove while Qin Sheng sat in the passenger seat, indulging in snacks. However, after overeating, she soon found herself in urgent need of a restroom. "Jiang Jianguo, pull over by that small grove. I need to attend to some personal business." "Do you need to take a dump or just pee?" "If it's a dump, I'll drive a bit further and so no one sees your backside. If it's just pee, you can quickly handle it roadside." Jiang Jianguo replied seriously while gripping the steering wheel. Qin Sheng playfully thumped him on the head. "When did you become so humorous? Stop the car now." Pouting, Jiang Jianguo pulled over at the grove's edge. Qin Sheng swiftly leapt from the vehicle, seeking a spot to relieve herself. Just as she finished, and was pulling up her pants, she noticed a lecherous face peering out from behind a nearby tree. It was a man with a square face, a flat-top haircut, and a prominent bloodline running down the center of his face. His eyes were devoid of whites, entirely black. He was a monster. What kind of person was this? Even transformed, he still sought to peep. He must have been a pervert in life. Then the monster stepped out from behind the tree, revealing a full view of his figure. Qin Sheng realized he wore a gray trench coat. Beneath the coat, he had two furry, grotesque legs. Approaching Qin Sheng, he emitted a low growl, his mouth curling into a deranged grin. Suddenly, he flung open his coat, revealing that he was completely naked. This was a pure exhibitionist monster, cackling with a twisted laugh. He displayed his form. At that moment, the trench coat monster was still in a humanoid state, indicating he remained immersed in his own world, undisturbed. Qin Sheng drew her large knife, a cold smile gracing her lips. You little wretch. You couldn't be a decent human in life. And now you've mutated into a lecherous monster. I've seen my share of storms. You think you can flaunt yourself in front of me? The monster froze, seemingly enraged by her words, as its head split in two, revealing a crimson maw that lunged towards Qin Sheng with a shrill shriek. Seizing the moment, Qin Sheng struck decisively. With a swift motion, she cleaved the monster's body in half, the top half collapsing to the ground while the lower half, propelled by inertia, staggered forward a few steps before toppling over. She casually wiped her knife on the corpse before returning to the vehicle, only to find Jiang Jianguo still absent, attending to his own business. Pulling out a pack of sunflower seeds, she began to munch as she waited. After several minutes, Jiang Jianguo emerged from the woods, hastily adjusting his pants. Qin Sheng, you won't believe it. I just encountered a perverted monster peeping while I was taking a dump. Damn, even in death. How low can one stoop? Qin Sheng looked him up and down. Are you alright? What could possibly happen? I killed it with one strike. Out of spite. I even stomped on its remains. Crushed its eggs right there. Hearing this, Qin Sheng cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Jianguo's bloodied shoe. Alright, let us go. We need to reach the base before nightfall. Yes, Jiang Jianguo nodded, just as he caught a glimpse of something in the sky out of the corner of his eye. The expression on her face shifted dramatically. Qin Sheng. A meteor is plummeting from the sky. A meteor? Qin Sheng lifted her gaze, spotting a dark object hurtling down from the horizon with alarming speed. Judging by its trajectory, it was likely to strike them. Just then, as the object drew nearer, Qin Sheng discerned its true nature. It was not merely an object. It was a person. Run, Lao Qin. That thing is coming down. Good heavens. A celestial being from beyond. Jiang Jianguo exclaimed, hopping about in a frenzy. As the falling object approached, she swiftly unsheathed the heavy sword strapped to her back, positioning the blade horizontally towards the target. In the instant it was about to collide, she gripped the sword with both hands and swung it fiercely, as if playing baseball. Take that, old son. Bang! The individual was struck and sent flying, crashing violently against a tree trunk, sending a flock of birds into the sky. Incredible. Right on target. Jiang Jianguo gazed incredulously at the heavy sword in her hands. Lao Qin, if I could join the national sports team, I would undoubtedly be a sports star. Coordinates. Ancient Earth 100,000 years ago. Landing site detected. An unknown thicket. Physical condition assessment. Severely damaged. Combat power evaluation. Negligible. Spatial device damaged, irreparable. Resources and weapons depleted. Data archive partially corrupted. Integrity at 10, reparable. Alert. Ancient Earth is fraught with peril. Please monitor your health status. Health status at 0 means demise. Alert. Your light brain will shut down in 3 seconds. 3. Alert. Protective barrier deactivated. Alert. Pain receptors activated. Mu Yuan listened to the incessant beeping echoing in his mind, feeling dizzy and disoriented. He found it difficult to acclimate to the oxygen-rich atmosphere of ancient Earth. As his brain felt inexplicably swollen, struggling to sit up, he felt a sharp crack, and his leg fractured. Agonizing pain radiated throughout his body. He could not afford to linger. He needed to find a place to rest swiftly. The teacher had warned that ancient Earth was perilous. Terrifying creatures lurked everywhere. Yet, in his current state, he could scarcely move, and his light brain was non-functional. He had been attacked by a meteor during the wormhole traversal, damaging his spatial device, and losing all his weapons and supplies. Combat power at 0. Was he destined to await his demise? At that moment he spotted 2 figures approaching him. Humans. How wonderful. There was hope. But before he could call for help, he clearly saw their appearances. The one in front was a tall, robust woman, her physique rivaling that of a warrior. The one behind her was a beautiful woman of medium height, casually spitting out sunflower seed shells as she walked. Wait a moment. The woman behind, isn't she somewhat familiar? Qin Sheng, that SA person. How did she fall from the sky? Could she be an alien? In this day and age, not only are there otherworldly beings, but also extraterrestrial invasions of Blue Star. No, we must confront her. The sturdy woman drew a weapon resembling a ruler from behind, one that towered over her. The beautiful woman remarked, "Let us ask her. If she truly is an outsider, we will take action." Mu Yuan gazed at Qin Sheng's face, a torrent of terrifying memories flooding his mind. He was a new human returned from 100,000 years into the future. By that time, Blue Star had become a wasteland, and the cosmos was filled with desolate and polluted planets. The remnants of humanity had long since migrated to another habitable planet, Mora Star, utilizing advanced technology. He had never witnessed ancient Earth in its prime. He was born as a new human on Mora Star. However, he had majored in history, tirelessly exploring the chronicles of Blue Star. Eventually, his teacher, having lost everything, purchased the rights to Blue Star at an auction. Determined to return to the desolate land and rebuild their former home, his teacher possessed the most brilliant mind on Mora Star, dedicating his life to creating a machine capable of traversing time and space through wormholes. He selected Mu Yuan to journey through the wormhole back to ancient Earth, to collect samples of flora and fauna to cultivate and revive Blue Star's former glory. They had encountered numerous failures. Initially, they attempted a soul transfer method, extracting mental energy to traverse wormholes and inhabit another body in a different timeline. The process of traversing wormholes was fraught with danger. Even with the teacher's brilliance, each calculation bore the potential for error, resulting in unpredictable outcomes. The first successful return to ancient Earth led him to encounter a desperate fight for survival. He faced starvation, having to trade his prized spatial device for a meager morsel of food. Ultimately, he still succumbed to hunger, a failure. The teacher recalibrated the trajectory, aiming for a time when ancient Earth was most vibrant with life. Thus, on the second attempt, he inhabited the body of a transfer student at an ancient Earth school. But before he could grasp any knowledge, he was dragged into a thicket by a terrifying woman. Consciousness shattered, failure. On the third attempt, he awoke as a small-time thug, only to be beaten into a hospital by the beautiful woman, consciousness dissipating, failure. The fourth attempt saw him as a trafficker, but before he could liberate the children, he encountered the woman again, suffering multiple fractures and losing consciousness, failure. Learning from prior experiences, he realized that even if his mental energy attached to another, it remained unstable. Any misstep could lead to disintegration. Consequently, the teacher decided that he should traverse the wormhole with his physical body. On the fourth attempt, as soon as he landed, he encountered the terrifying woman once more. Each successful traversal had been preceded by thousands of failed attempts. This time it was a physical journey. If he were to perish, it would be the end. Qin Sheng observed the man before her, his demeanor distinctly askew. The moment he laid eyes on her, his eyelids twitched, his mouth contorted, and beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead. He trembled uncontrollably, as if he had encountered some monstrous beast. An onlooker might have thought he was having a seizure. Was she truly that fearsome? She considered herself quite beautiful. Yet, this peculiar individual appeared strangely familiar, as if she had met him before. However, she was certain she had never seen such a face. This man, undeniably handsome, exceedingly so, yet utterly bizarre, could not possibly be a good person, especially with such odd attire. What respectable man dons a jumpsuit? A garish, tight-fitting white jumpsuit, no less. Qin Sheng grasped his chin, gazing at him coldly. Little beauty, you had better provide me with a suitable explanation for your descent from the heavens. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to chop you into pieces and feed you to the aberrants. Indeed, speak truthfully, are you not an extraterrestrial? Jiang Jianguo nodded in agreement. Which planet have you been dispatched from as a spy? What is your purpose here? If you do not confess, I shall. Ha ha ha. Mu Yuan swallowed hard, his mind racing. How on earth could he possibly deceive these two women? Yet the current situation seemed far from conducive to any form of trickery, particularly with this woman, who was munching on seeds and fixating her gaze upon him with an intensity that was impossible to conceal. Mu Yuan could almost sense the eagerness of the large curved knife in Qin Sheng's hand, poised with an insatiable thirst for action. And then there was that peculiar grinning giant, whose smile radiated an unsettling lewdness. Heaven alone knew what unspeakable acts she might impose upon him. After all, he was a humanities student, not a martial artist, and certainly not adept at combat. Thus he opened his mouth and stammered, "Abba Abba, am I a mute?" Mu Yuan nodded fervently, gesturing with his hands to illustrate that he had been thrown down from above. Qin Sheng furrowed her brow. "Then do you remember anything at all?" "Abba Abba Abba. Mu Yuan shook his head vigorously, his innocent and harmless eyes shimmering with an almost ethereal light. A jolt of alarm shot through Qin Sheng, akin to an electric shock, instantly heightening her vigilance. Jiang Jiangguo. This extraterrestrial little beauty is launching a mental assault on me. Quickly. Eliminate him. Understood. Abba Abba Abba. Chapter 20. New Humanity. What mental assault? I am not employing any form of mental attack. As the imposing woman raised her formidable blade, Mu Yuan recoiled in terror, his throat emitting continuous Abba Abba sounds. Having already been injured from traversing a wormhole, now he faced the prospect of being cleaved in twain. Overcome by fear, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Jiang Jiangguo, sword raised, gazed at the unconscious extraterrestrial and prepared to strike. Just then a delicate, fair hand pressed against her iron fist. What's the matter? Have you really taken a liking to this alien? Are we not to kill him? Jiang Jiangguo was momentarily taken aback, then regarded Qin Sheng with a strange look. Recalling how she had referred to this individual as Little Beauty, Qin Sheng cast her a sidelong glance. Do not let your imagination run wild. With that, she crouched down, observing the silver-haired man sprawled on the ground. Her gaze flitted past his inhumanly handsome features without lingering, ultimately resting upon the white bodysuit he wore. She reached out and tugged at the white skin-tight suit adorning Mu Yuan. You can't deny your infatuation with his beauty. You've already begun to tear at his clothing. Jiang Jiangguo exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Oh Qin, you are simply too wild. Should I step away for a moment? With an exaggerated gesture, Jiang Jiangguo covered her eyes with her palm, yet peeked through her fingers. The lewdness radiating from her was almost palpable. Ignoring Jiang Jiangguo's antics, Qin Sheng spoke slowly. This fellow's attire is rather remarkable. Having fallen from such a height, enduring gravitational acceleration and skidding across the ground, and yet his clothing remains entirely intact. Let me test its elasticity. If it proves resilient, Jiang Jiangguo, you may soon possess a pair of transforming pants that won't tear. Who knows? We might even be able to assemble a couple of bikinis to alternate with. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiangguo, who had previously been wearing a lewd expression while covertly watching, suddenly dropped her hand and leaned closer. Her eyes sparkled, fixed on the silver-haired beauty clad in white. Is that true? If so, then I won't have to run around naked when I transform using my beastly abilities. Honestly, not wearing anything feels so uncomfortable. Without further ado, Jiang Jiangguo swiftly reached for the man's clothing before Qin Sheng could intervene. She tugged, and the white suit stretched like rubber, yielding without tearing. Upon releasing her grip, it instantly reverted to its original form. Snap! The sound echoed as it rebounded against the man's body. This unparalleled elasticity. Just what I need. Take it off. Old Qin. Let us strip him. I demand it. Not even Jesus can stop me. Qin Sheng replied coolly. Then give it a try and see if you can remove it. I suspect it isn't that easy. What makes you think it's difficult to take off? Jiang Jiangguo dismissed the notion, continuing her efforts to undress him. However, after much exertion, the outfit remained stubbornly in place, like a second skin, possessing infinite elasticity that simply would not budge. Old Qin, this alien-esque clothing truly cannot be removed, Jiang Jiangguo exclaimed, tugging with all her might, only to have it snap back into place once she released it. Qin Sheng sighed, conceding, let us carry him. We can deal with him once he regains consciousness. It's his possession, so he must have a way to retrieve it. Once we acquire his clothing, we can dispose of this extraterrestrial little beauty to eliminate any future threats. With that, she turned to leave. Ha ha ha. Jiang Jiangguo chuckled as she hoisted the unconscious figure under her arm, following suit. The two resembled the villains from television who would abduct innocent maidens. As Jiang Jiangguo carried the unconscious man, her curiosity piqued. Old Qin, which planet do you think this guy hails from? Their extraterrestrial civilization seems quite advanced, considering the technological sophistication of his clothing. And the inhabitants of this planet bear a remarkable resemblance to us. Once they reached the vehicle, Jiang Jiangguo produced some ropes and efficiently bound the man's hands and feet before tossing him into the back seat. She then took her place in the driver's seat, while Qin Sheng remained in the passenger seat, indulging in her snacks. Jiang Jiangguo, lamenting her situation, internally grumbled, perhaps this is the joy of sitting in the passenger seat. After all, Qin Sheng is the leader. As the subordinate, I must shoulder more burdens, to highlight the leader's sense of satisfaction. Otherwise, What would serve to enhance the sense of well-being of the one in charge? Seated in the passenger seat, Qin Sheng held a soda in her left hand and a braised pig trotter in her right. Taking a sip of the drink, she bit into the trotter, leaving Jiang Jianguo drooling with envy. Old Qin, could you spare me a piece of meat? It smells divine. I can hardly concentrate on driving. No problem. Qin Sheng, with greasy hands, tore off a generous chunk of meat. When she encountered resistance at the tendon, she simply bit down on it. Ultimately, she stuffed a succulent, fragrant, and freshly drooled-on braised pig trotter into Jiang Jianguo's mouth. For a fleeting moment, she expressed disdain, but soon devoured it with great gusto. Outside, the weather was sweltering, while inside the vehicle, the doors and windows were shut tight, the air conditioning humming away. The aroma of the braised pig trotter, laced with various spices, wafted through the air. In the back seat, the unconscious Mu Yuan's nose twitched slightly as he stirred awake. In a daze, he detected a fragrance he had never encountered before, one with an overwhelming potency that invaded his nostrils and lingered in his dreams. Qin Sheng, reveling in her feast of pig trotter, was suddenly approached by a fluffy head. Silver hair brushed against her wrist, tickling her slightly. A melodious voice chimed in. "Excuse me, what is it that you have in your hand?" "Braised pig trotter." Qin Sheng replied, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. "What is this? Are you no longer pretending to be mute?" Haha. Mu Yuan forced a smile, momentarily forgetting his predicament. He yearned to run his fingers through his hair. Yet his limbs were bound. He had exerted immense effort merely to shift his position. At that moment, his gaze seemed inexplicably affixed to the pig trotter in Qin Sheng's hand, following her every movement as she savored it. The relentless motion of her throat and the incessant secretion of saliva from her glands were utterly captivating. What kind of weapon did this woman wield that could ensnare his entire attention? It was terrifying. Could it be a form of mental assault? Mu Yuan stared longingly at the diminishing trotter as it was devoured by Qin Sheng and Jiang Jianguo. Eventually, only the slick bones remained, which were casually tossed out the window. Just as he thought it was all over, Qin Sheng retrieved a long stick from a plastic bag. As if oblivious to the person beside her who was swallowing hard, she turned to Jiang Jianguo and asked, "Jianguo, would you like some spicy duck neck?" "Yes. Absolutely." Jiang Jianguo, still chewing on a small bone, bit through it with a crack and swallowed it down, eagerly awaiting more. Qin Sheng broke off a piece of duck neck and stuffed it into her mouth. Was simply opening his mouth enough? Observing their interaction, Mu Yuan mimicked Jiang Jianguo, opening his mouth wide like a hungry child weighing 100 pounds. "I want some too. Feed me." Qin Sheng shot him a disdainful glance and, while gnawing on the duck neck, remarked, "You wish. Captives have no rights, and besides, you might not even be human." I am a human. I am a newcomer from 100,000 years in the future." Chapter 21. Alien? Insect? As soon as he finished speaking, a brief silence enveloped the air, rendering even the sound of breathing inaudible. What on earth? 100,000 years in the future. Suddenly, a sharp screech of brakes shattered the stillness. The vehicle, already moving at a considerable speed, lurched violently as Jiang Jianguo slammed on the brakes, causing everyone to lurch forward due to inertia. Jiang Jianguo and Qin Sheng, secured by their seatbelts, fared better. Mu Yuan, however, was not so fortunate. He was propelled from the back seat into the front, his limbs awkwardly pressed against the windshield. His knee collided with the horn, producing a series of blaring beeps that echoed painfully across the desolate landscape. Jiang Jianguo choked, the icy cola he had just sipped streaming from his nostrils, bringing tears to his eyes. Qin Sheng paused for a moment, then quickly set down her duck neck. She yanked Mu Yuan off the glass and tossed him back into the rear seat. Quickly scanning their surroundings, she realized that such a loud noise could attract nearby aliens, and that would spell disaster. Yet, as is often the case, the most undesirable events tend to occur with alarming frequency. Qin Sheng abruptly turned to look out the window, spotting shadowy figures emerging from the thickets along the roadside. "Jiang Jianguo, step on it." "Oh, right." Jiang Jianguo snapped back to reality, hastily wiping the cola from his face, and revved the engine. With a swift pressing of the accelerator, the car surged forward. Dazed and reeling from the impact, Mu Yuan struggled to rise. But just as he did, the car accelerated again, sending him tumbling back. He quickly scrambled to peer behind him, only to be horrified. Several strange creatures were chasing the vehicle, neither entirely human nor entirely beast. Most of these monsters had heads that split in the middle, revealing long appendages and sharp fangs. However, two stood apart from the rest, possessing human-like faces devoid of whites in their eyes. One creature had dark red flesh wings, adorned with numerous eye-like patterns, and moved with incredible speed, propelled by the wind. The other had a gaping belly, revealing a grotesque, swollen mass, with eyeless sockets and a mouth lined with spirally arranged sharp teeth. A single bite from such a creature would leave even the most skilled doctor at a loss for how to stitch it up. What on earth were these monsters? The teacher was right. Ancient Earth was indeed perilous. It was terrifying. Why did they have to send a humanities major like him to Ancient Earth? Wouldn't it have been better to dispatch a warrior instead? Now he was without weapons or equipment. All that remained was a biological catalog for collecting samples. He was clearly on a path to certain doom. Were there truly rare alien species? Qin Sheng observed in the rearview mirror, her gaze fixating on the two leading creatures. Her eyes gradually fell upon the dark red, eye-laden wings. Jiang Jiangguo also caught sight of these particularly unusual beings. Old Qin. Those two aliens look different from the others. Are they the leaders? Not exactly, but they can be classified as a higher tier of alien form than the average ones. The forms of aliens vary immensely, and their abilities cannot be precisely categorized. After all, many aliens possess unique powers. However, the most common are the split-headed aliens, which also have the lowest attack power. We've inadvertently stirred up two rare species. It will be quite difficult to shake them off. Focus on driving, and try to lose the smaller minions. Understood. Jiang Jiangguo nodded, his attention riveted ahead. The vehicle sped on, and half an hour later, only the two rare aliens remained in pursuit. Keep driving until we reach an open area. As long as there are no buildings or thickets nearby, we can stop. Qin Sheng laid her large curved knife across her lap, squinting at the two aliens relentlessly pursuing them in the rearview mirror. Mu Yuan remained quietly tucked in the back seat, tightly shutting his mouth, too fearful to utter a word. He didn't wish to appear so cowardly, yet his body felt uncontrollable. Having lived on Mora for only 180 years, he was still a child. How could he have ever witnessed such a scene? The new humans there relied entirely on weapons for their combat prowess. Warriors had slightly stronger combat capabilities, but it remained within normal parameters. Interplanetary wars depended on various high-tech weaponry. Thus, their inherent abilities were not exceptionally formidable. Especially for someone like him, stripped of weaponry, he was but a weakling. Observing the unfolding situation, Mu Yuan felt a chilling realization wash over him. Was he truly destined to reason with monsters? Just as he was lost in thought, the car came to a halt. Both women in the front seats decisively opened their doors and stepped out. Before exiting, Qin Sheng cast him a cool glance and warned, "Little liar, if you wish to live, stay put in the car." Her commanding presence was overwhelming. Mu Yuan nodded vigorously, obediently resembling a docile pup. At that moment, Qin Sheng radiated a dazzling aura, blindingly bright in his eyes. Even the glint of her massive blade shimmered with an alluring chill. Go big shot. Mu Yuan felt an uncontrollable urge to cheer, but his limbs were bound, rendering him immobile. Instead, he squirmed like a worm towards the window, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Go big shot. May the stars protect you." Without turning back, Qin Sheng waved her hand dismissively and turned to Jiang Jiangguo. "Jiangguo, which one do you want?" "I want that ugly big lump of flesh. My obsessive-compulsive nature forbids me from allowing such a significant pimple to go unpopped." Jiang Jiangguo pointed at the grotesque mass protruding from the abdomen, revealing a monstrous growth adorned with features. "That is a prime blackhead." Qin Sheng nodded in agreement. "All right. I'll take the one with wings." The two aberrations pursuing them, upon witnessing the halt of their quarry, emitted excited screeches and accelerated towards the vehicle in a frenzied sprint. Seeing that the two humans not only ceased their flight, but presented themselves as prey, their exhilaration intensified. Qin Sheng wielded a formidable sword while Jiang Jiangguo brandished a heavy blade. They exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in tacit understanding. Simultaneously, they surged forward like arrows released from a bow, dashing towards the monstrosities with astonishing speed. Qin Sheng collided with the winged aberration, springing into the air with a deft push of her toes. Grasping the sword firmly, she aimed it at one of the aberration's fleshy wings and struck down with ferocity. The blade, sharp and swift, sliced through the air with a sound reminiscent of wind tearing. The powers of these aberrations stemmed from a viral infection, wherein microorganisms, referred to as worms, infiltrated their hosts. These worms parasitize human bodies, engendering new biological traits. The aberration's various external appendages are mere manifestations of these worms. These microorganisms are exceedingly minuscule, so tiny that they elude the naked eye. They can float through the air, concealed within raindrops, and invade hosts through respiration, ingestion, or even dermal contact. Once they locate a suitable host, they hatch and grow within, with their parasitic ambitions extending beyond humanity. Animals, plants, insects, any living organism may serve as a vessel for these worms. The infected creatures lose their thoughts, memories, and emotions, retaining only a singular obsession deep within their minds, existing much like the living dead. Perhaps this mode of existence cannot even be deemed as living. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, some individuals began to research these worms, aspiring to merge their abilities with human consciousness while maintaining lucidity and rationality. They sought to transform these aberrant beings into weapons. However, until Qin Sheng's demise, no successful cases had been documented. The infected individuals invariably transformed into aberrations, indiscriminately attacking anything within their line of sight, utterly unresponsive to commands. Chapter 22, Little Beauty. Care for some spicy strips? A strike missed its mark. Yet, Qin Sheng remained unfazed, instead wearing a triumphant grin. Seizing the opportunity while the aberration evaded, she extended her left hand. A vibrant green sprout erupted from her palm, growing rapidly in the breeze before darting forward like a lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, it attained the thickness of a thumb. With a soft pop, a vine, slender as a finger, plunged deep into the aberration's skull. The exposed portion of the vine was a deep green, with luminescent veins pulsating through its leaves. With the vine's intrusion, the aberration contorted in agony, its body twisting into grotesque shapes. In mere moments, it lost all capacity for resistance. Qin Sheng, expressionless, commanded the vine to proliferate and grow within. Seconds later, countless threads, as fine as spider silk, erupted from every inch of the aberration's skin. Its nose, eyes, ears, and mouth exploded with dark green smoke. Each eye on its grotesque, tentacled wings burst under the strain of the vines, transforming it into a monstrosity adorned with appendages. Despairing, it writhed on the ground, its wails echoing across the fields, gradually fading into weakness. Its form shriveled, the once plump wings resembling desiccated chicken wings, now merely a thin, wrinkled layer of skin. Qin Sheng smiled faintly as she retracted her vines, shifting her gaze to another scene. Jiang Jianguo was in a frenetic chase with the aberration, alternating between being pursued and pursuing, wielding her heavy sword with fervor. For a moment, Qin Sheng could hardly discern who was assaulting whom. The massive fleshy mass within the aberration's belly bounced along behind Jiang Jianguo, its gaping maw revealing a mouthful of sharp, densely packed teeth. Connected to this mass was a soft, intestine-like tube, which trailed behind a human body, empty and exposing rows of stark white bones and a few organs. To an outsider, it appeared as though two individuals and a grotesque entity were entangled in a chaotic dance. The fleshly mass occasionally crashed down, using its elasticity to rebound and strike at Jiang Jianguo, who could only evade. The ground was soon pockmarked with craters from its impacts. Meanwhile, the sound of the mass bouncing resonated in Qin Sheng's ears, a rhythmic duang-duang. Jiang Jianguo was holding back, reluctant to utilize her beastly transformation, relying solely on her physical prowess to contend with the aberration. Although Qin Sheng had resolved her own predicament, she refrained from intervening on Jiang Jianguo's behalf. This had long been their modus operandi. Unless one explicitly invited or requested help, the other would not intervene lightly. Thus, as she observed the exchange of blows, Qin Sheng stifled a yawn and returned to the vehicle, scaling the roof effortlessly. From her pocket, she retrieved a packet of crispy orchid beans, munching contentedly while watching the grotesque mass bounce on the ground. Jiang Jianguo, if it becomes too much, just use your beastly powers. We must reach Haiqing base before nightfall. I want tea. My clothes will explode. I refuse to run naked. Jiang Jianguo shouted back as she fled. Old Qin, just wait a moment. I promise to take down this blackhead quickly. Don't interfere. I want to do it myself. Qin Sheng nodded, crunching on the orchid beans. Rest assured, I will not assist. After tossing the last bean into her mouth, she fished out another packet of spicy strips, beginning to indulge in them while patiently awaiting Jiang Jianguo's triumphant return. Based on Qin Sheng's foresight, it was inevitable that Jiang Jianguo would ultimately resort to her beastly powers. After all, their combat prowess appeared evenly matched. Although Jiang Zhengwo's heavy sword landed several blows, the mass was surprisingly pliable, akin to cotton, absorbing the strikes only to rebound. Inside the vehicle, a silver-haired figure peered out the window, astonished at the chaos unfolding with the bouncing mass and the withered wings on the ground nearby. Mere moments ago, those wings had seemed quite fearsome. Yet in less than a minute, Qin Sheng had approached, and without witnessing any resistance, merely dodged. Before the vines expanded and drained the creature dry, the architect of this spectacle was now atop the vehicle, consuming a long red, glistening object exuding an enticing aroma. Inhaling deeply between bites, seemingly both uncomfortable, and yet delighting in the experience. For a moment, Mu Yuan's mind was in disarray. Just then, a vivid red strip dangled before his eyes. Following the small strip upwards, he beheld a pair of delicate, porcelain-like hands. A languid voice emerged from the woman. "Hey there. Little cutie, do you want some spicy strips?" Having been raised on nutritional supplements since childhood, Mu Yuan had only consumed various nutrient solutions and bars on Morastar and other planets as his source of energy. Apart from that, his tongue had not tasted anything else. Gazing at the crimson cylindrical object dripping with sauce, he hesitated for 3 seconds. Just as he was about to nod, that hand retracted. "If you don't want it, fine. I will eat it." Now, it was too late to express his desire. He had refused it earlier, and now it was off the table. "I was merely contemplating." "Shut it, captive." Mu Yuan sighed gently and weakly replied, I do have a name. I am called Mu Yuan." "Mu Yuan." Qin Sheng furrowed her brows. Did people 10,000 years later not care about naming conventions? Up to this point, she remained skeptical of Mu Yuan's claim of being a human from 10,000 years in the future. For the moment, she merely desired his elastic, supersized clothing that could serve as shorts for Jiang Jiangguo. Although she was genuinely curious about what Blue Star would look like 10,000 years hence. Would there be flying saucers everywhere, and aircraft carriers soaring through the skies? Surely, terrestrial transportation would be rendered obsolete, right? Would elementary students still have to stay up late to finish their homework? However, she decided not to press further. Sometimes, knowing too much is not necessarily a blessing. Chapter 23. Indeed, this is my dream fruit. Jiang Zhengwo's brief moments were certainly more than mere moments. After Qin Sheng consumed 2 cups of cola, 3 packs of spicy strips, and 4 braised pig trotters, she finally heard a resounding roar akin to that of a bear. This powerful bellow echoed through the dense forest surrounding them, creating a deafening reverberation. The thunderous roar instantly reverberated across the expanse, startling a flock of birds into flight. "Roar. You peeping Tom in the car. Close your eyes. I'm about to unleash my wrath. I'll smash your head for spying." Mu Yuan could only hear the booming shout resonate in his eardrums, leaving his head buzzing. Yet he felt a flicker of confusion. Why couldn't he watch a fight? Was there some secret weapon involved? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a piece of red cloth fell from above, perfectly covering his head. The crimson silk obscured his vision, and just as he reached up to remove it, Qin Sheng's nonchalant voice echoed from above. "Little garden. I advise you to behave and not look where you shouldn't. Otherwise, your handsome little face will be smashed into a pig's head by Jiang Jiangguo. And I certainly wouldn't come to your rescue. You wouldn't want to end up as a box, would you?" Mu Yuan's hand, which had just touched the red covering, retreated silently, and his head instinctively ducked back into the vehicle. The ropes binding his hands had already come undone. Earlier, Qin Sheng had noticed his hand could reach the red cloth but had chosen to ignore it. Could it mean that the ropes on his feet might also be loosened? Just as he entertained a sliver of hope, and bent down to untie the bindings on his feet, a vine as thick as a finger shot in through the car window, swiftly restraining his hands once more. All right. It seemed he was not allowed to free himself after all. Mu Yuan sighed, and resigned himself to lying flat, listening to the faint roars of beasts nearby. His curiosity was piqued, scratching at his mind like a cat's paw. How could there be bear roars? He had only ever seen recordings of bear roars and reconstructed images of bears from biologists in class. Living bears. How astonishing. He wondered if they looked the same as the 3D creations made by biologists. In his world, Blue Star had long been devoid of any animals. Even across the entire galaxy, there were hardly any animals or plants to be found. He recalled a time in his childhood when he dined at the table of a wealthy interstellar lord with his father. That was the first time he had seen food other than nutrient bars. It was a red aromatic object that seemed to be called an apple. However, He was not allowed to touch such things. Adults warned him that appetite was the most terrifying desire, and apples possessed the power of demons. Once one tasted the flavor of a demon, they could no longer enjoy nutrient bars properly. The inhabitants of Mora Star had to suppress such dreadful and base desires to qualify as the finest warriors in the alliance. It was only later that he realized his father feared that if he tasted something delicious, he would refuse to eat nutrient bars. After all, fruits and meats were luxuries reserved for the wealthiest lords. Yet now, he found himself transported back 100,000 years. The surroundings were teeming with green plants, not artificial imitations created by technology, but real, fragrant vegetation. Countless unknown plants thrived here, and there were bears alive. On the journey to the base, Mu Yuan resembled Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, pressing his face against the car window. His eyes wide in amazement at the passing scenery. He frequently gasped in astonishment. What tree is that? A peach tree. I recognize it. This is genuine grass. How extravagant. This endless expanse of grassland. Even the wealthiest interstellar lords do not possess such opulence. What was that jumping in the water? Is it a fish? Ah, it's a fish. Where are the apples? Aren't apples supposed to be rare treasures reserved for the wealthiest interstellar lords? Were they also precious in ancient Earth? Qin Sheng, munching on seeds, listened to the man in the back seat marveling at the world with silent amusement. She cast a discreet glance at Jiang Jianguo. Turning her head, she discovered Jiang Jianguo occasionally glancing at the back seat through the rearview mirror. His gaze lingered on Mu Yuan's long, shimmering white hair, especially striking against the black leather seat, an exquisite contrast. Such beautiful hair. It would be a pity not to harvest it for a wig. Little brother, your silvery hair is stunning. So smooth. What shampoo do you use? Is it Pantene? Ha, shampoo? What is that? Mu Yuan, still captivated by the scenery, turned his head in confusion upon hearing Jiang Jianguo's words. Do you all still wash your hair? Don't you wash your hair? Qin Sheng, with half a duck neck in her mouth, turned her head, her gaze slowly falling upon his flowing locks. Jiang Jianguo's lips twitched. What? You don't wash? Isn't that filthy? No, we don't. Water is a very precious resource for us. It can only be used for drinking. For daily cleansing, we go to the purification chamber, lie in the cleansing liquid for a few minutes, and come out clean. The purification liquid can be reused indefinitely. Washing hair with water is punishable by death. Mu Yuan explained matter-of-factly. What do you mean by that? Can you use water? He gestured as if grabbing his hair. Qin Sheng replied, yes, yes. Jiang Jianguo exclaimed, not only can we wash our hair with water, but we can also cleanse our faces, bathe, and wash our feet. Water is abundant everywhere here. I must say you all are rather pitiable. What use is advanced technology if you must conserve even water? Alas, how fortunate we are. To think that one could face capital punishment for merely washing one's hair is truly a travesty. As soon as Jiang Jianguo finished speaking, Qin Sheng seized a large bottle of mineral water and gulped it down with fervor. Upon learning that water resources would be so precious in the future, she found the water suddenly delectable. Ah, this is delightful. Old Qin, I want some too. I want to drink water. Yes, let us indulge. The two engaged in a playful exchange, eliciting envy from Mu Yuan in the back seat. How wonderful it is. The ancient earth is truly magnificent. Water, inexhaustible and abundant. Noticing the envy etched on Mu Yuan's face, Qin Sheng and Jiang Jianguo exchanged knowing glances, both revealing a hint of mischievous smiles. Jiang Jianguo remained focused on driving while Qin Sheng discreetly retrieved a legendary red apple from her spatial pocket. To heighten the contrast, she produced a white ceramic plate from her space, placing the apple upon it. Holding the plate aloft, she brought it into Mu Yuan's line of sight. On the pristine white plate lay a large, round apple, glistening under the delicate rays of sunlight, exuding an alluring sheen. With a tantalizing tone, Qin Sheng addressed Jiang Jianguo. Jianguo, does this apple not appear both large and round? Before Jiang Jianguo could respond, Mu Yuan in the back seat was instantly captivated, his eyes widening in astonishment. Though his hands and feet were bound, it did not impede his eagerness to approach. He sprang forward, as if propelled by a firecracker, colliding face first into the back of the front seat, disregarding the pain as he wriggled into the gap between the two seats. His eyes sparkled with an intensity akin to titanium alloy. It's enormous, truly round, radiantly red. Indeed, this is the fruit of my dreams. Qin Sheng chuckled triumphantly. Do you desire it? I possess this precious red apple. a privilege reserved for the wealthiest interstellar lords of your world. Would you trade it for those worthless garments you wear? Jiang Jianguo, fixated on the prospect of the apple, eagerly chimed in, yes, yes. Take off your clothes and it's yours. You shall enjoy the status of the richest interstellar lord. What a bargain. The two cunning women, reminiscent of the serpentine temptress from Eden, relentlessly coaxed the naive newcomer Mu Yuan. As Mu Yuan hesitated, Qin Sheng intensified her persuasion. Concealed by her backpack, she produced a packet of spicy strips. What if I add a pack of irresistible spicy strips? Deal. May I first inquire about the basic information of ancient Earth? He asked. Of course. She responded. It's a deal. Ultimately, Mu Yuan succumbed to the tantalizing allure of the crimson apple and nodded. Yet, a dilemma arose. With his spatial device damaged, he had nothing left but the clothes on his back. I can only offer you these garments. What shall I wear? How fortuitous. Qin Sheng exclaimed, retrieving a set of men's clothing from her bag. This belonged to my late ex-boyfriend, whose physique is quite similar to yours. He left a spare outfit here. It's yours. Jiang Jianguo stared at Qin Sheng in disbelief. Are you conjuring friends out of thin air? When did she have an ex-boyfriend? Qin Sheng winked at her, and Jiang Jianguo understood immediately, falling silent. Mu Yuan nodded repeatedly as he accepted the clothing. The vehicle came to a halt, and he changed into the new attire, carefully folding his white jumpsuit and handing it to Qin Sheng. He cautioned, I don't know what you intend to do with this, but it must not be altered or repaired. Once damaged, it will lose its adaptive properties. With your current technology, you cannot mend it. Upon receiving the clothing, Jiang Jianguo, who was about to burst into laughter, interjected, So my cherished, unterrible undergarments remain elusive? Qin Sheng patted her shoulder in consolation. Fear not. A jumpsuit suffices. It's certainly preferable to running about naked. Indeed, Jiang Jianguo murmured softly. Since acquiring the grand apple and spicy strips, Mu Yuan had treated them like treasures, occasionally taking them out to sniff but never to eat. After several instances of licking the apple and returning it to his pocket, he finally inquired, I haven't yet learned your names. May I ask how to address you both? I am Jiang Jianguo. And I am Qin Sheng. Could you enlighten me as to what is happening here? What time is it? What has transpired to result in such monstrosities? Qin Sheng replied solemnly, If you truly hail from humanity 100,000 years hence, I must regretfully inform you that you have arrived in the wrong era. Had you traversed here a few years earlier, you would have witnessed a flourishing civilization, rather than the crisis-ridden world we face today. She recounted the events leading to the apocalypse. We are en route to Haiqing Base, the nearest human settlement. If you have no other plans, we can escort you there. It is certainly safer than the wilderness. In light of your high-tech nanosuit, feel free to inquire about anything. This is our exchange. Along the journey, Mu Yuan posed countless questions, his curiosity insatiable, while Qin Sheng answered them all candidly. As they drew closer to Haiqing Base, they encountered an increasing number of survivors. Some were on foot, while others rode bicycles, an expedient choice given the scarcity of fuel and the stealthy nature of bicycles. A few vehicles were also spotted, but the atmosphere was markedly subdued. When pedestrians noticed passing cars, some would wave, hoping for a ride, but none of the vehicles halted. In such times, trusting strangers could feel like inviting danger. The fear of betrayal loomed large, rendering the survivors too anxious to voice their displeasure, resorting instead to hurling stones in frustration. Confronted with the threat of death from aberrations, most individuals managed to maintain their composure, though a few were willing to turn against their own kind in desperate times. As the vehicle merged onto the national highway, they encountered several armed men barricading the road. Approximately 200 meters ahead lay a wide iron sheet, studded with nails, obstructing 3/4 of the roadway. Maneuvering around it proved nearly impossible. The men brandished an assortment of weapons, machetes, iron rods, and one notably bald figure wielding a shotgun. Behind them lay a considerable stash of supplies, seemingly left by previous survivors. Yet, the most striking sight was not the supplies, but rather a grim pile of lifeless bodies sprawled upon the ground. The scene was one of utter horror, with bodies lying amidst a pool of congealed blood, several female corpses stark naked among them. This gang was not only guilty of robbery but also of heinous acts of violence and murder. As their vehicle approached the grim sight, Jiang Jianguo eased off the accelerator. Old Qin, it seems we've encountered highway bandits. Should we stop or charge through? The decision is yours. However, if we do charge, I fear all 4 tires will be rendered useless, and with the time needed for repairs, it may be difficult to reach the base before nightfall. Qin Sheng's gaze fell coldly upon the lifeless forms, her eyes as frigid as ice. I detest those who dare to prey upon their own kind. Jiangwo, accelerate and ram straight through. The car? Trust me. Mu Yuan, fasten your seatbelt. Qin Sheng's eyes lowered, her long lashes casting shadows like a storm-darkened sea. Brace yourselves. With those words, Jiang Jiangguo pressed the accelerator to the floor, hurtling directly towards the group. You bastards, perish. On the road, a gaunt figure, waiting for the next unsuspecting victim, lowered his binoculars and, with an exhilarated expression, exclaimed to his companions, "Hey, there are 3 beautiful women in that car, and that white-haired one is stunning. Boss, you get first dibs on her, and don't be hasty to kill her afterward. Let the brothers have a taste too." Upon hearing of the beautiful women, a tall, bald man laughed heartily, revealing a mouthful of dark, nicotine-stained teeth. Well. Seems like our skinny friend has developed quite a taste. Just earlier, he was dissatisfied with a rookie. If he is this happy, she must be a goddess. Ha ha ha. Let us stick to our usual rules. Keep the supplies, take the women for ourselves. Ha ha. This apocalypse is splendid. That woman from this morning, though filthy, clearly wore designer brands. Such women were once beyond our reach. Now we not only dare to dream, but we can indulge at will. Ha ha. The group continued their crude banter. The bald man, referred to as the boss, was the one wielding a firearm. Yet he suddenly sensed something amiss. The approaching vehicle was merely a few hundred meters away, showing no signs of slowing down. No way. These fools can't possibly think of ramming us. Are they truly abandoning the car? Damn, they're speeding up. Get out of the way, quick. Chapter 25, The Haiqing Base. At the bald man's command, his companions hurriedly scrambled to the side. These filthy women dare to run us down. Once their tires are punctured and they come to a halt, I'll make them pay. He fixed his gaze on the vehicle, which was rapidly closing in, a smile of malevolence creeping onto his lips as he envisioned 100 torturous ways to deal with those audacious women. However, as the engine roared closer, that smile began to fade. From the car's window, several vines shot out with lightning speed, one wrapping around a piece of metal and flinging it off the road. The other vines, however, lunged straight for him and his gang. Awakened ones. There are awakened inside that car. Everyone be careful. Seeing the vines barreling towards them, chaos erupted among the group as they stumbled and scrambled to escape over the highway guardrail. The bald man, in a panic, fired his weapon at the vehicle's window as he ran. Yet, before he could get far, a vine shot through his forehead. With a sickening sound, his head exploded like a ripe watermelon, spraying red and white all over the ground. The remaining members of his gang, witnessing this gruesome sight, immediately lost all will to fight. They scrambled for their makeshift weapons, desperate to flee. The bald guy is dead. Run. No. Please don't kill me. Spare me. Help. As they barely made it over the guardrail, the vines dragged them back, forcing them to the ground, where they cried out in desperation, tears and snot streaming down their faces. However, their fates were far worse than the bald man's, for the vines relentlessly dragged the others along the highway. Jiang Jiangguo watched through the rearview mirror as the screams of the remaining men faded, leaving behind a dark crimson trail. Slowly, their legs were ground away, their lower bodies erased, until only a few bald heads remained. The vines finally retracted, yet those heads continued to roll forward due to inertia, resembling dislodged bowling balls. Mu Yuan observed the silent woman in front, drinking water, and felt a renewed respect for her strength. She was a true powerhouse, and a surprisingly benevolent one at that. Though Qin Sheng had remained mostly silent, it was evident that her demeanor shifted into icy resolve upon seeing those lifeless bodies. Before that moment, she had regarded the bandits with a casual indifference, almost dismissing them as insignificant foes. On the road ahead, any would-be highwaymen attempting to block their path, whether seeking a ride or harboring ulterior motives, found themselves ruthlessly rammed by the vehicle. Instead of slowing down, the car accelerated, forcing everyone to hastily scatter, leaving behind a cacophony of curses. By 7 in the evening, as the sun set, they arrived at the outskirts of Haiqing Base. The base was easy to locate, having been established at the site of the once popular New Haida Resort, which had never opened before the apocalypse struck. Countless survivors now flocked towards the base, with the roads becoming visibly congested with vehicles. Old Qin, it seems there are many seeking refuge at Haiqing Base. The traffic is nearly as heavy as during rush hour, Jiang Jiangguo remarked. Consider this. Before the apocalypse, Haiqing had a population of millions. Even if we account for the mutated and deceased, there would still be nearly 1 million survivors. The surrounding industrial park also hosts numerous factories. Just one Foxconn branch employs hundreds of thousands. Jiang Jianguo gasped, indeed. I hadn't considered that. Earlier in the city, I rarely encountered other survivors. At times, I felt as if we were the last 2 people on Earth. Just then, Mu Yuan spoke up from the back seat. Well, since we arrived at Haiqing base, I won't impose on you any longer. You're leaving already? Jiang Jianguo began to inquire, but Qin Sheng interrupted him, pulling a black backpack from beneath her seat. Though I'd love to bribe you with an apple and some spicy strips for your clothes, I've decided to offer you some food instead. A fair exchange. And we're even. She then simply stated, goodbye. Thank you. Farewell. Mu Yuan accepted the backpack, slinging it over his shoulder without further ado, and opened the car door to jump out. His striking white hair immediately drew attention as he exited the vehicle. He strode directly towards the entrance of the base. Jiang Jianguo, with a profound expression, remarked, Old Qin, do you really think he hails from humanity 10,000 years hence? I remain skeptical. Perhaps he is merely an alien in disguise. What does it matter who he is? Some truths are best left undiscovered. Let us simply live our own lives. The more we know, the deeper our bonds, the more troublesome it becomes. Qin Sheng gazed out the window, tilting her head at a 45-degree angle towards the heavens. Feeling melancholic, she retrieved a bucket of piping hot fried chicken from the space. How wonderful it is to walk away. At last. I can indulge in fried chicken without restraint. Jiang Jianguo, would you care for a drumstick? Absolutely. I want to. The vehicle, ensnared in the flow of traffic, crawled along at a snail's pace, akin to a tortoise. The car windows insulated them from the sweltering air outside, creating a cool haven within. The two reveled in the air conditioning while flaunting their fried chicken, as carefree as celestial beings. Old Qin, I crave a chilled soda. Is there any left? Of course, there must be. I have stockpiled provisions to last us a lifetime. Drink to your heart's content. I'll fetch you a 2-liter soda. Thank you, Old Qin. I adore you. I want the crushed ice kind. How delightful. Indeed, it felt splendid to be without outsiders. The two were utterly at ease. Old Qin, I must insist. Do not pursue romantic entanglements with men. What could a man offer that a best friend cannot? If you find yourself tempted by physical allure, indulge but ensure a clear exchange of goods. If you fall in love, my freedom will be compromised. At this juncture, Jiang Jianguo found the chicken leg in her mouth suddenly tasteless. Thankfully, that alien beauty had departed. If she lingered, what if Old Qin developed feelings for her? Would I not be left in the cold? Would Old Qin still invite me for late-night snacks? Chapter 26. Entering the base. Even amidst the extensive traffic, all survivors present endeavored to maintain silence. There were no quarrels, no honking horns. Those who had survived to this point were largely accustomed to remaining mute. While gnawing on a chicken wing, Qin Sheng surveyed the terrain. The new Haiqing resort had not yet opened for business before the apocalypse, and she had never ventured inside, leaving her unaware of its interior. Ahead, at the end of the traffic line, loomed an exceptionally high city wall. The wall towered at least 10 stories, stretching endlessly to either side, likely encircling the entire resort. Constructed of massive stone blocks, it exuded a primal and formidable aura. Placed atop the defensive wall were numerous gun emplacements, with patrolling guards wielding machine guns, ever vigilant for unrest, ready to suppress any disturbances. This was indeed a monumental undertaking. It appeared that the Haiqing base must possess a significant number of awakened individuals. Otherwise, such an extensive construction could not have been completed in such a brief span. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, darkness lingered late into the night. It was nearly 9 o'clock before true nightfall descended. An hour later, the clock struck 8, twilight lingering. Yet the moonlight began to emerge on the horizon. At long last, it was their vehicle's turn to approach. Please disembark for registration. At the base entrance, armed guards stood sentinel alongside several staff members. The one who spoke was a guard, while behind a long table stood a bespectacled young man, equipped with thick registration books, pens, and a fingerprint scanning device. The two stepped out of the vehicle. Upon seeing Qin Sheng, who was clad neatly with a rosy complexion, the young man momentarily blinked in surprise before quickly regaining his composure. His gaze then shifted to Jiang Jianguo behind her, and he was once again taken aback. This time, it was due to the sheer height of the woman, towering over 6 feet, surpassing many men. Thanks to her rigorous training with a heavy sword, her sun-kissed muscles were well-defined and radiated strength. Fortunately, Jiang Jiangwo's delicate features unmistakably signified her femininity. Otherwise, discerning her gender would have been quite the challenge. She resembled a female version of the legendary warrior Lu Zhishan. The registration officer involuntarily swallowed hard, then steadied himself, refraining from lingering his gaze upon her. He turned to address the two. Please provide your name, age, special skills, and any awakened abilities according to the requirements above. His tone was cool yet maintained a semblance of politeness, laced with a glimmer of anticipation as he observed Jiang Jiangguo, who was already penning her details. These two, with their pristine attire and healthy appearance, were clearly part of a well-fed group. Even at this juncture, they could still manage to eat well. Undoubtedly, one of them must be an awakened individual. That muscular girl appeared to have great potential. The registration officer discreetly noted Jiang Jiangwo's name, and upon observing her mark the box for awakened abilities, a knowing smile crept across his face. An animal transformation ability user. Quite impressive. Old Qin, it's your turn. After Jiang Jiangguo completed her registration, she handed the book to Qin Sheng. With a swift motion, Qin Sheng inscribed her abilities. When it came to denoting her powers, she did not hesitate to write down both her plant manipulation and spatial abilities. Before the apocalypse, society was stratified by wealth. In the aftermath, distinctions remained, with awakened individuals enjoying a higher status regardless of their circumstances. As for her spatial ability, she understood that spatial powers were not particularly rare, with awakening probabilities akin to those of other powers. However, typical spatial users possessed limited capacity, particularly at the novice level, often confined to a few cubic meters, sufficient only for storing personal supplies or a scant few crucial items. By registering her spatial ability, she ensured that if anyone ever discovered her utilizing it, it would not raise suspicions, as others would merely assume she was a basic spatial user, thus avoiding undue attention. Upon realizing Qin Sheng was a dual ability user, the registration officer beamed once more. Although plant manipulation lacked offensive capabilities and served mainly logistical roles, having spatial abilities, albeit limited, was certainly better than nothing. The staff directed them towards another individual operating the fingerprint machine. Please proceed to the side for fingerprint registration. The system will log your personal information, and you will receive an identity card. This will function like a former ID card, and all contributions for task settlements will be recorded on this card. Do not misplace it. Within the base, contribution points serve as currency. The two then proceeded to have their fingerprints recorded. After about a minute, a staff member emerged from a small room, handing them 2 cards. Entering the base requires a deposit of 20 pounds of food. If you have none, it's no issue. You can be assigned work upon entry, and the points earned will offset your dues. However, if you pay with food directly, you will not be compelled to work, granting you greater freedom. Upon hearing about the food requirement for entry, Qin Sheng felt no surprise. In her previous life, she had visited numerous bases, each imposing its own entry criteria. Moreover, the Haiqing base was remarkably humane. Lacking food, one could incur debt, and upon entering, work assignments would be deducted from earnings. This approach could salvage the majority of survivors, especially considering the scarcity of awakened individuals. It is nearly impossible for the average individual to carry such an abundance of supplies. Many are fleeing with empty stomachs. In stark contrast to those who have been denied entry, succumbing to starvation or being devoured by monstrous beasts, this group arriving at the Haisher base is undoubtedly fortunate. Qin Sheng nodded towards Jiang Jiangguo. She had no desire to be thrust into immediate labor upon entering the base. Jiang Jiangguo promptly opened the trunk and retrieved 2 bags of rice, each weighing 20 pounds. Just enough for one person. A staff member approached, accepting the 2 bags of rice and turning to carry them back into a small cabin. The bespectacled registrar produced a rudimentary map and handed it to the two. This map illustrated the layout of the facilities within the entire estate, instructing them to proceed inward, following the signposts, until they reached the parking area. They were to navigate to their accommodation based on the map. Upon arrival, they would know where to go. Thank you, Qin Sheng replied, nodding as she returned to the vehicle. Jiang Jiangguo pressed the accelerator, driving through the base's entrance. Indeed, they soon spotted the sign for the parking lot, and followed it for about 10 minutes, revealing an expansive area filled with an overwhelming number of vehicles. Seemingly endless, Tens of thousands at the very least. It was evident that this had originally been an open-air parking lot. The various colored canopies above were hastily erected, some merely draped with plastic sheeting, indicating their temporary nature. The base demonstrated considerable attention to detail. Without the canopies, vehicles would have been left exposed to the scorching sun, likely melting their tires. Jiang Jianguo chuckled, maneuvering the car into a parking spot. During this time, Qin Sheng had managed to memorize the essential points from the map. Upon unfolding, the map indeed appeared quite simplistic, consisting merely of circular white lines and boxes labeled with terms such as parking lot, accommodation building, supermarket, and hospital. In addition to the topographical depiction, it also included essential regulations for base survivors. After perusing it, she handed it to Jiang Jianguo. These are some of the base's rules. Take a look and remember them. Chapter 27. I am quite affordable. Once Jiang Jianguo had familiarized himself with the regulations, the two of them leisurely exited the vehicle and strolled outside. As they stepped out of the parking lot, they spotted the reception personnel mentioned by the registrar. In the shade of the trees at the parking lot's exit, clusters of survivors were huddled together, adults, the elderly, and children alike. Dressed in tattered clothing, their frames were gaunt, and their skin was darkened by the sun. Upon seeing newcomers emerge from the parking lot, they rushed forward, clamoring for the chance to offer guidance and assistance. As soon as Qin Sheng and Jiang Jianguo stepped out, a figure darted forward like a gust of wind, seizing Qin Sheng's pant leg. Like a young wolf cub, he turned to scold the others trailing behind. I got here first. This person is mine. We agreed that whoever catches a guest first gets to keep them. This seemed to be a rule among them. Qin Sheng remained silent, while Jiang Jianguo dutifully bore several large backpacks, along with a hefty sword, standing behind her. These backpacks were filled with Jiang Jianguo's favorite snacks, as she found it cumbersome to keep asking Qin Sheng for provisions, thus opting to pack several large bags at once. The young boy appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, exceedingly thin, with limbs resembling twigs. His clothing exuded a greasy odor of sweat, and his head was completely shaven, a hairstyle not uncommon among survivors. The others he had deterred quickly dispersed to pursue different customers. Do you need someone to guide you? The boy turned back, his fierce expression transforming instantaneously. One moment he appeared thunderous, the next, as gentle as spring. Truly a remarkable talent for the art of facial transformations. Noticing that Qin Sheng's hands were empty while Jiang Jianguo carried several hefty bags, he swiftly recognized who held the authority in this duo. He continued to beam at Qin Sheng. Sister, I am very affordable. Besides, I know the way very well. If you hire me, you will not regret it. Oh really? How affordable are you? She inquired. You can offer me anything, as long as it's edible. A piece of bread, a bun, a handful of rice, instant noodles, or biscuits, all will do. I am not picky. The boy eagerly responded. Qin Sheng, not entirely empty-handed, also had a backpack. However, in comparison to Jiang Jianguo's provisions, hers seemed rather meager. She retrieved a bag of breakfast biscuits from her backpack and handed it to the boy. Despite possessing a map, its simplicity rendered many locations inadequately marked, leaving only the positions of official establishments somewhat clear. Furthermore, navigating with the map proved cumbersome. Lead the way. I need to find my accommodation first. Do you know how the housing is arranged in the base? Absolutely, the boy replied, tearing open the package of biscuits and devouring them as he spoke. I was among the first survivors to arrive, so there's nothing about the base that I don't know. There are two types of housing. One is free, and the other is paid. Jiang Jianguo inquired curiously. What is the difference between the free and paid options? The base is divided into 3 residential areas. Areas A and B are paid, while Area C is free. Area A is the most luxurious, housing prominent figures and even featuring standalone villas, hence the highest fees. It is an upscale area where wealth alone does not guarantee entry. Area B mainly consists of suites. Rental prices vary depending on the size of the unit. Larger spaces incur greater costs. Many awakened individuals and capable people reside here, making it a middle-class zone. Area C, however, is the slum, the most chaotic area, offering free communal dormitories with large shared rooms. Each room accommodates 60 people, with each individual assigned a bed. However, those staying in the free dormitories must complete some tasks assigned by the base and cannot refuse. Typically, these tasks are quite simple, such as cleaning the roads, repairing items, or working on construction sites. If one truly wishes to avoid crowding and lacks funds, they may pitch a tent in the open spaces of Area C. The base will not intervene. However, while the dormitories are cramped and require payment, the base provides a certain level of protection, ensuring relative safety. Setting up a tent, on the other hand, means one is on their own. The base will not interfere if someone steals your tent or harms you. Consequently, the vast majority opt for communal accommodations. Only those who are truly destitute, elderly, infirm, or exceptionally ruthless choose to set up tents. As Qin Sheng listened to the boys' explanations, she observed their surroundings. The paid accommodations come in various forms: 4-person rooms, 8-person rooms, as well as 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom apartments. If one has ample funds, residing in a villa in Area A is certainly not out of reach. I will take you to the housing management office. That's where you can rent a place. The boy, still munching away, led the way, soon licking the remnants from the bag clean. Are you not saving any for later? Qin Sheng asked, observing the boy as he bent down to lick the bag. Hi. What are you taking back? My mother insists that I should eat food as soon as I find it. Only what is consumed is truly secure. I once attempted to discreetly hide the food I was carrying, but it was utterly futile. Each time it was snatched away from me. Those scoundrels even searched me thoroughly, prying my 2 cheeks apart to check for anything hidden. They were terrified that I might conceal something within my derriere. Have you ever hidden anything there? Jiang Jiangguo curiously leaned in to inquire. I have. The child replied, nodding as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Then lamented. I once stashed 2 little bear biscuits in my butt crack. I intended to save them for a midnight snack. However, they found them, and I thought that since I had hidden them in such an unseemly place, they wouldn't touch them. To my surprise, despite their disdain, they ate them anyway. Damn it. They lack any sense of propriety. Jiang Jiangguo burst into laughter. As they conversed, they continued on their way. After a brief walk of about 10 minutes, a 2-story building came into view, with the words Housing Management Office emblazoned at the entrance. Inside the hall, a row of desks was lined up, each equipped with a computer, with long queues forming in front of each one. The little boy immediately tugged at Qin Sheng, leading him to the desk of a plump middle-aged woman. Come on, sister, let's queue up. That's my aunt over there. We have connections. Just as he finished speaking, the middle-aged woman shot him a sharp glare. What connections do you have? Stop babbling. Qin Sheng chuckled and followed the boy to stand in line, while Jiang Jiangguo found a seat to wait. After a while, it was finally Qin Sheng's turn. The woman glanced at the child with a hint of disdain. Looks like you've had your fill today. This is the 3rd guest already. Your mother can save on rations tonight. She then turned to Qin Sheng, maintaining her impassive, businesslike demeanor. Would you prefer a free dormitory or a paid accommodation? I'd like to rent a 2-bedroom apartment. Qin Sheng replied without hesitation. The woman typed quickly on her computer, pulling up a display. In Area B, there were 30 buildings in total. Buildings 1 to 26 were fully occupied. The remaining buildings had availability, with 4 units per floor, rising 8 stories. Which floor would you like to reside on? The top floor. I'm not afraid of climbing stairs, Qin Sheng answered decisively. Living on the top floor meant that only the 3 households opposite would pass by her door. The fewer people, the better. She despised crowds. The woman nodded. Then it's the 8th floor of Building 27. First, you need to pay, then you can view the apartment. It's 50 jin of grain per month. Once your identity card accumulates contribution points, you can use them to pay the rent. She glanced at the little boy beside her and added, this building has good orientation and lighting, and the decor is decent. Water and electricity are connected. If you need gas, you can purchase it from the base. Chapter 28. The misfortunate bestie has gone mad. After paying the rent and receiving the key, the boy led Qin Sheng downstairs to the accommodation building. Mission accomplished. He then hurriedly dashed toward the parking lot. The entire lodging area was filled with 7-story apartment buildings, their exteriors looking brand new, as if recently constructed. Indeed, upon entering, they found evidence of ongoing renovations everywhere. Pristine white walls, splattered plaster, and the protective film still clinging to the stainless steel railings. They made their way to the top floor, and 4 security doors came into view. Their rented apartment was 704, the last one, adjacent to the staircase leading to the rooftop. As Qin Sheng unlocked the door, she was taken aback by the interior. The walls were stark white, the floor was bare concrete, and a solitary incandescent light hung from the ceiling. It felt eerily reminiscent of a haunted house. Jiang Jiangguo, Is this the trendy raw style everyone is talking about? Raw style? This is just raw, Jiang Jianguo exclaimed, bewildered. Old Qin, have we been swindled? Qin Sheng noticed the security doors of apartments 702 and 703 were ajar. She swiftly turned and opened them, peering inside. For some inexplicable reason, her initially gloomy mood lifted slightly. Goodness, compared to these two units, theirs was practically luxurious. These rooms embodied pure Syrian style. What on earth is Syrian style? Jiang Jianguo followed Qin Sheng skeptically, peering inside. Oh my goodness! These walls are completely bare. They haven't even applied a coat of paint. They've only connected the water and electricity, with all the pipes exposed. That child didn't deceive us. His aunt is indeed his aunt. We haven't been cheated. Who knows which two unfortunate souls will end up renting these rooms. What a pity. Such is human nature. When one person suffers, they often feel a sense of relief upon witnessing someone else's misfortune. Qin Sheng entered apartment 704 and inspected the amenities. Water and electricity were functional. As for gas, the base currently did not provide it, but the woman had mentioned that canisters could be purchased at the base. Qin Sheng intended to stay at the base for an extended period, so her immediate priority was to renovate. However, night had already fallen. The two had a light meal, and then laid down to sleep on the floor. The following morning, they commenced their renovation work in earnest. The first task was to install curtains. Full blackout beige linen curtains, accompanied by a sheer layer that allowed light in while preserving privacy, would safeguard their seclusion. Jiang Jianguo hammered away at the wall to install the framework, and once it was ready, he hung the curtains. It was broad daylight, and they didn't need to sleep, so Qin Sheng pulled the sheer curtains closed, blocking any chance of prying eyes. They then slowly began preparing for other tasks. Though it was only 9 in the morning, the sun outside was already glaring. The thermometer on the balcony indicated an indoor temperature of 52 degrees. Dressed in tank tops and shorts, the two busied themselves inside, sweat pouring down. Jiang Jianguo assembled furniture, while wiping the sweat from his brow. Although his body had adapted to survive in such high temperatures, it was still sweltering. Qin Sheng deftly changed the lock cylinder on the security door, then closed all windows and doors. She dragged several large plastic basins from the space, placing huge blocks of ice inside. She then retrieved an electric fan, plugged it in, and turned it on. The ice blocks began to melt at a visibly rapid pace. However, Qin Sheng appeared unfazed, having stockpiled plenty of nitrate for ice making. Once depleted, she could create 2 ice mountains. As the ice materialized seemingly out of nowhere, along with the fan, Jiang Jianguo's eyes lit up. He quickly jumped up and ushered Qin Sheng to sit on the newly assembled sofa, displaying utmost courtesy. Old Qin, dear old Qin, sit here and rest. Just focus on cooling the place down and directing the operation. I'll handle everything else. Is it really okay for you to do everything alone? Who says it's not? It's wonderful. I love labor. Hard work is honorable. Don't try to take over my tasks, or I'll get angry. But just one thing, please don't let the temperature inside rise, alright? Qin Sheng replied, both amused and exasperated. With such a firm insistence on her resting, who could possibly refuse? As time went on, Qin Sheng gnawed on spicy chicken feet while wandering about the house, contemplating the arrangement of her furnishings. She had amassed an abundance of furniture, some collected after the apocalypse, while others were pre-ordered from a furniture factory, requiring assembly. Jiang Jianguo. This concrete floor is not resistant to dirt. Should we lay down vinyl flooring or opt for hardwood? Hardwood, of course. We can't compromise on living standards. I'll handle the flooring, you need not worry. How about we replace this incandescent bulb? I've also hoarded some exquisite crystal chandeliers. Absolutely, bring it out. And I'll install it. We should have white kitchen cabinets. Should we install a range hood? Yes, we must. Otherwise, cooking spicy dishes will be lethal. Jiang Jianguo. Which bedroom will you choose? The master or the guest room? I'm indifferent. I'll take whichever room you dislike the most. You're so particular, you choose first. Jiang Jianguo. Do you know anything about electricity? This kitchen outlet seems dead. Could it be faulty? Leave it be, don't touch it, it's dangerous. Allow me. I have a decade of electrical experience. I can tell if the circuit is live with just a touch. 10 minutes later, Jiang Jianguo emerged from the kitchen, his hair resembling an explosion and his face smudged with soot. He grinned proudly, revealing a flash of white teeth amidst the plume of smoke. Cough cough. I told you. I have experience. I can tell if there's power just by touch, cough cough. Qin Sheng stared in bewilderment at Jiang Jianguo, who bore a complexion resembling a judicial officer and sported an untamed hairstyle. I placed a voltage tester in the kitchen. Did you not use it? Ah. Can that thing compare to a hand's precision? Jiang Jianguo waved dismissively and returned to his task of installing electrical appliances. Qin Sheng observed him for a full 3 seconds, ensuring he was coherent before she felt reassured. However, she cautioned, next time, please use the voltage tester. If the voltage is high, it could zap you. What do you know? A true warrior continuously pushes their limits. Our bodies have awakened supernatural abilities. We can withstand temperatures exceeding 50 degrees without perishing. We're not the same as before. I'm telling you, old Qin, I've made up my mind. I will pursue a path of physical enhancement, pushing my muscles to their breaking point. Once I've adapted to household electrical safety, I'll venture into high voltage. After mastering high voltage, I'll even invite lightning strikes. Hee. I aim to cultivate an invincible physique that is impervious to blades and shocks. Old Qin, just wait to cling to my leg. Having me around is your fortune. Qin Sheng's chicken foot clattered to the floor as she looked at the exuberant Jiang Jianguo, her lips twitching slightly. What to do? This unfortunate friend seemed even more reckless than in their previous life. In her last life, Jiang Jianguo merely overexerted himself, never considering electrocuting himself. If he miscalculates the voltage, he could end up charred. Chapter 29. Who the hell is stewing shit? Is electricity something to be trifled with? A mere test could be fatal. Qin Sheng was alarmed and spent considerable time dissuading Jiang Jianguo from such reckless thoughts, managing to temporarily quell his ambitions. However, seeing the eager glow in his eyes, she knew her persuasion had not fully taken root. After a busy morning, their 2-bedroom apartment had finally transformed from a bare shell into a beautifully furnished abode. Gazing up at the sparkling crystal chandelier, Qin Sheng's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Jiang Jianguo, what would you like for lunch? Today I'll indulge your cravings. I crave snail rice noodles, duck feet casserole, durian pizza and fried stinky tofu. Upon realizing he had a say in the matter, Jiang Jianguo rattled off a series of enticing dishes. Qin Sheng indeed had hoarded quite a few of these delicacies in her space, as she enjoyed them too. Friends often shared similar tastes. From her space, she brought out 2 steaming bowls of snail rice noodles and duck feet casserole, their aromas mingling in the air. As the stinky tofu and various side dishes emerged, the room became a cacophony of conflicting scents, akin to a crime scene. Seeing the table laden with delicious food, Qin Sheng retrieved 2 large bottles of chilled Fanta from her space, one for each of them. Jiang Jianguo washed his hands and sat cross-legged before the coffee table, salivating as he watched Qin Sheng pour the Fanta into glasses, the transparent bubbles fizzing and crackling. Suddenly, as if possessed by a spirit, he asked, by the way, old Qin, do you have any herring in a can? I once saw a video where that stuff was extraordinarily foul. I've never had the courage to try it. If you happen to have it, let us give it a shot. Herring in a can? Qin Sheng, having just found a comedy film on her tablet, turned her head in confusion to look at Jiang Jianguo. Is it delicious? I remember once, while gathering supplies at the supermarket, the shelves were stripped bare, leaving only a few rows of canned goods untouched. I think what was left was herring in a can. Wait a moment, I'll check my space. Qin Sheng had never heard of such a thing, but since the cans were left behind, she had collected them all. She thought, it's just a can. How bad could it be? Better to take it than leave it for the mice. She rummaged through the corners of her space, and indeed found a stash of herring cans. She retrieved one and handed it to Jiang Jianguo, saying, is this the can you're talking about? Yes. That's the one. Jiang Jianguo's eyes sparkled as he rushed forward to take it from her. I've seen online that this stuff is said to be horrifically smelly, worse than excrement. I've always been curious about what could possibly be so uniquely repugnant. Old Qin, let us open a can and see how it compares to the snail rice noodles. Ah, the snail rice noodles are mere children in its presence. Qin Sheng watched as Jiang Jianguo's eyes lit up with anticipation. Coupled with his description, she couldn't help but recall her old family dog who, despite being fed gourmet meals, would light up at the sight of a pile of poop. The resemblance between that dog and the eager figure before her was uncanny. In an instant, her interest in the herring in a can dissipated. She pointed at the security door. Jiang Jianguo, go eat in the hallway. It's better ventilated there. Can't we eat in here? Qin Sheng shook her head. No. Then, do you want to join me outside? We should be brave and try new things, right? With a straight face, Qin Sheng replied, I'm not one for adventures. I prefer to take it easy. So be bold and venture forth. From now on, I'll rely on you. The doctor says my stomach isn't strong. I should stick to soft foods. All right then. Jiang Jiangguo clutched the herring can in one hand and a small stool in the other, glancing back 3 times as he made his way out the door. Just before shutting it, he reminded her, Old Qin, enjoy your snail rice noodles. Don't eat mine. And save me half the duck feet casserole. Understood, understood. Go ahead and worry not. Qin Sheng set the tablet down and pressed play. As she watched the movie and slurped her noodles, she replied without turning her head. Thud. The security door clicked shut. Jiang Jiangguo sat in the corridor, taking several deep breaths. I refuse to believe that there exists a food in this world that I am too timid to try. After all, with the world on the brink of destruction, I shall dare to transcend my limits today. With a serious expression, she opened the can, gazing at the murky liquid inside. The appearance was rather unappetizing. Let me first smell it. As the saying goes, one cannot judge by appearances. The same applies to food. Perhaps this unsightly concoction tastes delightful. Jiang Jiangguo leaned closer to the can and inhaled deeply. Good heavens! What on earth is that foul stench? Is it even necessary to taste it? She looked at the can with a sense of trepidation, having never encountered such an abhorrent odor in her 20-some years of life. It was reminiscent of decaying flesh mingled with excrement, accompanied by an indescribable, fermented sourness. The stench was utterly overpowering. This substance could easily be weaponized. Qin Sheng, on the other side of the security door, munched on duck feet while peeking through the peephole. Upon hearing the sounds of retching, she felt immensely relieved that she had not acted impulsively. If something could nauseate Jiang Jiangguo, who could munch on crabs while squatting, it must be extraordinarily foul. Just as Jiang Jiangguo contemplated giving up, she heard Qin Sheng's voice from the door. Jiang Jiangguo, if you can't eat it, then don't. There's no need to be so brave. What if you ended up harming yourself? That would be quite the loss. Was old Qin trying to provoke her? Jiang Jiangguo instinctively felt that Qin Sheng was employing reverse psychology. It's just a can after all. It may smell a tad unpleasant. But does that mean it will be the end of me? I won't be looked down upon by anyone. It's merely a matter of initial discomfort. Now that I've given it some time, it's not so unbearable. Jiang Jiangguo declared. Old Qin, it's possible this stuff just smells bad but tastes divine. Let me give it a try. If it's delicious, we can share. With that, she took a deep breath, suppressing her urge to gag, and picked up a soft, flabby fish with her chopsticks. She shoved it into her mouth, denying herself even a moment to reconsider. However, the instant the fish hit her tongue, regret washed over her. Oh my goodness, how foul it is. Both stinky and repulsive. Thinking of the eyes peering through the peephole, Jiang Jiangguo forced herself to swallow. One can be cowardly, but one must maintain an air of confidence. Ugh, it's so mushy and disgusting. How is it? Does it smell bad but taste good? Qin Sheng inquired from the other side of the door. Jiang Jiangguo wanted to admit how horrible it was, but the thought of being mocked by Qin Sheng for eating such a foul thing for the rest of her life made her instinctively want to drag her down with her. Misery loves company after all. It's good. Jiang Jiangguo, with fish filling her mouth, lacked the courage to swallow and could only respond with a muffled, it's good. Although it smells terrible, it tastes surprisingly delightful. Before she could finish, she succumbed to another wave of retching. Qin Sheng looked skeptical. Really? Is it good? Yes. It's really good. Ugh. It's truly delicious. Ugh, I'm not lying to you, old Qin. It's really good. Ugh, it melts in your mouth. Ugh, I can't continue. Qin Sheng observed Jiang Jiangguo's pitiful state of eating and vomiting, utterly unconvinced by the claim of deliciousness. Just then a furious shout echoed from downstairs. What the hell is someone cooking in this building? Even in hunger, one shouldn't resort to eating that. Ugh. To the brother cooking that, can you please close your door while you eat? Upon hearing the outburst, Qin Sheng hastily pinched her nose and brought the small stool and the remaining half-can of herring into her apartment. She promptly shut the door, anxious that someone might trace the odor back to her. Looking at the herring can in her hands, she felt thankful she hadn't tasted it alongside Jiang Jiangguo. This was not food, it was a biochemical weapon. Wait a moment, a weapon? An idea sparked in Qin Sheng's mind as she paused her motion of disposing of the can down the drain. Gazing at the abominably foul herring can, a devious smile crept onto her lips. Of course, if it couldn't be eaten, it could undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon. She could envision herself using it in future skirmishes, catching the enemy off guard with a surprise herring grenade. The can would explode above them, showering them with its putrid contents, and their expressions would be utterly priceless. Ahaha! With that thought, she swiftly sealed the remaining half can with plastic wrap and stored it away. There was still a good portion left. It must not go to waste. Next time she encountered such a can, she would be sure to collect it. It was practically an essential item for any household or journey. When she finally emerged, she found Jiang Jianguo relishing a bowl of river snail rice noodles, completely absorbed in her meal, with only a bead of cold sweat on her forehead betraying her earlier bout of vomiting. Seeing Qin Sheng exit the kitchen, Jiang Jianguo lamented while slurping her noodles. Old Qin, I'm not exaggerating. That stuff is truly inedible. Who on earth would invent something so horrendous? It's a matter of life and death. If we see such canned goods again, do not bring them home. Qin Sheng shared her earlier thoughts, and Jiang Jianguo instantly revitalized, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Old Qin, you are truly a genius. How did I not think of that? When I was young, I once visited the countryside where a cousin of mine played with exploding cow dung, stuffing firecrackers into a pile of manure, and then running for dear life. The scene is forever etched in my memory. I bet this herring can would have a similar explosive effect. I can hardly wait to try it. After finishing their meal, the two of them thoroughly cleaned the house. The day was hot, and Qin Sheng, feeling lethargic, opted to stay in for an afternoon nap. Jiang Jianguo, however, was restless. While Qin Sheng slept, she took her heavy sword to the rooftop, practicing under the blazing sun. The weapon, a prized possession of Qin Sheng's grandfather, was becoming increasingly familiar in her hands. So much so that whenever she had a moment to spare, she would practice fervently, almost as if possessed. Jiang Jianguo understood that although she had been enjoying life with Qin Sheng, the apocalypse was fraught with peril. She could not continuously rely on old Qin. She needed to become formidable herself. Before the end of the world, she had been old Qin's #1 subordinate, and she must maintain that status in the new world. She could not allow anyone to usurp her position. As the sun began to set, she returned home and washed herself with water melted from cooling ice blocks. Just as she was changing, she heard a knock at her door. Qin Sheng's voice called out from outside. Jiang Jianguo, I'm planning to visit the base. Would you like to join? Absolutely. Just a moment, I'm getting dressed. She replied. I must accompany the boss. What if some little vixen outside tries to charm old Qin? Qin Sheng gazed at the damp footprints trailing across the floor, letting out a listless sigh. When the two departed, the sun was nearly setting. Yet, the overwhelming wave of heat that greeted them upon opening the door caused Qin Sheng to frown involuntarily. It felt as though the temperature had risen since her arrival the previous day. Having spent her past life in the northern regions, she was unfamiliar with the specific conditions of Haicheng. However, she recalled that shortly after the apocalypse began, the northern area was among the first to experience a catastrophic plague of insects. This calamity was not merely a locust invasion. It involved an unprecedented explosion of all types of insects following their evolution. Various snakes, insects, rodents, and ants surged forth from the ground like a deluge. She wondered if such a predicament would also manifest in this region. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they encountered another family moving in. The household appeared quite populous, with a total of 8 individuals, including adults and children. A large box truck was parked below, where 2 men in their 30s were unloading various items: beds, sofas, pots, and pans. The remaining adults, children, and an elderly member busied themselves transporting these belongings upstairs. It seemed to be a family affair. Qin Sheng cast a fleeting glance before continuing on her way. Jiang Jianguo, unable to suppress his curiosity, stole a few more glances at the truck's cargo. Once they had walked some distance, he remarked, Qin Sheng, that truck is like a mobile home. It's filled with tables, chairs, and even beds. This family is quite resourceful. Continuing along the route she remembered from the map, Qin Sheng replied without looking back, though these individuals appear weary from travel. The robust man exudes an air of defiance, while the women, children, and elderly do not seem particularly frail. They likely possess some means of survival. Do restrain your curiosity. Not everything warrants investigation. There are always those stronger than us, and while we are not afraid of trouble, it's prudent not to invite it. Oh, come now. Do you truly believe I am the sort to seek out trouble? Jiang Jianguo retorted. Yes, Qin Sheng replied succinctly. The Haicheng base was vast, teeming with survivors. Especially after nightfall, when the scorching sun had set, The number of survivors bustling about seemed to surpass that of the day. Yet the throngs moved hurriedly, many with heads bowed, focused solely on their path. It was a stark contrast to the past, when friendly inquiries like "Have you eaten?" were commonplace. After a 20-minute walk, Qin Sheng spotted the glimmer of lights by an artificial lake within the city. The lively cacophony of voices, shouts, and arguments filled the air. If one overlooked the tattered clothing and gaunt figures of most, they might momentarily believe they had arrived before the apocalypse. According to the map, the Haiqing base hosted 3 officially designated markets located in the eastern, western, and central districts. The market before her was situated in the central district, adjacent to the artificial lake. Every 50 meters along the road stood illuminated street lamps, under which an array of stalls displayed their wares. Some vendors set up small tables displaying their goods, while others simply laid out cloth on the ground to sell their items. There were also individuals squatting with 1 or 2 items before them, awaiting customers. In this current era, currency had lost its relevance. Barter had become the norm, with many transactions conducted using contribution points. The streets were crowded, with people jostling against one another, reminiscent of a bustling fair. However, patrol teams from the base continuously roamed the area to maintain order. Qin Sheng perused the various goods on display, her senses overwhelmed by the sheer variety. There were gold jewelry, designer clothing and bags, watches, shoes, and even undergarments. Food, water, scraps of fabric, and some unidentifiable antiques were also available. Once coveted before the apocalypse, gold, diamonds, and luxury brands were now astonishingly affordable. Among the survivors manning the stalls, some were evolved beings. Ice-type evolved individuals sold popsicles in various flavors and ice blocks for cooling, while Earth-type evolved individuals offered their services for constructing walls. Plant-type evolved individuals sold fruits and grains they had cultivated. Some stalls even displayed exotic creatures, halved and ready for sale. Hey beautiful! Interested in some clothing? We've got designer bags too. Just a pack of biscuits or any food will do. Gold jewelry. Incredible discounts. Just 1 contribution point. Popsicles. Tomato, orange, and cucumber flavors. Buy 1, get 1 free for just 1 contribution point. Need a wall or earthen shelter? I can help. Lacking contribution points. Qin Sheng exchanged 2 loaves of bread with an ice-type evolved vendor for 2 orange-flavored popsicles. Although she possessed space for storage, she felt compelled to purchase something during her outing. After browsing and finding nothing of particular interest, she settled for the popsicles. As the 2 indulged in their frozen treats while strolling, a young man in his 20s, with refined features, rushed over to an almost vacant spot, sat cross-legged on the ground, and casually inserted a blade of grass into his hair, calling out, "Anyone interested in buying a person? I'm strong, eat little, and I'm obedient. Kind-hearted sisters, please buy me. No money needed, just feed me." A nearby middle-aged vendor cast a scornful glance at him, saying, "You've got hands and feet. If you're willing to work, you won't starve. Why resort to selling yourself? And why only to the ladies? What a selfish notion." The young man, seemingly oblivious to the derision, continued his enthusiastic pitch. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted 2 women approaching from a distance, one tall and robust, wielding a heavy sword, and the other fair-skinned and beautiful, enjoying a popsicle. These 2 appeared healthy and well-groomed, clearly individuals of significance. He quickly adjusted his hairstyle and approached the duo, exclaiming, "Ladies, are you looking to buy someone? I can be your assistant, doing chores, cooking, and laundry. Anything you need. I'm strong, eat little, and I'm very obedient. Just give me some food and I'll be yours." Qin Sheng, licking her popsicle, turned to regard the young man with incredulity, coolly responding, "Do you truly believe anyone is seeking a glutton in these times?" "Exactly," Jiang Jianguo chimed in, nodding vigorously, ever cautious of any young man who approached Qin Sheng. "You think anyone would save food for you instead of themselves? Only someone with a severe lack of sense would consider such a notion." Chapter 31. The Task Hall. Jiang Jianguo, who had just been glaring at the young man, turned back to Qin Sheng with a smile that felt like a warm spring breeze. "Old Qin, let us move on. There's so much more to see. Let us not waste our time on him." He then gently tugged her along, pulling her away. The young man, eager to say more, faltered under Jiang Jianguo's fierce gaze, swallowing his words and returning to his stall to await his next potential customer. Qin Sheng, both amused and exasperated, allowed herself to be led away, with Jiang Jianguo imparting advice about maintaining virtue for safety. It was only after walking several hundred meters that their pace finally slowed. I must confess that I have a certain penchant for beauty, relishing the sight of lovely individuals. However, it is not to the extent that I would be rendered immobile by mere attractiveness. When it comes to allure, this lad with grass sprouting from his head pales in comparison to that fair-haired beauty, by a factor of 1%. Faced with such exquisite charm, I can maintain my composure, let alone this kind of insipid and ordinary beauty. Humph! You underestimate me far too much. Qin Sheng, with an air of proud defiance, bit into her popsicle, savoring its coolness. At the end of the market lay a crossroads, and across the road stood the mission hall of the base, adjacent to a communal dining hall. Within a 3-kilometer radius of the base, public dining halls were established, allowing survivors to dine using points, which proved far more economical than cooking for oneself. However, thus far there existed only one mission center in the entire base. Qin Sheng and her companion caught sight of the brightly lit mission hall from afar, observing numerous individuals entering and exiting. Curiosity piqued, she strolled in that direction. After all, idleness breeds boredom, and a little exploration would do no harm. Initially, she imagined the mission hall would resemble the housing management office, filled with desks and clerks. Yet upon entering, she discovered that only a handful of staff were present to handle registrations. The hall exuded a distinctly futuristic ambience, with an entire wall covered in translucent virtual panels. It resembled a stock exchange, with an incessant flow of red and green information scrolling across the screens. Inquiring with a nearby individual, she learned that the top 2 rows of highlighted information were official tasks, while the tasks below were privately posted. You are newcomers, aren't you? Remarked a man with a square jaw, casting a knowing glance at Qin Sheng. She nodded, discreetly passing him a packet of biscuits. Yes, we are new here, and we are quite unclear about many matters. Could you enlighten us, brother? Oh, how could I accept such kindness? He feigned modesty, yet his hands were swift to tuck the biscuits into his clothing. You are far too courteous, young lady. With the biscuits in hand, his smile transformed into one of genuine warmth. Jiang Jianguo stood obediently behind Qin Sheng, attentively listening to the man's elaborate tales. Oh, rather, his introductions. Looking at you and your companion, the man glanced at Jiang Jianguo, who towered over him, hesitating for a brief moment before continuing. Judging by your appearance, you must both be evolvers, right? Have you seen those red tasks up there? They are primarily official missions with a higher danger level, and naturally, the rewards are quite generous. Such tasks are typically undertaken only by powerful evolvers. The green tasks, in contrast, were relatively simple, with a lower risk factor. If you wish to post a private task, simply approach the staff over there for registration. However, when posting a task, you must prepare the commission in advance for the staff to safeguard. This measure is to prevent any unsavory conduct from task issuers after the mission has been completed. Do note that posting a private task incurs a fee of 10 contribution points. Qin Sheng looked up at the display. There were over a dozen official tasks, most involving the collection of mutated flora and fauna from outside the base, with rewards starting at a minimum of 50 points. The private postings, however, were a motley assortment, requests for mothers, children, fathers, and even lost lovers. The commissions were generally modest, seldom exceeding 10 points, as affluent survivors were a rarity. At that moment, the task information on the display refreshed, revealing a slew of new postings. All were from the same individual, Yi Beixian. Judging by the name, he was likely a man. The first task was to find his wife, offering a bounty of 500 contribution points. The second task sought his cousin, also with a reward of 500 points. The third was to locate his childhood neighbor, again with a bounty of 500 points. A series of 12 such tasks all sought women, each accompanied by a sketch of a stunning beauty. Qin Sheng gazed curiously at the name Yi Beixian. Do you know who this Yi Beixian is? She inquired. The man chuckled in a somewhat lewd manner, his expression tinged with envy. Yi Beixian is a well-known figure in the Haiqing base. He possesses great strength and wealth, surrounded by countless enchanting companions, each more beautiful than the last. He gave Qin Sheng a thumbs up, then shook his head in regret. If I had just one such beautiful woman, it would be worth it. Yet he has an abundance. Comparisons like these can be disheartening. We've grown accustomed to it. Yi Beixian's lovely companions occasionally indulge in melodramatic escapades, and he has posted such missing persons tasks more than once. I understand, Jiang Jianguo exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I often read romance novels. This is the legendary tale of her fleeing and him pursuing, her wings clipped. My goodness. Has this become a reality for a domineering CEO? He lamented. How I wish to witness this spectacle firsthand. The man wore a knowing smile. Indeed. Every time these ladies run away, it provides a golden opportunity for survivors to claim rewards without effort. To be honest, I have taken on 2 such tasks myself. I must take my leave now. Look over there. So many people are rushing to claim those tasks. I, too, wish to partake in this windfall. Farewell. The man strode purposefully toward the service window. Qin Sheng looked up and exclaimed, Goodness! Surely, they cannot all be rushing to snatch up Yi Beixian's tasks? A throng of survivors had already crowded the windows, jostling one another, nearly breaking into a scuffle. It was evident that the difficulty of the tasks was likely not very high. After all, if someone genuinely wished to hide, how could they be so easily found? It seemed more likely to be a playful game between lovers. Jiang Jianguo leaned closer to Qin Sheng, eyeing the glowing number of 500 contribution points on the screen. Tears of envy welled at the corners of her eyes. Is this the power of love? Qin Sheng shot her a sideways glance, coldly retorting, No. This is the power of contribution points. A simple missing person's notice, not for someone genuinely wishing to hide. A bounty of 500 contribution points? Is this not akin to giving away money? In the base, one can exchange food for contribution points. A pound of food equals 1 point. A meal in the dining hall typically costs just 1 point, and it often includes meat. 500 contribution points equate to 500 pounds of food. 500 meals. Who wouldn't rush for that? She felt a stir of temptation. Yet, upon recalling her space brimming with food, her motivation waned. Meanwhile, Jiang Jianguo continued to gaze longingly at the bustling windows, her curiosity ablaze, nearly palpable. Old Qin, may I go claim a task? I promise not to cause trouble. And I could earn contribution points. Chapter 32. Call me old boss when there's something, call me old Qin when there's nothing. Earning contribution points? Qin Sheng saw through her intentions. You'd likely just be there to witness the spectacle. I can tell by the way you lean that you are up to something. She helplessly waved her hand. Go on, go on. You've been tethered to me all day long. I'm nearly fatigued by your presence. It's good for you to find something to do. If someone bullies you, come back to me. I'll help you settle the score. Thank you, old Qin. Love you for 1,000 years. Jiang Jianguo rushed towards the task assignment window, as if he were hurrying to a banquet. Wait for me. Add me in. Big sister. Hey, don't push. You're squishing me. Who the hell just slapped my head? You old hag, try pulling my hair again. Observing Jiang Jianguo's series of antics, Qin Sheng silently covered her face and discreetly moved further away, engrossing herself in the task information displayed on the holographic screen. The task center of a base best reflects its overall situation. The official tasks listed here are primarily minor assignments related to the collection of mutated flora and fauna. This indicates that, up to this point, the base has not encountered any significant crises, which is why the task difficulty remains at a rudimentary level. There are no large-scale united efforts to gather supplies. Either there is no need for resources, or such operations are being conducted by the base's official personnel. The former is nearly impossible. No base would ever decline the necessity of supplies. Much like money, who would ever say no to more? Thus, it must be the latter. It seems that the Haiqing base is wary of the survivors within its confines. Yi Beixian. Qin Sheng's gaze lingered once more upon this name. It seemed strangely familiar, as if she had heard or seen it somewhere before. After a prolonged contemplation, she finally recalled a fragment from her past. In her previous life, she and Jiang Jianguo had encountered a formidable mutated beast, leaving her gravely injured and immobile, while Jiang Jianguo was also on the brink of death. In their frantic escape, they inadvertently stumbled upon a small base, which was predominantly populated by women, especially an abundance of beautiful ones, resembling a kingdom of daughters. The rules of that base dictated that no male was permitted to enter except for the base leader and his son. Upon hearing these regulations, they fled under the cover of night. The rule was that any woman who entered the city would be considered part of the base leader's harem. Each night, he would ride a mutated crocodile for leisure, and wherever the crocodile stopped, the woman residing there would be graced with his attention, reminiscent of ancient emperors. At that time, Jiang Jianguo, upon hearing this, mustered his last ounce of strength to carry her away, all the while cursing. It seemed that the leader of that base was named Yi Beixian. The Beixian base, Yes, that was indeed the name. As these memories flooded back, Qin Sheng felt an indescribable oddity at the mention of this name. Could these two be the same individual? Upon exiting the task hall, Qin Sheng headed to the contribution exchange area, where she exchanged some supplies for several hundred points, facilitating her movements within the base. For the next few days, she languidly remained at home, eating and sleeping, akin to a lethargic fish waiting for its end. In stark contrast, Jiang Jianguo could not sit still. He busied himself with tasks whenever possible. From simple missing person notices to venturing outside the base to gather mutated beasts and plants, he accepted them all. His prowess and fearless nature made him thrive in danger, quickly earning him acclaim among the evolvers, who dubbed him Jiang One Blade. He was quick to draw his sword at the slightest disagreement. Many were eager to team up with him for tasks. With him around, the safety factor significantly increased. Especially in combat, one could match three. However, it was also well known that Jiang Jianguo had a slothful sister at home, indulging in the spoils he fought hard to procure. Yet, discussions about her occurred only in whispers behind her back. No one dared to bring it up in her presence. Until one day, Jiang Jianguo returned home with a bruised face. Upon entering, he clung to Qin Sheng's leg, wailing, with tears and snot smearing her pants. "Old Qin, no big sis. You have to avenge me. They bullied me because they had the numbers. They stole my glory and took my sword. Big sis, your number one sister has been wronged. I don't want to live anymore." Qin Sheng, dragging Jiang Jianguo, who clung to her like a sloth, managed to move to the sofa. She patted his head and retrieved a box of ice cream from her space, handing it to him. "Stop howling. Wipe your nose. Have some ice cream first, calm down, and then tell me what happened." After finishing the ice cream with a series of sniffles, Jiang Jianguo animatedly recounted the events. "It happened like this, and then like that, yes, just like that, and I ended up like this." After listening for quite a while, Qin Sheng pieced together the story. "So you're saying that while undertaking a task, you accidentally obtained a rare mutated fire cloud grass and were discovered? When someone attempted to seize it but failed, they returned with reinforcements, culminating in a powerful figure stealing not only your fire cloud grass but also your task rewards. And they took your heavy sword too?" "Exactly." Jiang Jianguo nodded vigorously. "They gave everything to that little vixen, Yin Jingjing." "Who is Yin Jingjing?" "She's the little vixen who tried to steal our grass and went back to summon help." "And who is the formidable figure that beat you to a pulp?" "Yibei Quan. That man with many women. He was the one who hit me. Yin Jingjing is one of his women." Jiang Jianguo pointed at his panda eyes. "I transformed. And I still couldn't defeat him. He pounded my eyes and even broke my nose. Thankfully my nose is real. If it were a prosthetic, where would I find a plastic surgeon to fix it now? Big sis, you must avenge me. I'm in such a miserable state, sob sob sob." Qin Sheng cast her a cool glance. "You call me old Qin when there's nothing wrong, but when something happens it's big sis." After saying this, she peeled Jiang Jianguo's hands off and headed straight to her room. Big sis, you can't just leave me like this." "Where are you going?" "To change clothes. I need to look incredibly cool and stylish to avenge you." Chapter 33. Jiang Jianguo, shut your mouth. Initially slumped on the floor, tear-streaked and snot-covered, Jiang Jianguo sprang to life upon hearing that Qin Sheng was going to change clothes to help him seek retribution. He swiftly recovered, racing into the room. He rummaged through the closet and pulled out a set of black leather attire. "Big sis, wear this. The leather jacket with leather pants looks so cool, like Catwoman. You look so impressive. Why don't you wear it yourself?" Qin Sheng replied, rolling her eyes at him. "You look like a pineapple, all yellow inside and out. What are you thinking? I think leather looks incredibly stylish. Then how about you add a cape and a mask, like a superhero? You'd intimidate them the moment you appear. Absolutely stunning. Are you trying to make your opponents die from laughter?" Qin Sheng pushed Jiang Jianguo away, who was trying to stuff a cape into her arms. She changed out of her loungewear into a simple pair of denim pants and a tank top, tying her waist-length hair into a ponytail. Jiang Jianguo had his quirks. He had previously undergone tests and was slightly eccentric, resulting in his rather erratic and whimsical behavior. However, she had grown accustomed to it. In her previous life, amidst the apocalypse, she had comrades, yet none could truly be trusted to guard her back. Only Jiang Jianguo, despite her often unreliable demeanor, alright, sometimes even in critical moments, had risked her life on multiple occasions to save Qin Sheng. For this reason alone, Qin Sheng was willing to traverse the wasteland with this foolish yet endearing friend. A little eccentricity and madness mattered not. As long as there was no treachery from behind, everything else could be overlooked. A companion who would no longer stab you in the back is indeed a rarity. Having experienced betrayal from trusted allies before, Qin Sheng fully understood this truth. A few minutes later, the two had gathered their belongings and were ready to depart. As they descended the stairs, they encountered two bald middle-aged men, one robust and burly, the other of average build. The bald hairstyle was the most common in this water-scarce, food-deprived world. Conversely, long hair was a rarity. Such individuals were typically either powerful figures, or those backed by them. Upon spotting Jiang Jianguo, the two approached. With an instinctive disregard for the front-walking Qin Sheng, the burly man was the first to address Jiang Jianguo. Jiang Jianguo, I heard you were beaten up. Are you all right? The man following glanced at Jiang Jianguo's bandaged nose and swollen eyes, displaying sympathy. We've all heard. It's that Yan Jingjing's boyfriend Yi Beixian who did it. She's been spreading the word, claiming you fled in disgrace. Jiang Yidao? More like Jiang Pao Pao. This Yan Jingjing was notoriously domineering, and her Fire Phoenix squad was equally infamous for their bullying. They had seized others' mission rewards more than once, and what's worse, they disregarded any semblance of martial virtue. When they triumphed, they derided others as useless trash, but when they faced defeat, they sought external help, calling upon Yi Beixian. Yi Beixian was a favored figure in the base, and many had suffered in silence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jianguo's anger surged and she exclaimed, What do you mean Jiang Pao Pao? That wretched woman thinks she's the only one with connections. I have them too. Stepping closer to Qin Sheng, she proudly patted her on the shoulder and declared, See? This is my boss. She's so good to me. She's off to find me some justice. The two men looked at Qin Sheng, who was significantly shorter and slender, her pale, delicate features contrasting starkly with Jiang Jianguo's robust physique. They had teamed up with Jiang Jianguo a few times and had some impression of this legendary boss, who was often lauded for her prowess. They had assumed she was a formidable evolver, only to discover she was Qin Sheng. They resided in the same building, on the 4th floor. When they had moved in, they had noticed Jiang Jianguo first, her impressive physique and muscular build. Though a woman, she embodied the spirit of a warrior. Her gender did not diminish her ferocity in battle. As for Qin Sheng, she seemed to wander aimlessly around the base, indulging in her daily meals, resembling a street urchin rather than a serious survivor. She had never undertaken a mission, and appeared to be living off Jiang Jianguo as hard work, embodying the archetype of a heartless leech. They had seen enough parasites in their lives. Some were family, some were spouses, and others friends, always draining the selfless individual, feasting on their hard-earned resources. Jiang Jianguo, on the other hand, was perpetually engaged in missions, often completing several in a single day, resembling a tireless warrior. She was clearly being exploited. Those who were too sentimental often became easy targets for deceit. In their eyes, Qin Sheng was the epitome of such a parasite, which explained their disdainful expressions towards her. Oblivious to their judgment, Jiang Jianguo was lost in the euphoria of impending revenge. She cheerfully introduced, This is my boss. I've been following her since the 1st grade. Her name is Qin Sheng, as in Qin Shi Huang. Isn't that impressive? Oh, and by the way, this big guy is Li Chang. And this one is Song Pengfei. Isn't it a coincidence that they live in the same building as us, on the 4th floor? The ones who moved in with a big truck? Some people should have a bit of shame. There are those who masquerade as friends, indulging in the resources and contributions earned through hard work, without a second thought about their conscience. Song Pengfei scoffed. Li Chang grunted in agreement. Not everyone can be a friend. It's best to steer clear of those who wish to gain without effort, lest you find yourself stabbed in the back one day. Such individuals are nothing but ungrateful wolves. Li Chang shot a sidelong glance at the oblivious figure of Jiang Jianguo, his eyes practically screaming the word trash. They genuinely believed Jiang Jianguo was a rare find, and thus felt a sense of injustice on her behalf. Listening to their remarks, Jiang Jianguo was momentarily bewildered, pondering deeply for a few seconds before sheepishly scratching her head. Are you talking about me? Honestly, I do feel a bit guilty. It's true that everything I eat and drink comes from old Qin's efforts. Sometimes I reflect on my own shortcomings. She turned to Qin Sheng, her expression serious. Old Qin, I've made up my mind. From now on, whenever I return from missions, I will diligently learn to cook. You shouldn't have to wash the dishes after every meal. It must be exhausting. I'll take care of the household chores from now on. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I wouldn't have realized my own shortcomings. Her last sentence was directed at Song Pengfei and Li Chong. Song Pengfei, Li Chong. The two exchanged glances, then turned to Qin Sheng, giving her a thumbs up with a menacing glare. Song Pengfei remarked, "You woman have quite the knack for PUA with Jiang Jianguo. Look at how thoroughly you've brainwashed her." Li Chong added, "Let us keep our distance. This woman might possess the ability of mental control." As soon as Li Chong's words left his lips, both men took a few steps back, eyeing Qin Sheng warily, fearful of being ensnared into becoming another selfless devotee, like Jiang Jianguo. Qin Sheng expressionlessly shoved a large piece of bubble gum into her mouth, casting a look of disdain at the two. "Are we leaving or not? Don't waste time chatting with fools. Let us hurry. I still need to catch some sleep after helping you reclaim your honor." Chapter 34. Greetings, Grandmaster. "Oh, let us go. Let us go right now." Jiang Jianguo waved goodbye to the two, and then pulled Qin Sheng along as they headed outside. "Boss, I've already done my homework. That scoundrel Yi Beixian lives in Building A, Unit 11. I even know the door number. That little vixen Yan Jingjing resides there too. Let us pay them a visit right now." "Boss, you must retrieve my sword and take down Yi Beixian. And that domineering woman, she is the one who injured my eye. I want to smash her face. Before you make your entrance, can you let me strike a cool pose? I've thought of a few impressive opening lines. Let me recite them for you. I shall eliminate you in the name of the moon. How about that?" No. That sounds a bit childish. Embracing love and authenticity, the evil great heavenly dragon, Prajnaparamita Jiang Jianguo. Can you please be quiet for just 1 second? As a fleeting second passed, I wondered if I could continue to speak. Qin Sheng collapsed on the spot, amidst the billowing dust, erupting with an exasperated roar. "Jiang Jianguo, will you just shut up already? Are you Tang Xing?" On the other side, observing the two as they strode further away with resolute steps, Li Chong felt a twinge of doubt. Had he truly misjudged the situation? Could it be that the woman named Qin Sheng was, in fact, a concealed powerhouse? He turned to Song Pengfei, who, attuned to the silent camaraderie forged over years of brotherhood, instantly understood the look exchanged between them. Tentatively, he suggested, "Shall we go take a look? If Jianguo and this woman are in a bind, we might be able to lend a hand." Li Chong nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. Let us go see. Let us move." Song Pengfei urged, and the two hastened to follow. The distance between Area A and Area B spanned several kilometers, prompting Qin Sheng to drive directly there. The vehicle was parked in a nearby lot, mere minutes away. Within 5 minutes, she was behind the wheel, pressing the accelerator as the black Wrangler sped toward another section of the base. Li Chong and Song Pengfei quickly followed suit. In a matter of minutes, Qin Sheng arrived at the entrance of Area A. The two, brimming with vengeful energy, were halted by 3 elderly security guards who seemed to struggle even to walk. "Visitor registration required. No entry without an invitation," they stated firmly. The trio, collectively lacking more than 10 teeth, wore crisp uniforms and stood resolutely in front of the unfamiliar guests. The eldest among them offered a polite, yet somewhat eerie smile, revealing a toothless grin. Jiang Jianguo tugged at Qin Sheng's arm. "Old Qin, I could take down these 3 with one hand. Let us just charge in." "No entry without an invitation," the guards repeated, forming a barrier with their canes, projecting an air of, "Touch us, and we will drop right here." At that moment, Li Chong and Song Pengfei caught up, overhearing Jiang Jianguo's words. They rushed forward to intervene. "We can't force our way in, Jianguo. We cannot afford to offend these 3 guards. If we cross them, life at Haiqing Base will become unbearable for you." Jiang Jianguo looked incredulous. "Is it really that serious? Offending these old men will jeopardize our standing at Haiqing Base? Who are they?" Qin Sheng scrutinized the 3 elders, who appeared rather ordinary aside from their advanced age. Could it be they were reclusive masters who had achieved a state of simplicity? Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, "Are they the hidden experts guarding Haiqing Base? The legendary level of a sweeping monk?" Song Pengfei pulled the 2 aside, whispering, "You're mistaken. They are far more formidable than any sweeping monk." He pointed to the first elder. "This one is the father of the base leader." He then gestured to the second elder, "And this is the father of the second in command." I see. Jiang Jianguo interrupted eagerly, pointing at the third elder. "This one must be the father of the third in command." "What? The one with no teeth is the most significant. His 2 daughters are married to the base leader and the second in command. He's their father-in-law." Yes, the one we absolutely cannot offend. If we anger the first two, we might still have a way out, but if we cross him. Li Chang mimicked a throat-slitting gesture. We're done for. Do you know why these three seemingly frail old men were appointed as guards of Area A? Li Chang continued. With their status, even the most powerful evolvers wouldn't dare to act recklessly in their presence. Jiang Jianguo shook his head vehemently, a sense of dread washing over him as he turned to regard the three guards. Fortuitously, they had refrained from charging in. Had she struck one of them, it was likely she would have been dealt with harshly in return. The three elders, sensing the scrutiny, turned to Jiang Jianguo and offered amiable smiles. A shiver ran down his spine as he reciprocated with a foolish grin. Qin Sheng also offered a polite smile, while Li Chang and Song Pengfei executed a deep bow, exclaiming in unison, "Good day, esteemed elders." Chapter 35. Yi Beixian come out. Realizing that a forceful entry was not an option, Qin Sheng contemplated a more diplomatic approach. Just then, Jiang Jianguo suggested, "How about I ask the elders if they might summon Yi Beixian for us? We don't have to barge in." Without waiting for Qin Sheng's consent, he dashed toward the security office. "Excuse me, could you please have Yi Beixian come out? I'd like to challenge him." The first elder responded, "Who is this Beixian?" "Yi Beiquan." Jiang Jianguo insisted. The second elder inquired, "What do you want with Yi Beixian?" "I want to challenge him. He stole my knife." The third elder chimed in, "Oh, you want to treat us to chicken legs? And maybe some cake too? No need. We're too old for such indulgences." Jiang Jianguo stood there, flabbergasted. Observing her futile attempt, Qin Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. It was clear that the three elders feigned ignorance, evidently unwilling to call for Yi Beixian. It seemed that this Yi Beixian held some significant reputation within the base. Li Chang whispered, "Zhengwo, perhaps we should just leave? If we can't even get in, how can we hope to fight? Even if we tried, you wouldn't stand a chance." The last part he kept to himself, wary of hurting Zhengwo's pride. Song Pengfei added, "We're all part of the same base. We'll have plenty of opportunities for revenge in the future. It would be folly to seek death now." He shot a glance at Qin Sheng, silently implying that they were the ones courting disaster. In response, Qin Sheng rummaged through her belongings, producing a large white megaphone typically used for street vending. Handing it to the crestfallen Jiang Jianguo, she urged, "Stop sulking. Take this. Turn up the volume to the maximum, and the rest is up to you." Jiang Jianguo's eyes brightened at the sight of the megaphone. Gratefully accepting it, she gave Qin Sheng an okay gesture, cranked the volume to its peak, and rushed to the entrance of the complex. With a booming voice, she began to shout a barrage of taunts. She had always possessed a natural talent for confrontation. "Yi Beiquan, open the door. If you have the guts to steal my knife, you should have the guts to face me," she bellowed. "Yi Beixian, you sour fish, both sour and redundant. You little garbage, you think you can match me? How about you challenge my boss instead?" Yi Beixian, hiding behind closed doors like a coward, refusing to acknowledge your actions. "Ha! Return my knife, you scoundrel." Jiang Jianguo continued with fervor. "Every time you step outside, people watch you. You think they admire you, but they're actually laughing at how foolish you are. You filthy wretch, you can't even wash away the stench of your own filth. Yi Beiquan, you've danced naked on a pile of dung. If I press down on your back, your bottom will go puff puff puff. Yet you strut about as if you're proud of it." The three elderly guards leaned together at the window, observing the spectacle. The first elder remarked, "This girl has talent." The second elder queried, "What's the deal with Yi Beixian?" The third elder chimed in, "Sounds like someone stole her sword." The first elder responded, "Well, he certainly is quite shameless. Why would he steal from a girl?" On the other side, Li Chang and Song Pengfei gazed in astonishment at the large loudspeaker that had materialized out of thin air. How could such a bulky object possibly fit into a pocket? It must be a spatial evolutionist. "Are you a spatial evolutionist?" Li Qiang inquirat, "Ayang Qin Sheng spuket." Qin Sheng shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. She then retrieved a piece of bubble gum from her pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. She had not forgotten the derogatory remarks these two men had made about her supposedly preying on Jiang Jianguo. Without further ado, she strolled to a shaded area beneath the trees, extracted a folding chair from her versatile pocket, and settled down to await Yi Beixian's emergence. With a mouth like Jiang Jianguo's, one would think he had consumed a pack of chewing gum, as he simply could not cease his incessant chatter. If Yi Beixian managed to endure it, she would concede defeat. Moments later, The entrance to Area A's residential district was bustling with onlookers, all locals. After all, the loudspeaker's penetrating sound had carried Jiang Jiangwo's voice for miles. A crowd of spectators had gathered to witness the commotion. This woman must be here seeking out Yi Beixian. Likely due to some romantic entanglement he had stirred up. Surely not. The women surrounding Yi Beixian were of diverse types, some petite, some voluptuous, some cool and alluring, but none had ever encountered such a robust figure. Yi Beixian's tastes appeared rather peculiar. Even if offered, they would hesitate to approach her, fearing she might break their legs. Hey, do you know what's going on? I know the truth. It's because Yi Beixian stood up for Yan Jingjing and snatched something from this woman, which is why she has come to confront him. I was there at the time. This woman is a beast evolutionist. Yi Beixian dealt her a severe blow back then. Now she dares to confront him. It seems she has found a powerful ally. Enough, look over there. Yi Beixian is coming out. Amidst the din, a man clad in casual attire emerged from the residential complex, his expression dark. A group of striking women followed him, each exuding distinct charms, some adorable, others icy, some gentle, and some fiery, yet all undeniably attractive. Qin Sheng scrutinized the leading man. He was of average build, neither fat nor thin, standing around 175 centimeters. His features were rather unremarkable, not exactly handsome, easily overlooked in a crowd. Li Chong whispered, "That's Yi Beixian. Don't let his appearance fool you. He possesses formidable strength and has a preference for beautiful women. His evolutionary ability is the most powerful, lightning. You must be cautious." At this, Li Chong cast a peculiar glance at Qin Sheng. "If you two cannot hold your own, make a hasty retreat towards those 3 elderly men by the gate. Use them as shields. Yi Beixian wouldn't he dare lay a hand on them. The girl with Jiang Jiangguo is fine, but your looks are too alluring. If he gets his hands on you, he will surely take advantage." Song Pengfei nodded in agreement. In this apocalyptic world, being attractive can sometimes be a curse. That girl with Jiang Jiangguo is much better off. Although neither of them held any fondness for Qin Sheng, they certainly did not wish for either of them to fall into Yi Beixian's clutches. As the man approached, a vision of his own beating flashed through Jiang Jiangguo's mind. Clutching the loudspeaker, he dashed towards Qin Sheng, exclaiming, it's him. Old Qin, he is the one who attacked me." Qin Sheng stood up, rolled her neck, and strode toward the entrance. Jiang Jiangguo scurried behind her, awkwardly trying to conceal his imposing form behind her slender frame. He pointed at Yi Beixian. "Both cowardly and loud, you fool. My boss is here. You better return my grandpa's heavy sword and apologize, or I'll make you regret it." Yi Beixian, visible ennuyé, turned to see Qin Sheng blocking his path, and his eyes sparkled with interest. Well, a lovely young lady. How could such a beautiful girl engage in violence? Come here, let me take care of you. Shut it, you scoundrel. You're not even worthy to lick my boss's toes. Keys are $3 apiece. $10 for 3. What makes you think you're worth even 1? Chapter 36. Explosive confrontation with Yi Beixian. Yi Beixian surveyed the unfazed Qin Sheng, a devilish grin curling his lips, his gaze a blend of curiosity, indifference, arrogance, and nonchalance. "I see you possess some charm, and I find myself intrigued. So ponder this. You must find a way to fall for me. With tens of thousands in the high city base, I am only extending this opportunity to you. Do not squander it, or you may narrow your own path. Woman, do not provoke my ire. You would not survive the consequences. I acknowledge your uniqueness, yet you cannot exploit my fondness for you recklessly." The greasy declarations of Yi Beixian, who fancied himself a domineering figure, made Qin Sheng's bubblegum lose all flavor, leaving her feeling utterly repulsed, as if enveloped in a layer of rancid oil. The very thought made her stomach churn. "You are Yi Beixian, aren't you? The one who stole from Jiang Jiangguo and assaulted her?" "Indeed, that is I. However, since he is your friend, we are all family now. Why distinguish between you and me? As long as you align with me, I can return that worthless sword to her right now." Realizing she had not mistaken him, Qin Sheng suppressed her disgust, clenched her right fist, and summoned a dense tangle of vines that spiraled from her palm, intertwining and coalescing into a whip as thick as her wrist. The vines appeared alive, writhing in midair. The entire process unfolded in an instant. Upon witnessing the whip in Qin Sheng's grasp, a flicker of admiration crossed Yi Beixian's face. "Excellent. I am drawn to strong women. The more assertive, the more enticing they are. Allow me to conquer you." He conjured bolts of lightning in his hands, arcs of blue electricity dancing across his palms with a crackling sound. The surrounding crowd instinctively retreated, clearing a space for the impending clash, while the women flanking Yi Beixian shot Qin Sheng hostile glares. Jiang Jianguo, step back. I truly cannot endure this any longer. This man is insufferably greasy. With a fierce shout, she lashed the whip toward Yi Beixian. Yi Beixian conjured an electric net before him, a wicked smile gracing his features. As the whip collided with the net, blue arcs of electricity surged, repelling it. Woman. No one can escape my electric net, just as you cannot evade my web of affection. Yield to me, do not test my patience. To hell with you. Qin Sheng could no longer restrain herself. With her other hand, she formed another whip of equal girth. The two vines intertwined, spinning rapidly, producing a buzzing sound as they surged toward Yi Beixian. Stop struggling in vain, woman. You are destined to be mine. What the hell? You've broken my lightning shield. With a sharp crack, the electric shield before Yi Beixian began to splinter like a spider's web at the point of contact with the vines. The villain perishes due to his own verbosity. You, rancid oil, prepare to meet your end. With renewed vigor, Qin Sheng intensified her assault, shattering the lightning shield before her like fragile glass. Without hesitation, she launched both whips directly at Yi Beixian. What the hell? Yi Beixian hastily summoned bolts of lightning to strike at Qin Sheng. However, it was as if she were treading upon the wheels of wind and fire, executing a series of movements akin to the ethereal steps of a water dancer, flawlessly evading every point of impact from the descending lightning. Behind her trailed a multitude of deep craters, yet not a single bolt managed to land on her. The lightning shield and heavenly thunder strike were Yi Beixian's two signature moves. The shield provided defense, while the thunder served as offense. Never before had anyone breached his shield, nor had anyone evaded his heavenly strikes. Even the commander of the Haiqing base had sought to recruit him, treating him with utmost reverence. Yet today, this woman had achieved what no one else could. A sense of panic surged within Yi Beixian, as Qin Sheng relentlessly pursued him like a cat toying with a mouse, each whip landing upon him with increasing ferocity. His movements became frantic, losing their precision. Meanwhile, the onlookers, akin to explorers discovering a new world, were captivated. 3 elderly gentlemen, adorned with reading glasses, observed intently. The first elder remarked, "This young lady is quite impressive. If only she could serve under my son." The second elder chimed in, "This girl is a plant evolver. Our base's plant evolvers are primarily relegated to logistical roles, with a notable deficiency in offense. Yet she wields a small wooden spear with the efficacy of a submachine gun. Truly a prodigy." The third elder added, "Though my 2 daughters are married, I still have a son, just turned 21, who would be a perfect match for her." The first and second elders shot him disapproving glares. "You old dog. You think you alone can produce offspring?" On another front, Li Chang and Song Pengfei, who were bracing themselves for defeat, were now utterly bewildered. Li Chang exclaimed, This. She is a dual-type evolver, both spatial and botanical." Song Pengfei gasped, "Why is her botanical ability so formidable? She is actually chasing Yi Beixian around. Did we not just insult her? What did we even say? Bloodsucker. Scum. No good. Ungrateful wretch." The 2 men recalled their earlier slanders, their expressions turning pale as realization dawned. Suddenly, the world around them darkened, nearly causing them to faint. Song Pengfei, trembling, pointed at Yi Beixian, who was desperately dodging and yelping. "Does she not hold a grudge?" Li Chang's face turned ashen. Her strikes seem quite severe. She likely embodies the principle of vengeance. What do we do now? Song Pengfei despaired, glancing at Li Chang. Li Chang's gaze fell upon Jiang Jianguo, who was energetically shouting encouragement. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to Jiang Jianguo's side, rolling up his sleeves to join in the raucous cheers. "Boss, go for it. Is this what they mean by if you can't beat them, join them? Wait for me, Li Chang." Song Pengfei hurriedly followed suit, hopping onto a rock, his voice shrill. "Go, boss. You're truly amazing. Yi Beixian is utterly helpless against you." Their fervor rivaled that of a group of enthusiastic extras. "Li Qian starat, dumfunda. You're a real piece of work." Jiang Jianguo, glancing at the unexpected cheerleaders beside him, felt his initial camaraderie with them morph into suspicion. These 2 can't possibly be here to back me against old Qin, can they? As Yi Beixian darted about, summoning bolts of lightning, the strikes fell sporadically, creating craters upon the ground. However, The craters began to diminish in size, the lightning growing increasingly thin. Sweat beaded on Yi Beixian's forehead, his complexion paling. This is bad. My powers are depleted. No. It's my abilities that are exhausted. In a panic, he dashed towards his horde of admirers. Yet the very women who had professed their willingness to live and die for him, who had fought over him daily, saw the whips chasing after him and fled in terror, fearing to be caught in the fray. Upon his approach, they scattered like leaves in the wind. Don't chase me. Ah. Stay away. There are so many of you. Chase someone else. In the midst of the chaos, an onlooker quipped, I need some cough syrup. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Qin Sheng's lips curled upward, barely suppressing a grin. Who was this audacious soul to deliver quips during such a tumultuous clash? For several minutes, she pursued Yi Beixian with the grace of a cat playing with its prey. Finally, a bolt of lightning struck the ground with a sizzle, extinguishing its fury. Yi Beixian, battered and bruised, bore the marks of several lashes, but once his abilities were spent, no amount of effort could revive them. Qin Sheng approached languidly, wielding her vine whip, her white teeth glinting in the sun. Yi Beixian cast a desperate glance at the women around him, but they averted their gazes, some even glaring back fiercely. With a swift kick, Qin Sheng sent Yi Beixian tumbling back several meters, landing painfully on the ground. With a yelp, he sprang up, for the midday sun scorched the earth beneath him. The moment his skin met the searing surface, it felt akin to being placed upon a hot griddle. Having lived a life of ease since awakening his lightning abilities, Yi Beixian had enjoyed a smooth journey, collecting beauties and never wanting for sustenance. Upon arriving at the base, he was granted the finest accommodations, complete with household appliances, all for free. He reveled in the privileges of the strong, required only to undertake a mission for the base once a month. Unprepared for such a downfall, especially at the hands of a woman, he could hardly believe his fate. It was evident to all that he was being thoroughly dominated. Clutching his bruised rear, he looked at Qin Sheng with trepidation. You've come to reclaim that exceptionally heavy iron sword for your friend. Haven to you? It's not with me. My cousin Yan Jingjing took it. As the saying goes, no pain, no gain. I admit I bear some responsibility for that incident. I was merely standing up for my cousin, who claimed someone had stolen her credit and bullied her. Old Qin, don't listen to his nonsense. Jiang Jianguo interjected angrily, stepping forward to stand beside Qin Sheng. You know what kind of person I am. I would never resort to thievery. Yes, I fully believe you. Don't be upset. Qin Sheng nodded, and Jiang Jianguo calmed slightly, pointing at Yi Beixian. Where's Yan Jingjing? Bring her out so we can confront him directly. Let us see who bullied whom. Yan Jingjing isn't here. She left this morning and hasn't returned. Yi Beixian replied weakly. Qin Sheng placed a hand on Jiang Jianguo's shoulder. There's no need for confrontation. You ought to know her character well. Isn't it clear how accustomed she is to bullying others? Those who wrong you are often more aware of your innocence than you are. They wish to oppress you and need not seek justification. Arguing is futile. After speaking, Qin Sheng ensnared Yi Beixian with her vines, leaving him suspended in the branches at the entrance of Area A's residential zone. Why don't you just hang around in the tree and wait for that person named Yan Jingjing to return? Turning to Jiang Jianguo, he added. The person is already tied up. How you choose to exact your revenge is entirely up to you. Go ahead and do as you please. I'll provide the venue. With that, Qin Sheng waved his hand, stifled a yawn, and returned to the recliner beneath the tree's shade, half closing his eyes to take a leisurely nap. Although the weather was sweltering, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the onlookers. A significant portion of the crowd had dispersed, yet a small group remained, squatting in the tree's shade. Yi Beixian dangled from the treetop like a massive green zongzi, with only his head visible. As the wind blew, he swayed precariously. Anyone entering or exiting Area A could see him. The onlookers, crouching beneath the tree, were eagerly waiting for someone to speak up, and when one did, their eyes sparkled as they recounted the recent events, embellishing the tale with dramatic flair. Jiang Jianguo stood with Yi Beixian's admirers encircling him. A sly grin plastered across his face. Yi Beixian, weren't you quite the braggart back then? Without a second thought, you jumped in to defend your woman and snatched my belongings. Since you have such an affinity for women, today I shall allow you to relish the experience. As he spoke, he turned to the group of women, who huddled together like frightened chickens, trembling in fear. Today, I have come to seek vengeance against Yi Beixian. Here's the deal. You all shall spit on him, right in his face. The one who spits the most ferociously in each round shall be the first to leave. When she was once beaten down by Yi Beixian, these women had cheered her on like a cheerleading squad, even taking turns to insult her. However, at this moment, those memories paled in comparison. Her deepest hatred remained directed at Yi Beixian. The feature she was most proud of, the bridge of her nose, had been broken by him. This vile grudge, an uncle might tolerate, but an aunt could not. Upon hearing her words, Yi Beixian, who was on the verge of unconsciousness from his injuries, jolted awake, filled with fury as he stared at the towering woman before him. Yi Beixian, a figure of some renown at the Haiqing base, could not fathom being surrounded by a group of women spitting at him. How could he maintain his standing if such news spread? You wicked woman. It is better to die than to endure such humiliation. If you have the guts, kill me. What kind of hero are you, resorting to such disgrace? Jiang Jianguo shrugged, a sinister chuckle escaping her lips. Ah, I was never a hero. You must not have learned the adage. Only women and villains are difficult to deal with. From your language teacher, right? Yi Beixian, clutching at the last vestiges of hope, turned his gaze towards the women he had once cherished. In the past, I have always been there for you. Look around. Who in the Haiqing base is happier than you? Living in villas, enjoying fine food and drink, free from tasks and worries. You wouldn't treat me this way. Would you? Hong. You loved me the most, didn't you? I rescued you from your husband, who wanted to kill you for meat. Xiaomei, when you were assaulted, I happened to pass by and killed your attacker. Didn't you say you would follow me for the rest of your life to repay me? Qing, we are neighbors. Having grown up together, you wouldn't turn against your brother Beixian, right? He scanned the faces of these women, but all he found were averted eyes. Hong, I love my husband. Even if he kills me, I still love him. Our relationship is one of love and conflict. It is none of your business. You don't understand love at all. Qing pa, scoundrel. You once claimed to love only me, yet you later surrounded yourself with beautiful women. You liar. Xiaomei. There were things I didn't want to say, but given the circumstances, I can no longer hold back. Initially, we planned to stage a scam, but it ended disastrously when you got my partner killed. I had no choice but to stick with you. And there is something I must mention. Though you have many women, well, you're not that impressive. Xiaomei's final words detonated like an atomic bomb, not only shocking the onlookers, but shattering Yi Beixian's composure. Whispers filled the air, and inquisitive gazes fell upon him, leaving him in a daze. He stared blankly at Xiaomei, as if struck by lightning. No, what do you mean by not that impressive? Xiaomei fidgeted with her fingers, her expression one of disdain. It's just that, well, I initially thought you were formidable, but it turns out you're quite average. I've been struggling to uphold your pride each time we work together. Average? You mean to say I'm merely average? They had never said such things before. Chapter 38. Take a sip of water and continue. Yi Beixian numbly turned to each face in the crowd. Is she lying? Right. You all know my abilities better than anyone. She is talking nonsense, isn't she? At this moment, Xiaomei's blow to his ego surpassed the despair he felt when Qin Sheng defeated him. Average? Not that impressive? This was the greatest humiliation for a man. He would rather be called a lecher than be labeled as not impressive. At that moment, another woman hesitated before speaking to Yi Beixian. Well, actually, I've wanted to say this for a long time. Yi Beixian, you aren't exceptionally gifted. You're really quite average. Yes, average is one thing, but you're also unskilled and love to show off. However, you are our provider, so we can only cooperate. Yi Beixian, you can't possibly think that having so many women means someone truly loves you, right? Moreover, you really are quite average. With that, the woman named Xiaomei stepped forward first, confirming with Jiang Jianguo, so if we really spit on him we can leave? You want to go back on your word, right? Jiang Jianguo shook her head solemnly. Of course not, I am a person of my word. That scoundrel was just dreaming of old Qin, huh? Spit on him. That is good to hear. I'll trust you this once. Xiaomei nodded, taking bold strides forward, casting a somewhat apologetic glance at Yi Beixian. I'm sorry, but in this day and age it's tough for everyone. Since you've lost, we have no choice but to follow their demands. It's unavoidable. You won't hold it against us, will you? Yi Beixian's face turned pale, a bitter smile spreading across his features. Xiaomei, I knew you still had genuine feelings for me. It's she who forced you. I do not blame you. I love you. Before he could utter another word, Xiaomei cleared her throat and spat. A A mouthful of warm saliva splattered across his face, instantly freezing Yi Beixian's expression of affection. With her leading the charge, the other women, fearing being left out, rushed forward, taking turns to spit on him, encircling him in a whirlwind of humiliation. Yi Beixian was devastated. You all! How dare you women humiliate me like this today? If you have the guts, reveal your names. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the young and poor. If you have the courage, declare your names. I will surely take my revenge for today. Jiang Jiangguo scratched her ear, visibly impatient. Yes, 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 do not underestimate the young and poor, nor the middle-aged and poor, nor the elderly and poor. In the end, if you die, the dead hold the greatest authority, and you win, right? Heh. And I, this girl, will not change my name or my surname. Jiang Jiangguo, remember that. With that, she pointed at the circle of women and shouted, you all, do you want to leave early or not? Spit more, he still has time to chat with me. Upon hearing the words, Yi Beixian wished to say more, yet the torrent of spittle from the surrounding women intensified. A deluge of saliva surged from every direction, and he dared not open his mouth, fearing he might inadvertently swallow a mouthful of phlegm. The survivors passing by, repulsed yet unable to resist the urge to pause and observe, glanced with disdain. Li Chang and Song Pengfei trailed behind Qin Sheng, with Song Pengfei fanning her gently. As an ice elemental evolver, Li Chang concentrated on conjuring blocks of ice, placing them before Song Pengfei's fan, allowing the warm breeze to pass over the ice before reaching Qin Sheng, providing a refreshing and pleasant coolness. The two were exceedingly attentive, anxious that Qin Sheng might recall previous unpleasantness. It must be said, the indulgences of capitalism are indeed corrosive to the soul. Qin Sheng relished the gentle breeze. When Song Pengfei, with a beaming smile, presented her with an icy treat. Boss, are you still hot? Would you care for an ice pop to cool off? Is this your method of testing the officials? Qin Sheng shot a glance at the seemingly flavorless ice pop. Moreover, I preferred the way you initially carried yourselves, so untamed. This transformation is rather disconcerting. Ah, very well. Song Pengfei retracted the ice pop, placing it in his mouth to savor it himself. In this sweltering weather, an icy treat was indeed delightful. Though devoid of flavor, it was merely frozen water. It not only alleviated the heat but quenched thirst as well. He glanced at Li Chang with a questioning look. What about you? Li Chang raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Thus, he conjured another ice pop and handed it over. The two indulged in the icy delights together. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng's gaze drifted towards Yi Beixian, who hung from the treetops. He had transitioned from profound sorrow and rage to a state of numbness, eyes shut tightly, silently enduring as if in deep meditation. Jiang Jiangguo's tactics, while not inflicting physical harm, were nonetheless as ruthless as they were cunning. Yet it must be acknowledged that Yi Beixian was no saint. He had often exploited his martial prowess to intimidate others. The women surrounding him were merely a fraction of his many confidants, and their association with his power had led to numerous fatalities. Yi Beixian had been the one to clean up after those incidents. He was no virtuous being, and neither were these women. Having severed ties with their powerful patron, how could they expect to escape the wrath of those they had wronged in the past? Qin Sheng considered herself no paragon of virtue. After all, in her previous life, she had lived for over a decade, with countless lives extinguished by her hand. She had witnessed innumerable atrocities in this world. The remnants of her kindness had been utterly consumed in this predatory existence. Good people do not live long. Therefore, she harbored little emotional turmoil regarding the inevitable fates of those women. She was well aware of Jiang Jiangguo's character. Though his thought processes were somewhat unconventional, he would never resort to thievery. Judging by the injuries he had sustained, had she not been a beast evolver with a robust physique, she would likely have met a far grimmer fate. It was evident that Yi Beixian and Yan Jingjing had never intended for her to survive. Contemplating this, Qin Sheng regarded Yi Beixian suspended in the tree, and felt a desire to sever his head from his shoulders. However, this was Jiang Jiangguo's vendetta. Her role was merely to capture him, and how to exact revenge was solely Jiang Jiangguo's prerogative. She would not interfere. This had been their long-standing dynamic, mutual reliance without excessive intrusion into each other's affairs. Even if Jiang Jiangguo lost a fight or was bullied, as long as he did not request her assistance, she would never meddle in his matters. Even friendships require boundaries. Interfering in personal affairs under the guise of goodwill often yields unfavorable outcomes. For the time being, both preferred this mode of interaction. On another front, The girl who had been vomiting most violently felt her throat ablaze, her voice hoarse and dry, devoid of saliva. Hesitantly, she approached Jiang Jianguo. Can I leave now? I have no saliva left to vomit." No sooner had she spoken than a bottle of water was thrust into her hands. "Thirsty? Drink some water and continue." Xiao Mei accepted the water, her expression one of indignation as she gulped it down. At that moment, she wished fervently that Jiang Jianguo had not offered her water, but rather a knife to swiftly end Yi Beishuan's life. If he were to perish today, it might be for the best. Should he survive and regain his strength, he would undoubtedly seek retribution for their actions today. However, she dared not act recklessly, as she and Jiang Jianguo had their own grievances, fearing that she might provoke retaliation. Thus, she obediently drank a mouthful of water and resumed her retching, spinning in circles until her jaw ached from the effort, before finally being released. Meanwhile, Yi Beixian remained as still as a meditative monk, unresponsive even as the women departed. His eyes remained tightly shut, his expression serene, emanating an air of transcendence that seemed to elevate him above the mundane. If one were to overlook his current predicament, they might mistake him for a figure of wisdom from a distant realm. Yan Jingjing returned that afternoon, burdened with an array of purchases. Yet before she could reach home, she noticed a throng of people gathered at the entrance of District A, among them the person she had always regarded with disdain, Jiang Jianguo. "Jiang Jianguo, look over there. Isn't that Yan Jingjing?" Song Pingfei, with keen eyes, spotted the smiling Yan Jingjing accompanied by several bodyguards from afar, quickly alerting Jiang Jianguo. At that moment, Jiang Jianguo also recognized the approaching figure. The once cheerful expression on Yan Jingjing's face darkened instantaneously upon seeing him. "Jiang Jianguo, you're still alive. Truly, the audacity of this wench knows no bounds. You dare speak of me? Who are you calling a wench?" Yan Jingjing, quick of tongue, realized too late that she had walked into a trap, but it was far too late to retract her words. "Indeed, you possess a notable self-awareness. Wench, return my heavy sword to me." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Jianguo, brandishing a hefty hammer, charged towards her. "You shameless creature! Not only did you steal my grass, but you also dare to claim my heavy sword. I will hammer you to death." In this apocalyptic world, strength reigns supreme, and might made right. If I covet your possessions, it is a favor to you. Do not mistake my generosity for weakness. This time, I shall ensure my cousin ends you. Yan Jingjing, in her arrogance, remained oblivious to the fact that the cousin she mentioned was currently hanging from a tree. As Jiang Jianguo advanced, she hastily retreated, waving her hand and shouting to her bodyguards. "You fools, what are you waiting for? Charge at once. If I suffer even the slightest injury, my cousin will surely have you executed." No sooner had she spoken than the 10 or so bodyguards rushed forward, only to be swiftly subdued by Jiang Jianguo within minutes. Some attempted to rise, but Qin Sheng casually pointed towards the figure dangling from the tree. "Hey, look over there. Do you recognize who that is?" The bodyguard, who had just attempted to rise and fight, focused intently on the head that protruded from the bundle. It was none other than Yi Beixian. His eyes were closed, his expression tranquil. In an instant, they were struck by the realization. This is Yi Beixian. He is dead. Someone has actually killed him. He is dead. What will happen to our wages? He has fallen. Who will pay our wages now? The several bodyguards exchanged glances, uncertainty etched on their faces. Without payment, can we continue working? One hesitantly inquired. What is the point of working without pay? Let us retreat. The leader commanded. The others swiftly scrambled to their feet, brushing off their clothes as they departed. Witnessing their agile movements, it was evident that their commitment to safeguarding Yan Jingjing was rather half-hearted. Even their injuries seemed feigned, typical of seasoned veterans in the bodyguard profession. "Cousin?" Yan Jingjing, incredulous, followed Qin Sheng's pointing finger. Upon seeing the head dangling from the tree, she stumbled, nearly losing her balance. The protective umbrella has vanished. Who can you rely on now? Jiang Jianguo brandished a hefty iron hammer, leaping high with a powerful kick, the hammer slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. Yan Jingjing instantly focused her mind. Fireball attack. Several fireballs hurtled toward him, but Jiang Jianguo deftly dodged and brought his hammer crashing down. "Return my sword to me." Yan Jingjing swiftly conjured a fiery net before her, evading the blow just in time. After all, she was a fire-type evolver, possessing a modicum of strength aside from Yi Beishuan's protection. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare roam so brazenly in the open. As an evolver, She held ordinary people in disdain, firmly believing that strength was the ultimate truth. Whenever she encountered ordinary individuals who displeased her, she would resort to violence without hesitation. The same went for evolvers. If she could overpower them, she would strike. If not, she would call for reinforcements. Once, in a fit of rage after a regular person dirtied her clothes, she had severed the individual's hands without a second thought. For ordinary people struggling to survive in this apocalyptic world, losing their hands was akin to a death sentence, no different from murder. Jiang Jianguo, unable to tolerate her actions, confronted her, leading to a fierce altercation. Though Yan Jingjing was ultimately rescued by Yi Beishuan's men, the incident sowed discord between them. Yan Jingjing, known for her vengefulness, could bully others but would never let slide any grievances inflicted upon her. Consequently, she continuously sought ways to undermine Jiang Jianguo. Now bereft of Yi Beishuan's aid, she succumbed to defeat within 3 exchanges, a single blow shattering the bones in her palm, exposing ghastly shards of bone through her flesh. Yet, Jiang Jianguo showed no signs of halting, his next strike aimed straight for her head. Should that hammer land, the outcome was inevitable, an explosive demise. No. Don't kill me. I'll return it. Here, I'll give it back to you. Yan Jingjing scrambled to the side, her voice shrill as she fled. Isn't this what you wanted? Your heavy sword? I'll give it back. While saying this, she conjured a pitch-black heavy sword with her intact left hand. Indeed Jiang Jianguo's sword. He snatched it back, but continued to scrutinize her hand. Where's my grass? The grass? I've already used it. Yan Jingjing's tone shrank before Jiang Jianguo's steely gaze. But I have other things. I possess many treasures. Just spare my life, and I'll give you everything. I have so many good things. Truly, my cousin dotes on me and has gifted me countless treasures. I'll give them all to you. I realize my mistakes. Please spare me. Chapter 40. The mutant firefly. As she spoke, she began to produce an array of items, quickly forming a small mountain on the ground. Gold, silver, jewels, an assortment of fine garments, and provisions filled the space, all materializing from thin air. Qin Sheng observed the pile intently before shifting her gaze to the tear-streaked Yan Jingjing. Rising slowly, she approached Yan Jingjing, fixating on her seemingly unscathed left hand, adorned with a striking emerald ring on her index finger. The dark green gemstone contrasted sharply with her fair skin, glimmering under the sunlight with an extraordinary transparency. Qin Sheng sensed an unusual energy emanating from the ring, akin to the resonance of her own spatial abilities. Raising her hand, she halted Jiang Jianguo's impending strike. Crouching down, she fixed her sharp gaze on Yan Jingjing and softly inquired, "Are you a dual-system evolver? Fire and space?" Overwhelmed by fear, Yan Jingjing froze at the question before vigorously nodding. Yes. I am a dual-system evolver. Please spare me. I'll be your servant. I'll obey your every command. Qin Sheng smiled faintly. No, you are lying. Confess honestly. Where did you acquire that ring? Yan Jingjing's eyes darted. This is a family heirloom, a relic from my mother. I swear, it's truly mine. She concealed her left hand behind her back, feigning composure. It's just an ordinary gemstone ring, once valuable before the apocalypse, but now utterly worthless. I wear it for sentimental reasons. At that moment, Jiang Jianguo crouched beside them, addressing Qin Sheng. Old Qin, do you fancy that ring? It's not even worth a loaf of bread. It's merely aesthetically pleasing. But beauty won't fill your stomach. Noticing Qin Sheng's delicate hands, she mused that indeed, beautiful people tend to have perfect nail beds. A saying she had encountered online struck her. Beautiful individuals even possess double eyelids on their belly buttons. After a brief hesitation, she added, Old Qin, do you truly like it? Qin Sheng nodded. Yes. Very well then. Jiang Jianguo placed the hammer next to Yan Jingjing's shattered right hand. Last time, after Yi Beishuan subdued me, you dealt the finishing blows, breaking my arms and ribs, stealing my sword and grass. I'll reciprocate by breaking your arms and ribs. Seems fair, doesn't it? However, I'm not one to steal. Since Old Qin fancies your ring, if you give it to me, I will let the remaining grievances slide. Otherwise, I'll break your ribs and hands. Choose wisely. You're no beast evolver. I doubt your body can withstand my hammer. With no options left, Yan Jingjing realized that with Yi Beishuan incapacitated, should she sustain severe injuries, she would likely not escape from the Haiqing base. In the past, she relied on Yi Beishuan's power to eliminate many foes, leaving a trail of enmity behind her. Countless individuals within the base bore the scars of her wrath. Now, with one hand injured, she still had a chance to flee. But if both arms and her ribs were broken, she would surely be reduced to fragments before she even exited the A-zone. Thus, after a mere 3 seconds of deliberation, she comprehended the stakes. You mean what you say, right? If I give you the ring, you will truly refrain from harming me and let me go? Of course I keep my word. I, Jiang Jiangguo, am no fickle-minded scoundrel. Yan Jingjing extended her left hand, suppressing her anguish. You take it off yourself. Jiang Jiangguo chuckled, swiftly prying off the ring and handing it to Qin Sheng. Old Qin, here, a gift for you. Yan Jingjing, fearful that Jiang Jiangguo might go back on his word, scrambled to her feet and dashed outside, entirely neglecting to spare a glance at her beloved cousin, who was suspended in the tree. Qin Sheng took the ring and casually tucked it into her purse. She whispered in Jiang Jiangguo's ear, if I am not mistaken, this should be a spatial device. We shall investigate further upon our return. Jiang Jiangguo was initially taken aback, but soon his expression shifted to one of concern. I have heard of spatial devices, but I understand that they typically require a blood oath to recognize a new master. The previous owner must be deceased for a new one to take their place. This was a grave oversight. I must pursue Yan Jingjing and eliminate her. Yet did you not assert that you would refrain from harming her? Refrain from direct confrontation, yes, but I can still use my feet. Without Yi Beishuan's assistance, with Yan Jingjing alone, I could easily kick her to death. That wouldn't be considered going back on my word. There's no need for that. She will not escape the Haiqing base alive. Jiang Jiangguo turned to observe that as Yan Jingjing fled, a considerable number of dubious evolved beings had already begun to pursue her, likely with ill intentions. Coupled with the enemies she had made outside, her situation was indeed dire. Just as Jiang Jiangguo opened his mouth to speak, a piercing screech of brakes cut through the air as a camouflage truck burst into view. The vehicle skidded to a halt, raising a cloud of dust. All evolved beings, please proceed immediately to the mission hall. Urgent announcement. Mutated beasts are assaulting the city. All evolved beings, please proceed at once to the mission hall. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded in every corner of the base. A large number of mutated beasts have appeared in the southern forest. All evolved beings, please proceed to the mission hall. Half an hour later, the mission hall was teeming with evolved beings, a sea of bodies pressing against one another. The virtual screen, typically displaying bounty tasks, now projected a recorded video. In the darkness, a squad of fully armed soldiers entered the towering reeds, disturbing fireflies as they walked. The reeds, taller than humans, suddenly sparkled with flickering lights, creating a dreamlike spectacle. Yet in that moment, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night. The fireflies, akin to bullets, shot through the bodies of the soldiers. The camera shook violently amidst the cacophony of screams and the sounds of panicked flight. The video abruptly ceased. A robust officer replayed the footage, pausing and zooming in on a soldier whose body was riddled with holes. The speed of the fireflies was astonishing. Without their inherent luminescence, one could hardly discern their trajectory. Su Danian pointed at the screen, his brow furrowed. The Haiqing base is situated against the mountains and beside the water. The southern water source is vital to our entire base. However, 3 days ago, a team assigned to maintain the water source sent out a distress signal, after which we lost all contact. 3 teams were dispatched subsequently, but none returned. Their fates remain unknown. Finally, we sent an elite team composed entirely of evolved beings. Yet they too vanished without a trace upon entering. This is the last segment of video they transmitted before their signal was lost. As it stands, we can only ascertain that a formidable horde of mutated fireflies has emerged in the southern water source area. Fireflies are social creatures, and judging by the footage, their numbers are not insignificant. Chapter 41. It was them who incapacitated Yi Beishuan. The Haiqing base is our shared sanctuary. If the southern water source is perpetually occupied by mutated fireflies, we shall be unable to access it. Given the current water reserves of the base, it is projected that within 2 days, the entire Haiqing base will face a critical water shortage. Henceforth, we hope to enlist more evolved beings to assist us in resolving the issue posed by the mutated fireflies at the water source. Im Sudanian, the captain of this operation, the base has resolved to gather all volunteers among the evolved beings. We hope you will unite with us. Strength lies in numbers. Together, we can surely tackle the predicament at the water source. As Su Danian spoke, whispers of discussion rippled through the crowd. Some could not contain their curiosity and spoke up. Captain Su, If so many of you were wiped out, why are you suddenly rallying more evolved beings? Are you trying to send us, the scattered troops, to our doom? I am merely a plant-type evolved being. I cannot be of any assistance to the base. Indeed, though I am a water-type evolved being, my level is quite low. I can barely produce a bit of water each day in exchange for contribution points. I would merely be heading to my demise. Captain Su. Since you mentioned it is voluntary, what benefits will there be for those who join? Su Danian raised his hand to quell the murmurs. He spoke solemnly. All evolved beings participating in this mission, regardless of success, will receive 1,000 contribution points. Should any perish during the mission, the reward will be directly bestowed upon their families. Furthermore, at this juncture, Su Danian scanned the assembly of evolved beings. The base is on the verge of establishing an Evolved Beings Guild to assess the levels of evolved beings. In the future, all evolved beings will need to undergo assessment by the guild. The positions within the Evolved Beings Guild are currently vacant, and those joining this mission will be prioritized for placement of a family member into a position. As his words concluded, a clamor erupted below. This is akin to securing a stable job at the base. Captain Su, is this truly the case? Indeed, this is the base's directive, and there is no mistake. Wow. I have a son who can be arranged for a position. My wife can too. Ishalgo. Count me in. The prospect of job placement incited a frenzy, with those who were previously reluctant to participate now vying to sign up. After all, who among us does not have family members to support? This opportunity was akin to securing a stable job in the pre-apocalyptic world. With light duties and minimal danger, what could be better? Each person clamored to enlist, fearing they would be left behind. Old Qin, shall we give it a try? Jiang Jianguo was eager to join. Qin Sheng pointed at the dancing lights of the mutated fireflies on the screen. Jiang Jianguo. Do those flying fireflies not resemble bullets piercing through your skull? While generally, conventional weapons cannot harm you in your beast form. If you believe your head can withstand a bullet, then by all means go ahead. Next year on this day, I shall bring wine and meat to commemorate your grave. Jiang Jianguo faltered. Actually, I am not too keen on going now. On such a hot day, it would be far more enjoyable to stay at home, binge-watching shows and indulging in fried chicken. Old Qin, let us return home and prepare a meal. I am quite hungry and crave garlic ribs for lunch. Qin Sheng chuckled, turning to exit the hall. Su Danian regarded the list in his hand, and inquired of a nearby soldier. Ensure that all notable evolved beings within the base are notified, particularly those who undertake missions monthly. At this, he suddenly asked, by the way, has Yi Beixian been informed? Captain, Yi Beixian has been notified and has arrived. However, the communicator is somewhat perplexed as to how to describe Yi Beixian's current state. What state? Is he unwilling to go? This was unacceptable. Yi Beixian and the other powerful evolved beings had signed an agreement with the base, receiving free provisions in exchange for completing a mission each month. Was he now backing out? Not quite. See for yourself. The communicator gestured, revealing Yi Beixian being carried in on a stretcher. He sat cross-legged on the stretcher, eyes closed in apparent meditation. The unremarkable features inexplicably emanated an aura of transcendence, embodying a serene detachment from worldly affairs. Is this truly Yi Beixian? How has he come to be like this? Su Danian hurriedly approached, taking 2 steps for every one, and crouched before Yi Beixian. As Yi Beixian opened his eyes, his gaze was calm and unruffled. Captain Su, I am aware of the matters you mentioned, yet my heart no longer dwells in the mundane world. I seek only to conclude this fleeting existence. I, the monk Beixian, have resolved this morning to retreat into the monastic life, henceforth to withdraw from the martial realm. His words flowed slowly, his entire being motionless. If he were to shave his head, he would surely radiate the brilliance of Buddha. Are you truly Yi Beixian? Su Danian thought this melancholic figure, resembling someone afflicted by depression, could not possibly be the same flamboyant peacock who was always surrounded by women. Could it be that a twin brother has emerged to impersonate him? Have you genuinely decided to renounce worldly attachments? I had intended to introduce my cousin to you. Yi Beixian offered a faint smile. All things in this world are but fleeting beauty and decayed bones. My cousin is quite beautiful, Su Danian retorted. Yi Beixian replied. The Bodhi tree has no tree, the bright mirror is not a platform. Originally there is nothing, so where could dust settle? Internally, Sudanian kerst. Grasping the nearby communicator. What on earth has he experienced to reduce him to this state? To become so despondent at such a critical juncture? Moreover, After receiving so many privileges from the base, he cannot simply forsake his responsibilities with a mere proclamation of enlightenment. Are you truly unwilling to undertake missions? I have already transcended the 3 realms, no longer entangled in the 5 elements. Then let us confine this scoundrel in prison. Su Danian, Ayatatith, ordered that Yi Beixian be taken to the jail. Upon hearing of his impending confinement, Yi Beixian remained expressionless, calmly seated on the stretcher as he was carried away. Qin Sheng observed as he passed by, resembling a being devoid of substance, and for the first time began to doubt her own memories. The Yi Beixian of her past, with his harem of over 3,000 beauties, now claiming to renounce the world? Was the saliva of those women truly that daunting? At that moment, a voice rang out, drawing the attention of those present. It was they. It was those 2 women who reduced Yi Beixian to this state, shouted a young communicator, pointing excitedly. Otherwise, we could have had another useful ally for this mission instead of mere cannon fodder. The communicator quickly covered his mouth, terrified of his gaffe. Yet everyone present, with ears intact, heard the term cannon fodder. Glares, sharp as daggers, converged upon the individuals on stage. Su Danian shot a fierce glare at the one who misspoke while bellowing at the 2 figures nearly crossing the threshold. Ladies, please hold. Jiang Jianguo hesitated, glancing at Qin Sheng. Old Qin, are they calling us? Qin Sheng sighed. What do you think? Su Danian stepped forward. Yi Beixian is a formidable evolver within the Haiqing base. I never imagined he would be reduced to such a state. It appears our base indeed harbors hidden talents. I'm not interested in being cannon fodder, Qin Sheng replied, fixing her gaze upon him. This woman has a way of killing the mood, Su Danian thought, momentarily taken aback before awkwardly chuckling. Disregard what the young lad just said. Every evolver is a vital asset to the base. How could we ever consider them as mere cannon fodder? My apologies. But if you are here to persuade me to handle that mutated firefly, my answer remains unchanged. I will not go. Right, I won't either. I'll defer to old Qin. Su Danian smiled awkwardly. There weren't many strong individuals with contracts in the base, and this mission to the water source had been assigned solely to Yi Beixian. Now, in his current state, he was no better than incapacitated. Though the nature of this woman remained elusive, one thing was certain. She possessed a strength surpassing that of Yi Beixian. More hands meant more assurance. Besides, it wasn't he coming out of his own pocket. With this thought, Su Danian steeled himself. He pulled Qin Sheng into a corner, resolute, extending a finger. If you agree to participate, I shall request special approval for you to receive 10,000 contribution points. Chapter 42. This is what we call a half year of inactivity followed by a feast lasting half a year. Do you take me for a fool? Is it merely 10,000 contribution points? I said I wouldn't go. Wait, how much did you say? 10,000. 10,000 contribution points. Qin Sheng mentally calculated, realizing that typical tasks yielded only a few or a dozen contribution points, and even 1,000 for this mission was exorbitant. He was offering her 10,000 contribution points. Enough for Jiang Jianguo, that glutton, to feast for half a year. While the space contained plenty of resources, who would ever complain of having too much? With this in mind, Qin Sheng scrutinized Su Danian, then tentatively raised 2 fingers. I have a companion. If you give 1,000, splitting it may become troublesome. Absolutely. Jiang Jianguo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Money was secondary. She had a profound interest in any adventurous endeavor. Then let us add 5,000 more. Agreed. It's settled. Before Su Danian could return, Qin Sheng nodded eagerly. This mission would yield a tremendous profit, certainly surpassing half a year's earnings for others. Su Danian cast a glance at Jiang Jianguo, who towered over him, reassuring himself that it mattered not. She was tall and strong, and he would certainly not be at a disadvantage. That evening, 2 military trucks stealthily departed from the base, accompanied by the entire Flying Tiger team, and all the evolvers participating in this mission. Qin Sheng sat at the edge of the truck, gazing wistfully at the receding gates of the base, troubled not by any particular matter, but primarily by Jiang Jianguo's snoring, which resonated like a motorcycle engine, reverberating through her head. For the 3rd time, she nudged the heavy head resting on her shoulder. Jiang Jianguo, having boarded the vehicle less than 5 minutes prior, was already swaying into a deep slumber, snoring thunderously against Qin Sheng's shoulder. At that moment, her gentle push only elicited a sleepy murmur as Jiang Jianguo leaned in the opposite direction, resuming her slumber. On the other side of Jiang Jianguo sat Li Chang. and beside him was Song Pingfei. Li Chang felt the weight of the head resting on his shoulder and hesitated, unsure whether to push it away, as he was a married man, and it seemed inappropriate. He reached out tentatively, only to be met with the sight of a large Russian sausage. At that moment, Qin Sheng's voice chimed in. Let her sleep against you. All right. Li Chang quickly accepted the sausage, tearing open the package and stuffing it into his mouth. It had been ages since he had indulged in such hearty meat. Although both he and Song Pingfei were evolvers, they were still family men. Sharing a household meant that, aside from rent, daily sustenance constituted a significant expense. The contribution points earned from each mission merely sufficed to keep their families adequately fed. As he and Song Pingfei were tasked with a mission, it was imperative that they ensured their sustenance. Otherwise, a lack of energy could prove perilous. Typically, their meals consisted largely of coarse grains and modest vegetables, with meat reserved primarily for the elderly and children. Observing Li Chang devouring his food with fervor, Song Pingfei could not help but swallow repeatedly. At that moment, countless eyes within the vehicle were fixated on Li Chang's hands. He tore off a portion of the sausage and offered it to Song Pingfei before hastily consuming the remaining food. He licked the casing clean. The vehicle continued its journey, the wind howling as it rushed in, swiftly dissipating the aroma of meat into the air. Those seated at the back, a few evolved individuals, cast glances at Qin Sheng, exchanging knowing smirks. This woman was utterly foolish, revealing her spatial abilities before so many, and openly sharing food with others, as if she were eager for everyone to know about her spatial provisions. Such behavior was akin to parading precious jewels in plain sight. Sensing the lingering gazes upon her, Qin Sheng raised her eyes only to find her observers feigning nonchalance, their heads bowed. The two vehicles traversed the night quietly, the lead vehicle occupied entirely by the base's flying tigers, while the one carrying Qin Sheng was filled with evolved individuals. The entire cabin was packed with people, to the extent that many were seated on the floor, a mix of men and women, all participants in this mission. Li Chang, ever the instigator, whispered to Qin Sheng. Boss, those rascals from the monkeys have set their sights on you. Be cautious. These individuals were notorious for preying on isolated evolved beings. Song Pingfei, still savoring the remnants of meat between his teeth, chuckled softly. I think the ones who should be wary are those monkeys. Let's hope they don't provoke someone they shouldn't. Qin Sheng merely smiled faintly, letting the evening breeze caress her face, neither confirming nor denying his words. It was evident that the night air had turned chilly. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. Rumors had circulated that this area was once a resort, temporarily planted with trees, but after the apocalypse, not only had animals and humans begun to evolve, but even the flora had started to mutate. What had merely been an artificial forest had, in just over a month since the end of days, grown to an astonishing size. It now resembled a primeval forest that had existed for millennia. Under the brilliant moonlight, the towering trees loomed large, their canopies stretching wide enough to obscure the sky. The thickest trunks could only be embraced by an adult. The dense foliage shielded the moonlight. Yet the ground beneath remained surprisingly lit. Some peculiar plants emitted a soft glow in the darkness, while colorful mushrooms dotted the landscape like tiny nightlights. Qin Sheng had spent her previous life in the northern wastes, a desolate expanse where only sand and withered grass prevailed, with very few mutated plants. The largest mutated specimen was a banyan tree, grand in stature, its canopy sprawling for hundreds of meters, glowing gently at night, attracting nearby creatures. Any being that ventured too close would fall victim to the tree's strangling vines. This tree was known as the demon banyan. As Qin Sheng gazed upon the enchanting forest before her, reminiscent of a fairy tale, the dreamlike scenery did little to assuage her vigilance. The luminescent and non-luminescent plants alike had undergone mutations, their appearances altered beyond recognition. Many of the flora were unidentifiable to her. She spotted a tree resembling an orange tree, albeit one with fruit several times larger than usual, and from a distance, she could faintly detect the scent of citrus in the air. Yet, she distinctly observed an orange seemingly split open, only to swiftly close again, resembling a gaping maw poised to ensnare prey. The food crisis in this apocalyptic world was not due to an inability to cultivate crops, but rather because all seeds buried in the soil had mutated, resulting in fruits and crops that often lacked edibility and were rife with various toxins. Some even posed a threat to nearby creatures. The sole viable means of cultivating food was through experimental fields established near the base, meticulously tended by plant-based evolved individuals to ensure the edibility of the produce. However, This method rendered food exceedingly costly, making it unaffordable for the average person. In this land, everything was undergoing transformation, including humanity. No one could foresee whether the outcome of this evolution would be beneficial or detrimental. This was Qin Sheng's first experience in the wilderness at night, where the plants appeared even more fantastical than in daylight. She referred to this global apocalypse as evolution because, in years to come, it would be likened to the Cambrian explosion, a period about 570 million to 550 million years ago, characterized by rapid evolution of life, strikingly similar to the present circumstances. The only difference was that this biological evolution was spurred by an apocalyptic virus, commonly referred to as the worm. After encountering countless bizarre creatures, Qin Sheng had adopted the philosophy of survival at all costs, aspiring to live as long as possible. Her greatest dream was to nestle in a safe haven, surrounded by an abundance of resources, living peacefully until her natural demise. Initially, she had no desire to join this expedition. Yet the allure of the rewards offered by Hoarding was too tempting to resist. Moreover, she had languished at home for far too long. Feeling her limbs growing weak from inactivity, it was time to engage in some activity. The team advanced in an orderly fashion. The members of the Flying Tigers were fully armed, leading the way into the forest. In stark contrast, the evolved individuals had a haphazard assortment of weaponry, their equipment vastly inferior. If the Flying Tigers were akin to seasoned combatants, the evolved individuals could hardly be regarded as anything more than a disorganized mob. With the camouflaged and fully equipped Flying Tigers at the forefront, the evolved individuals trailed closely behind. A group of people silently entered the forest. Jiang Jianguo, hefting his heavy sword, stealthily followed Qin Sheng, softly imparting the survival skills he had gleaned in recent days. Old Qin, you haven't ventured out of the base, so you may not realize how dangerous these plants and animals are now. Stay close behind me. I'll protect you. If you see any fruits, don't eat them indiscriminately. Sometimes, what appears to be fruit is far from what you think. In the face of peril, do not rush ahead. Instead, follow the crowd and flee together. The greater the number of individuals, the more diffuse the danger becomes. There have been accounts of encounters with mutated grizzly bears in these woods. Should fortune not favor us and we stumble upon such a creature, lie flat upon the ground, hold your breath, and feign death. Do not be reckless. Understood, understood. Qin Sheng, with an air of calm, swiftly dispatched a formidable python that hung from a tree with the tendrils of a vine, then proceeded to follow the main group. The further they ventured into the forest, the more mutated flora they encountered. As they traversed the dense woodland, a thicket of reeds towering above human height emerged before them. The moment they stepped into the reeds, a radiant glow ignited beneath their feet, akin to a stone cast into a lake, sending ripples of luminescence cascading outward. Countless fireflies erupted from the concealed underbrush, filling the air with their enchanting light, a spectacle of breathtaking beauty. These fireflies were several times larger than their ordinary counterparts, their abdomens glowing with a round luminescent tail, illuminating the entire reed marsh as if it had been adorned with lanterns. Perhaps due to their position at the edge of the reeds, the fireflies did not perceive them as a threat, and thus did not attack. Instead, they drifted languidly through the air. Sudaji raised his hand, signaling the group to halt their advance, his voice barely above a whisper. Do not venture deeper into the reeds. Previous members of our team have alerted the fireflies by straying too far into their territory. These mutated fireflies exhibit territorial instincts. Should we encroach upon their domain, we will be met with aggression. What do you propose we do? An evolved individual inquired. We shall construct defensive fortifications along the perimeter, then ignite this expanse of reeds. They are highly flammable. A single spark will set ablaze a vast area. The majority of these fireflies will undoubtedly perish in the conflagration, and we shall deal with the few that remain together. With that, he waved his hand, and several members of the elite Flying Tiger team, clad in camouflage, unfastened their large backpacks, revealing an array of gas masks within. Everyone take one of these. It will guard against inhaling toxic smoke. These reeds have mutated, and the smoke produced contains harmful toxins. Exercise caution. Just as they were distributing the masks, a delicate hand suddenly halted Sudaji's efforts. No. The weather is sweltering, and it has been ages since the last rainfall. This reed marsh connects to the forest. If we are not careful, the entire forest could ignite. There are countless innocent creatures residing within, and these fireflies are blameless as well. We encroached upon their territory, which is why we are facing their wrath. They have done nothing wrong. We cannot simply incinerate them. It is far too cruel. A slender girl stepped forward, her large, glistening eyes reflecting her disapproval. Is this why we find ourselves in this apocalyptic scenario? Because humanity has recklessly hunted wildlife and ravaged nature, leading to the outbreak of viruses? Do you truly wish to destroy the forest further? Is your sense of retribution not sufficiently profound? Captain Su, we cannot proceed in this manner. Perhaps we could attempt to communicate with the fireflies and see if they might relocate elsewhere. Sudashi está nicht. As he regarded the girl before him. Who on earth is this naive individual? Is there no screening process for registrants? Captain Su, you may deem my perspective overly idealistic, but what if we try? What if these fireflies can comprehend our words? Su Daji paused momentarily. You make a compelling argument. Then you may venture in and reason with the fireflies. He gestured with his hand, inviting her forth. Yang Xiaoyun's smile faltered, though she spoke with conviction. The prospect of actually entering filled her with trepidation. After all, she had seen the videos. When fireflies attacked, their speed and power were akin to bullets, capable of piercing flesh in an instant. She stammered, Captain Su, I meant to suggest sending a powerful evolved individual to negotiate, not myself. I cannot do it. I am afraid. The evolved individuals waiting in line for their masks grew displeased, one shoving Yang Xiaoyun aside. Are you out of your mind? What are you playing at here? Right now, we must focus on our own survival. Who has time to concern themselves with those mutated beasts? Captain Su, disregard this lunatic and hand me my mask. Saintly compassion? More like a self-righteous act. A female evolved individual scoffed. A saint might say, oh, that person is so pitiable. I must save them. But a self-righteous person will insist, oh, that person is so pitiable. You must save them. If you do not, you are cruel and heartless. Individuals like that are utterly revolting. Captain Su, do not indulge her. This Yang Xiaoyun is clearly lacking in common sense. The rest of the group, eager to complete their mission and return home, regarded Yang Xiaoyun with disdain. Su Daji's expression soured with impatience. So your name is Yang Xiaoyun, is it? You have been given your chance. Since you lack the courage to proceed, then comply with our arrangements. I hope you can prioritize the greater good. This is an apocalypse. A struggle for survival, a battle for our species. Not a time to indulge in naive altruism. Now everyone hurry and collect your masks. Earth-type evolved individuals. Construct earthen walls to contain the flames. Metal-type evolved individuals. Reinforce those walls. Wind-type evolved individuals. Manipulate the winds to minimize the dispersal of toxic smoke toward us. Yang Xiaoyun, mocked by her companions, felt deeply aggrieved, her small fists clenching at her sides, her delicate face a portrait of stubbornness and fragility. As Su Daji issued his commands, the previously chaotic group sprang into efficient action. A dozen Earth-type evolved individuals channeled their powers at the boundary of the reed marsh and the forest, erecting a formidable wall of earth. The ground trembled, and the thunderous sound stirred the once placid mutated fireflies into a frenzy. The fireflies, agitated, surged toward the source of the noise. Qin Sheng, fixated on the flickering lights amidst the reeds, felt as though he were being targeted by countless snipers, ready to pull the trigger at the slightest provocation. Now, ignite the flames. Water-type and ice-type evolved individuals form a barrier before the earthen wall. Su Daji's voice cracked, veins bulging on his forehead. Quickly, the fireflies are upon us. Everyone, give it your all if you wish to survive. As his words faded, the Flying Tiger team members immediately ignited their incendiary bottles, launching dozens into the air, which erupted into a blaze upon impact, illuminating the night sky. Enraged, the fireflies charged forward like a disturbed hornet's nest. Countless luminescent dots buzzed in a chaotic frenzy. The snipers of the Flying Tiger team opened fire, the sound of machine gun fire slicing through the night. Yet, against the overwhelming number of fireflies, the bullets fell like mere droplets in the ocean, causing not a ripple. All evolved individuals simultaneously launched their attacks. Ice arrows, fireballs, and earth spikes rained down from above. Yang Xiaoyun, disregarding her fears, was pulled forward by other water-type evolved individuals. A curtain of water rose before the earthen wall, quickly solidifying into an ice barrier thanks to the ice-type evolved individuals. The fireflies, like moths to a flame, surged toward those who had disrupted their gathering place. The fireflies, swift and fierce, struck with the force of bullets, creating deep craters upon impact against the ice wall. The ice wall could not entirely thwart their advance. At best, it merely delayed the firefly's speed to a certain extent. Qin Sheng deftly maneuvered slender vines to combat the airborne mutated insects. The thinner the vines, the more agile they became. Two delicate tendrils danced like sinuous serpents, seeking out their targets, then ensnaring the fireflies as if threading them onto a skewer. Before long, the vines in her hands twirled like ribbons of light, while Jianguo was engaged in a barrage of crossbow shots. Her beastly transformation bestowed her with a strength-based ability, ideally suited for close combat with larger foes. However, against the nimble, diminutive fireflies, it was akin to wielding a hammer against mosquitoes, utterly futile. Out of the corner of her eye, she observed the vines in her grasp, gracefully undulating and darting like agile snakes, forming an invisible barrier around her. Not a single firefly could approach her. Instantly she heard Jianguo shout, urging her to conjure more vines, claiming they could ensnare all the fireflies at once. Qin Sheng, her focus unwavering on the fireflies within her reach, retorted, "Would you kindly be quiet? Do you think this is some sort of ribbon? Controlling these two is already my limit. Should I attempt more? You might as well prepare my grave for next year." In the blink of an eye, flames surged skyward from the reed marsh, a conflagration threatening to engulf everything in its path. The intense heat combined with the onslaught of fireflies caused the ice wall to melt rapidly. The water and ice elemental evolvers were incessantly reinforcing the wall, yet its dissolution was alarmingly swift. Soon, some could no longer endure. "Captain Su, I can't hold on any longer. My powers are nearly exhausted." "Neither can I. It's truly unbearable. Captain Su, the flames are too fierce. And the wall is melting too quickly. We can't keep up. We should retreat and return tomorrow." "Silence. Do not speak of exhaustion. Even if your kidneys fail, you must hold the line. The ice wall is our primary defense. It must not falter until the flames outside subside. Otherwise, the fire roaring in will roast us alive." Su Dajing and the other earth elemental evolvers exerted their abilities to elevate the earthen barrier. Noticing the wall's significantly reduced height, he chastised them. Yet he understood they were indeed exerting their utmost effort. Most of the formidable evolvers within the base had been officially recruited, leaving behind only a motley crew. He had harbored hopes that Qin Sheng, whom he had hired at a high price, would prove to be a powerful asset, only to discover she was a plant-type evolver. In the base, such individuals were typically relegated to logistical duties. Su Dajing felt as if he had paid a princely sum for a mere sideshow attraction. Damn it! How careless! Upon hearing her mention a grievous injury to Yi Beixian, he instinctively thought highly of her, neglecting to investigate further before offering a substantial reward. Now, regret was futile. Damn it, this time the losses were catastrophic. At this moment, amidst the towering flames, the number of fireflies outside had diminished by nearly 60 to 70%, most having perished in the blaze. After holding their ground for another 10 minutes, it seemed the flames were finally waning. The ice wall finally collapsed. With the barrier gone, the members of the Flying Tiger team, taking advantage of the earthen wall's cover, unleashed a torrent of firepower. The sound of machine gun fire echoed as the evolvers launched their relentless assault. The number of fireflies was visibly dwindling. Su Dajing breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially anticipated a perilous mission, yet things had unfolded remarkably smoothly. Thus far, only 2 members of the Flying Tiger team had been killed by the fireflies, and the total casualties among evolvers was merely a handful. Contemplating this, Asetistite smile grace Sudaskange sleeps. Previous teams had met with annihilation due to their recklessness. Had they employed a similar strategy of fire, they surely would not have suffered such disastrous losses. As the end drew near, Su Dajing waved his hand, commanding everyone, "Charge in with me. There are but a few fireflies remaining. Let us finish this battle and return to the base for our rewards. Let us feast and revel. Charge with me." With that, he leaped over the earthen wall, ready to plunge into the fray. Yet, at that moment, a vine obstructed his path. "Captain Su, hold on. These fireflies are not right. Something is amiss." Qin Sheng gazed at the dwindling number of mutated fireflies in the sky, an unsettling feeling gnawing at her. Everything felt too fortuitous, and she harbored a premonition of impending doom. Something felt off, yet she could not articulate it. Suddenly, a realization struck her. The light. Her gaze fell upon the multitude of lifeless fireflies scattered across the ground. Though they lay deceased, the luminescence emanating from their abdomens showed no signs of dimming. The ground was littered with bodies, resembling fallen stars, beautiful yet chilling in their appearance. She blocked Su Dajing's path, declaring, "Captain Su, these fireflies may still be alive." Su Dajing glared at her with irritation, his patience waning, and with a swift motion he cleaved the vine that obstructed him in two. "You are the second woman to impede my progress today. Miss Qin, I acknowledge your capabilities, but you must understand one thing. On the battlefield, you must obey orders. Damn it, I haven't even addressed the matter of your exorbitant hiring fee, and yet you stand in my way of advancement." Qin Sheng observed the severed vine wilting rapidly on the ground, her tone frosty as she replied, "Captain Su, I believe you have misunderstood. I am not your subordinate. I merely partake in this mission. It is futile to reason with a fool seeking death. Since you insist on proceeding, by all means. Compliance with orders is a prerequisite for receiving mission compensation. It appears Miss Su is uninterested in this aspect of the mission reward." Su Dajing surveyed the others, stating, "If you wish to earn the mission reward, you must follow me. Those who wish to remain outside, out of fear for their lives, may do so." With that, he led the members of the Flying Tiger team into the reed marsh. The remaining evolvers observed for a couple of minutes. Seeing no immediate danger, they followed suit. A tall, lanky man brushed past Qin Sheng, casting her a disdainful glance before scoffing, "This is precisely why women are women. If they fear for their lives, why venture out on a mission? There are plenty of easy jobs back at the base." "Ah. The easy work you speak of is merely setting up a tent in Zone C for receptions, right? That does sound easy, just lounge about and food and drink come your way." Sighing, he continued, "It's still better to be a woman." The others chuckled along. "This woman is an evolver, and not half bad looking. If she were there, she'd surely command a high price, one beyond our means. But hey, if a few of us pool our money together, it might be worth considering, haha. You fancy hot pot? Or perhaps a mixed fish hot pot? You know how to have fun, brother. Why not wait until we've received our rewards and then go together? Ha ha ha." With the successful completion of the mission in sight, the remaining fireflies posed little threat. The group felt particularly at ease, laughing and joking as they moved forward, completely oblivious to the stormy expression on Qin Sheng's face, as if it could drip water. Suddenly, a series of faint sounds broke the air. The leading lanky man felt a chill in his head, followed by a warm liquid trickling down from his brow to his lips. He reached up to touch it, feeling the warmth, and upon inspection, saw it was red. Turning his head stiffly, his gaze landed on a slender vine, no thicker than a finger, protruding grotesquely from his companion's brow. It subsequently flopped lifelessly to the ground. The corners of its mouth still curled into the semblance of a smile it had worn moments before. The chattering evolvers, who had been so lively just moments ago, collapsed without uttering a single cry of despair. Lao Qin, these loquacious beings met their demise far too easily, scarcely experiencing any semblance of pain. "Your heart is too tender. Had it been me, I would have reduced their brains to a pulp." Jiang Jiangguo gripped his crossbow, his visage contorted with indignation. Since they were trailing behind, their silent disappearance went unnoticed by the others. Even those who might have caught a glimpse turned their heads in disinterest, offering little concern. In this apocalyptic world, no one knew anyone's true nature. To insult others without understanding their capabilities was a folly that would eventually lead to one's own demise. All attention was focused on the fireflies, each individual fearful of becoming the next victim. Yet Yang Xiaoyan, who had been subtly observing Qin Sheng, witnessed this horrifying scene unfold. She gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had noted Qin Sheng's rosy complexion and the cleanliness of her attire, even the rare sight of her long hair, which drew her attention. Little did she expect to witness such a cruel act from this woman. "You. How can you do this?" They merely misspoke. Even if they were wrong, their lives should not be forfeit. How can you so casually take a life? That is 3 human lives at stake. In the face of calamity, humanity should unite, not turn against one another. You could have reasoned with them, debated. But you resorted to murder at the slightest disagreement. How can you be so malevolent? If one day you were to be killed simply for mocking someone, how would you feel? You are so beautiful, yet your heart is so wicked. Chapter 45. Those who strike first are despicable, killing without remorse. Yang Xiaoyan despised those who wield their powers as a means to kill indiscriminately, especially this woman, who over a few mere words, demanded a life. It was utterly tyrannical. Qin Sheng scrutinized the woman before her, recalling that it was indeed she who had confronted Su Dajing earlier. In this post-apocalyptic world, I had discerned 2 rules for survival. The first. Those who strike first are despicable. Killing without remorse is justified. If I were to be killed, it would be my own fault. Yet, murderers deserve to be hunted. Yang Xiaoyan glared at her furiously. Just then 2 figures approached from behind. Leading the way was Li Chang, his face smeared with blood. A gaping wound on his left shoulder, and a large patch of scalp scraped off. Blood dripped down his face, creating a rather gruesome sight. Yet he wore a mocking grin. Hey, come here. I've discovered an extraordinary specimen of a saintly mother. What was the point in conversing with such a woman? It was evident she was mentally deranged. People like her ought to remain in the base, earning an easy living. Song Pengfei hobbled along behind, sneering, for someone like her. I wouldn't even glance twice, not even for a cookie. Mental illness is contagious. What if I were to sleep with her and catch it myself? What did you say? Yang Xiaoyan's eyes widened. Her teeth clenched in fury as she faced the 2 men. I am not a wretched woman who sells her body. I am a water-based evolver. I can sustain myself through my own abilities. Song Pengfei, limping closer, cast a dismissive glance at Yang Xiaoyan's frail figure. You should be grateful you are an evolver. With looks like yours, you'd never survive otherwise. That remark was incredibly insulting. I will kill you. Yang Xiaoyun, furious, waved her hand, sending 2 water arrows hurtling toward the heads of the 2 men. Given their current injuries, evading this attack would be no easy feat. As the water arrows closed in, barely a meter away, Song Pengfei's heart raced wildly. At that moment, 2 vines shot forth, gently striking the water arrows, dispersing them into mist. Jiang Jiangguo, hands on his face, stared incredulously at Yang Xiaoyan. Heavens, how can you be so heartless, so cold, so cruel? They merely spoke a few words to you. Even if they were wrong, it does not warrant death. Those were lives you extinguished. You resorted to violence at the slightest provocation, taking advantage of their injuries. You are truly terrifying. Her exaggerated body language resembled that of a melodramatic actress. Her eyes wide as saucers, desperately attempting to squeeze out tears. Yet her eyes only burned with irritation, yielding no drops. Oh, my eyes have been tainted by this cruelty. I can no longer see. This world is so frightening. Kong ahem Lao Qin, please save me, heal my eyes. She leaned dramatically against Qin Sheng's slender shoulder, putting on an exaggerated display of distress. Yang Xiaoyan, incensed, felt her cheeks flush. I did not mean to. I was just so angry. How could they compare me to such a base woman? You could reason with them, debate. Why resort to violence? Qin Sheng replied coolly. You could have reasoned with them. I was just so angry. Jiang Jiangguo interjected. Alas, Lao Qin, you do not understand. There exist people in this world who demand saintly morality from others while holding themselves to the lowest of standards. Yang Xiaoyan's chest heaved with frustration. You are too much. So many are bullying me alone. Seeing that Su Dajing's group had already ventured deep into the reeds, she recalled her purpose for joining the mission. To procure medicine for her ailing mother and food for her younger brother, who had gone without for far too long. I cannot afford to quarrel with these people. I must bring back the rewards of this mission. With thoughts of her starving family in mind, she huffed in annoyance, twisting her waist and striding forward. As she departed, Li Chang and Song Pengfei leaned on each other and approached. In unison they spoke. Thank you, Miss Qin, for saving our lives. From now on, we shall be at your service, toiling endlessly without complaint. Qin Sheng shot them an exasperated glance, waving her hand dismissively. Enough, enough. What would I need you 2 for? I have no shortage of burdens. True. 1 burden is sufficient with me, you need not add more. Jiang Jiangguo, no longer feigning distress, nodded eagerly. The atmosphere grew awkward. Yet the debt of gratitude lingered unspoken. Song Pengfei wore an earnest expression. Li Chang wiped the blood that flowed from his scalp with the back of his hand, stating, we genuinely mean it. From now on, we shall follow your lead and heed your commands. Qin Sheng absent-mindedly picked up a piece of soil scorched by flames, kneading it in her palm before slapping it onto Li Chang's head. This clay, free from microorganisms due to the heat, can staunch your bleeding. You too. Quickly apply it to your wounds. Seek medical help once we return to the base. Both men nodded fervently. Understood. Boss. Do not call me boss. Qin Sheng's expression remained stoic. From now on, refer to me as Miss Qin. Earlier, when Yang Xiaoyan attacked, you two didn't even attempt to evade. You merely assumed I would intervene, and took that as an invitation to acknowledge me as your leader, correct? I am not foolish. You needn't employ such tactics. Listening to Qin Sheng's words, Li Chang sighed. I knew I couldn't hide it from Miss Qin. Your insight is truly remarkable. However, both of us sincerely wish to follow you. Song Pingfei nodded in agreement, indeed, wholeheartedly. Thank you both for your high regard for me. But let us not mention this matter again, she replied. The two exchanged glances, disappointment evident in their expressions. Just then Qin Sheng added, however, if opportunities arise in the future, I hope we can collaborate. A glimmer of hope shone through the disappointment. Although they hadn't successfully joined Qin Sheng's team, her words made it worthwhile. Li Chang nodded enthusiastically, of course. Thank you, esteemed leader. Song Pingfei chimed in, calling her esteemed leader with a goofy grin. Since they couldn't call her boss, this seemed a fitting alternative. Jiang Jiangguo observed as they crushed the charred mud blocks and applied them to their wounds, and inquired with some confusion, aren't you two going in with us? Su Danian replied, if we don't go in, the mission won't be deemed successful. Song Pingfei interjected, but we can't go in. Didn't the esteemed leader say these fireflies might not be dead? Li Chang affirmed, exactly. I feel something is amiss. The fireflies in that video appeared ferocious, yet now, while these fireflies are formidable, they are far from exhibiting such an aggressive demeanor. I suspect foul play. At this, Li Chang chuckled, sharing a piece of his fishing experience. With so many people here who would notice us. When the time comes, I'll just say that Ah Fei and I were gravely injured and unable to move. Surely we will still receive our rewards for the mission. We didn't travel all this way just to have a few holes poked in us by fireflies. Esteemed leader, you shouldn't have kindly warned Su Danian earlier. They didn't appreciate it. I fear you two might miss out on your mission rewards. He pointed to his mud-streaked scalp. Just look at this scalp of mine. It was scraped off by the fireflies. These mutated creatures move with a speed that rivals bullets. Who knows if this patch will ever grow hair again? Qin Sheng cast a silent glance at his scalp. The dried mud now soaked in blackish-red blood, although the bleeding had ceased. As for her warning to Su Danian, it had merely been a casual remark. After all, she too desired to obtain the mission rewards. If he had been more observant, that would have been for the best, considering the lives at stake. Yet, since no one seemed to appreciate her caution, she was indifferent. After all, she was not the one injured. In this apocalyptic world, no one was responsible for anyone else's life. Regarding the mission rewards, it would be splendid to receive them, but if not, it would have no bearing on her. She was not lacking in supplies. Chapter 46. The unending fireflies. As Su Danian led the group into the reed marsh, he initially harbored some reservations. Qin Sheng's words echoing in his mind. He proceeded with caution. However, as they delved deeper, the only sights were the corpses of fireflies, some other insects, and the charred remnants of reeds scattered about, with no signs of danger. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, this water source had been under the watchful eye of personnel before the fireflies arrived, and any hazardous mutated beasts lurking in the lake had been eradicated. With the fireflies now dead, what more could pose a threat? It seemed this mission was a resounding success. Although they had lost more than a dozen evolvers and 2 members of the Flying Tiger squad, compared to the complete annihilation of previous teams, such losses were almost negligible. Yang Xiaoyan walked cautiously at the back of the group, a nagging feeling that something was following her. She quickened her pace, moving to the front of the line. With someone blocking the way ahead, and another covering the rear, she felt somewhat reassured. The corpses of fireflies crunched underfoot like fallen fruit, their green fluid oozing onto her shoes, glowing like phosphorescent agents. A wave of nausea washed over her. She had always considered fireflies to be beautiful creatures, yet now, accompanied by the squelching sounds beneath her feet, the juices flowed, releasing a foul odor. She could not help but swallow hard. The scent was reminiscent of fish, yet distinctly different. Initially pungent, it gradually transformed into an unexpected sweetness. Yang Xiaoyan furrowed her brow, and just then, a flicker in her peripheral vision froze her in place, her eyes widening in horror. What was that? Something appeared to be moving atop the corpse of a firefly. It resembled fragmented starlight emanating from the insect's body. No, it was not starlight. It was eggs. Then came the larvae of the fireflies. Yang Xiaoyan opened her mouth, intending to warn those around her, but in her shock, she found herself unable to utter a sound. Meanwhile, the others remained blissfully unaware as they continued deeper into the marsh. Qin Sheng was squatting on the ground, examining a string of firefly corpses threaded with vines. Old Qin, what are you looking at? Jiang Jiangguo asked, crouching nearby, chewing on a piece of dark, spicy beef jerky. Li Chang and Song Pengfei were resting with their eyes closed. Although they hadn't become the leader, they were surprised to receive a pack of biscuits just for saying a few words to Qin Sheng. They felt they could talk endlessly for 24 hours. However, they chose not to eat the biscuits, stowing them away in their backpacks to bring home for their children. Both envied Jiang Jianguo, who seemed to thrive alongside Qin Sheng, never missing a beat in conversation. As the two opened their eyes, they noticed Qin Sheng studying the firefly corpses. They moved closer to join her. Two shadows appeared beside her, but she paid them no mind. Her gaze was fixated on the firefly's plump, shiny abdomen. Although it seemed to be a mass of light, she felt the light was somehow moving. She casually picked up a twig and punctured the firefly's belly. Bright, glowing fluid oozed forth, some pooling on the ground while some clung to the twig. Holding the twig closer to her eyes, she realized that the fluid itself did not emit light. It was the tiny, round eggs within it that glowed. Upon exposure to air, these eggs began to swell at a visible rate, transforming into fragmented points of light that scattered into the air. This is it, larvae. The bellies of the fireflies were teeming with larvae. Li Chang and Song Pengfei recoiled in fright, utterly horrified. The mother fireflies were dead, but the larvae were alive. Qin Sheng narrowed her eyes, watching the starlight disperse from the twig. These larvae grew with the wind, within a mere 10 meters. They had already grown from the size of sugar grains to that of sesame seeds. What would happen if they flew even further? Each mother firefly contained, if not thousands, certainly hundreds of eggs. Jiang Jianguo, munching on beef jerky, watched the larvae take flight. Old Qin, let's capture these larvae in glass bottles. We won't need to turn on the lights at night. Or we could take some home to raise as glow bulbs. Energy saving and cost effective. Qin Sheng caught sight of a whole firefly corpse at her feet, its abdomen beginning to twist and swell, as though something inside was fighting to break free. Her brow furrowed. This is not good. Jiangguo, immediately transform. We need to run. Jiang Jianguo remained engrossed in the energy-saving initiative when he heard Qin Sheng's voice. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly stripped off his clothing, pants, shoes, all, and thrust them into Qin Sheng's hands. Beneath them, he revealed a shimmering silver bodysuit. Old Qin, please take care of my clothes. Before his words could settle, a piercing scream erupted from the reed marsh. Fireflies. So many fireflies. Run. They're back. There are even more than before. Run. Ah. My leg. Wait for me. Help. Simultaneously, a deep bear-like roar reverberated through the mountains. Jiang Jianguo's physique swelled in the wind, towering over 3 meters, as thick brown fur sprouted from every exposed inch of his skin, including his face. His hands and feet expanded remarkably. The Li brothers, who had embarked on several missions with him, stood frozen in astonishment, having never witnessed his beast transformation firsthand. That's beastification. A brown bear. Her power is the beastification of a brown bear. Li Qian exclaimed. Hearing the frantic screams from the reeds, Song Pengfei saw the flickering lights rising from the ground, multiplying as they darted about. Those who attempted to flee found themselves pierced by the fireflies, collapsing one by one, riddled with gaping wounds. His face turned ashen. Eggs. They're all hatching eggs. We were wrong to enter. There are thousands more than the original mother fireflies. Run. Into the forest. Qin Sheng yelled, discarding her stick and darting into the trees. Jiang Jianguo scooped up the limping Song Pengfei and followed suit. Li Chang, you can run. Hurry. Or you'll be turned into a sieve. Li Chang, watching the agile Jiang Jianguo, wished fervently that he were the one being carried. Yet, there was no time for lingering thoughts. He took off after them. Meanwhile, Su Danian found himself in a predicament that could hardly be described as anything less than dire. He had been progressing smoothly, clearing the remaining fireflies, and was on the verge of completing the mission when a shrill scream pierced the air behind him. Turning back, he was met with a swarm of glowing fireflies emerging from the reeds, what he had presumed were mere stragglers. Instead, countless fireflies surged forth, growing visibly as they flew, mounting an attack. Faced with the sudden onslaught of innumerable fireflies, his team members floundered in a chaotic attempt to retaliate. An even denser swarm than before crashed upon them, like an overwhelming tide. The sheer volume and speed of the assault caused their formation to disintegrate in an instant, with figures scrambling towards the forest or leaping into the water. Yet, while the water held no large mutated beasts, it was teeming with piranhas. Those who jumped in were swiftly torn apart by the frenzied fish, prompting the others to recoil in fear and sprint into the woods instead. The relentless fireflies flooded the marsh, nearly engulfing it, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing crowd beyond their territory. Chapter 47. A collective escape. Sudaanian sprinted forward. Momentarily disregarding the dignity of his position as the leader of the Flying Tiger team. His mind was clouded with images of his team members being pierced by fireflies, each like a bullet with an uncanny precision, mercilessly claiming lives within the reeds. In this moment, despair and terror consumed him. Regretting not heeding Qin Sheng's advice to observe more before entering, he had underestimated these mutated fireflies. In the darkness, he had no time to discern his direction. Bursting out of the reeds, he spotted a few figures racing ahead and instinctively followed. Other survivors fell in behind him, creating an unintentional chain of escapees. Once they entered the forest, the fireflies' flight speed diminished significantly compared to their frenzy in the marsh. Yet they remained ever present, targeting those who lagged or struggled, piercing them mercilessly. Unlike their frantic attacks in the reeds, the fireflies now seemed to toy with their prey, reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. One of the team members stumbled over the gnarled roots, provoking a heart-wrenching scream. Su Danian had completely lost sight of his identity as a soldier, morphing instead into a desperate madman fleeing for his life. These fireflies seemed endless. Killing a single adult firefly would spawn hundreds more. The more they killed, the more appeared. It was an unending cycle. Suddenly, he tripped over something and fell heavily to the ground. Although he quickly regained his footing, he had lost considerable ground. Watching as figures passed him by, panic surged within him as he scrambled to catch up, shouting to those ahead, "Hey! Quick, help me! I have many contribution points." "Little who? Madman! Wait for me! I'm the captain of the Flying Tiger team. You can't leave me behind." Yet in that moment, no one paid him any heed. They were all consumed with their own desperate flight. Suddenly, a firefly pierced his shoulder blade, blood spraying forth as it circled back and charged at him again. In the wake of despair, Su Danian found a spark of courage he had never known. "You vile creature! You think you can kill me?" With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a volley of earth spikes that whirled through the air, obliterating the encircling fireflies. Though the immediate threat was momentarily averted, he was nearly drained of energy, barely managing to keep pace. He could not die here. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the punctured firefly corpses on the ground, their glowing rotund abdomens pulsed ominously. "Old Qin, where are we running?" "I don't know. Just run forward. Find somewhere to hide. You may withstand them in your beast form, but I cannot. I need a place to take cover." Qin Sheng's head buzzed with confusion. She longed for the desolate north wilderness, devoid of such bizarre insects, just sand. After years of navigating the north wilderness, she had never encountered such peculiar bugs. Yet here, the ordeal began at hellish difficulty. As she ran, she glanced back, and the sight made her heart race. To her dismay, several people had latched onto her, accompanied by a swarm of fireflies resembling glowing light bulbs. Qin Sheng's heart quaked at the sight of the dense swarm, triggering her fear of clusters. "Why is everyone following me? Can't you run in a different direction to disperse their attack? Wait for me. Slow down. I can't keep up." Li Chang gasped for breath, his lungs burning. He was running out of energy to escape. "A hole has been shot through my backside, and it hurts like hell. If you fall behind, you won't just have one hole in your rear. Your entire body will be riddled with them. Run quickly." Jiang Jianguo, with the dazed Song Pengfei slung over his shoulder, maintained a swift pace. After her transformation, she stood over 3 meters tall, her legs as long as those of an average person, allowing her strides to cover distances that would take others several steps. Qin Sheng had grown accustomed to Jiang Jianguo's speed and managed to keep up. However, Li Chang struggled immensely, exerting every ounce of strength just to keep pace, all the while feeling a burning, wet sensation at his backside. A quick touch confirmed his fears. He had a gaping wound, blood oozing out. "Damn it, this mutated firefly is too powerful. My God, I've got a bloody hole in my backside." He shouted in despair, yet his feet dared not slow down, and his eyes refused to linger on those fireflies. His fists clenched tightly, palms slick with sweat. No matter how excruciating the pain, he had to run. If he didn't, he was certain to perish right here. Qin Sheng sprinted alongside him, shouting, "If you don't hurry, you won't make it back to the base alive. Just imagine, soon enough, someone will be spending your compensation, sleeping with your wife, and raising your child." Her words were more effective than any anesthetic. The image of another man with his wife and children flashed through Li Chang's mind, and suddenly, The pain in his backside seemed bearable. I cannot die. I must not die. Wait for me. His legs surged forward, moving so fast they nearly turned into a whirlwind, almost overtaking Jiang Jianguo. At that moment, Qin Sheng spotted a cave not far ahead, its entrance dark and less concealed by the creeping unknown vines. Jiang Jianguo. There's a cave over there. Let us hurry inside. She made an abrupt turn towards the cave's mouth. Jiang Jianguo followed suit, exclaiming, Wait up, Lao Qin. Li Chang, pale from blood loss, hobbled after them, clutching his backside. Su Danian, with keen eyes, noticed the change in direction and immediately pursued, instinctively following the crowd in such a frantic moment. As Qin Sheng entered the cave, she pulled out a security door from her space, preparing to barricade the entrance. It's a cave. We need to hide in here. We're saved. Don't block the entrance. Wait for me. Wait for us. Wait for me. Aw, help. Qin girl. Wait for us. The first thing Jiang Jianguo did upon entering the cave was to drop the dazed Song Pengfei onto the ground and turn to assist Qin Sheng. Song Pengfei felt as if he were on a roller coaster, dizzy and nauseated, and he collapsed to the ground, retching. Li Chang leaned at the cave's mouth, watching the fireflies swarm closely behind the others. Desperation etched on his face. Could you all hurry up? Haven't you eaten? Get inside. Qin Sheng awaited the last person to enter before forcefully wedging the security door against the cave entrance. Zhangwo blocked the door. She quickly retrieved another security door from her space to seal the remaining gap. The cave's entrance was small enough that 2 security doors sufficed to seal it completely. Su Danian and the others leaned against the cave wall, gasping for breath, still recovering from their harrowing escape. Then they heard Qin Sheng's voice. Anyone who doesn't want to die, come help block the door. If those fireflies breach our defenses, we're all done for. Right. Quickly, let us block it. The others hastened to the cave entrance, bracing the corners of the security doors. The last remaining Earth-type evolver promptly used soil to seal all the gaps. Jiang Jianguo pressed his shoulder against the 2 liver-colored doors, asking Lao Qin, where on earth did you take these security doors from? They look so familiar. Chapter 48. These security doors are not secure. Su Danian leaned against the door, unable to suppress his relief at surviving. He had thought he would perish at the hands of those relentless mutated fireflies, only to find himself alive against all odds. His eyes gleamed as he stared at Qin Sheng, murmuring to himself, the money wasn't he wasted, the money wasn't he wasted, haha. Qin Sheng understood Su Danian's implication, and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Just as she was about to speak, a sudden shriek pierced the air. Yang Xiaoyun, positioned at the far right door, trembled as she pointed at a spot. The door. It's broken. Qin Sheng followed her pointing finger, incredulous. How could the security door be? Her sentence was left unfinished, as she noticed a small crack forming in the liver-colored door, bulging outward as if something within was attempting to break free. Without hesitation, Jiang Jianguo grabbed an arrow and stabbed it into the door, pulling it out to reveal a punctured firefly corpse and a flurry of white foam. Lao Qin, this security door isn't secure at all. She stared blankly at the door's interior, shocked to discover it was filled with foam. What the hell? This is a counterfeit product. Upon seeing this, Qin Sheng immediately retrieved 2 large steel plates from her space, stacking them against the door. Within a minute, they could hear the sound of the steel plates being struck, echoing like hail pounding against metal. It was clear that the shoddy security door was utterly compromised. Qin Sheng felt a surge of anger. Perhaps she had developed a post-apocalyptic hoarding syndrome. She tended to view everything as useful, leading her to collect numerous items, from heaps of shared bicycles, electric scooters, and tractors to books and antiques. She stuffed her space with anything she came across. If her memory served her correctly, these security doors had been taken from a housing complex where the doors had just been installed, and during her idle time, she had removed them all to hoard. To her dismay, they turned out to be junk. She had even spent several sleepless nights prying them off. The thought ignited a flame of frustration within her. After a while, a campfire was lit in the cave, the crackling of the flames mingling with the sounds of the steel plates being struck, each noise resonating in the hearts of those present. The cave resembled a large, bulbous vase, with a small entrance but a surprisingly spacious interior. The group gathered around the fire, some seated, others lying on the ground. Though they had narrowly escaped, the sense of relief was overshadowed by the injuries most of them had sustained and the swarm of mutated fireflies lurking outside, showing no signs of departure. Qin Sheng glanced around, noting that there were still a dozen people in the cave. Su Danian and 4 members of the Flying Tigers, the mentally unstable Yang Xiaoyan, the man who had once eyed her with ill intent, and a few unfamiliar faces. Among them were a couple leaning against each other for support. The remainder consisted of Li Chang and her, along with Jiang Jianguo. As Song Pingfei began to regain some clarity, his first instinct was to pull Li Chang over to Qin Sheng and Jiang Jianguo. Li Chang groaned as he knelt on the ground, his backside raised. Song Pingfei scooped up a handful of dirt, which he had burned, and plastered it onto Li Chang's wound like a makeshift bandage. The bleeding stopped almost immediately. Now, the small cave had divided itself into 4 groups. Su Danian with the Flying Tigers, Qin Sheng with her sister and Li Chang. In the end, Yang Xiaoyan remained with the monkey and the others. The boundaries between the 3 factions were starkly defined. Jiang Jianguo idly poked at the campfire with a stick, having retracted her beastly powers upon entering the cave. Dressed in a vibrant red jersey, she glanced around before whispering in Qin Sheng's ear, "Old Qin, doesn't this remind you of our university days, when we had 4 people in a dorm, yet formed 6 groups?" Qin Sheng silently offered her a piece of beef jerky, saying, "Here, take this. You must be famished." Jiang Jianguo nodded in acknowledgement, chewing on the jerky while continuing to poke the fire, lapsing into silence. Yang Xiaoyan sat on the ground, her head bowed, tears streaming down her face. When she lifted her gaze, she spotted Qin Sheng feeding Jiang Jianguo something that was undoubtedly food. She had been hungry since noon, and with her powers depleted, she leaned against the cave wall, utterly drained of strength. A glimmer of hope ignited in her tear-streaked eyes, and with a hint of shyness, she ventured, Miss Qin, you can conjure objects out of thin air to block the door, so you must be a space-type evolver, right? Do you have any food left? Could you spare a little for me? I'm so hungry. I promise to repay you when I return to the base. You're truly impressive. I've only encountered one other dual-type evolver like you. I envy your abundance of supplies, unlike me, who can barely fill my stomach." As soon as Yang Xiaoyan spoke, a dozen pairs of eyes in the cave instantly turned toward Qin Sheng. In their desperate bid for survival, everyone present had discarded whatever they could. The members of the Flying Tiger team had even thrown away their guns, let alone any food. Now they were all ravenous. "Indeed. I saw you use plants to attack the fireflies, and you can also materialize that steel plate. You must have food," she exclaimed. The monkey, seated in a corner, immediately pointed at Qin Sheng, declaring, "I saw her pull out a massive sausage in the vehicle and handed it to that guy. If she's that generous, she must have plenty of food." Su Dajing eagerly turned to Qin Sheng. "Miss Qin, do you have any?" Before he could finish, Qin Sheng interjected, "I have food, a lot of it." She fixed her gaze intently on Yang Xiaoyan. "However, it is impossible to share. My supplies did not come from thin air. If you want food, you can purchase it with contribution points. I didn't bring anything to trade, and I haven't received my contribution points yet," Yang Xiaoyan replied, feeling a bit aggrieved. "I'm not like you, a space evolver who can carry so much. We're all in this together. Can't you be a little more generous?" Qin Sheng shot her a disdainful glance. "Do you expect to get something for nothing? Your audacity is remarkable. You should consider using that thick skin to construct a defensive wall for the base instead. Do you really think that playing the pity card will work on me? Am I to be treated like those men who only have half a brain?" She turned to Su Dajing. "Captain Su, I have food, but it won't be given away for free. If everyone wants to buy, that's fine, you can keep a record. And I'll deduct it from your contribution points later to avoid disputes. What do you think?" Su Dajing nodded repeatedly. "That's only fair. After all, no one's supplies come from thin air." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoyan felt as though the remarks were directed at her, and she began to cry, covering her face and turning away, as if she had been wronged. The monkey leaped up, angrily pointing at Qin Sheng. "What did you say? You want contribution points in exchange? In times like this, we should be supporting each other. Yet you still care about money. I see you're blinded by greed. You shameless woman, how dare you? I was going to let you stay a bit longer, but since you seem eager for trouble, don't blame us." The monkey continued, "Listen to me, this woman must have plenty of items in her space. With so many of us together, let's kill her. All the goods in her space will be ours." As soon as the monkey finished speaking, several people behind him, except for the couple, stood up in agreement. Yang Xiaoyan glanced at the monkey, then at Qin Sheng, tilting her head and continuing to cry. She remained motionless, not voicing her opinion, pretending as if she hadn't heard anything. She didn't want to take the risk of participating in the murder of Qin Sheng. especially since this woman's background was uncertain. If these people killed Qin Sheng, she was certain to get a share of whatever was left. Leaning against the stone wall, Qin Sheng wore a smile. So you wish to commit murder and plunder? Yes, and what of it? With so many of us, do you think you can escape? The monkey boasted confidently. The easiest thing in this world is to make a profit without investment. If we can seize something, why pay for it? Accustomed to engaging in underhanded dealings, they had no intention of honestly earning contribution points. Jiang Jiangguo continued to munch on her beef jerky. Nearby, Li Chong, nursing a painful injury to his backside, limped over, followed by Song Pengfei. Li Chong, still grimacing from the pain, managed to sit on a rock at an angle. He glared at the monkey with disdain. Monkey, I advise you to abandon your foolish thoughts now. Greed can lead to one's demise. Li Chong, mind your own business. I've noticed that you've been trailing after this woman like a lost puppy since we arrived. Are you hoping for a taste of her milk? Ha ha ha, what a coward. The monkey laughed haughtily. This woman, I'm taking her, and none of you can stop me. You won't produce anything of value. Likian raturta angrili. You should go home and drink from your mother's breast instead. Before he could finish, Jiang Jiangguo discreetly poked him in the arm, signaling him to remain silent. Confused, Li Chong looked at her, but Jiang Jiangguo had no choice but to beckon him closer and whisper, Don't make a fuss. I'm waiting to see these losers dig their own graves. Don't interfere with the unfolding drama. She wore the expression of a spectator eagerly waiting for the show to begin. Li Chong had no choice but to keep quiet. Meanwhile, the monkey, shedding his earlier feeble demeanor, stood tall and confident, pulling out 2 handguns from his jacket. His companions behind him erupted in laughter, brimming with confidence. Captain Su, the monkey said, you're all heavily injured, while my brothers and I have been conserving our strength. You're wounded and weak. We could easily eliminate all of you without a sound. However, I'm a kind-hearted person and don't hold grudges. Plus, since we hit it off, I'm giving you one last chance. Think carefully about whether we should share this bounty. A scruffy little man, with a sharp jaw and beady eyes, approached within a few meters of Su Dajing, stopping to brandish a grenade, threatening, Captain Su, I suggest you heed Monkey's words. She's just a stranger. There's no need to risk your life for her. We respect your position, which is why we're giving you a bit of face. Why complicate things? Su Dajing's gaze fixated on the grenade in the man's hand, his expression darkening. That's a special grenade from the Flying Tiger team, with the team's insignia on the pin. How did you get that? The man chuckled, his murky eyes revealing malice. How did we get it? We simply took it. The wounded Flying Tiger team is nothing but a paper tiger. A single stab is all it takes to bring them down. We can acquire as many of these as we want. You vile beast, stabbing your comrades in the back. The other members of the Flying Tiger team glared furiously, their bodies trembling with rage. Captain, we should not have sought the assistance of these malevolent evolutionists. I just recalled something. I believe I saw a bullet hole on Stone's forehead. At that moment, I thought it was merely a case of mistaken injury. But now, reflecting upon it, something seems amiss. When Stone met his demise, his expression was one of utter disbelief. He must have been treacherously ambushed by these wretched scoundrels. Not only Stone, but several others bore bullet wounds as well. The size of these wounds is significantly smaller than those inflicted by fireflies. It is evident at first glance. Su Dan clenched his fists in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. How many lives have you harmed from the shadows? Damn you! Although Su Dan is also fearful of death, he cannot tolerate the fact that these individuals would dare to stab his brother in the back. The monkey and his companions, each armed with firearms and grenades, appeared fresh and vigorous, while everyone else, having ventured deeper into the reeds, was utterly exhausted, their abilities drained. There are only 2 possibilities for this situation. First, the monkeys are indeed formidable fighters. Second, they never actually delved into the depths of the reeds, instead lingering on the periphery, waiting until casualties mounted before swooping in to deliver the final blows. It is now apparent that it is the latter. These scoundrels never intended to earnestly complete the task. It makes sense. If everyone perished or if the survivors remained silent, then the monkeys would not only reap the rewards of the mission, but also obtain a windfall. They certainly played their cards well. So, it appears Captain Su is refusing to show them any respect? I owe you no courtesy. You pathetic creatures, lurking in the shadows. If you have the guts, wait until I recover and confront you one-on-one. Su Dan trembled, half from fear, half from rage, his eyes bloodshot as if they might burst. Monkey? I see you as nothing more than a beast leaping through hoops in a circus. Just wait until I return to the base alive. Otherwise, I shall summon my brother-in-law to annihilate your entire family. Damn you. If looks could kill, the monkey would have been dismembered by Su Don's glare. The monkey exchanged a glance with one of his companions, a glint of malice evident in their eyes. Well, since Captain Su refuses our hospitality, we shall not hold back. The monkey declared as he tucked his handgun into his jacket. Leave no survivors in this cave. The diminutive figure cast a covetous glance at Qin Sheng and Yang Xiaoyan. Monkey, what about these two women? Can we keep them for later? Nonsense. Haven't you heard that long nights breed dreams? We must act swiftly before they cool. The monkey was somewhat irked. He had intended to drag Su Don down with him, for he had heard tales of Su Don's character. Far from a paragon of virtue, greedy and lecherous, yet possessing a formidable background with two powerful brothers-in-law. If he could ensnare Su Don, it would greatly facilitate his dealings within the Haiqing base. Yet, to his astonishment, this fellow showed no gratitude. If that is the case, then let them all perish. Yang Xiaoyan had initially believed the monkeys were merely targeting Qin Sheng, so she hid, waiting to seize an opportunity. She never anticipated their utter depravity, that they would not spare even her, an innocent bystander. She glared at Qin Sheng with resentment. It is all your fault. If you hadn't provoked these wretches, I wouldn't be caught in this unwarranted calamity. Qin Sheng, how can you be so selfish? Since your space is brimming with supplies, why not distribute them among us? Why be so self-serving, dragging everyone down with you? It is all your fault, you wicked woman. Upon hearing the monkey's decree of total extermination, she panicked, trembling and shedding tears. Monkey, please. I have a mother and younger brother at home waiting for my support. I swear I won't speak of what I've seen. Truly, my lips are sealed, spare me. The monkey chuckled darkly. We'll see just how tight your lips are soon enough. Monkey, do you think you are invincible? Even if we are injured, we are not helpless kittens. Dare to strike, and we shall take you down with us. I refuse to believe that we cannot handle you few. The monkey remained unfazed, swiftly drawing his gun. Bang! Accompanied by the gunfire. An evolutionist attempting to launch a sneak attack collapsed, eyes wide in death. Captain Su, have you never heard? No matter how skilled one is, one fears the kitchen knife. And I wield a gun. Moreover, you are mistaken. While I am stone, you are no jade. You are merely a lump of dung cloaked in gold leaf. I have tolerated you for far too long. You possess no real ability and rely solely on your brother-in-law's influence at the base. Why should I live a life of squalor while you indulge yourself? You envy me, don't you? Blame your mother for not giving you a good sister. Sudan, Unieldin. Retorted, at this point, we are all destined to die, so who fears whom? In that moment, within the cave, everyone capable of movement braced themselves, standing in anticipation of the monkey's next move. The two sides were poised for confrontation, yet the individual initially targeted, Qin Sheng, remained undisturbed, casually tending to the fire as if nothing had transpired. She even took out a skewer and leisurely threaded pieces of jerky onto it to roast. As Su Don observed the calm Qin Sheng, a thought struck him. She had managed to incapacitate Yi Beixian, and she did not appear to have sustained any significant injuries. Perhaps she possesses a trump card against the monkey. Yet, despite being targeted by the monkey, she has yet to make a move. What is she waiting for? It is unlikely she would perish, but whether she cares for the lives of others remains uncertain. He had previously engaged in a verbal dispute with her. Women can be quite vengeful. Or perhaps she is simply biding her time, waiting for the monkey to eliminate everyone before she strikes. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts raced through Su Don's mind, culminating in a loud shout that burst forth from his throat. Miss Qin, save my life, and I shall grant you 10,000 contribution points. The same goes for the other members of the Flying Tiger team. Chapter 50. Are you blaming me for hindering your good fortune? Qin Sheng, without even glancing at Su Don, brought the crisp, roasted jerky to her lips. Munching as she replied, Captain Su, save your breath. You lured me into this task with similar promises, yet you reneged upon reaching the reeds, fretting over contribution points, and claiming that disobedience equates to failure. Do you hold the exclusive right to interpret our agreement? Furthermore, I am not interested in saving lives. Confronted with this unexpected reminder, Su Don felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, women do harbor grudges. However, with a cunning glint in his eye, he countered, if you are uninterested in saving lives, what of killing? For every head of these bastards, I shall offer 10,000 contribution points from my own pocket. This time, I assure you it is a promise. If you dare to backtrack, may I be condemned to the company of the world's oldest and ugliest woman day and night. Qin Sheng paused mid-bite, astonished. You dare to utter such a vile oath? Jiang Jianguo silently gave Su Dan a thumbs up. For the sake of your wicked vow, I shall believe you once more. Qin Sheng handed the remaining skewers to Jiang Jianguo. By heavens! The monkey, incensed, aimed his gun at Qin Sheng. You wretched woman! Do you truly believe you can disregard me, you wretched creature? Do you think yourself so formidable as to contemplate my demise? Just wait until I unleash my fury upon you. With that declaration, the monkey's finger tightened against the trigger, intent on ending the life of the oblivious woman before him. But what? The trigger wouldn't budge. Lowering his gaze, he was met with a slender vine ensnaring his firearm, and before he could comprehend the situation, another vine shot towards him, piercing his forehead with a sickening thud. For a fleeting moment, a dull pain registered in his mind, accompanied by a sense of numbness and a disoriented gaze, as if he had indulged too liberally in drink. Brother monkey! Brother monkey! Damn it! She's launching a sneak attack. Eliminate that woman. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, and Su Danian beheld 5 lifeless bodies dangling from the cave ceiling, swaying like salted fish. Terror flooded his eyes as he cast a glance at Qin Sheng, now filled with profound dread. In less than 5 seconds, those who had been so lively moments ago now hung lifelessly, their heads skewered by vines. Throughout, she had not even shifted her position, her vines seemingly possessing a will of their own as they targeted the assailants. Furthermore, her coordination with the robust woman, Jiang Jianguo, was nothing short of extraordinary. In the instant of attack, Jiang swiftly drew her heavy sword as a makeshift shield. Qin Sheng orchestrated the offensive, while Jiang provided defense. Yet it was clear that Qin Sheng led while Jiang supported. Remarkably, the two exchanged not a single glance, their synergy uncanny. What truly unnerved him, however, was the vine in Qin Sheng's grasp. He had encountered numerous plant-based evolvers, yet none possessed her remarkable lethality. She wielded her weapon with the efficiency of a submachine gun. Despite the monkeys and their evolutionary prowess, accustomed to ruthless violence in their nefarious endeavors, they were rendered utterly helpless, akin to mere chicks ensnared. Jiang Jianguo, hefting her sword, delivered a kick to the monkey. The moment her foot struck, the bodies toppled like a line of dominoes, swaying precariously. You filthy scoundrel! Dare you take advantage of the situation? You perverse wretch! Do you not see that I too am a woman? You dare look down upon me? I shall send you to your end. With a huff, she returned to Qin Sheng's side, resuming her earlier task with renewed vigor. The cave fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of Jiang Jianguo munching contentedly. Qin Sheng lifted her gaze, fixing Su Danian with an unwavering stare. Captain Su, 5 heads. The implication was clear. You owe me for my service. 10,000 for each head. Do not forget to pay. Su Danian forced astifes mail. Rest assured, I am not one to renege on my promises. Upon returning to the base, I will ensure the amount is transferred to your identity card. He realized that this woman would undoubtedly become a formidable figure. Offending her would be unwise. It would be prudent to cultivate a favorable rapport. As his brother-in-law often said, the more friends one has, the more avenues one possesses. With this thought, he donned a grin and bowed in gratitude to Qin Sheng. Thank you, Miss Qin, for your life-saving intervention. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently used a term of respect. Qin Sheng waved her hand dismissively. I killed them only because I accepted your favor. Thus, this cannot be considered an act of kindness. Besides, they intended to deal with me as well. This was merely an act of self-preservation. As for aiding you, it was incidental. Remember to fulfill your end of the bargain. Indeed, indeed. Su Danian chuckled. By heavens, this Miss Qin is impervious to pleasantries. Does she not understand that human relations are built on reciprocity? If I do not create an opportunity for rapport, how can I forge connections? She is extinguishing any potential for camaraderie before it even begins. Yang Xiaoyan, having huddled close to the monkey, found warm blood splattering her face as the vine erupted from his skull. For a moment, her mind went blank. It took several minutes for her to regain her senses, retreating in terror until her back pressed against the cave wall, completely cornered. Her pale visage reflected panic and helplessness, tears cascading down her cheeks. You have killed again. It's terrifying. In an instant they were gone. She gazed at Qin Sheng with tear-filled eyes. You are too fearsome. It was the same in the reed marshes. And now as well. You kill at the slightest provocation. They merely offended you with their words. You have taken lives. Now outside, there are mutated fireflies. Every additional person increases our chance of survival. Qin Sheng, bewildered, replied, Are you blaming me for thwarting their advance against you? According to your logic, should I have awaited their assault on you, only to retaliate when provoked? Then I would have a justifiable reason to kill, correct? Jiang Jianguo nodded sagely. Old Qin. I believe she harbors resentment towards you. You acted prematurely. Perhaps she relishes the thought of others doing her bidding. Moments ago, she had knelt before the monkey with remarkable decisiveness, yet now, she exhibited audacity towards you. As Jiang Jianguo spoke, she gestured towards the others. If you feel regret, it is not too late. We still have several men in the cave who could satisfy your peculiar desires. The few members of the Flying Tigers pointedly shook their heads. Not me. I'm gravely injured, lacking the strength. I have no proclivity for public performances. They exclaimed in unison. Yang Xiaoyan, mortified and seething, retorted, You shameless wretches. I have never harbored such thoughts. Oh, do you find them lacking in excitement? Jiang Jianguo replied with mock seriousness, pointing to the nearby dangling corpses. Look there. The monkeys are still fresh and warm. Why not indulge? We promise not to watch. Qin Sheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, we will not look. Li Chang and Song Pengfei chimed in. We assure you we will not watch. The remaining individuals echoed, Yes, yes. We shall turn a blind eye. You go ahead. You all. Yang Xiaoyan trembled with rage, bursting into tears. You are all bullying me. You are siding with that woman, Qin Sheng, to torment me. I merely sought to assist. Why must you act this way? How utterly cruel. I am a victim. She curled into a ball, burying her head in her knees, sobbing uncontrollably as if abandoned by the world. Qin Sheng turned to Su Danian, bewildered. Where did you find such a peculiar person? Su Danian chuckled helplessly. How would I know that such a character exists in the Haiqing base? It is quite bizarre that someone like her has managed to survive. Jiang Jianguo nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is strange. Old Qin, I suddenly feel an urge to strike her. What should I do? As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she approached Yang Xiaoyan. You insufferable harpy, I have tolerated you for too long. What are you doing? Stay away. Captain Su, help. Ah. Minutes later, Jiang Jianguo emerged, invigorated, while Yang Xiaoyan lay in the corner, bruised and despondent. A profound sorrow enveloped her heart. What has become of this world? It is not she who is at fault, but rather the world itself. Why does everyone choose to torment her? Why? As time inexorably ticked away, the youngest member of the Flying Tigers, Little Tang, stealthily tugged at Su Daji's arm, his stomach emitting an audible grumble. Upon hearing this sound, Su Daji too felt the pangs of hunger. He turned to Qin Sheng, with a jovial smile, and said, Miss Qin, I must shamelessly beg you for some food. My stomach is rather insistent, you see. But fret not, whatever contribution points you require, just say the word, and I shall repay you upon my return to base. That's right. We can purchase it with contribution points. The young couple eagerly gazed at the woman across from them. Qin Sheng retrieved some biscuits and instant noodles from her space, placing them before them. Feel free to eat, but make sure to charge Captain Su for it. A pack of biscuits costs 10 contribution points, and so does a pack of instant noodles. During these extraordinary times, consider it a tourist price. If you find it too steep, then do not partake. Qin Sheng had succeeded in crafting an image of an exceedingly frugal and greedy character. As for Captain Su, given the substantial business we have conducted, I shall treat you to your share. After all, it has been quite some time since the apocalypse began, and encountering such a generous fool is a rarity. Treating him to a meal is hardly excessive. Oh dear, how can I accept such kindness? So thus he left heartily. Though he still owed tens of thousands of contribution points, at that moment, he felt a great sense of pride and accomplishment. Among all those present, Qin Sheng chose to treat him. What does this signify? This is what one calls prestige. Yang Xiaoyan, nursing her bruised eye inflicted by Jiang Jianguo, her stomach growling with hunger, bore her grievances and spoke up, As for you, 100 contribution points for biscuits, and 100 contribution points for instant noodles. The moment she uttered these words, Qin Sheng coolly interrupted, As you can see, a person as malicious as I delights in taking advantage of others' misfortunes. The prices are high, Eat if you wish, or leave if you do not. Yang Xiaoyan felt utterly wronged. In the base, a meal with meat only costs 2 contribution points. 100 contribution points. If I were to ration it, that would cover my food expenses for an entire month. Furthermore, why is it that they pay 10 contribution points while I am charged 100? Because your moral standards are so lofty, hence the price, Qin Sheng replied coolly. You what? I could still beat you. Jiang Jiangguo brandished his fist, appearing fearsome. Yang Xiaoyan looked around, seeing no one to speak on her behalf, and burst into tears. Curling up in a corner like a wretched little creature targeted for scorn. Immersed in her sorrow, she glanced over to where Su Daji had begun to tally their accounts. Little Tang from the Flying Tigers was the first to rush over, grabbing a pack of biscuits and an instant noodle pack. Captain Su, tallying 20 contribution points. Chen Bin, 10 contribution points. I want 2 packs. Captain, please record it. The young couple approached as well. The woman taking an instant noodle pack, and the man a pack of biscuits. The biscuits that Qin Sheng had produced were the large, elongated breakfast variety, thus quite substantial in quantity. A person with a normal appetite could barely satiate their hunger with 1 pack. The girl among the couple, clutching the instant noodles, licked her chapped lips. If only we had water, I'm so thirsty. She gazed longingly at a nearby stalactite that was dripping water. Darling, I want to drink. You cannot. Water that hasn't been purified is unsafe. It's toxic and could disrupt the energy in your body. Just hold on a little longer, alright? At that moment, Qin Sheng produced an iron pot and a large barrel of water, placing it on the ground. Su Daji's eyes lit up. Miss Qin, how much for your water? Boiling water is essential for the perfect instant noodles. Who would want to gnaw on dry food? Everyone's eyes sparkled as they fixed their gaze on the barrel of water. As long as Qin Sheng's asking price wasn't exorbitant, they could all accept it. After all, hunger could be endured, but thirst was truly unbearable. Su Daji even resolved that he would accept the price even if it equaled that of the instant noodles. During such extraordinary times, being able to fill their bellies was a dream come true. Who would quibble over costs? Let us eat first. No contribution points for this. You can boil the water yourselves. Just remember to return the barrel and pot. Surprisingly, this time, Qin Sheng was exceedingly generous. No payment required? Su Daji was taken aback. If you happen to have excess funds, I wouldn't mind receiving some, she replied as she tore open several large packs of instant noodles, placing them into the pot along with the water, and once it boiled, she added slices of braised beef. Subsequently, she served the dish in a large iron basin, presenting a steaming bowl of genuine beef noodles. She and Jiang Jiangguo each picked up a pair of chopsticks and began to feast. Su Daji couldn't help but drool. This was beef noodles with real beef. The others, witnessing this, also began to boil water and prepare their instant noodles. The bagged instant noodles were inexpensive, and thus Qin Sheng had stockpiled them in bags. Although a pack of bagged noodles was only marginally cheaper than the barrel packaged ones, the sheer volume added up to a considerable amount. It should be noted that she had stocked up by the ton. However, nobody cared about that now. Su Daji directly poured the boiling water into the bag and lifted it to soak the noodles. Little Tang, swallowing hard, chuckled, Captain. Back in school when my allowance was tight, I used to buy bagged noodles, soak them directly in the bag, and toss the bag away after eating. No dishes to wash. Saving money, huh? Su Daji, ravenous, paid no mind to conversing with nearby teammates, and without waiting for the noodles to soften began to eat. Those with biscuits dipped them into the hot water as well. In an instant, the cave was filled with the fragrant aroma of food, particularly the instant noodles. Bursting with industrial flavors, were overwhelming, flooding the senses. Yang Xiaoyan swallowed hard, pitifully watching the group indulge in their meal, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. It dawned on her that Qin Sheng was deliberately targeting her. The prices she charged her were 10 times higher than those charged to others. She provided free water to everyone else, but denied her even a sip. Having done nothing to offend her, why must she endure such cruelty? As a dual evolutionist of space and plant abilities, seeing Qin Sheng feast extravagantly on instant noodles with beef was clear evidence of her ample resources. Why could she not show a modicum of compassion? After all, she was in such a pitiful state. What harm would it do to offer her a bit of food? Why be so heartless? And what of the others? They were all there to complete a mission together. Why did no one stand up for her? Everyone was solely focused on their own needs. It was too excessive. Why were these people devoid of kindness? Chapter 52. I do not want your kindness. Yang Xiaoyan remained lost in her sorrow, feeling as though the world was filled with malice directed at her. As the night wore on, nearly everyone had eaten their fill and fallen asleep. Yang Xiaoyan had consumed nothing, not even a sip of water, and drifted off to a fitful sleep, her stomach empty. Awakening in the middle of the night, she felt a profound ache and weakness coursing through her body. Leaning against the stone wall, she stared blankly at the small remaining pot of water by the fire. Stealthily she approached, thinking that just a sip wouldn't hurt. Would it? Although the water was brought out by Qin Sheng, she had invited so many people to drink. Therefore, it would not be excessive for her to partake as well. After all, any remaining water that was not consumed would simply go to waste. And she was merely drinking a little of what others had chosen not to. This did not constitute an unfair advantage. Yang Xiaoyan instinctively overlooked the fact that, in such circumstances, who would waste water? The excess was not due to an inability to finish it, but rather a conscious decision to save it for later. Qin Sheng had already provided a large bucket of water. It would be illogical to deplete it, and then ask others for more. In the apocalypse, both food and water resources were invaluable, and nobody would squander them. As she watched everyone else fall asleep, Yang Xiaoyan prepared to quietly rise and drink some water. However, the moment she made the slightest noise, someone opened their eyes. It was the captain of the Flying Tigers, Su Dajing. Su Dajing was a man of modest skill, having attained his position as captain through his brother-in-law's connections. Despite his usual tough demeanor, when it came down to it, he was far more fearful of death than anyone else. Thus, in a state of alarm, he had not truly fallen asleep, merely resting with his eyes closed. Noticing Su Dajing's eyes open, Yang Xiaoyan feigned a turn, presenting her back to the group, and abandoned her original intention. Being an evolutionist of the water element, she could condense a bit of water to drink after a night of rest. Yet, when there was free water available, who would wish to squander their own abilities? As it stood, she could no longer drink freely, so she begrudgingly gathered a small pool of water in her palm, sipping it cautiously, fearful that others would notice her ability to generate water and come to her for a share. She believed her actions were discreet, but in fact, it was a misguided assumption. In such an environment, it was abnormal to sleep soundly. Most remained on high alert. Though she was quiet, the sound of her swallowing could not help but attract attention. Qin Sheng, upon discovering this little mouse sneaking a drink in the dead of night, chose to ignore it. She did not consider herself a virtuous person, but neither would she resort to violence over the folly of one individual. After all, it was inconsequential to her, as they were not of her kin. Qin Sheng's principle was to show no mercy to enemies, to exact vengeance immediately if wronged, and to exercise patience with her own. Given that Jiang Jianguo had always been somewhat eccentric, as for strangers, she adhered to a not-my-concern attitude. The words of Yang Xiaoyan were of no significance to her. Who would bother to quibble with a fool? Around dawn, the sounds of fireflies colliding outside gradually ceased. However, the thick steel plate they were under bore the scars of many dents, as if it had been pelted by a hail of bullets. Qin Sheng manipulated vines to excavate a small hole in the soil beside the steel plate, peering cautiously outside. Su Dajing, with his ample backside pressed against her, inquired urgently, "What's the situation? Are those mutated fireflies still around?" At that moment, they saw no sign of fireflies and were unsure if they had departed. Qin Sheng replied coolly, not giving Su Dajing time to revel in the good news, adding, "However, we cannot rule out the possibility that they are hiding in the grass." With visibility obstructed, they could see only so much. To gain a clearer picture, it would be best to send someone out first. The smile on Su Dajing's face faded as he exclaimed, "Who dares to go out and test that? It would mean certain death." Jiang Jianguo, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, stared at Su Dajing. "Captain Su, why don't you go? You are, after all, the captain of the Flying Tigers. You cannot show fear at such a critical moment." Su Dajing glared back. "What are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who fears death?" Jiang Jianguo's eyes lit up. "Then you should go. Precisely because I'm the captain of the Flying Tigers, I cannot die. My death must serve a purpose. Do you understand?" The two spoke almost in unison. Jiang Jianguo looked on with disdain. Su Dajing continued, "Moreover, I owe Qin Sheng a hefty sum for the lives of those who have fallen. With so many people here, I have guaranteed their debts to Qin Sheng for food. If I die, how will they repay her?" The crowd murmured, "No need for that, thank you." Feeling the weight of the Flying Tiger's gazes upon him, Su Tang silently glanced at his captain, embarrassed, and buried his head in his lap. The captain truly had a thick skin, perhaps 2 layers. At that moment, Su Dajing's gaze fell upon Su Tang. Little Tang, I heard you are a bachelor. With neither elder nor child to worry about. Why don't you go? He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I will apply to the team for a hero's medal for you. Su Tang, taken aback by the sudden assignment of this perilous task, could only muster the courage to say, actually, I have someone I care for. And she is already pregnant. Upon saying this, he buried his head even lower. Jiang Jiangguo leaned on the ground, poking Su Tang with a stick. Brother, your head is practically in your lap. Su Tang replied. Su Dajing scanned the cave once more, but all he saw were survivors. Who among them wished to meet their end? Those who caught his eye offered various reasons for their reluctance. It was clear that no one wished to be the sacrifice. The atmosphere grew awkwardly tense. Suddenly, Su Dajing recalled that the monkeys had left behind a few grenades. What if we throw one of those grenades outside to flush out those fireflies? This suggestion was immediately shot down. There are many large mutated creatures in this forest. Last night, when we fired our weapons, I saw a bear several meters tall, which was ultimately taken down by the fireflies. Exactly. Using a grenade to scout would create too much noise. What if those fireflies have already retreated, only to be drawn back by the explosion? Or worse, what if the fireflies have left, but the sound of our grenade attracts other large mutated beasts? Then we would be in serious trouble. Li Qiang, exasperata, threw up his hands. That won't work, and neither will that. So what do you propose we do? Su Dajing lamented. Qin Sheng furrowed her brow, hesitating before speaking. If all else fails, I have another method. However, I truly do not wish to employ it unless absolutely necessary. What method? Su Dajing asked, his eagerness palpable. What are we waiting for if not a critical moment? As long as it ensures our survival, I would shout your name if need be. Qin Sheng shot him a look. I do not wish to have someone like you as my father. With everyone's eyes fixed upon her in anticipation, she retrieved several cans from her space. Jiang Jiangguo's eyes widened in realization. How could I have forgotten about this powerful weapon? What is it? Su Dajing asked, scrutinizing the cans in Qin Sheng's hands. He took one, holding it up to the light to read the label. Herring in a can? Are you inviting us to dine? Is this our last supper? Could it be that Miss Qin believes there is no chance of escape, so she is sharing the good things from her space with us? Yet, observing Qin Sheng's frugal demeanor, this seemed unlikely. Last night, she remained unfazed by the monkey's torment until they mentioned her bounty. Only then did she take action. Could she really be so generous now? Before Su Dajing could receive an answer from Qin Sheng, he opened the can, and an overwhelmingly foul odor rapidly filled the cramped cave. The nearest individual to the Qin bore the brunt of the assault. Su Dajing inhaled deeply, only to feel his stomach churn violently. You, Miss Qin, how could you possibly store feces in a can? It reeks. Ugh, what on earth is this? I can't bear it any longer. Let me be bitten to death by the fireflies. The cave was instantly filled with a chorus of anguished cries. Su Tang leaned closer to his captain, glancing at the object in his hands. Holy moly! Captain, that's the infamous herring in a can that terrifies the culinary world. Miss Qin, I never imagined you had such an unusual taste. Qin Sheng, uninterested in further conversation, swiftly ensnared a rat in the cave using vines. Slicing it into pieces with a small knife, she speared a chunk of meat with a stick and extended it outside the cave. As expected, the moment the meat ventured out, a series of popping sounds erupted, causing Qin Sheng to retract the stick immediately. Only a few strands of meat remained. Simultaneously, the once tranquil steel plate erupted with a cacophony of collisions once more. Qin Sheng focused on the minuscule strands of meat hanging from the stick. As anticipated, those fireflies have not departed. They have been waiting for us to emerge and serve them a meal. Jiang Jiangguo shrugged his shoulders. Well, it seems we cannot escape now. Su Dajing's face darkened as he gazed at the herring can, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. He looked at Qin Sheng expectantly. Miss Qin, how do we utilize this herring can? Will it poison those mutated fireflies? All speculations must be predicated on scientific experimentation. Qin Sheng smiled faintly, retrieving another piece of rat meat to skewer on a stick, pinching her nose as she dipped it into the herring can. The steel plate continued to clang loudly, and peering through the small opening, Qin Sheng's gaze was met with a swarm of buzzing fireflies. In daylight, their luminescence was nearly negligible, rendering them a dark mass, akin to a horde of flies. Su Dajing squeezed beside her for a better view, and upon seeing the scene outside, his face went pale with fear. I feel like there are even more fireflies than last night. If we disregard feelings, there are indeed significantly more than last night, Qin Sheng stated. Jiang Jianguo leaned in to peek, his face adorned with a curious excitement. Old Qin, don't those fireflies resemble oversized grasshoppers? We could roast them to eat. Qin Sheng swiftly yanked Jiang Jianguo back, extending the stick with the rat meat out of the small opening. After a full half-minute without any sign of disturbance from the stick, Su Dajing eagerly crouched beside her, his eyes shining with anticipation. Well, did it work? Did we poison them? Qin Sheng remained silent, and after another half-minute, she slowly withdrew the stick. The rat meat remained untouched, showing no signs of having been nibbled. Su Dajing sighed in disappointment. It seems the plan has failed. We cannot poison those fireflies. They simply do not consume the seasoned meat. Jiang Jianguo furrowed his brow, looking at Su Dajing with confusion. I've always been curious. Despite your lack of combat prowess, your intelligence is on par with mine. How did you become the captain of the Flying Tigers? Thanks to my sister's husband. Su Dajing declared proudly. My sister dotes on me, and so does my brother-in-law. Jiang Jianguo was left speechless. Su Tang took the stick from Qin Sheng's hands, pondering seriously. Miss Qin, do you believe we can evade the firefly's attack using the scent of this herring can? Are you certain this method is reliable? Not certain, Qin Sheng responded. Dragging over the pot used for boiling water last night, still containing a good portion of liquid, she immediately opened several cans of herring and poured them into the pot. The results of my experiment are solely my responsibility. If you choose to imitate me, I have no objections, but I make no guarantees. Upon witnessing Qin Sheng's actions, Jiang Jianguo understood immediately, quickly using a stick to stir the concoction in the pot, mashing the fish from the cans. As the mixture bubbled and churned, the cave echoed with retching sounds. Jiang Jianguo, experiencing herring in a can for the first time, found it overwhelmingly foul. Yet after some time, she oddly began to crave the taste, becoming somewhat addicted to it, often sneaking bites in the restroom. Therefore, she felt no disgust at this moment. After stirring for a while, she even dipped her hand into the pot, tasted it, and promptly gagged. Old Qin, you've added too much water. The flavor is a bit weak. Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng added 2 more cans to the pot. Minutes later, the herring and broth gradually merged into a thick, pungent concoction. Jiang Jianguo, in a fit of madness, actually placed the pot over the fire to heat it. The putrid mixture bubbled violently, the smell of decay mingling with the foul odor, intensifying to an unbearable level. After countless bouts of retching, the group finally succumbed, vomiting uncontrollably. Yang Xiaoyan, pale-faced, gazed at the bubbling pot, feeling that Jiang Jianguo resembled a witch from a dark fairy tale. This is terrifying. How can anyone consume this? I would rather die than eat this. It stinks, it's revolting. Jiang Jianguo shot her a cold glance. You still want to eat? Dream on. Seeing that the mixture was nearly ready, Qin Sheng produced a brush, handing it to Jiang Jianguo. Help me apply this. Sure. Jiang Jianguo nodded, salivating as she dipped the brush into the herring broth, eagerly painting it onto Qin Sheng. Every nook and cranny was covered. In no time, Qin Sheng resembled someone who had crawled out of a cesspit. Jiang Jianguo quickly smeared herself with the concoction as well. At this juncture, the broth in the pot had dwindled significantly. Faced with the choice between survival and the overpowering stench, Su Dajing swiftly compromised. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey, he seized the opportunity before anyone else could, declaring, "This is mine, all mine. None of you are allowed to take it from me." While gagging, he hastily smeared the broth over himself. The others quickly caught on, rushing forward. Just moments ago, they had shunned the concoction. Now, they fought like wild beasts scrambling for food. Su Dajing, don't apply so much. Save some for the rest of us. To hell with it. If I don't cover every corner, what if the fireflies attack? Captain, let me have a smear. So foul, ugh. My husband, ugh. Yang Xiaoyan, in sheer terror, watched as everyone scrambled for the foul mixture, retreating step by step. They've gone mad. These people are insane. They believe in such an unreliable method. It would be best to strip him of his clothes and don them oneself. Su Danian exclaimed, "What the hell? You bunch of brutes. You shameless woman. I am still a virgin. Do not strip me. Help. Mom. Save me. Xiao Tang, get away from me. Let go of me. You wretched offspring. Help me, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, save me." Captain Su, for the sake of everyone's well-being, please endure this. Sacrificing you for the greater good is the least we can do. Sacrifice me, you scoundrel. You are the one who should be appeased. In no time, Su Danian was left clad only in a pair of briefs. However, those two were on the verge of being removed, as a petite hand clung tenaciously to the waistband. Su Danian, legs clamped together, hands shielding his modesty, looked upon the gathering with a face etched in humiliation. You vile bastards. His eyes ablaze with rage, trembling all over, he erupted into tears. Wah! Mother! I am no longer pure. I cannot go on living. As calm returned, the others realized their previous excitement may have been excessive. Observing the nearly naked Captain Su, they felt a twinge of embarrassment. One man awkwardly patted his wife's hand, which was clutching Su Danian's thong. Dear, that's enough. Captain Su is nearly exposed. The woman, coming to her senses, sheepishly released her grip. As her hand withdrew, the elongated thong snapped back, striking Su Danian's waist with a sharp sound. Pia. Ah! I cannot live like this. Su Danian was mortified. Jiang Jianguo, flabbergasted, gazed at the bare Su Danian, his wig having been yanked off. Revealing a shiny bald pate. How could he so young wear a wig? This is simply absurd. Why has it escalated to this point? We still have plenty of canned goods left. Right, Lao Qin? Qin Sheng, with great difficulty, averted his gaze from Su Danian's pink leopard print thong, and slowly retrieved a dozen herring cans from his spatial storage. Indeed, there were still dozens of cans remaining. Jiang Jianguo quickly interjected. At a discounted price of 10 contribution points per can, these life-saving provisions are quite the bargain, wouldn't you agree? Upon seeing the herring cans in Qin Sheng's hands, Su Danian wiped away his tears, suddenly feeling a renewed will to live. I will go first. I am large. I require 3 cans. With that, others eagerly raised their hands. I am slim. 2 cans will suffice. I want 2 cans. I want some too. We, as a couple, will take 4 cans. Before long, Qin Sheng watched as a throng of people imitated Jiang Jianguo, stirring herring cans in a pot and heating them. At this moment, they no longer quibbled over portions, simply pouring all the cans into the pot to mix and heat before applying the concoction onto themselves. To express their contrition, they allowed Su Danian to be the first to apply it. After all, he had connections in the base, they could not afford to offend him. Fearing retaliation upon his return, everyone returned Su Danian's clothes, though now, wearing them made little difference. Clad in tattered rags, Su Danian exclaimed, "It's burning hot," while slathering himself with seasoning, resembling marinated meat. Hurry, Xiaotang, help me reach my back. I cannot reach it. Captain, I sincerely apologize. I did not intend to strip you. You won't hold a grudge, will you? Su Danian chuckled heartily, exuding magnanimity. What are you thinking? Am I the sort to harbor grudges? I certainly am. I'll deal with you when I return. Indeed. Captain Su is magnanimous and will not hold this against us. The young couple joined in, helping Su Danian apply the mixture to his back. Minutes later, everyone was engulfed in a most unpleasant stench, save for one, young Xiaoyan. She cowered in a corner, and when the young couple beckoned her, she fervently shook her head. I refuse. I absolutely refuse. This is too disgusting. I would rather die than perish, for we are leaving, the woman said, nonchalantly taking her husband's hand to exit. Jiang Jianguo and several other men pushed aside the steel plate blocking the cave entrance. As it had been sealed by Earth-type abilities, removing it took more effort than placing it there. Once the steel plate was shifted, the dim cave was instantly illuminated. Simultaneously, a cacophony of buzzing erupted from outside. The mutated fireflies went into a frenzy, swirling around the cave entrance, attempting to enter, yet recoiling as if stung by an unseen force. Hovering at the cave entrance, they circled but refused to enter. Su Danian, bolstered by courage, extended his arm, smeared with the pungent herring juice, and the buzzing fireflies promptly retreated, avoiding his limb. Yet, they did not relent entirely, maintaining a safe distance. Seeing this, Su Danian grew more confident, stepping out of the cave. Indeed, the fireflies retreated once more, keeping their distance, not attacking him. It was as if he were enveloped in a transparent shield. Wow, Miss Qin, we have succeeded. They truly do not bite me. Ahaha. I knew it. I, Su Danian, am destined to survive. The others likewise displayed expressions of joy. It works. These fireflies truly want to enter. They are repelled by the stench. Let us hasten our escape. Jiang Jianguo licked the soup from the corner of his mouth, grinning. Old Qin. We can catch some bugs now. They resemble locusts and must be delicious when fried. Catch them for yourself. I have no interest. I still prefer hearty meats. Qin Sheng hastily waved her hands, fearing a plate of fried mutated fireflies might appear on the dinner table that evening. Then hand me a bottle, she implored. Qin Sheng swiftly produced a large glass jar from her spatial storage. Jiang Jianguo poured a bit of the herring juice into the jar, then cradling it, began to chase the fireflies. Each time he caught one, he stuffed it into the jar, where the fireflies, overwhelmed by the foul odor, became dazed and posed no threat. Before long, the jar was filled halfway. The situation had dramatically shifted. Those once attacked by the fireflies were now pursuing them in delight. Everyone present was in a state of bewilderment. Su Danian gazed at the fleeing fireflies and murmured, "Is this girl always this brave?" Li Qiang siga sufli. It seems that Zhang Wo's sister has not fully let herself go while on missions with us. Song Pengfei pointed towards Qin Sheng, whispering, "Do you not think that when with Miss Qin, Zhang Wo's sister is particularly bold and liberated?" The others fell silent, their eyes wide as they regarded Jiang Jianguo, frolicking with abandon. Qin Sheng felt a twinge of embarrassment, but upon reflection, she dismissed it. After all, Jiang Jianguo's antics were merely irksome to others, not herself. As everyone exited the cave, darkness enveloped the space, leaving only Yang Xiaoyan behind. A rising tide of panic surged within her as she slowly rose from the ground. "I am so afraid. Wait for me, everyone. Wait for me." Yet, no one acknowledged her. One by one they departed, until the last individual stepped out of the cave. Yang Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned, and then she burst into tears, choking on her sobs as she rushed to the extinguished fire pit. Kneeling on the ground, she frantically smeared the dirt-mixed herring can that had been overturned and now lay scattered on the earth onto herself. At that moment, the can's juice had been absorbed by the soil, leaving her with no choice but to continuously grab the wet, muddy sludge to apply to her body. "Wait for me. You all wait for me." Yet she still found this substance repugnant, and despite her nausea, she smeared a bit on her hands, feet, and face. After all, everyone else was smeared all over, and it had the effect of repelling the fireflies. If she applied less than the others and squeezed herself among the crowd, surely they would shield her from being singled out by those fireflies, wouldn't they? But life rarely unfolds so conveniently. Thus, after only daubing a little mud on her hands, feet, and face, she averted her gaze from the large puddle of muck left on the ground in disgust, and rushed outside the cave. Gaptansu. Wait for me. Everyone wait for me. Chapter 55. The Power of the Stink Bomb. The young couple walking at the back turned to look, only to see Yang Xiaoyan with merely a smudge of mud on her hands and feet, a tiny dab on her forehead. Despite the ample remnants on the ground that could cover an entire person, she somehow managed not to apply more. At such a moment, still complaining about the stench, as if afraid to dirty her delicate and beautiful face. If she finds it so foul, why not just confront death head-on? Afraid of both death and dirt, yet still expecting others to wait for her, she was all talk and no action. The woman immediately furrowed her brow. This Yang Xiaoyan was truly incorrigible. Let us not bother with her, we must hasten our steps. As Yang Xiaoyan reached the mouth of the cave, several people had already moved a considerable distance away. She stood at the entrance, somewhat frightened and hesitant to step out. Her original plan was for everyone to wait for her to leave together, merging among the group, thus sparing herself from becoming so disgustingly filthy, and from the fear of firefly attacks. A perfect compromise. But now, seeing that no one was waiting for her, she could only stomp her feet in frustration, crying as she hurried to catch up. "Wait for me. You can't just leave me behind. You mustn't. Wait for me. I am scared. Please wait for me." Just a few steps out of the cave, she was startled by the sight before her. While those fireflies had avoided the others, the moment she emerged, they began to approach her curiously. A chill coursed through her body as she instinctively took a few steps back, tightly clutching her head with her hands and shielding herself. What is happening? Why are these fireflies surrounding me? Help! You all wait for me. Everyone wait for me. Help! Sob sob. I don't want to stay here anymore. She charged forward, hugging her head. After tentatively probing her, the fireflies realized she bore no foul odor, and quickly became more animated. Even fireflies from a distance began to converge upon her. In an instant, she felt as if she were ensnared in a hive of angry bees. "Ah! Help me!" A series of piercing shrieks echoed from behind. Su Danian couldn't help but turn back, only to be horrified by the scene unfolding behind him. Last night, visibility had been poor, and he hadn't fully grasped the gruesome reality of his teammates' deaths. Yet now, he witnessed with his own eyes as Yang Xiaoyan's body was pierced repeatedly by swarms of fireflies, her form riddled with blood holes. On that once innocent, fair face, several bloody orifices appeared, one of which had penetrated directly through her eye socket. Blood flowed profusely, rendering her features unrecognizable. Yang Xiaoyan trembled in pain. She struggled desperately, yearning to escape this place that filled her with despair, to catch up with those ahead. But how could she possibly outrun the dense mass of mutated fireflies? After only a few steps, her legs were covered in wounds, and she collapsed to the ground, powerless. She glared resentfully at the retreating figures of the others. Why didn't you wait for me? Why didn't you save me? You selfish, wicked wretches. I curse you all to die a miserable death. My face. It hurts. Save me. She unleashed a torrent of venomous curses, yet none could alter her dire predicament. After struggling for about half a minute, she lay motionless against the ground. At this moment, it could scarcely be regarded as a human corpse. Her entire body resembled that of a target mercilessly shot at by a submachine gun, blood and flesh mangled, bones protruding grotesquely through torn skin. She was nothing more than a mass of shredded meat. However, the fireflies merely tore her apart, leaving the remains uneaten. They circled around Qin Sheng and the others several times, presumably deterred by the overwhelming stench, and ultimately dispersed. The woman among the couple gazed at the retreating fireflies, a tinge of inexplicable sorrow in her expression. These fireflies do not consume humans. Their mass aggression likely stemmed from the destruction of their reed marsh home. Su Danian coldly remarked, "This is a battle for survival. There is no right or wrong. We stand on different sides, different species. If we cannot coexist peacefully, we can only fight to the death. The lion hunting its prey is not in the wrong, it seeks to survive. The prey retaliating against the lion is equally justified. For no one wishes to become food. These fireflies do not permit humans to enter the marsh to protect their home. Similarly, we are fighting for the survival of our base." Qin Sheng was somewhat taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Su Danian would articulate such a sentiment. Just as her admiration began to swell, she then heard him add, "But I swear I won't return. I'd rather have my brother-in-law assign me a less perilous job." Qin Sheng. The subsequent journey unfolded far more smoothly than expected. Along the way, any animals within a 3-meter radius of them fled for their lives, terrified of being overwhelmed by the stench. Upon reaching the base's entrance, it took an eternity for the guards to reluctantly let them through, pinching their noses. This group, akin to a squad of biochemical weapons, sent the chickens and dogs within 100 meters into a frenzy. They agreed to return to their respective homes first, clean up, and then reconvene. Su Danian hurriedly covered his lower body and turned to fetch his vehicle, not wasting a single second. Qin Sheng and Jiang Jianguo also rushed home to bathe and change clothes. The discarded garments were deemed irretrievable, tossed straight into the trash. Consequently, throughout the day, residents in the neighborhood complained about a broken sewer line. In the afternoon, Qin Sheng received her task reward, and the bounty Su Danian owed her, elevating her status to that of a minor wealthy woman. Jiang Jianguo also received 5,000 contribution points, elatedly indulging in 3 extra bowls of rice that evening. Although the mission to eradicate the fireflies had not succeeded, they had gleaned invaluable information regarding the fireflies' relentless reproductive capabilities, and the unexpected discovery that herring cans could counteract them. Since a direct approach had proven futile, they would have to resort to a more subtle strategy. Since returning from the reed marshes, Su Dajing has resigned from his position as the captain of the Flying Tigers, and has devoted himself to logistics. He spends his days wandering about with a teacup in hand, occasionally dropping by to visit Qin Sheng and her companions. He shared that his second brother-in-law, having discovered that canned herring could repel fireflies, invented an incredibly foul-smelling stink bomb that is so horrendous it could make one dizzy. While it cannot be used offensively, it is effective in driving away fireflies. They deployed numerous stink bombs around the reed marshes, and within days, the fireflies had collectively migrated, disappearing without a trace. The water source has regained its former tranquility, though the air is perpetually filled with a rancid odor. Anyone entering must don a gas mask, or risk foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Jiang Jianguo was exceedingly curious about the legendary stink bomb's potency. Late one night, he ventured to the water source, only to return in a daze, spending 3 days and nights at home vomiting, expelling even bile. For an entire week, he suffered from a loss of appetite. The storage ring he acquired from Yan Jingjing was directly given to Jiang Jianguo by Qin Sheng, who instructed him to recognize it with his blood. As expected, the blood was absorbed by the ring, confirming that its previous owner had perished. Jiang Jianguo now possessed his own space, which excited him for several days as he incessantly retrieved and stowed various items. His space measures over 20 square meters, equivalent to the size of a room, with a height of about 3 meters. In comparison to Qin Sheng's space, it is quite modest and lacks the ability to halt time. Thus, the passage of time within is the same as outside. Therefore, perishable foods cannot be stored inside. However, it is essential to acknowledge that regardless of size, a space is a rare treasure. Recently, the base established an Evolvers Guild, and many Evolvers have gone to test their levels. The space of a first-tier space Evolver is typically around 10 square meters. Thus, Jiang Jianguo's storage ring is not inferior to that of the average space Evolver, sufficient for her sustenance for quite some time. However, since experiencing the stink bomb's odor in the reed marshes, Jiang Jianguo has gone several days without eating. As anything consumed results in vomiting, one can only imagine how foul it must be, as even a person who could become addicted to canned herring is deterred by the stink bomb. Chapter 56. Preparing to bolt with a bucket. According to her, the individual capable of devising such a grotesque stink bomb must be an extraordinary pervert. Jiang Jianguo sat cross-legged on the sofa, munching on potato chips, wearing a headband on a scorching summer day, resembling someone in confinement after childbirth. Suddenly, a series of gentle knocks echoed at the door. She sprang up like a rabbit and dashed to open it. Upon swinging the door wide, Su Dajing's broad face came into view. "Where's your boss? Where is he?" Jiang Jianguo pointed, and he peered inside. There, Qin Sheng was nestled on the sofa, engrossed in her tablet while nibbling on bear-shaped biscuits, a smile gracing her lips, indicating her good mood today. Su Dajing chuckled, entering with 2 roast chickens in hand. He handed them to Jiang Jianguo before slipping off his shoes and making his way towards Qin Sheng, his eyes gleaming with an inexplicable excitement. Qin Sheng could not ignore the man fixated on her. His gaze was as lewd as a weasel in the night. Heaven knows, upon first meeting Su Dajing, she perceived him as a resolute warrior. Yet now, gazing at his broad, sycophantic face leaning towards her, she reluctantly set down her tablet. Casting a glance at the roast chicken already torn apart by Jiang Jianguo, she quipped, "A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. Speak up. What do you want this time? Let's get one thing straight. If you're here to ask my Jianguo to be your bodyguard again, you can forget it. She's mine." "I'm not here to discuss Jianguo with you," Su Dajing replied mysteriously as he pulled out a delicate little box from his pocket. "I have something wonderful to show you." Qin Sheng's heart skipped a beat at the sight of the heart-shaped velvet box. It bore a striking resemblance to a ring box. Observing Su Dajing's eager smile, a terrifying thought surged through her mind, sending shivers down her spine. "You don't mean to say that after what happened last time, you've realized you've fallen for me, do you? Let me be clear, that's not happening between us." Cough. "What are you thinking?" Su Dajing shot her an incredulous look. "You're not even my type. I prefer the delicate and demure. Just take a look and see if you recognize what this is." As he spoke, he opened the jewelry box. Nestled in the center was a red crystal, irregularly shaped and roughly the size of a peanut. Upon seeing it, Qin Sheng's pupils constricted before she quickly regained her composure. With a puzzled expression, she inquired, "What is this? A gem?" "Not quite," Su Dajing replied with a triumphant grin. "This is a special energy entity that recently emerged from a fire-breathing mutated white ape. Only the core personnel at the entire base are privy to its existence. However, now, with you two included, it is indeed a precious find. The base has conducted experiments, and absorbing this can significantly enhance an evolver's training speed. If an ordinary person absorbs it, there is a certain chance they could become an evolver. It is truly a source of energy. Such a remarkable treasure." Jiang Jianguo exclaimed, waddling over with a chicken leg in her mouth, reaching out her greasy hand to grasp the red gem. Su Dajing swiftly slapped her hand away, cradling the box protectively, as if it were an invaluable treasure. "Be careful. I only have this one, and it was gifted to me by my eldest sister." At that moment, Qin Sheng displayed a lack of interest, directly asking, "So you brought this to me for what purpose?" "I want to team up with you." Let us venture outside the base to collect more of these treasures. The information hasn't leaked yet, so we can get a head start and make a fortune. This is something everyone is desperate to obtain. In this apocalypse, power is everything. Once everyone knows, it will be too late to snatch it. My brothers-in-law have already dispatched several teams of evolvers to gather them from outside the base, he added. Qin Sheng posed a crucial question. Why not go with your two formidable brothers-in-law? Hearing this, Su Dajing appeared somewhat dejected. My eldest and second brothers-in-law won't let me join them, saying it's too dangerous. They previously dissected mutated beasts and alien species, but at that time, this energy entity had not yet appeared. Hence, it's evident that this energy entity has only recently evolved. The dangers outside have undoubtedly escalated. You're right, your brothers-in-law make a valid point. It is indeed perilous. Qin Sheng nodded, then asked, so you say your brothers-in-law have already sent people out to hunt mutated beasts and foreign species? Yes, Su Dajing affirmed. Qin Sheng sighed. Realizing that chaos was about to descend upon the Haiqing base, the energy entity brought by Su Dajing, referred to as the source crystal, is produced within mutated beasts, mutant plants, and foreign species once their abilities reach the first level. Not only them, but all evolvers who have undergone parasitic modifications and possess energy will generate source crystals within their bodies. The evolvers, when viewed from a different perspective, are also life forms parasitized by insects. Minuscule creatures, smaller than bacteria, invade the human body, engaging in a genetic contest with humanity itself. If the parasites prevail, they consume human rationality, thus becoming a different species. Conversely, if humanity triumphs, subduing the parasites within, they derive other supernatural powers, earning the title of evolvers. The source crystals indeed enhance the energy levels of the evolvers. However, concurrently, their side effects are quite terrifying. For instance, their irresistible allure to mutated beasts and other aberrations can prove fatal. Should the Haiqing base accumulate an excessive amount of source crystals, it might incite a collective assault from various aberrations and mutated beasts within a 100-mile radius. In her previous life, it was the frenzy of slaughtering mutated beasts and aberrations that ensued once people discovered the existence of source crystals, hoarding them for personal use. The base serves as a refuge for humanity, with even small bases housing tens of thousands of survivors. Medium and large bases may contain hundreds of thousands, even millions of survivors. Even if each evolver possesses merely one source crystal, the total number within the base becomes a formidable figure. Contemplating this, Qin Sheng felt a twinge of fear. What to do in the face of an impending and insurmountable danger? Naturally, the answer is to flee. Thus, after sending Su Darnian on his way, Qin Sheng grappled with her thoughts for merely a few minutes before deciding that the best strategy was to retreat. The siege of the Haiqing base might not occur overnight, but since the base's officials have already dispatched an evolver team to commence the hunt, it is only a matter of time before news spreads, prompting other evolvers to swarm in, hunting mutated beasts and aberrations in a bid to seize the source crystals. With this realization, Qin Sheng swiftly began packing her belongings, stowing everything she could into her spatial storage. Jiang Jianguo, having just finished a hearty meal, was squatting on the toilet when he looked up to find Qin Sheng entering the room. Hurry up and finish, we must leave. The Haiqing base is not a place to linger. Huh. Oh right. Jiang Jianguo, momentarily taken aback, nodded foolishly. However, noticing that Qin Sheng had not yet departed, he asked, "What's wrong? Is there something else? Hurry up. After you're done, clean the toilet. I want to take it with us. We'll need it in the next place." What? You want to take the toilet too? Why not? Do you think your family has a mine? These are reusable resources. Thus, Jiang Jianguo watched in astonishment as Qin Sheng began disassembling the sink, the bathroom heater, the shower head, and ultimately even the flooring. He quickly pulled up his pants to assist her. As they left, the place transformed from a bare-bones style to a scene reminiscent of war-torn Syria. Aside from a single security door, everything else was disassembled. Chapter 57. Following old Qin means there's meat to eat. Qin Sheng initially intended to leave without a trace, fully aware of the dreadfulness of a mutated beast siege. The true terror does not lie in the aberrations or other large mutated beasts, but rather in the various mutated insects, snakes, and rodents drawn by the energy of the source crystals. Though these creatures may be small, their emergence en masse would create a truly horrific scene. Those who have witnessed a locust plague can certainly appreciate the catastrophic transformation brought about by sheer numbers. After all, The Haiqing base is home to several 100,000 survivors. She could not directly persuade the base's authorities. Whether they would believe her was another matter. Even if they did, how could she explain that she had foreseen the calamity brought by the source crystals? After all, the source crystals had only just come to light. She was not the type to sacrifice herself for the collective good. With this in mind, she took out paper and pen, meticulously documenting the potential disasters that the source crystals could incite. She planned to have Su Darnian deliver it to his brother-in-law upon their departure. Only Su Darnian, as her brother-in-law, could readily access the base leader. By the time the leader might wish to interrogate her, she would have long since vacated the Haiqing base. Having done all she could, whether they believed her or needed further verification would fall under the responsibilities of the base leader. After sealing the letter in an envelope, Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo each shouldered their packs and descended the stairs. Jiangguo, head to the mess hall and select all the expensive meats and vegetables. Pack them all. Use up all the contribution points on your identity card. I'll go to the supermarket and exchange all the contribution points on my card for useful supplies. We may never return to the Haiqing base. Old Qin, what on earth is happening? Why are we leaving in such haste? It's about the source crystals. I'll explain everything once we are outside the base. Okay. Jiang Jiangguo, still somewhat bewildered, pondered how she had just been enjoying roast chicken one moment. And now they were preparing for a journey to an unknown destination. Yet, having always been Qin Sheng's loyal follower, she was accustomed to following her lead. After all, Old Qin would never harm her. Following Old Qin means there's meat to eat. As they conversed, they exited the building and immediately encountered Li Chang and Song Pengfei returning from outside. Li Chang glanced at Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo, both carrying packs and seemingly ready to depart. He teased, "Oh, are you two heading out on a mission at this hour?" Jiang Jiangguo hesitated and looked at Qin Sheng. "Old Qin, can I say something? Why the secrecy? What big mission is it?" Song Pengfei inquired. Waiting for Qin Sheng's nod, Jiang Jiangguo finally spoke. "Old Qin and I are leaving. We won't be coming back." "Wait, not coming back?" Li Chang was taken aback. "You mean you're leaving the Haiqing base?" "Yes," Jiang Jiangguo affirmed with a solemn nod. "Why? The base is still quite safe. Leaving means venturing into the unknown. Are you going to find family?" "Considering we've been on a few missions together, I'll be frank. I have a premonition that something perilous may soon occur at the Haiqing base. So we've decided to depart. You may find this reason ludicrous, but that's all I can say. How you choose to act is up to you." "Indeed. Old Qin's words are never wrong. You should hurry and leave," Jiang Jiangguo echoed. "A premonition?" Li Chang found it hard to believe that they would abandon the safety of the base, due to a mere feeling. Surely, there must be something unspeakable behind it. "Are you really leaving?" "Yes, farewell. Take care." Qin Sheng nodded, pulling Jiang Jiangguo along as they walked away. As they receded into the distance, gradually vanishing into the night, Song Pengfei felt a chill run down his spine. He could not discern why, but upon hearing Qin Sheng's words, an unsettling feeling enveloped him. "Brother, do you think what Qin said is reliable?" Li Chang's expression turned serious. "You need to go check if Qin and Jiang Jiangguo have truly moved. Hurry there and back." "Understood." Song Pengfei nodded and dashed upstairs. Li Chang had barely settled onto the couch when Song Pengfei returned, breathless. "They've moved. They've really moved. There's nothing left in their home. All the furniture is gone." Song Pengfei gasped for air. "Qin and Jiang Jiangguo have truly left. They even took the flooring." "Who moved?" A young woman emerged from a room, yawning as she asked, "Are you talking about those two women on the 7th floor? If they've left, then so be it. What's the fuss about? Perhaps she has found a capable ally and moved to a more favorable location. That woman surnamed Qin, with her beguiling demeanor, is clearly not a person of integrity. I've warned you all to keep your distance from her." Li Chang shot a glare, his eyes ablaze with fury. "You foolish woman. I've told you time and again to mind your tongue. If you dare to malign others behind their backs again, I shall give you a resounding slap. Go ahead. Strike me. Don't wait for later, do it now. Kill me if you must," she retorted, the venom in her voice palpable. "You've been bewitched by that woman from the 7th floor, trailing after others on every mission. If you have the gall, marry her instead." The woman lunged forward, finger jabbing at Li Chang's nose, her laughter cold. "Indeed, it's not that you don't wish to. It's simply that she looks down on you. You call her name in your sleep. Do you think I'm blind?" Her voice was shrill, and before long, the commotion drew a throng of people into the living room. A dozen men, women, and children crowded in, pulling at her. Sister-in-law, please, let us discuss this calmly. No need for quarrels. There are people living upstairs and downstairs. It's not wise to let them over here. Song Pengfei's wife, ever the peacemaker, interjected. You imbecile. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Li Chang stood up, seething, turning to Song Pengfei. Let us gather all the valuables we can pack into the truck. We shall leave only provisions. To everyone else, secure your personal items in the vehicle. Should anything seem amiss, we can depart from the Haiqing base at any moment. As soon as Li Chang finished speaking, his wife lunged at him, her voice a piercing wail as she tugged at his clothes. See, I told you. You refused to acknowledge it. You're only keen to follow that woman from the 7th floor. What charade are you putting on here? Just leave. My son and I are your burden. Go live your life with her. Slap. Li Chang, unable to endure any longer, struck her across the face. Stop pretending to be mad. Hurry and pack your things. Stunned by the blow, the woman fell silent, covering her face with a soft gasp, retreating to her room to gather her belongings. The others watched unperturbed. It was a common occurrence for Li Chang's wife to stir up trouble only to be subdued by a slap, leaving everyone to wonder if she somehow craved it. Chapter 58. Source Crystal. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng and Jiang Jianguo hurriedly exchanged their contribution points for supplies. They then sought out Su Danian, handing him a letter to deliver to her brother-in-law. Su Danian, bewildered, accepted the pink envelope with his brother-in-law's name inscribed upon it. Miss Qin, while we share some camaraderie, I cannot betray my brother-in-law. He is my own brother-in-law. No, he is my elder sister's husband. I could never turn against my sister. Jiang Jianguo smacked him on the head. What are you thinking? This is serious business. It concerns your very life, so hurry and deliver it to your brother-in-law. And don't you dare peek. Su Danian, filled with doubt, glanced back multiple times as he walked away. Qin Sheng observed his retreating figure, a sense of unease settling in her heart. Jiangguo, do you think he will deliver the letter to the base leader? I have my doubts. Jiang Jianguo shook his head. Thus, Qin Sheng hastily penned 3 letters. When she arrived outside the security office in Zone A, darkness enveloped the sky. The security office blazed with light. Crouching in the nearby greenery, Qin Sheng peered through binoculars to see 3 elderly gentlemen gathered around a steaming hot pot. Qin Sheng swallowed hard. It just struck me that we haven't enjoyed lamb hot pot in ages. It's the epitome of winter dining. Jiang Jianguo, salivating, nodded in agreement. Qin Sheng wrapped 3 sizable stones in the letters, preparing to launch them. Suddenly, Jiang Jianguo snatched them away with remarkable speed and hurled them with a flick of his wrist. Old Qin, let me help you throw them. I was on the school's shot put team. I'll hit my mark every time. No sooner had he spoken than they heard a resounding crash. The security office's window shattered into a million pieces. The shrieks of the 3 elderly men filled the air. I've been scalded to death. What the hell? That little bastard hit me on the head. I worked hard to prepare that hot pot. We'll deal with this brat. 1 stone landed on the ground. Another struck one elderly man on the head, and the last plummeted into the hot pot, splashing boiling oil everywhere. None of the 3 escaped unscathed, their heads covered in burns. By the time they stormed out, weapons in hand, Qin Sheng and Jiang Jianguo had already fled. Jiang Jianguo, you did that on purpose. I told you to throw the envelope inside, not into the pot. And you hit someone. If I hadn't hit them, they wouldn't have paid any attention to those stones. Those 3 old men are quite the troublemakers. Enough talk. Let us get out of here. The 2 figures dashed into their vehicle, flooring the gas pedal as the black Hummer sped away, swiftly exiting Zone A. They were unaware that mere minutes after their departure, a group of people burst into their rented accommodation. The intruders scoured the premises. Report back to the base leader. We arrived too late. They've already fled. Inside the base's interrogation room, Su Danian found himself summoned to a small, dark chamber, facing an entire wall of various torture instruments, tears brimming in his eyes. Brother-in-law, please believe me, I hardly know those 2 women. I only know their names. I swear I know nothing else. It was my sister who gave me that item. I couldn't help but be greedy. But I hadn't even begun to act. You can't torture me. I'm my sister's most cherished treasure. She would be furious. Sister, save me. Before Su Danian could even face the tortures, he was already spilling everything, never imagining that delivering a simple letter would land him in his brother-in-law's custody. Could it be that there was something in Qin Sheng's letter that held undeniable significance between him and his brother-in-law? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A man in work attire entered respectfully, bearing a tray. Base leader, your father and father-in-law have sent several letters. More letters? The man seated in the corner rose, his frail hands reaching for the 3 crumpled envelopes on the tray, one of which was permeated with the scent of beef hot pot. He slowly unfolded them. Their contents were strikingly similar, summing up to one core message. Hoarding source crystals in large quantities would invite catastrophic disaster. Source crystals? Is that what she named them? Quite fitting indeed. Instruct the artists to create portraits of these women. Spare no expense to locate Qin Sheng and Jiang Jianguo. They must possess a wealth of intriguing knowledge. The man's coarse laughter echoed ominously in the chamber. Little brother, you worthless fool, it seems you've made some interesting acquaintances this time. Such kind-hearted yet foolish little creatures, so brazenly revealing their secrets. The impending calamity? Is he truly concerned for the innocent survivors within the base? At all costs, retrieve the individuals. I wish to have a heartfelt conversation with these 2 little scamps. Ha ha ha. Although Su Darnian felt a surge of trepidation, he spoke earnestly, brother-in-law. You do not know those 2 women. They are quite cunning. Since they have sent such information, they undoubtedly possess measures to evade capture. They have likely long since vanished without a trace. As soon as Su Darnian's words fell, the man's triumphant laughter abruptly ceased. You cannot possibly believe those 2 women are so foolish as to await your capture. Can you? Silence. You useless wretch. The commander of the base erupted in fury. Su Darnian trembled, sensing that his brother-in-law was becoming increasingly formidable. Would his brother-in-law turn against him? Qin Sheng had initially thought that as long as a letter reached the commander's hands, it would be deemed a success. To her astonishment, all 4 letters landed in the hands of the intended recipients without fail. Fearing exposure, she had immediately fled the city after dispatching the letters. Now, at this moment, with no means to make a phone call or access the internet, and amidst the vast sea of humanity, even if she were exposed, finding her would not be a simple task. The 2 of them drove away from the base. Qin Sheng sat in the passenger seat, unfolding a map to study it meticulously. Jiang Jianguo, with a lollipop in his mouth and gripping the steering wheel, felt a wave of relaxation wash over him upon leaving the base. Old Qin, what exactly is this source crystal you mentioned? Qin Sheng slightly furrowed her brow and recounted everything regarding the source crystal. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Jianguo exclaimed, Goodness me, old Qin. Is this something you saw in your prophetic dreams? If all the mutated flora and fauna, along with the aberrations, were to assault the base, would there be any survivors? Among the evolved, only 1 in 10 might endure, and ordinary people would find no escape. Qin Sheng's mood grew heavy. It was not that she was heartless or unwilling to devise a means to rescue the Haiqing base. Rather, she had witnessed countless times the devastation wrought by source crystals. Such a siege felt akin to an individual confronting a relentless flood. Utterly helpless. All she could do was ensure her own survival. Human greed knows no bounds. Even in her previous life, when the perils of source crystals were widely acknowledged, it did not deter individuals from hoarding them, resulting in countless casualties. Once detached from a living organism, a source crystal acts as a focal point radiating a unique magnetic field, detectable by mutated flora and fauna within 100 miles. All yearning for its energy, absorbing the source crystal can hasten the cultivation of an evolved individual, and it holds similar efficacy for aberrations and other mutated beings. Naturally, the purity of the source crystal varies with its grade. The higher the grade, the more refined the energy. However, there are no absolutes. Even the highest grade of source crystal that Qin Sheng had encountered harbored some violent energy impurities. Every benefit carries its drawbacks. While absorbing the energy of a source crystal can enhance one's cultivation, it simultaneously incorporates the energy impurities into the body. An excessive accumulation of these impurities can lead to 2 dire outcomes. One is a catastrophic explosion of the body, and the other is the loss of rationality, transforming into a higher-tier aberration. To avert such a fate, only a purifier with cleansing abilities can periodically expel the violent energy from the body. However, this so-called cleansing merely transfers the violent energy impurities onto the purifier, who must then gradually digest them, a trade of harm for harm. Yet despite the numerous detriments of source crystals, as long as they augment one's energy, individuals will perpetually pursue them. Some are willing to pay any price to acquire such power, resorting to all manner of schemes and seizing every opportunity. Chapter 59 Snowfall. Old Qin. Do you think the Haiqing base will be doomed? Will Li Chang and the others manage to escape? Jiang Zhengwo's thoughts were in disarray. She had planned to linger at the Haiqing base with Old Qin, awaiting a slow demise. Yet suddenly the prospect of fleeing had arisen. Moreover, the source crystal sounded remarkably potent. Is the source crystal truly so formidable? Can it genuinely amplify one's strength? Do you desire it? Qin Sheng lethargically raised her eyelids. Just curious, Jiang Jiangguo chuckled. Who does not yearn for power? Look at you, practicing martial arts since childhood, all in pursuit of enhancing your strength. It's the same principle. The source crystal offers a shortcut. Who wouldn't be tempted? Indeed. Qin Sheng offered a faint smile. I too covet the source crystal. Who does not wish to take a shortcut to gain strength? However, once you indulge in the source crystal and savor its sweetness, there is no turning back. You will find yourself compelled to continually capture purifiers to cleanse the impurities from your body. You crave the power of the source crystal. Yet does it not also covet your body? Once the impurities in your body become excessive, death might seem a relief. However, if you lose your sanity and transform into an aberration, that would be far worse than death. This is a game of chance. A struggle between the invading insects and humanity. During her time in the northern wilderness, Qin Sheng witnessed firsthand how countless individuals consumed source crystals to absorb their power. Ultimately, however, they were repaid with the violent impurities contained within the crystals, leading to their transformation into wretched, half-human, half-ghost entities, perpetually seeking purifiers to cleanse their internal impurities. Those purifiers, once they completed their task, either suffered grave injuries or met instant demise. In the end, the entire faction descended into chaos, with none of the highest-ranking individuals escaping the fate of becoming terrifying high-tier aberrations. Such examples abound. Thus, from that moment, she vowed never to absorb source crystals until she discovered an absolutely safe method. She could not allow herself to become one of those monsters. But Old Qin, where shall we go next? Jiang Jiangguo drove, incessantly sniffling, suddenly feeling a chill. She pointed ahead, exclaiming, Old Qin, look! It's snowing. Qin Sheng looked up to see delicate snowflakes drifting down from the sky. They were so small that, had it not been for the car's headlights, they might have gone unnoticed. Has the temperature dropped? How infuriating! How could it be so coincidental? Just as we leave the base, the temperature plummets. Qin Sheng's expression turned grave. A drop in temperature is a good thing. Why do you seem so glum? Jiang Jiangguo questioned, perplexed. It was so sweltering before. I felt restless even while clutching ice cubes at home. Now that it's cooler, I 1T waste ice every day. Cold is preferable to heat. If it's cold, I can simply wear more clothes. But when it's hot, even stripping down 1T solve anything. Qin Sheng gazed at the tiny snowflakes outside, refraining from countering her words, and instead spoke solemnly. I hope you can maintain this optimism for a while longer. Drive into the forest as swiftly as possible. We must find a cave to spend the night. After the storm passes, we can continue our journey. Observing Qin Sheng's serious demeanor, Jiang Jiangguo dared not delay further and accelerated the vehicle. However, mere minutes later, the light snowfall transformed into a fierce flurry, rapidly covering the road in white. The temperature dropped swiftly, and each breath exhaled formed a cloud of mist. The car's air conditioning proved ineffective. Seeing this, Qin Sheng hurriedly retrieved thick down jackets and snow boots from her space, and they both donned warm clothing inside the car. They pressed on, aiming to distance themselves from the Haiqing base. The farther away they were, the safer they would be. Jiang Zhengwo's teeth chattered, her hands trembling on the steering wheel. Old Qin, it is unbearably cold. Oh, how I regret it. I would much rather endure the heat. I feel as though my very bones have turned brittle with the chill. In the span of a mere half-hour, it feels as if I have traversed from the sweltering heat of Africa to the icy embrace of the Arctic. The stark temperature differential causes me to tremble uncontrollably. The frigid winds howl outside. Qin Sheng retrieves an outdoor thermometer, revealing a chilling -10 degrees. And the temperature continues to plummet. -15 degrees. -20 degrees. Soon, the vehicle comes to a halt, as the path ahead is impassable. Deep within the jungle, the gnarled roots of ancient trees rise and fall across the ground, rendering the vehicle utterly incapable of progressing. The two must proceed on foot, armed only with flashlights. After an arduous hour of walking, bundled in thick down jackets, they finally stumble upon a cave. Jiang Jiangguo excitedly points toward a distant glow. Old Qin, There's light over there. It appears to be a cave. And where there is light, there must be people. The two hasten towards the cave, but upon discerning the source of the illumination, they stop in their tracks. Jingwo. Do those glowing insects resemble mutated fireflies? Indeed. Could it be that they are the very same ones from the reed marshes? Surely not, right? Jiang Jiangguo expresses uncertainty. For the last encounter with the mutated fireflies had left her with a profound sense of dread. Their lethality was nothing short of terrifying. Qin Sheng swallows hard. Shall we retreat? But I fear we shall freeze to death before we find the next cave. It is so cold. This was undeniably true. After all, it took them over an hour to find this cave. Who could possibly know where the next one might be? Thus, she discreetly produces 2 cans of herring from her supplies and hands one to Jiang Jiangguo. Suppressing the urge to gag, she states, "Let us apply some form of defense. A bit of stench is far better than succumbing to the cold." Just as Jiang Jiangguo is about to open the can, a familiar figure emerges from the cave. He is tall and slender, and as he steps out, a multitude of fireflies follows behind him, illuminating the surroundings as if they are performing a choreographed dance. The scene is as picturesque as a painting. He crouches down, cupping a handful of snow. At the moment he lifts his gaze. His silver hair frames a strikingly handsome face, illuminated by the ethereal glow of the fireflies, his features reminiscent of a mythical creature from ancient tales. Little beauty. Little pretty boy. The two exclaim in astonishment, their eyes wide as they regard the man amidst the swirling snow. He appears startled by their sudden exclamations, causing the snow in his hands to tumble to the ground, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he looks toward the source of the sound. Chapter 60. He cries as if his mother is dead. The surrounding fireflies swiftly adopt a defensive stance, positioning themselves in front of him, ready to spring into action. Yet, upon recognizing the 2 faces before him, his fear transforms into joy, and a smile spreads across his face like the melting of snow. Qin Gunyang. Zhengwo Gunyang. It's you. What a remarkable coincidence. How is it that you are here? I never imagined I would see you again. I am absolutely delighted. Mu Yuan looks at the two, somewhat flustered. At that moment, Qin Sheng sneezes unexpectedly. Achoo. It dawns on Mu Yuan that the snowstorm rages outside, and the 2 young women, clad in insufficient layers, must be freezing. He had not even considered that he, too, was inadequately dressed compared to them. Coming quickly. It's freezing outside. Come to my home. Your home? Jiang Jiangguo glances at the chaos of fireflies swirling around the cave behind him. Have you become a caveman? Mu Yuan chuckles shyly, avoiding too much explanation as he ushers them inside. However, Qin Sheng hesitates, glancing at the swarm of mutated fireflies surrounding him, feeling as though her feet are weighted down with lead, paralyzed by fear. Jiang Jiangguo is similarly apprehensive and timidly asks Mu Yuan, "Are these little creatures your pets? Are they dangerous? Little creatures? Are you afraid of them?" There's no need for fear. They are quite gentle. Mu Yuan belatedly realizes she is referring to the fireflies by his side, and he waves his hand, gently addressing them. "Shiny fireflies, please return now. So you don't frighten my friends." Remarkably, as if they understood, the fireflies turn and flutter back into the cave. This scene leaves Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo momentarily speechless. Following Mu Yuan into his abode, they quickly discover signs of long-term habitation throughout the cave. It extends deep within, and as they walk further, they observe numerous mutated fireflies resting on the walls, their light illuminating the cave with clarity, rivaling the brilliance of electric bulbs. The walls bear several carved depressions, each housing a variety of flora, each unique in its beauty. The fireflies perch atop these plants and blossoms. Qin Sheng observes cautiously. The depressions are shallow, roughly the size of a fist, containing at most a handful of soil. Yet astonishingly, all the plants are thriving. It is truly remarkable. The deeper they venture, the more abundant the vegetation becomes. The cave is not particularly extensive. It forms a short, straight line, resembling a triangular prism, with a narrow entrance that broadens as one proceeds inward. Soon, they reach the innermost part of the cave. On a nearly extinguished fire pit, a small, blackened pot hangs from thick iron wire, bubbling with steam as if something is being cooked. Nearby, a pile of straw shows signs of having been pressed down, likely serving as a makeshift bed. "Old Qin, there's a fire pit. Let us warm ourselves. I'm on the verge of freezing to death." Jiang Jiangguo exclaims excitedly, rushing towards the fire. However, the embers are nearly spent. Mu Yuan's first action upon entering is to pull out 2 sticks from beneath the straw bed, gripping each end and pressing his knee against the center to snap them in half. He deftly tosses the broken pieces into the fire, reigniting the flames. He quickly rubs his hands together and crouches by the fire to soak in its warmth. Then, producing a wooden spoon from seemingly nowhere, he stirs the pot. Inhaling deeply and smiling with satisfaction, he extends the spoon toward Qin Sheng. "Qin Gunyang, this is freshly made vegetable porridge. Please have some. I don't have bowls, so you and Zhengwo Gunyang can share from the pot. The wild vegetables here are quite delicious. I've tasted them all." Observing his hand, frozen and tinged with purple, still clad in summer attire, Mu Yuan, while shivering, insists on offering her the spoon once more. "Qin Gunyang, please drink some vegetable porridge. It will warm you up. You must have something warm in your belly. You'll have to make do for now. I'll go find some mushrooms in the morning to cook for you. They are quite tasty." Despite his own teeth chattering from the cold, he remains determined to ensure she has something warm to eat. More than a month ago, when they parted ways, this delicate beauty was still fair and tender, with a hint of plumpness in her cheeks, which made her appear exceedingly pleasant. Now, however, her complexion was pallid, her figure emaciated, and she exhibited signs of severe malnutrition. Were it not for her striking features, Qin Sheng would scarcely believe she was the same person. If memory serves, she was clad in the very clothes and a pair of worn sneakers that he had gifted her last time. How could life have turned out this way? Wasn't he supposed to be a new breed of humanity from 100,000 years in the future? Is this it? Qin Sheng, in a rather unbecoming manner, sniffled and did not hastily reach for the wooden spoon. Instead, she discreetly retrieved a set of thick cotton clothes and trousers from her backpack. In her moment of indifference, she randomly picked out a men's outfit. To her surprise, it turned out to be a vibrant floral northeastern coat. Well, whatever, as long as it serves its purpose. She handed over the garments, sniffling as she urged, "Hurry and put this on. The temperature has already dipped below freezing. It's a miracle you're not frozen to death in such scant attire." As she spoke, she glanced at his feet and fished out a pair of thick snow boots and socks from her space. "Is this for me? Do we have a fourth person here?" Qin Sheng shot him an exasperated glance. "Put them on quickly. If you freeze to death, I won't take responsibility for your corpse." Mu Yuan's eyes reddened as he accepted the brightly colored cotton jacket, pressing his face against it. It was so warm and fragrant. In that instant, he felt a pang of emotion, his eyes misting as he shivered while donning the cotton clothes. He quickly rubbed his numb feet, slipped on the socks, and shoved them into the boots. He then gazed at Qin Sheng with those little rabbit-like, reddened eyes, causing her heart to flutter with unease. Is this child unhinged? Why does he look so peculiar? What if he suddenly commanded the fireflies to attack her? No, that can't be. She had genuinely offered him the cotton clothes and shoes. It was merely a matter of seeking shelter for the night. Surely, this was more than sufficient compensation. Could he possibly be so greedy as to find it lacking? Qin Sheng glanced at the surrounding fireflies, contemplating signaling Jiang Jiangguo, ready to retaliate if the situation became precarious. Yet, when she turned to look, Jiang Jiangguo, that unreliable fool, was already burying sweet potatoes and potatoes into the fire. Upon noticing Qin Sheng's gaze, she grinned broadly, revealing 2 rows of sparkling white teeth. Such a wonderful fire. It would be a shame not to roast sweet potatoes and potatoes. Qin Sheng had no choice but to concur. Yes, let's roast plenty. We can all share. She then turned to Mu Yuan, asking, "Do you prefer sweet potatoes, or both?" "Me?" Mu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then, as if awakening from a dream, pointed to himself. "Is there enough for me?" Qin Sheng nodded, but before she could say anything further, Mu Yuan suddenly wailed, throwing himself onto her legs and crying bitterly. The sorrowful sound was heart-wrenching, conveying a sense of profound grievance without uttering a single word. Jiang Jiangguo looked at Qin Sheng with confusion. What's wrong with him? Is he crying as if his mother has died? Qin Sheng blinked in response. How would I know? Didn't we come together? Chapter 61. You are a good person. Surrounded by a battalion of watchful fireflies, Qin Sheng dared not make a hasty move. She could only endure the reunion with this delicate beauty clinging to her leg, wailing. Listening to the cries, she silently consumed a roasted potato, 2 roasted sweet potatoes, and 3 roasted eggs. It was not until she had devoured the 4th egg that Mu Yuan finally raised his head, his eyes still red. Why don't you ask me what happened? Do you wish to share? I do. Oh, then please go ahead. I'm listening. Qin Sheng straightened her posture, covertly moving her tear-soaked pant leg closer to the fire to dry. Meanwhile, Mu Yuan, alternating bites of roasted potato with sips of his wild vegetable porridge, began to recount his recent experiences in fragmented sentences. Jiang Jianguo outright rejected Mu Yuan's offer of porridge, eyeing the greenish concoction that lacked any visible oil. That doesn't look like vegetable porridge at all. Not a single grain of rice in sight. It doesn't seem appetizing. Qin Sheng, unable to refuse his hospitality, took a small sip of the porridge and struggled to swallow, forcing a smile. Is it delicious? Mu Yuan inquired. Delicious? Not even close. This is merely boiled wild vegetables. Moreover, she was uncertain whether those unidentifiable green mushy bits were indeed edible wild plants. How could they possibly be bitter? Could he not take a lesson from Wang Baochuan, who spent 18 years discerning edible wild plants while guarding her cold cave? Not every plant could be labeled as wild vegetables. How on earth did he manage to avoid poisoning himself with such a diet? Watching Mu Yuan relish his roasted potato alongside his wild vegetable porridge, as if it were a gourmet meal, Qin Sheng sincerely thought that this boy was remarkably easy to please. As Mu Yuan spoke, they gradually learned why he had ended up in this situation. It turned out that after he entered the city, he had been deceived. First, he helped an elderly lady cross the street, only for her to steal all his food. Later, he assisted a limping man in moving some items, who promised him a meal. After the meal, he awoke to find himself sold to a private contractor, forced to carry bricks without pay and deprived of food. Finally, after managing to escape, he was led to a filthy tent under the pretense of finding someone who could help him. Instead, he encountered a man attempting to undress him. After a fierce struggle, he managed to knock the man's head off, terrified, and fled deep into the jungle, no longer daring to venture outside. Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, thinking, incredible. Jiang Jianguo, ever blunt, munched on a piping hot baked potato, exclaiming in astonishment, I see you're not a new breed of humanity from 100,000 years in the future. You're merely a foolish child from the future. Qin Sheng shot her a glare. Why must you speak such unvarnished truths? Can't you show him a little respect? Jiang Jianguo merely shrugged, continuing to devour her charred potato. Mu Yuan gazed at Qin Sheng with heartfelt gratitude. You are the first person I've encountered on this ancient earth, and you have been the kindest to me. You are truly wonderful. Ahem. Faced with such earnest admiration, Qin Sheng felt a twinge of embarrassment and coughed lightly. Stay humble, stay humble. It's enough that I know this in my heart. No need to display it so overtly. After they had nearly finished the roasted potatoes and sweet potatoes, Qin Sheng took out a package of braised pig trotters from her backpack, dividing 3 pieces among them and roasting them over the fire. She also produced some beverages for everyone to share. Initially, Mu Yuan had been quietly enjoying his potato. However, the small tag around his neck began to emit warmth intermittently. This tag was a biological encyclopedia. His purpose for coming to ancient Earth was to collect samples of all biological species, to bring back to a blue planet that had become a wasteland 100,000 years in the future, in order to establish a new ecosystem. However, he had noticed that every time Qin Sheng retrieved something, the biological encyclopedia would heat up. The encyclopedia was linked to his other treasure, the jade brick space, which his teacher had unearthed during an archaeological dig. They were discovered together, and had a mutual connection. Unfortunately, he had lost the jade brick space. According to the response provided by the biological encyclopedia, it is highly probable that the lost brick-like space resides within Miss Qin. It seems that while utilizing her space, the encyclopedia detected the energy fluctuations of the brick-like space, resulting in its warmth. Should I inquire about this? Mu Yuan pondered while gripping the small token around his neck, caught in a dilemma. At that moment, a steaming braised pig's trotter appeared before him. Why are you in a daze? Stop munching on potatoes and eat some meat. Look at you, you're about to wither away. Mu Yuan blankly accepted the braised trotter. A pang of emotion swelling in his heart, his eyes misty. She cares for me? She offered me her wild vegetable porridge, treated me to roasted potatoes, and even this succulent pig's trotter. She even bestowed upon me such a beautiful new outfit. How could I ever doubt the integrity and kindness of Miss Qin? I am utterly unworthy. With this realization, he resolutely placed the roasted trotter on the ground and sprang to his feet. As he did so, several fireflies fluttered around him. Miss Qin, I have something to say to you. Speak, speak. Qin Sheng trembled in surprise, nearly dropping the pig's trotter in her mouth. Cautiously glancing at the nearby fireflies. You can say anything, I'm listening. Are you still hungry? What else do you wish to eat? Just say it. She quietly reached into her pocket, clutching a tin of herring, ready to open it at a moment's notice. Mu Yuan, with an air of mystery, glanced around before addressing Jiang Jiangguo. Miss Jiangguo, there are some matters I wish to discuss privately with Miss Qin. You all go ahead. I understand. Jiang Jiangguo hastily skewered a few pig trotters and retreated to a corner, sipping her drink while gnawing on the trotters. Speak freely. I can't hear a thing. Thank you, Miss Jiangguo. Ha. What did you say? I can't hear you. There's no signal here. Jiang Jiangguo exaggeratedly waved her hands. Qin Sheng. The entire cave is barely 20 square meters. Who do you think you're fooling? Mu Yuan smiled gratefully at Jiang Jiangguo. He then moved closer to Qin Sheng, pressing tightly against her, and with an air of secrecy, removed a jade pendant strung with a red cord from around his neck. The pendant appeared dull and unremarkable, its carving of twin dragons playing with a pearl rather crude, unmistakably a product of a bargain. Yet, inexplicably, it felt oddly familiar. Qin Sheng was certain she had never seen such an object. Where could this sense of déjà vu possibly stem from? Just then, she heard Mu Yuan whispering in her ear. Miss Qin, have you ever seen a dull jade piece, roughly the size of a brick? The scorching breath brushed against her ear, causing Qin Sheng's heart to plummet, as if plunging into icy waters. In her hand, concealed behind Mu Yuan, a Nepali combat knife materialized, its blade stealthily poised at the back of Mu Yuan's head. Chapter 61. Do you believe me when I say it wasn't intentional? Jiang Jiangguo, engrossed in devouring the pig trotter, caught sight of Qin Sheng's movements. She promptly stuffed the remaining trotter into her mouth, swiftly drawing her heavy sword, ready for any unforeseen developments. She knew well that old Qin was impervious to the charms of beauty. While she relished the sight of lovely women, she would not hesitate to strike when the moment called for it. What a pity for such a handsome lad. Although she was uncertain how he had offended Qin Sheng, she knew she could back her friend without hesitation. The pig trotter in her mouth was excessively spicy. Damn it, they had overdone the 5-spice chili powder, leaving her mouth ablaze, yet she couldn't bring herself to spit it out. With reddened eyes, she continued gnawing on her large trotter. Meanwhile, Mu Yuan appeared utterly oblivious to the murderous intent lurking behind him. He continued, this biological encyclopedia in my possession is linked to that jade brick. It has been radiating warmth because it senses the presence of the jade brick. So, Qin Sheng replied with a smile, though turmoil raged within her. This small jade pendant on his person was somehow connected to her jade brick space, capable of mutual sensing? Could it be that the jade brick she held belonged to him? How could that be? It had been purchased by her father decades ago, long before this man named Mu Yuan was even out of diapers. You see, my encyclopedia seems to be damaged and won't activate. I was hoping you could assist me in activating it. Since you can activate the brick space, you must know how to activate the encyclopedia I hold. Activate? Yes, precisely. Mu Yuan affirmed. This biological encyclopedia can store living biological samples. It is a crucial task assigned by my teacher. Qin Sheng inquired. You claim that the jade brick is yours? Do you know its origin? If this person truly knew the backstory of the jade brick, perhaps she could uncover some unknown details. Mu Yuan shook his head. I heard from my teacher that these two items were excavated from an ancient battlefield tomb on Blue Star. The jade brick can store any inanimate object, and if a living being enters it, they will remain in a state of suspended death. Meanwhile, the biological encyclopedia can store living organisms. All beings that enter will instantly lapse into a dormant state. You say that jade brick was excavated from an ancient tomb. Qin Sheng expressed surprise. Does that mean you are not visiting ancient Earth for the first time? Did you bring this jade brick with you? Yes. I've been here a few times before, Mu Yuan nodded earnestly. The time-space wormholes are fraught with uncertainty. We must conduct thousands of experiments before we can successfully traverse. And each time the temporal nodes differ. The jade brick was lost during a previous visit. Upon arrival, I found myself surrounded by famished individuals, all gnawing on tree bark and wild grass, with not a hint of greenery in sight. In a state of extreme hunger, I exchanged the jade brick for a steamed bun, intending to redeem it later, but I lost it and could never find it again. As he recounted this, a frown marred his face, his cheeks puffed, the flickering firelight reflecting in his eyes like a dazzling galaxy. Qin Sheng blinked, suddenly suspicious that this fellow was intentionally appealing to her vulnerabilities through charm. Consequently, The tip of the knife at Mu Yuan's nape drew a fraction closer. When you previously used that jade brick, did you ever attempt any method to establish ownership? Ownership? Mu Yuan echoed, puzzled. It's not like a robotic dog that can be programmed. Each time it is used, we need to stimulate it with electrical currents to temporarily open the space and the biological encyclopedia, but the activation time is always fleeting. We have tried every conceivable method to decipher this bizarre and mysterious artifact. Have you tried blood binding? Qin Sheng queried. Clearly, she had merely applied her blood to the brick, and it had recognized her as its master, manifesting in her mind. Forget blood binding. My teacher even attempted urination. To no avail, the petite beauty replied innocently. Currently, without a high-voltage current, I cannot activate the biological encyclopedia. I've been waiting in the forest for over a month, hoping to harness a thunderstorm, yet it hasn't rained, nor has there been any thunder. Miss Qin, since you are capable of utilizing the brick space, you must surely know how to activate my biological encyclopedia, correct? His large, earnest eyes sparkled with sincerity. Miss Qin, please help me. I beg you. Alas, this fellow possesses no shame at all. What kind of man attempts to appear adorable? Nevertheless, upon hearing that the biological encyclopedia in his possession was related to her jade brick, Qin Sheng felt a flicker of interest. Did you truly attempt the bloodletting method without effect? Indeed, it was futile. The pretty girl shook her head earnestly. I don't believe it. Allow me to demonstrate. As she spoke, she swiftly seized the nearby Nepalese knife. With a swift thrust, the blade plunged deep into her palm, and blood gushed forth as she withdrew the knife and returned it to Qin Sheng. Immediately grasping the jade tablet with her bloodied hand, she extended it towards Qin Sheng, saying, Miss Qin, look, it truly does not work. I am not deceiving you. Qin Sheng stared blankly at the knife in her palm. He had deftly captured the knife's tip, indicating he was acutely aware of the weapon's precarious position above his head. You know. What did you say? I don't know. Mu Yuan shook his head with an air of utmost honesty. Meanwhile, sensing something amiss, Jiang Jianguo rushed over, hefting his sword and resting its weight on Mu Yuan's shoulder. Yet, Mu Yuan appeared oblivious to the heavy blade, persistently displaying the bloodied jade tablet to Qin Sheng. I truly am not lying. Bloodletting is ineffective. I would never deceive Miss Qin. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward, enveloped in a strange silence. Was Mu Yuan genuinely foolish? Or merely feigning ignorance? Was he fearless or simply overconfident? Miss Qin, does your jade brick work with bloodletting? Indeed. How did you do it? Could you demonstrate for me? Qin Sheng, almost unconsciously, took the dull gray jade tablet and, using the knife's tip, pricked her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall. You see, this is how I do it. Before she could finish speaking, a flash of white light erupted before her eyes. The jade tablet, which had been in Mu Yuan's hand just moments before, vanished within the radiance. Simultaneously, Qin Sheng felt a warmth radiating from the inner wrist of the hand she had just bled. An ominous premonition washed over her. No, could it be this coincidental? She forced a smile, feeling rather embarrassed. Jiang Jianguo, witnessing such a miraculous event, was taken aback, loosening his grip, causing the sword's edge to slice across Mu Yuan's neck. Crimson blood flowed down his pale, slender neck. The entire incident transpired too swiftly for anyone to react. Qin Sheng instinctively reached out to grasp the jade tablet, but her hand met only air, helplessly watching it disappear. I swear I did not do it on purpose. Do you believe me? Chapter 62. The Great Fool Who Delivers Equipment from Afar. Where has my biological encyclopedia gone? Mu Yuan stood in dismay as the white light dissipated, leaving him bereft of his jade tablet, his eyes reddening with despair. Wah! He cried, clinging to Qin Sheng's freshly dried thigh, wailing uncontrollably. Miss Qin, my jade tablet is gone. I've lost both the items my teacher entrusted to me. What am I to do? My teacher is waiting for my return to rebuild our home. Without the biological encyclopedia, how can I gather biological samples and bring them back to Blue Star? Teacher, I am so sorry. Wah! Blood from his neck and palm quickly soaked into Qin Sheng's trousers. While Mu Yuan continued to sob, she glanced at the inner side of her wrist, where a faint gray square pattern appeared, resembling a birthmark. She realized she had another similar mark on her body. A thought struck her, and a faint blue virtual screen materialized before her. It displayed neatly arranged storage slots, reminiscent of a game's inventory interface. Mu Yuan seemed to sense something. raising his head to gaze blankly at a certain point. Huh. My biological encyclopedia. It has truly activated. Qin Sheng exclaimed. What? You can see it? Jiang Jiangguo, bewildered, interjected. What are you two talking about? I can't see anything. The three spoke almost in unison. Then, Qin Sheng looked fearfully at the pale-faced youth before her. What do you see? I see what I ought to see, he replied. Jiang Jiangguo, utterly perplexed, asked. What on earth are you two seeing? The biological encyclopedia. Mu Yuan pointed at the virtual screen before Qin Sheng. But why has my jade tablet vanished? That was the vessel for the biological encyclopedia. Is this the biological encyclopedia? Yes. Thank you, Miss Qin, for helping me activate it. Mu Yuan beamed like a fool. He was still unaware that his biological encyclopedia had not only been activated, but had also recognized a master. However, this master was not him. First the brick space, and now the biological encyclopedia. All the items Mu Yuan had brought with him had fallen into Qin Sheng's possession. Qin Sheng, equally bewildered, suddenly felt a sense of absurdity wash over her. Could it be that this charming young man had traversed a great distance merely to deliver equipment to her? Now if she were to strike him down, she would feel a twinge of guilt. Yet why could Mu Yuan see the biological encyclopedia she had unfolded? He could not perceive the space but could see the encyclopedia? Suddenly, Qin Sheng recalled that their blood had been absorbed by the jade tablet simultaneously. But if it was simultaneous absorption, why did the jade tablet choose to manifest on her? According to Mu Yuan, both the jade brick and the jade tablet had been subjected to bloodletting attempts without any response. Yet this time with her blood, it immediately recognized her as its master. Did this not imply that these two items were connected to her lineage? Contemplating with her chin resting on her hand, she pondered whether they could be remnants from the lineage of her ancestors. Perhaps they were left behind by Emperor Qin Shi. But wait, wasn't Qin Shi surnaming? Her thoughts wandered whimsically. Seeing his encyclopedia activated, Mu Yuan paid little mind to anything else. Hastily grabbing a handful of burnt wood ash and pressing it against his neck wound, he then skillfully began manipulating the screen. Jiang Jiangguo, still clutching his heavy sword, approached Qin Sheng hesitantly, pointing towards Mu Yuan's direction. Old Qin, what is he doing? Has he lost his mind? To her, Mu Yuan, covered in tears and blood, appeared to be flailing about in the air, as if in a fit. Qin Sheng turned her wrist, revealing the rectangular mark on her inner wrist. It seemed his treasure had been claimed by her. No, to be precise, it appeared to belong to both of them. Jiang Jiangguo narrowed his eyes. Let us take him down. He is hoarding the treasure. This charming young man seemed foolish and should be easy prey. Qin Sheng, contemplating the connection between her two treasures and him, felt that if he had traversed so far to deliver equipment, it would be ungrateful not to spare him. Besides, she sensed an overwhelming coincidence. Both treasures were closely tied to the Qin lineage. After a moment's hesitation, she thought, perhaps I should let him be? That works. I will follow your lead. Jiang Jiangguo consented emphatically. Qin Sheng had originally intended to explain further, but she abruptly turned away to flaunt her newfound treasures, as if she had never suggested murder and theft at all. At that moment, Mu Yuan felt as though the world before him had become somewhat hazy. He lifted his gaze in bewilderment and uttered, Miss Qin, I seem to be feeling a bit dizzy. Qin Sheng glanced at his neck, still smeared with wood ash and oozing blood. Damn it! I forgot to stop the bleeding. She quickly cleaned his neck with water, applied a hemostatic agent, and wrapped it meticulously with bandages. Since he was already aware of the situation, Qin Sheng decided to reveal the truth, laying her cards on the table. She showed her wrist to Mu Yuan, indicating that the jade token had already been taken from her possession and could not be retrieved. Fortunately, perhaps due to the absorption of his blood, he was still able to perceive and utilize his plant compendium. The two of them engaged in earnest study for a while, ultimately discovering that Mu Yuan could only access the compendium when within a kilometer of her. Beyond that distance, he lost all connection with it, while Qin Sheng remained unaffected. It was evident who held the dominant position between the two owners of the jade token. With all three present aware of the existence of the spatial realm, Qin Sheng nonchalantly conjured a sofa from the space, and they nestled together, comfortably warming themselves by the fire. Mu Yuan appeared somewhat reluctant to accept that the equipment he had painstakingly acquired had now been seized by another. In my dire state, I find myself the source of my own grievances. He had braved the perilous journey through the wormhole, only to return here, and allow someone else to reap the rewards. A sudden realization struck him. The task assigned by his teacher might remain perpetually unfulfilled. In an instant he entertained thoughts of self-despair. He sat there listless with red-rimmed eyes, his silver hair cascading over his shoulders, resembling a forlorn little rabbit, utterly shattered. Jiang Jianguo, diligently munching on sunflower seeds, observed as Qin Sheng patiently consoled the new recruit, pondering that he would soon rise to the status of the second in command, gaining a step in hierarchy. In the future, when Lao Qin summoned her, he would have the privilege to command the third. A glimmer of anticipation stirred within him regarding this newcomer. Well, since this has already transpired, we cannot turn back. I shall take responsibility for you, all right? How will you take responsibility? You have taken away my most prized possession. It was not my intention. Wasn't it you who asked me to demonstrate it for you? You were the one who voluntarily engaged, and it practically leapt into my arms. Such was our mutual consent. I did not wish for this either. But I. No more buts. Look, you can continue collecting your biological samples. Perhaps one day, it will emerge from my body on its own. You're deceiving me. I'm not foolish enough to believe that I can reclaim it. If you choose to think that way, there's nothing I can do. Qin Sheng raised her hands in exasperation, casting aside her attempts to comfort the weeping little rabbit. Silence enveloped the trio. Silence was the melody of the evening at Kongxiao. Jiang Jianguo beckoned Qin Sheng and whispered, Lao Qin, how about we engage in a diplomatic hot pot feast? There's no problem that a hot pot cannot solve. If there is, then two will surely suffice. You truly are quite clever. A few minutes later, Qin Sheng emerged from the spatial realm with a pot of spicy Sichuan hot pot, complete with ingredients such as tripe, tofu skin, boneless duck feet, potato slices, and enoki mushrooms. She placed the pot on the table, ignited the alcohol stove, and set out 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls. She and Jiang Jianguo began to eat, leaving one set of utensils conspicuously empty, a clear indication of its intended recipient. The fragrant aroma of the beef tallow broth was overwhelming, and the bubbling pot banished the chill from the cave. Mu Yuan could not ignore the enchanting scent. Up until now, he had tasted very few dishes. After several futile attempts to control his gaze, he timidly inquired, in the future, can we have this every day? Lao Qin has plenty of supplies. You could eat until you feel nauseated. Jiang Jianguo exclaimed, as he plucked a piece of duck blood and stuffed it into his mouth, wincing from the heat. Let us be clear. If you join, you can only be the third. I shall forever remain the second. You are not allowed to usurp my position. Mu Yuan remained silent, staring intently at Qin Sheng, his eyes reddened, and a blood-stained bandage wrapped around his neck. Qin Sheng bit down on a piece of crunchy bone and declared, if you desire it, you shall have it daily. No sooner had she spoken than a gust of wind swept through, and the beautiful youth who had just emerged from a comic snatched up the chopsticks, awkwardly reaching into the pot. Perhaps unaccustomed to using chopsticks, he fumbled several times without success before resorting to his wooden spoon, scooping up a beef ball and shoving it into his mouth, only to scald himself in the process. Witnessing his gluttonous display, the comic filter in Qin Sheng's eyes shattered. Forget it, this so-called comic beauty is merely a little brat. Jiang Jianguo laughed heartily. Mu Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment at her amusement, but continued to devour the food at an unabated pace, nodding and saying, delicious, truly delicious. Chapter 63. Lack of enthusiasm in eating indicates a problem with one's head. Outside, snow fell in a flurry, with dense vines partially covering the cave entrance, leaving some gaps unsealed. The temperature continued to plummet. The fire pit was insufficient to maintain warmth within the cave, so it was replaced with a half-human-sized gas heater, its crimson flames enveloping the entire cave in a spring-like warmth. The three of them quickly became comrades over the course of a hot pot meal, the rich aroma of the spicy broth mingling with the bubbling red oil, filling the air. Sheng, I want to eat lamb slices. Fatty beef slices. Why do you call me Lao Qin Sheng while addressing yourself by your full name, Jiang Jianguo? It's just a hot pot. You are utterly shameless. All right then. Shall I call you Jian or Guogua? Or perhaps Jiejia? Oh, I see you're quite shameless yourself. Never mind, just call me Jiang Jianguo. By the way, Lao Qin, I want baby squid. There are no baby squids left. Third. Stop that. Those are my duck intestines. You can only eat what you cook yourself. I clearly put those in. You already ate your share. Give it back to me, or I'll poke your nostrils. Come at me. I'll poke your eyes. Oh, So you're no longer pretending to be the naive little lotus? Lao Qin. Kick him out. I don't want the third anymore. As the two quarreled over a single duck intestine, shouting threats and pulling at each other's hair, Qin Sheng adhered to her principle of speaking less and eating more. Silently, she scooped all the remaining duck intestines from the pot into her own bowl and discreetly added some brain matter to the mix. Let them fight. If they're not enthusiastic about eating, they must have a problem with their heads. Once she had her fill and noticed the two were still bickering, she took a moment to wash her face and brush her teeth, then retrieved 3 mattresses from the spatial realm, laying them in a corner, draping them with sheets and blankets before choosing one for herself. She settled in, pulled up the covers, and began to drift off to sleep. Before the snow ceased, they would likely remain there for a while. Qin Sheng recalled that this snow had persisted for nearly half a month, with temperatures gradually plummeting to below 40 degrees. The entire world lies beneath a thick blanket of ice and snow, where food scarcity prevails, and countless survivors, along with animals, perish in this relentless cold wave. Initially, the extreme heat had eliminated a significant number of living beings, followed by the frigid onslaught, leaving even fewer survivors. Some assert that these successive natural catastrophes represent the immune system of the blue planet purging itself of its viruses. This virus, they claim, is humanity itself. It is mankind's reckless destruction and pollution of the environment that ultimately activated the blue planet's immune response, determining to eradicate those viruses thriving upon it and establish a new ecology. When she first encountered this notion, she scoffed at it. Yet, as she reflected upon it, she couldn't help but draw parallels between the current state of Blue Planet and the way a human body combats bacteria by inducing fever during an illness. The original microbial community had become a threat to its host. Thus must a new, healthy microbiome be established? She drifted into a drowsy slumber, listening to the quarrel between Jiang Jianguo and Mu Yuan. Stop it, Mu Yuan whispered, his silver hair tousled as Jiang Jianguo yanked a handful of it, blood streaming from his nose, raising a finger in quiet protest. She's asleep, let us keep it down. No way. Unless you admit that the duck intestines were my doing, Jiang Jianguo declared, sporting 2 panda-like eyes, a vivid trail of blood beneath his nose illustrating their equal prowess. Mu Yuan waved dismissively. Fine, you cooked them, are you satisfied now? That's better. Alright, I admit I was a bit impulsive earlier, but we're still good brothers. Let us go back to enjoying hot pot. Jiang Jianguo clambered to his feet, extending a hand to Mu Yuan in reconciliation. They settled back at the table. But as soon as they picked up their chopsticks, Jiang Jianguo exclaimed, ouch! Where are my intestines? Mu Yuan, using a slotted spoon to search the pot, sighed in disappointment. Ah, the hot pot. Only the base remains. Jiang Jianguo rolled up 2 wads of tissue, handing one to Mu Yuan while stuffing the other into his nostrils. Let me stop the nosebleed first. Don't worry, I've got plenty of food. We can continue with the hot pot, loaded with the assorted delicacies and vegetables we packed from the cafeteria. By the way, enjoying hot pot with ice-cold beer is the way to go on such a frigid day. Old 3, let me treat you to some beer. Mu Yuan, still attempting to stanch his bleeding nose with tissue, had no time to intervene. Jiang Jianguo dashed over to shake the slumbering figure on the bed, mumbling something incoherent. Moments later, he emerged with an entire crate of beer, plunging it into the snow outside the cave. After a few minutes, he retrieved it, now transformed into the ice-cold beer he had promised. Balancing a foot on a stool, he brazenly bit off the cap, spitting it on the ground, before handing the bottle to Mu Yuan and cracking open another for himself. Beer? Mu Yuan stared blankly at the bottle in his hands. Is this what you call beer? Jiang Jianguo, noticing his bewilderment, cheerfully quipped, for deep bonds, down it in one. For shallow ties, take a sip. Without further ado, she lifted her glass bottle and downed it in one go, along, resounding belch escaping from her throat. Refreshing. She laughed heartily, opening yet another bottle. Days passed, and Jiang Jianguo truly resembled a hibernating bear, spending most of her time in slumber, save for mealtimes. Qin Sheng skillfully manipulated 3 slender vines, entwining them around a pencil as she doodled on 2 sheets of white paper. Each sheet showcased a distinct image. The left vine depicted a lazy sheep, the middle one inscribed the 3-character classic, and the right vine bore a somewhat distorted figure, barely recognizable as a bald man. Outside, the weather was frigid, with snow swirling in the air, making progress nearly impossible. She had no definitive destination, having yet to decide where to go next. So she remained coiled up in the cave. Nevertheless, During this period, she had not been idle. She began to experiment with controlling a third vine. For in her previous life, she and Jiang Jianguo were renowned as the two fiercest flowers of the North Wilderness. Jiang Jianguo, affectionately dubbed the mighty Black Bear Woman, and she herself, the Tentacle Monster. Yet she had her admirers, who referred to her as the Thousand-Armed Guanyin. Not without reason, for in her prime, she could simultaneously command over 100 vines, each engaging in diverse tasks during combat. From a distance, it appeared as though countless tentacles were undulating behind her, reminiscent of the Thousand-Armed Guanyin, hence the moniker. Engaging in battle with others meant one-on-one, but facing her required thoughtful consideration on how to contend with over 100 vines wielding various weapons. It was akin to a brawl on a grand scale. Outside the cave, the wind howled fiercely, and temperatures plummeted to nearly -50 degrees. Qin Sheng turned up the flame on the gas stove. Atop it, Mu Yuan, clad in a floral coat and apron, stirred the millet porridge simmering in the iron pot. Chapter 64. The Nepali Bonito Knife. In these days, Mu Yuan's interests had fully surfaced. He never imagined he would enjoy cooking so much. Each day, he sought various recipes from her, and when idle, aside from tending to his fireflies, he practiced his knife skills to prepare exquisite dishes. In just a fortnight, his culinary skills had eclipsed her own half-hearted attempts. Once the millet porridge was ready, he set the pot aside and turned to retrieve something wrapped in layers of tissue from beneath his pillow. He unfolded it with care and, stepping to the cave entrance, produced a sharpening stone from his coat, sitting on a small stool to begin honing it. As Qin Sheng caught a whiff of a faint fishy aroma wafting through the air, she curiously leaned closer after completing her 30th drawing of the day. She had observed Mu Yuan sharpening this object several times, but had never inquired. His slender fingers clasped a long stick-like item, resembling a moldy piece of wood, as it glided back and forth over the sharpening stone. "What are you sharpening this stick for?" she asked. "I want to turn it into a knife." "A stick into a knife?" Qin Sheng's lips twitched. "I've only heard of a grinding rod becoming a needle. I've never heard of a stick being sharpened into a knife. Besides, no matter how you grind it, it'll only become a toothpick at best. This isn't just a stick." Mu Yuan handed over the object he was polishing to Qin Sheng. "Boss, take a good look at this." "What do you think it is?" Qin Sheng, puzzled, accepted it and examined it closely. After a while, she concluded it didn't resemble a stick, though she couldn't quite identify it. It had a hint of fishiness and a touch of fragrance. "What is this?" she asked again. "This is the bonito you gave me a while ago. When we made snake soup, you provided me with 2 bonito, saying they would enhance the flavor. I discovered this one was quite hard, so I took the less appealing one to use. I want to turn this beautifully shaped fish into a knife." His bright, eager eyes fixated on Qin Sheng, filled with anticipation. "Boss, I want to craft a sharp Nepali bonito knife following that shape. What do you think of this idea?" "A bonito knife?" Qin Sheng was incredulous. Was this truly bonito? She scrutinized the stick in her hand, which had begun to resemble a rudimentary knife, and couldn't resist the urge to lick it with her tongue. The entrance bore a hint of saltiness. Goodness! It truly is bonito. Images involuntarily danced through her mind. Amidst the chaos of battle, while others wielded swords and spears, a silver-haired youth charged into the fray, brandishing a bonito knife with fervor. She then recalled a moment when, while preparing a broth, he deemed it insufficiently fresh and proceeded to dip his ever-present bonito knife into the pot. Oh dear, such thoughts must be quelled. The more she pondered, the more disillusioned she became. Such a splendid visage, yet his mind seemed rather unhinged. What a waste of that flawless face. Taking advantage of Mu Yuan sharpening his knife, she approached Jiang Jianguo's bed, only to find her sleeping soundly, bottom up. She promptly jabbed her fingers into Jiang Jianguo's nostrils, blocking her breath. Sure enough, within half a minute, Jiang Jianguo awoke, her face flushed, eyes wide open. Grabbing the fingers lodged in her nose, she yanked them out with a pop. "Old Qin, you've gone mad. You nearly suffocated me." "Hush," Qin Sheng whispered, gesturing towards the figure sharpening bonito at the door. "Jianguo, I've suddenly realized that the new recruit seems a bit off. He actually intends to sharpen a dried salted fish into a knife." Jiang Jianguo rolled her eyes dramatically. "And what's the big deal? Isn't it just turning bonito into a blade? I often see him conversing with ants and earthworms. His mind is unwell." "Well, of course." Qin Sheng pointed to her temple. "No surprise there. Look at the 3 of us. Who among us is entirely sane? It's all your choice." Qin Sheng felt a flicker of offense at that remark. Just as she was about to assert her normalcy, she heard Jiang Jianguo flip over and continue sleeping, muttering, "Have you ever seen a normal pretty girl sticking her fingers up someone else's nose?" Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng silently regarded her still curved fingers, wearing a disdainful grimace. She scrubbed her fingers against Jiang Jianguo's blanket repeatedly, before turning away to train her mental prowess. This unexpected snowfall persisted for over half a month. The blizzard finally ceased, yet the accumulated snow in the forest reached nearly a person's height. One would practically sink into it, leaving only their head visible. Even the cave entrance, if not shoveled daily, would have long been impassable. Dressed in a vibrant northeast quilted coat, Mu Yuan busily constructed a snowman at the cave's entrance. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng studied a map while grilling skewers of lamb over the fire. The fragrant aroma of cumin roused Jiang Jianguo from her dreams. Salivating, she plopped down beside the fire and snatched a handful of skewers from a basket, placing them over the flames. Spotting the map in Qin Sheng's hands, her eyes sparkled. "Old Qin, can we leave now? We've been cooped up in this wretched cave for half a month. My limbs are about to atrophy. I can't stand it any longer." Qin Sheng nodded while examining the map. "I feel the same, but I haven't decided where we should head next." Just as she finished speaking, Mu Yuan burst through the entrance, clutching a square bamboo-woven backpack. "Really? Are we preparing to leave? I've nearly gathered all the plant samples in the vicinity and have been waiting for you to decide." He proudly presented his square backpack. "Look, boss. I crafted this from the book. The fireflies can reside inside. Those fireflies will follow you?" "Of course." The backpack, square in shape, featured a simple lid resembling a larger-than-usual school bag. Inside, it was filled with round holes akin to a beehive. Mu Yuan took out a bamboo whistle and blew lightly, producing a clear, crisp sound. The fireflies dwelling in the cave swiftly and orderly flocked into the backpack. With a swift cover of the lid, it was done. "Hey, little third, you have quite the talent, taming all those fireflies," Jiang Jianguo exclaimed, giving a thumbs up while munching on skewers. "Impressive." Mu Yuan chuckled modestly. "Keep it low-key." Qin Sheng chimed in. "According to the map, there's a small town about several dozen kilometers from here. Let us head there first and find a place to stay. Living in a cave isn't ideal." She turned to Mu Yuan and added, "You can collect samples in a new location." Right. Old Qin is right," Jiang Jianguo affirmed. "I'm following the boss," Mu Yuan declared, both eager to change their dwelling. At that moment, Qin Sheng interjected, "However, before we go, we need to modify the vehicle. Standard vehicles won't navigate through this deep snow." As her words fell, she bit into a lamb skewer and stepped outside the cave to a spacious area. With a flick of her wrist, a colossal contraption materialized in the open snowfield with a rumble. The dark red vehicle stood out starkly against the white snow. It was a massive, rugged red off-road vehicle, its front and rear bristling with sharp spikes, the roof equipped for weaponry, exuding a strong post-apocalyptic punk vibe. Jiang Jianguo rubbed her eyes in disbelief before excitedly rushing over, squinting as she caressed the vehicle's surface. "Old Qin, I absolutely adore you. You actually hoarded this treasure. Oh, that seductive body. That robust rear. Those rebellious spikes. Oh, it's a little firecracker. Em utterly smitten. If I could drive this vehicle, I'd go vegetarian for 3 years." She embraced the vehicle, resembling a lecherous man bewitched by a beautiful woman. "Congratulations. You can be a vegetarian for life because you'll be the one behind the wheel," Qin Sheng replied, strolling over and patting the vehicle. "This is the South African Marauder, the largest off-road vehicle in the world. It weighs 10 tons, stretches 6.5 meters long, and stands 2.7 meters tall. It can traverse both flat and rugged terrains. The entire structure has been reinforced beyond its original design. With this beauty, we can travel comfortably. I've removed the back seat and replaced it with my single sofa and a small desk. You two will sit in the front, one as the driver and the other as the co-driver. I'll be comfortably seated in the back. Just thinking about it gets me a bit excited. However," she quickly shifted gears, retrieving a snowplow from her space. "Your task now is to attach the plow to Little Red, so we can traverse the snowy landscape." "Little Red?" Mu Yuan questioned, puzzled about the sudden addition. Qin Sheng patted the red vehicle door. "That's Little Red. Jiang Jianguo, I'm entrusting this precious girl to you. You must treat her well." "Understood. Rest assured, I'll treat her like my own daughter," Jiang Jianguo replied, thumping her chest proudly, grinning from ear to ear. Mu Yuan nodded in agreement. Chapter 65. Here comes the little brother. Qin Sheng left behind 2 generators and various tools before returning to the cave. Fully focused on practicing her abilities, she split her vines into 3. One vine was tasked with turning the skewers, another with brushing on sauces, and the last with sprinkling cumin and chili powder. Outside the cave, Jiang Jianguo devoured the remaining skewers in her hand, rolling up her sleeves, ready to get to work. Mu Yuan, lacking expertise in this area, obediently assisted her nearby. In truth, Jiang Jianguo was merely a novice, although she relished in modifying vehicles. Her experience was limited to casual tinkering with off-road cars, and this particular beast was her first encounter. Consequently, she was exceedingly exhilarated, having acquired a plethora of specialized literature on vehicle modification from Qin Sheng, forsaking sleep and meals to immerse herself in her work. Perhaps the relentless clamor from her engine endeavors was too much. One day, a few unexpected guests arrived outside the cave. After practicing for an entire morning, Qin Sheng felt a bit dizzy and settled down on a small stool at the entrance with a cup of hot bubble tea, observing their vehicle modifications. Yet, after a brief moment, an uncanny sensation washed over her, as if something were watching her. After scanning the surroundings and finding nothing amiss, she finally caught sight of 2 snowmen beneath a distant tree. Short and plump, they boasted 2 dark, hollow eye sockets. Qin Sheng had previously noticed these snowmen, as Mu Yuan and Jiang Jianguo had built numerous of them nearby. Thus she had thought little of it. However, at that moment, an unsettling intuition struck her. Those snowmen were watching them. How bizarre! How could snowmen possess such awareness? With her bubble tea in hand, Qin Sheng approached cautiously, her vines coiled and ready for action. As she drew closer, she discerned a faint red glow emanating from the snowmen's dark eye sockets. Understanding their true nature, she commanded her vines to swiftly infiltrate the snowmen's heads. With 2 soft, squashy sounds, the vines shook lightly, causing the snow to cascade off the 2 figures, revealing 2 gaunt young men, their crimson eyes betraying their otherworldly identity. Qin Sheng manipulated the vines to crush the entirety of their spinal columns, and proceeded to rummage through their heads. Indeed, she uncovered 2 source crystals. These crystals, glistening with a viscous green liquid, were no larger than a fingernail and bore a gray-black hue. She wiped them on the snow, extracted a glass jar, and placed the crystals inside before stowing the jar in her spatial pocket. Turning back, she questioned Jiang Jianguo as to why they had not dealt with the lurking aberrations. She expressed disbelief that, with Jiang Jianguo's capabilities, she could have overlooked those 2 creatures, especially considering they had been lurking for some time. Jiang Jianguo blinked innocently. Not just me, Mu Yuan is aware too. Those 2 aberrations seem to be avid hide-and-seek enthusiasts. They often disguise themselves as snowmen, lurking nearby. And if night falls and we have yet to discover them, they tend to create a ruckus to draw our attention before emitting a sinister cackle and fleeing. Then, the following day they return. Mu Yuan and I found them rather amusing, so we decided to play along. We planned to deal with them before leaving. But it seems you intercepted us. Mu Yuan, with her hands tucked into the sleeves of her floral cotton coat, and a matching hat perched atop her head, nodded foolishly in agreement. Qin Sheng felt an inkling of distress and sat back down on her stool, clutching her chest. She suddenly realized that perhaps she had made a hasty decision in allowing Jiang Jianguo to modify Little Red, especially in the days to come. As she observed, her carefully prepared snow shovel had been transformed into a zigzag shape by Jiang Jianguo, the entire vehicle bed overturned and facing downward. From a distance, it resembled an arrowhead, with the front end pressed against the ground, sides low, and the center elevated. To top it off, Jiang Jianguo had adorned the arrowhead shovel with garish drawings of skulls and other ostentatious designs she fancied as cool, but which were in fact rather tacky. It could easily serve as a background for a social media profile. Old Qin, what do you think? Isn't it magnificent? I researched thoroughly. This zigzag shovel is far more lethal than the original. Can you enlighten me on the purpose of those garish designs you've painted on the shovel? Jiang Jianguo scratched her head sheepishly and chuckled. Oh, that? It's merely a personal quirk of mine. As a former king of the snow, I just wish to commemorate my youth. Qin Sheng pursed her lips, struggling to muster a smile as she shouldered her backpack and climbed into the vehicle. However, upon opening the door, her jaw nearly dropped. A cascade of colorful string lights hung from the ceiling of the back seat, alongside a disco ball, and her once black oversized beanbag had morphed into an alarming leopard print. Pink leopard, no less. The entire arrangement exuded a wild atmosphere. She almost believed she had stepped into a themed hotel room. Jiang Jiangguo continued to enthusiastically showcase her myriad inventions, oblivious to the increasingly darkening expression on Qin Sheng's face. Mu Yuan, sensing the rising tension, subtly tugged at Jiang Jiangguo's sleeve. However, she was met with a fierce glare. "Don't bother me." Thus, she obediently fell silent, retreating with her beehive backpack to crouch beneath a large tree, hands tucked into her sleeves, watching Jiang Jiangguo extol her creations to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's eyelids twitched, her smile becoming increasingly strained under Jiang Jiangguo's incessant praise. She realized, to her dismay, that she had indeed acted rashly. To think that in just a few days of neglect, Little Red had been utterly transformed. Jiang Jiangguo, with her lack of common sense, was not to be held accountable. If blame were to be assigned, it was to herself for entrusting such a crucial task to someone so unreliable, and for not keeping a vigilant watch over her. Do not succumb to anger. It brings no one to your aid. Endure for a moment to avoid greater woes. Take a step back to prevent future tribulations. She chanted silently, reminding herself to remain patient. Yet, at the very last moment, Jiang Jiangguo excitedly pulled her aside, whispering about her greatest creation yet. "Old Qin, look. I've modified the horn too. Isn't it incredible?" With a gentle press, a high-pitched, piercing female voice erupted in place of the original horn sound. "Here it comes. Little brother." The final thread of Qin Sheng's composure snapped. "This is your first time modifying anything, and I'm supposed to tolerate this?" She withdrew 2 large hammers from her spatial pocket, veins pulsating on her forehead. "Jiang Jiangguo. Today I shall hammer you. Old Qin, please calm down. If you dislike this horn, I have other inventions. Surely one will suit your taste." "Ah. Help. Third brother, save me." Chapter 66. "Old Qin. You are ruining me. Third brother. Third brother, help." Jiang Jiangguo was pursued by Qin Sheng wielding 2 hammers, racing frantically across the mountains. Mu Yuan cast a glance at the garish vehicle, muttering under his breath, "I told you it was unattractive, but you refused to listen. Now look at the consequences." He sat there patiently, observing the two as they playfully chased each other. The altercation ultimately concluded amidst Jiang Jiangguo's thunderous cries. He even took a moment to let his fireflies flit about. Regardless of the scuffles and reprimands, since the vehicle had been so extravagantly modified, Qin Sheng had no choice but to acquiesce. What could she do? After all, it was her own ridiculous friend she had to look after. Jiang Jiangguo, with a bruised visage, occupied the driver's seat, his nostrils stuffed with crimson tissues, while dark circles adorned his eyes. Qin Sheng, perched in the pink leopard print-themed back seat, took it upon herself to remove the glaring string lights and the incessantly jingling bells that rattled with the movement of the car. One might mistakenly believe she was on a quest to capture spirits with all those bells. The cacophony buzzed in her head. It took her a full half-hour to clear the disarray from the back seat. Even the leopard print sofa was unceremoniously discarded into her spatial storage, replaced with a more comfortable lazy sofa. It wasn't merely about aesthetics. Jiang Jiangguo had sewn numerous beads onto the original sofa, rendering it painfully uncomfortable. Moreover, he had doused it with 3 bottles of perfume, leaving her feeling dizzy from the overpowering scent. Had he mistaken her sofa for a car fragrance dispenser? As they hit the national highway, the landscape was blanketed in a sea of pristine white snow. The accumulation was so thick that even the guardrails were obscured, merging the road with the surrounding wilderness. The snowplow had been modified by Jiang Jiangguo into a zigzag shape, its sharp front slicing through the snow, revealing the asphalt beneath. Due to the lack of visible guardrails and reference points, the vehicle's speed was restrained. Driving too fast could easily result in a tumble into the ditches. The interior of the vehicle was spacious, filled with music and warmth from the heater. They meandered along, akin to a leisurely outing, which rendered the journey rather pleasant. The 3 of them munched on sunflower seeds, occasionally engaging in light conversation. In fact, Qin Sheng had stashed several snowmobiles in her spatial storage, but refrained from taking them out. Given her understanding of Jiang Jiangguo, producing the snowmobiles now would be akin to releasing a husky that had once been a pet in her home. It would vanish in an instant. She preferred to play the role of the sober driver, at least ensuring that the one behind the wheel remained warm. And she had no desire to chase after this fool. Not far from their current location on the map lay a place called Tunghua Town. Winter rendered every destination a landscape of white, and she planned to find a temporary residence there once the snow ceased. The cold wave would last only 3 months, and afterward, they would set off again. She favored standalone houses with yards over dense apartment complexes. Thus, their destination was the outskirts near Tunghua town. The suburban areas were dotted with numerous privately built homes, many of which were vacant during this season. As anticipated, before they even approached Tunghua town, they encountered several abandoned houses. Unfortunately, most had suffered damage from wild beasts, with some walls collapsed beyond repair. After walking for quite some time, a small village came into view, featuring a well-preserved red brick courtyard. Mu Yuan was the first to alight from the vehicle. "Boss, I'll go check it out." He carried a beehive on his back, whistling to summon all of his fireflies. He also brandished a firearm. Entering the small courtyard under the protection of his swarm of fireflies, Jiang Jianguo observed his retreating figure with a slight furrow in his brow. "Old Qin, do you think the third one is the type who is rather weak himself, but possesses formidable weaponry? Look at him. He seems utterly helpless. Yet his swarm of fireflies is like a trump card. If he were to manage several hundred hives like a beekeeper, who could possibly oppose him?" The thought of hundreds or thousands of hives filled Qin Sheng's mind with a vision of fireflies swarming like locusts, leaving nothing in their wake, sending a shiver down her spine. If that were indeed the case, he could single-handedly obliterate an entire base. How could such extraordinary capabilities exist? If they did, he wouldn't be calling her boss. She feared that even trailing behind him wouldn't secure her a position as one of his subordinates. While Jiang Jianguo spoke with ease, Qin Sheng knew all too well the effort that went into nurturing those fireflies. They had to be allowed to roam, and he often concocted potions for them, meticulously trimming their wings one by one. It was this painstaking care that allowed his mutated fireflies to grow twice the size of their wild counterparts, boasting superior speed and strength. Should their numbers increase, it would surely be exhausting for him. Meanwhile, Mu Yuan, surrounded by his fireflies and wielding a submachine gun, cautiously stepped into the courtyard. The snow was deep, with only his chest protruding above the surface, making each step laborious. The courtyard was enclosed, consisting of 5 low houses, 2 of which had their doors ajar. The remaining 3 were shut tight, seemingly abandoned for quite some time. However, upon pushing open one of the doors, a wave of nauseating stench nearly forced him to retch. The room was filled with corpses. Torn and dismembered limbs littered the space, with not a single complete body to be found. Dried blood, shattered entrails, and exposed organs lay in plain sight. Although the blood had frozen solid, it did little to diminish the horrific sight. It was easy to surmise that a brutally savage battle had transpired here not long ago. He immediately blew his whistle, the clear note resonating from within the house. Simultaneously, Qin Sheng, languidly reclining in the back seat while nibbling on spicy chicken feet, promptly discarded the remnants into her spatial storage. The whistle emitted 3 short and 2 long notes, a signal of trouble. She dashed into the courtyard, with Jiang Jianguo hastily swallowing the last bite of a sausage, and puffing up his cheeks to follow suit. "Old Qin, wait for me." With a surge of adrenaline, they burst into the house, and before Jiang Jianguo could inquire, he was met with a sight that made him want to vomit. All 3 of the closed rooms contained corpses, and it appeared that they had died post-temperature drop. Otherwise, there would be no way their bodies could exhibit such lack of decomposition. The first room was somewhat tolerable, but the second and third rooms were enough to induce nausea. In the second room, several desiccated human corpses hung from the beams, completely naked, their hair stripped away, and their innards meticulously removed, leaving them spotless. Their skin had taken on a yellowish-brown hue, with a layer of white crystals adorning the surface. Jiang Jianguo entered last, catching sight of Qin Sheng grinding some of the white crystals between her fingers. "Old Qin, what is this?" "I have no idea, but I suspect it might be salt." "Don't just speculate, try tasting it." "No." Qin Sheng had yet to intervene when her hand was seized by Jiang Jianguo, who directly bit her index finger and sucked on it twice. Smacking his lips, he exclaimed, "It's salt. Where did you acquire this?" Qin Sheng swallowed hard, suppressing the urge to retch. Mu Yuan, in a daze, pointed at the rows of desiccated corpses hanging from the beams. The boss scraped it off the bodies. Jiang Jianguo's eyes widened in shock. Instantly, a tumultuous wave surged in her stomach, and she grasped her throat tightly. "Old Qin has betrayed me." She then rushed outside, retching violently. Ugh, disgusting. Mu Yuan, too, felt queasy but managed to restrain himself. After all, one must not falter in front of the boss. Qin Sheng sighed. I warned you long ago not to shove everything I hold into your mouth, but you wouldn't listen. Well, here we are. In chapter 67. I've been gnawing on things since childhood. Jiang Jianguo continued to vomit profusely beneath the eaves, nearly expelling her very essence. Habitually, she assumed that whatever Qin Sheng possessed was edible, prompting her instinct to act swiftly, only to discover it was salt. Even more horrifying was the realization that the salt on Qin Sheng's finger had been scraped from corpses. The thought of having ingested something derived from human remains made Jiang Jianguo feel as if she could regurgitate last year's New Year's feast. As Qin Sheng surveyed the room, she noted signs of habitation, numerous footprints scattered across the floor and minimal dust atop the tables and cabinets, as if someone had been diligently cleaning. Yet the sight of the rows of corpses hanging from the ceiling was undeniably unsettling. Who could possibly have hung so many bodies in this room? Moreover, they appeared to have been preserved and smoked, reminiscent of the way people prepare cured meats for the new year. Just as she pondered this, Mu Yuan suddenly pointed to a specific area and exclaimed, "Look at that." Turning to follow his gaze, Qin Sheng saw a lineup of cabinets standing in the corner. Neatly arranged atop them were numerous large glass jars, each containing a transparent liquid in which various human organs were suspended. As they approached, a faint scent of alcohol wafted through the air. Some jars contained hearts, others lungs, and even some housed human reproductive organs. In the farthest corner, 2 jars cradled embryos still attached by their umbilical cords. Judging by their developmental stage, they appeared to be 7 or 8 months along, likely viable had they been born. It was clear that this was not a suitable place for habitation. Qin Sheng's expression soured as she exited the second room, turning swiftly to force open the door to the third. The tightly shut door revealed a kitchen, where unwashed dishes lay scattered across the counter, and a pot simmered with remnants of meat broth, though the nature of the meat remained uncertain. Earlier, Qin Sheng had asked Mu Yuan if he noticed any signs of disturbance in the snow when he entered. He replied that upon opening the door, the snow was piled high with no traces of footprints. He had initially assumed the house was uninhabited, but upon entering the first room, he realized he might have been mistaken. "Let's leave this place quickly. We shouldn't linger here. Someone might return at any moment." Qin Sheng suddenly recalled something and turned to pull Jiang Jianguo and Mu Yuan along as they hastily departed the courtyard. "Boss, are we leaving?" Mu Yuan asked blankly. "This house isn't livable, but there are many empty ones in the village, and I noticed several earlier. Stop chatting and follow me. We'll discuss it outside." They swiftly exited the courtyard and stowed their vehicle away in a concealed space. Qin Sheng did not intend to leave the village immediately, but rather proceeded toward the next courtyard. If her suspicions were correct, there likely existed more than one such abode in this village. Jiang Jianguo felt lightheaded from vomiting. Each breath elicited a wave of nausea. "Old Qin, did you see those corpses in the house? They were salted. Someone intentionally preserved these bodies. They can't be planning to consume them like smoked meat, can they? Ugh, how revolting. What sort of twisted psyche could commit such a grotesque act? To consume human flesh as if it were mere livestock?" Qin Sheng remained silent, her expression grave, her pace quickened. They opened the door to the next small courtyard in the same manner. This one was slightly smaller than the previous, consisting of only 2 rooms. Yet the kitchen still bore signs of long-term use, with rows of smoked meat hanging from the rafters. Qin Sheng's demeanor grew even colder upon witnessing this. After traversing the village for a considerable time, they discovered that nearly half of the houses bore signs of habitation and exhibited various animal and human remains, all meticulously cleaned and cured as if for preservation. "We may have stumbled into a cannibal village," Qin Sheng mused, gazing at the snow-white expanse of the village, feeling a palpable sense of unease. Yet it remained unclear whether the villagers were truly human. Jiang Jianguo sipped hot water slowly, stifling the urge to vomit. "What should we do? Old Qin, perhaps we should leave. This village is both terrifying and repugnant. I feel as if the very air is permeated with the scent of human flesh. It's intolerable. I need to vomit again." Mu Yuan silently clasped his hands within his sleeves, watching Qin Sheng expectantly for her decision. "I want to stay," Qin Sheng contemplated. "I wish to uncover what lurks within this village. Clearly, there are inhabitants. Yet despite visiting numerous homes, we haven't encountered a single living soul. It's exceedingly strange." Jiang Jianguo felt exasperated. In the face of danger, one should flee, not approach it. You escaped from Haiqing Base with such cunning. Why abandon that instinct now? Haiqing Base is a known and unavoidable catastrophe. We can only run and not remain there to perish. Yet this village makes my skin crawl. Such a vile existence should not persist on this earth. Moreover, I counted the houses with signs of habitation. There are 16 in total. If they are human, then there should be 16 people. If they are otherworldly beings, they typically possess a distinct territorial instinct and seldom congregate. It's likely that each otherworldly being occupies its own dwelling, suggesting their numbers are not excessive. 3 of us combined should not pose a significant challenge. But what if those 16 households are indeed human? Mu Yuan pondered, his voice tinged with concern. Of course, they must be eliminated. If they can treat human flesh as mere sustenance, it is evident that they have become monsters. They deserve to die. After a thorough discussion, the 3 individuals reached a consensus to remain and observe the situation. They found an abandoned small building to wait for nightfall. The absence of any signs of life in the village during the day suggested that their activities must occur under the cover of darkness. This 2-story building had a balcony where Mu Yuan braced himself against the biting wind. Crouching on a chair with his hands resting on his knees, he tucked them into his sleeves. Strands of silver hair peeked out from beneath a large floral hat, tousled by the gusts of wind. He gazed at the snowy landscape around him, his brow furrowed tightly, seemingly unable to uncover the answers he sought. In such an environment, every choice and decision they made felt both reasonable and unexpectedly profound. Jiang Jianguo stood up and approached him, inquiring, "You've been sitting here in the cold wind for quite a while. What occupies your thoughts? Share them with me, and I shall offer guidance. I am pondering why one would resort to cannibalism. What does human flesh taste like? Do you know? You wish to discover the flavor of human flesh?" Jiang Jianguo raised his brows incredulously, as if he himself had partaken in such a delicacy. Just as Mu Yuan was about to pose a question, Jiang Jianguo continued, "If you gnaw on the calluses of your own hands or the skin on your feet, you would understand the taste of a human. It is nothing extraordinary. I have been doing it since childhood." Chapter 68. The desolate village. The small building selected by Qin Sheng was situated at the highest point in the village. Standing on the second-floor balcony with binoculars, one could survey the entire village's situation. The village remained eerily quiet, with only the howling northern winds breaking the stillness. During the day, it resembled an uninhabited wasteland. However, as night fell, a chorus of screams and laughter suddenly erupted from the surrounding forests, echoing from all directions. The 3 of them, armed with binoculars, concealed themselves behind the balcony, quietly observing the shadowy figures that flew into the village from every direction, each landing in their respective homes. Upon seeing the figures come into view, Qin Sheng's expression tightened. She had indeed not miscalculated. These beings were not human. They were all aberrations. To her astonishment, the number of these entities exceeded her initial estimate of 16. She had counted at least 25. Some were large, some small, with a few living in solitude, while others grouped together as if they were families entering a single abode. Jiang Jianguo's heart raced, his breath held in trepidation, fearful of being detected by the aberrations in the distance. Once all the aberrations vanished from view, the 3 retreated to their room on the second floor. Jiang Jianguo rubbed his arms, goosebumps prickling his skin. These aberrations were entirely naked, sporting 2 pairs of enormous flesh wings, soaring through the air with astonishing speed. Even with binoculars, tracking their flight paths proved to be a challenging endeavor. Moreover, it was evident that these aberrations, both young and old, retained certain familial living habits from their former lives, albeit their dietary practices had strayed far from humanity. Among those she had observed, several of the larger aberrations clutched struggling creatures in their claws. If they were not human, then what were they? All of these were flying aberrations, their wings significantly larger than the initial and first-tier aberrations they had encountered near the base. The external forms of aberrations often reflected their power. With such sizable wings, it was likely that the majority in this village were at least second-tier, with only a few smaller ones being of the first tier. Jiang Jianguo felt an inexplicable mix of panic and excitement. She had always been drawn to situations fraught with peril. "Old Qin, let us take action tonight and eradicate all the cannibalistic aberrations in this village." Qin Sheng hesitated, frowning with concern. The greatest danger does not stem from the aberrations within this village, but rather from the surrounding areas of Tunghua Town, where numerous villages are closely situated. This village is merely one among many. I worry that if these aberrations emit their shrieks to summon their kin, they may attract all the aberrations from nearby villages. In such a scenario, we would find ourselves in a precarious position. If the number of aberrations becomes overwhelming, the three of us would stand no chance, and could very well end up as the dried meat hanging from the rafters. What then? Shall we simply allow them to escape? Jiang Jianguo's reluctance was palpable, yet the thought of countless aberrations converging from afar sent shivers down his spine. Qin Sheng replied, "The best course of action is to tackle them one by one." At this moment Mu Yuan, who had been silently listening to their conversation, suddenly interjected. "Is there a way to mask their sounds, akin to signal jamming?" Qin Sheng flashed him an appreciative smile, flipping her right hand to reveal a transparent glass jar that appeared in her palm. Inside were two irregular black crystalline objects, each the size of a fingernail, captivating the attention of both men. "These are the two source crystals I collected in the cave. We can use them to lure out the aberrations one by one and eliminate them. I have previously experimented with creating soundproofing devices and utilizing tin foil within a certain range, which can effectively muffle the aberrations' cries and disrupt their magnetic fields, preventing their signals from transmitting. I constructed such a soundproofing device using a shipping container. We can place it in a specific location and use the source crystal in my hand to lure them out and dispatch them." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jianguo grinned, a sly smile crossing his face. "Once I capture these aberrations, I shall turn them into dried meat to hang from the rafters, for the rats and cats to feast upon." Mu Yuan nodded earnestly. "When shall we install this soundproofing room, and where?" "Do not rush. I observed earlier that the 16 houses inhabited by aberrations are spaced relatively far apart, indicating their territorial instincts. We need not place the soundproofing room too far away. Simply situate it at the entrance of the aberration's dwelling. Once they are lured inside, we can shut the door and unleash our dogs." Jiang Jianguo's eyes lit up. Why not go big and create a soundproofing room the size of the village itself, encompassing the entire area? This way, we wouldn't need to lure them out one by one. Qin Sheng shot her a glance of exasperation. "You are truly a genius," she said before walking away. Mu Yuan looked at Jiang Jianguo with sympathy, pulling a walnut from his backpack and offering it to her. He then followed Qin Sheng. Jiang Jianguo stared blankly at the walnut in her hand, blinking in confusion. "What are you two doing? What I said was not unreasonable." Yes, it was reasonable. It's just that my humble intellect cannot keep pace with your grand vision." Qin Sheng waved her hand dismissively. Before Jiang Jianguo could retort, a knocking sound echoed from downstairs. The door downstairs is an ordinary wooden entrance, the sound of its knocking echoing distinctly in the biting northern wind. The expressions of the three individuals momentarily freeze. Aside from them, the entire village is inhabited by aberrations. Whoever has come to knock at this hour, regardless of their identity, is undoubtedly not human. Could it be that those aberrations have discovered the disturbed snow and the footprints left in the yard? Unlikely. Aberrations only respond to the presence of various living beings in their vicinity, showing little awareness of changes in their environment. For example, if a creature enters an aberration's territory, it may provoke their ire. However, if a dog, while they are away, defecates within their domain, upon their return, they will disregard the dog's excrement entirely. This is precisely why Qin Sheng is unperturbed by the destruction of the snow in the yard, as it would not draw the aberration's attention. Aberrations retain only certain instinctual behaviors and feeding habits from their past lives, devoid of any true intelligence. The knocking continues, persistent and unhurried, as if it would persist indefinitely until the occupants of the house emerge. Moreover, there appears to be no intent to damage the frail wooden door. Jiang Jianguo, in a daze, turns to Qin Sheng. "What should we do? We haven't sought them out, yet they have come to us first." Chapter 69. Plan A and Plan B. What is there to fear? Open the door. If friends arrive, we offer soup. If enemies come, we take up arms. What is there to be afraid of? Qin Sheng discreetly readies her powers, the vines in her hand primed for action. Mu Yuan also positions his whistle between his lips, prepared to summon his army of fireflies. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jianguo agrees. Indeed, what is there to fear? She draws her heavy sword from behind her, striding boldly down the staircase towards the door. Peering through the crack, with the sword raised high, she intends to strike as soon as the door opens. However, upon looking out, she is suddenly taken aback. She turns to Qin Sheng and whispers, "Old Qin, it's not an aberration outside. It seems to be a human." "A human?" Qin Sheng's brow furrows. In this village teeming with aberrations, the existence of a living person seems implausible. She approaches to glance through the door's crack, and indeed sees that the figure at the threshold is not an aberration. His eyes are black, and his face bears unmistakable human expressions, albeit lacking the full spectrum of human emotions. Standing outside is a middle-aged man, with a square jaw and a scruffy beard, of average build, clad in a thick, filthy padded coat, topped with a black hat. The breath he exhales in the cold crystallizes upon his beard. Yet his demeanor remains calm, devoid of impatience. It seems he is quite certain that there are people inside, as he continues his rhythmic knocking. 3 knocks, a pause. Then repeating the pattern. Just as he prepares to knock again, the door swings open from within, revealing a robust silhouette. The man is momentarily taken aback, then looks up at Jiang Jianguo, his premeditated words caught in his throat. This woman is exceptionally imposing indeed. As the door opens, without exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Jianguo seizes the man by his collar and yanks him into the house, swiftly closing the door behind them in one fluid motion, taking no more than 3 seconds. The man, suddenly thrust into the company of strangers, shows no fear. Instead, he chuckles heartily, exuding an amiable demeanor. Ah, friends from afar. Welcome to Qinghua village. I am Wang Fugui, the village chief. A human as the chief of a village inhabited by aberrations? Qin Sheng suddenly finds this village rather intriguing. Jiang Jianguo presses her heavy blade against Wang Fugui's neck, her expression fierce. You are the leader of this cannibalistic village? The entire village thrives on consuming humans. Does it not? Today, I shall slay you and hang your flesh to dry like cured meat from the rafters. Now, young one. There is no need for such haste, Wang Fugui replies, his tone calm and unhurried. Why the anger? It is harmful to your health. I understand you must have many concerns, and I will address them all in due time. Tonight, our village is hosting a bonfire gathering. Why not join us? There will be plenty of delicious food. Wang Fugui extends a warm invitation to the young people before him, entirely unfazed by the blade at his throat. Delicious food? What kind of food? Jiang Jianguo retorts coldly, a smirk forming on her lips. The food in your village is undoubtedly human, is it not? You disgraceful human. Mingling with aberrations? You harm your own kind. I shall first chop you into 18 pieces, then boil you with water, salt, cinnamon, and ginger. Once prepared, your flesh shall be served to your villagers, so you can experience the flavor of being stewed yourself. Please, calm down. I have already asked you to remain calm. The world is so wondrous, yet you are so tempestuous. This is not good at all, Wang Fugui replies, shaking his head slowly, unfazed by the blade that has already drawn blood. The crimson liquid trickles down his neck, yet he appears to feel no pain, maintaining a smile as if viewing Jiang Jianguo's fury as that of a petulant child, exasperated yet tolerant. In fact, I became aware of your presence in the village earlier today. I initially thought you would flee in terror upon seeing the state of the first few houses, just as previous survivors had done. However, to my surprise, you chose to linger in a small building. Since you have chosen to stay, we must extend our hospitality. As for the questions you wish to pose, I shall address them all at the dinner table. Jiang Jianguo finds herself bewildered by the village chief's demeanor, uncertain and indecisive. Could it be that there has been a misunderstanding regarding this Wang Fugui? She turns to Qin Sheng, who gestures for her to lower her sword. Then, addressing Wang Fugui, she inquires, you mentioned inviting us to dine, correct? Indeed. Friends from afar must be treated with a feast. Otherwise, it would seem our village lacks warmth and hospitality. Wang Fugui nods emphatically. Qin Sheng exchanges glances with the others, then smiles and says, given the village chief's generous invitation, it would be rather ungracious of us to decline. Thus, we extend our gratitude for your kindness. With that, she turns to Mu Yuan and Jiang Jianguo, declaring, it seems our dinner plans are set. Let us express our thanks to the village chief. Initially taken aback by Qin Sheng's exuberance, Jiang Jianguo and Mu Yuan exchange glances, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, they quickly reacted and followed her, cheerfully nodding in gratitude. Wang Fugui chuckled heartily, his joy evident. That's more like it. Come along, everyone. It's time to feast. He turned and led the way outside, with the 3 of them trailing behind. Jiang Jianguo leaned toward Qin Sheng, whispering, Old Qin, this village chief clearly has ulterior motives. Why are we following him? What if he leads us into a trap? We could be cornered. Qin Sheng cast a discreet glance at the nearby utility poles. Killing him would be easy, but look at the utility poles around us, and the rooftops. What do you see? Damn it, do you think I want to follow him? But do we have any choice? With so many aberrations watching us like hawks, I don't want to follow him either, but I'm apprehensive. Besides, is there a more dangerous trap than this? We're surrounded by dozens of second-tier aberrations. If they attacked one by one or in small groups, we might manage. But this is a horde. Qin Sheng maintained a composed demeanor, yet his words betrayed his trepidation. What is a face? An unnecessary adornment. When it's time to discard it, we must. At this, Zhang Jianguo and Mu Yuan both looked up startled. To their shock, they noticed that the rooftops of their building, the treetops, and the utility poles were all teeming with naked aberrations. Their massive fleshy wings enveloped their bodies, remaining utterly still. If one didn't pay careful attention, they would go unnoticed. Qin Sheng slowly remarked, "These aberrations have all come with Wang Fuguei. The moment he stepped through the door, we were already surrounded. If you were to kill him, we'd be confronted by dozens of second-tier aberrations lunging at us simultaneously. Wang Fuguei seems prepared. Yet instead of unleashing these aberrations to slaughter us, he is leading us to this so-called bonfire party. We should just follow along, but refrain from touching any of the food or water at the banquet. Let us execute plan A first. If that fails, we'll resort to plan B. In any case, we must act according to the situation." Jiang Jianguo nodded in agreement, saying, "I understand. This is basic common sense. I just enjoy snatching food from your hands. However, I won't carelessly eat what others offer me. What if it's poisoned?" Mu Yuan tucked his hands into his sleeves, trailing closely behind Qin Sheng, mirroring his steps. Noticing Qin Sheng's glance, he quickly nodded. "I know. I won't eat anything indiscriminately. I'm very well behaved." Then he tugged on Jiang Jianguo's sleeve, whispering, "What did the boss mean by Plan A and Plan B? I've never heard of them before. What are these plans?" Jiang Jianguo glanced around, leaning closer to Mu Yuan, and conspiratorially whispered, "Plan A is no plan at all. Just go with the flow. Plan B is to flip the table and go all out." Mu Yuan paused, taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Qin Sheng's Plan A and Plan B would be so simplistic. Meanwhile, outside, darkness had fully descended. Unlike the day, the night in Qinghua village exuded a vibrant vitality. They followed Wang Fuguei forward, initially believing that the village team he mentioned would be within the village itself. To their surprise, they traversed the entirety of Qinghua village before encountering the so-called bonfire gathering. The moon in the mountains hung like a grand disk, casting a silvery glow across the landscape. The moonlight, reflecting off the snow, appeared exceptionally bright. Even without streetlights, the village paths were distinctly illuminated. At the end of the road lay a spacious square, its snow cleared away. In the center stood a towering bonfire, flames soaring high and illuminating everything around. Boys and girls frolicked in the snow, their joyous laughter reaching Qin Sheng's ears from afar. Had they not witnessed the gruesome sight of charred corpses hanging like cured meat in the courtyard upon entering the village, or the human organs submerged in jars of alcohol, they might have truly believed this was a serene and idyllic village untouched by the outside world. Under the moonlight, everything appeared blissful, peaceful, and devoid of conflict. The shadows of famine and apocalypse were nowhere to be found here. Wang Fuguei pointed at the laughing children across the way, saying, "These village kids are all rambunctious, chirping like a flock of sparrows. Yet, it is precisely their presence that brings vitality to this village. Otherwise, it would be dull with just us old folks left." Wang Fuguei laughed heartily and beckoned two middle-aged women to bring over chairs and stools for them to sit. He then rolled up his sleeves and efficiently joined a group of women preparing food nearby. The three of them readily took their seats on the newly moved stools, watching the bonfire in the center of the square and everything surrounding it. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Jianguo felt disoriented, as if the horrors of the apocalypse were merely a dream, and that a life of happiness and comfort in this village was the true reality. Until a gust of cold wind swept by, carrying with it the rich aroma of meat soup, which invaded his nostrils. Instinctively, he felt nauseous and rushed to the side of a snowbank to vomit, his clarity returning in an instant. What a nightmare. I actually felt that this unreal scene was genuine. Damn it, if it weren't for that scent of meat, I might have forgotten that this is a cannibalistic village. Qin Sheng observed for a while, and then pulled out a handful of fruit candies from her backpack, holding them up and calling to the children. "Come here, little ones. I have plenty of delicious fruit candies for you." The moment her words fell, the surrounding children swarmed toward her, laughter ringing out as their cherubic faces blossomed into radiant smiles. "Candy, candy, come quickly. Little tiger, come here. This sister has lots of candy." "Really? Is it candy? Sister. Is this candy for us? Pretty sister. Did you come from outside? The village chief said there would be important guests tonight. It's you, isn't it? Sister. Do you have strawberry-flavored candy? I want strawberry. I want apple. Clementine. I want clementine-flavored candy, sister. Qin Sheng smiled gently. Yes, yes, I have them all. Don't rush. Little ones, I have plenty of candy. I not only have candy, but I also have chocolate. Do you want some chocolate? I want it. I want it. I want chocolate. I want it too. Sister, can I have both candy and chocolate? I want to eat them all. A group of children surrounded her like sparrows, chirping excitedly. Qin Sheng patiently distributed the candies from her hand one by one, also pulling out several pieces of chocolate from her backpack, breaking them in half, ensuring everyone got a share. Wang Fugui observed from a distance as Qin Shuang engaged with the children, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Beside him, a matron stirred a large pot with a spoon, her eyes warily fixed on the three newcomers. Did you not previously state that outsiders were not to be welcomed at our bonfire gathering, village head? Why extend an invitation to them? Our village's provisions are already scarce. The meat we managed to procure was hard-won, and we barely have enough for ourselves, let alone to share with them, she huffed. Wang Fugui shot her a stern glance. Silence yourself, you short-sighted woman with your long hair. What do you know? These individuals are not ordinary. Observe the previous survivors, each one gaunt and skeletal, resembling mere sticks. Now, look at these three, flush with health and clad in clean attire. They hardly bear the appearance of refugees. Retaining them among us will yield benefits. And that young girl, how lovely she is, so full of compassion. She will surely come to cherish these children. The middle-aged woman gestured towards the towering trees and the utility poles, where grotesque beings perched, their wings enveloping their bare forms, motionless in the frigid wind like lifeless sculptures. But do you not fear that these outsiders might harm our village elders? What could they possibly do? Worry not, be at ease, Wang Fugui chuckled dismissively. Not considering the newcomers a threat. Our village possesses trump cards that ordinary folk cannot contend with. Even if these three are evolved beings, it changes nothing. No one has escaped before. The woman pondered this, a sinister smile creeping onto her lips. Indeed, none of the previous evolved managed to escape. Wang Fugui abruptly inquired. By the way, have the sheep we captured today been settled? Rest assured, village head. All have been properly accommodated. A couple were unruly and noisy, so we dispatched them. The remaining ones are silent and exceptionally docile. We have locked them safely in the cellar. Yes, ensure they are well cared for, lest they grow thin and lose their value. His earnest face turned towards the square, fixated on the young woman interacting with the children. What a beautiful girl. I sincerely hope she remains oblivious to our true intentions. At that moment, a wiry man with a shifty gaze approached. Following Wang Fugui's line of sight, he smirked lewdly. Village head, it seems you have taken a liking to someone, eh? It's understandable. It has been several days since your last wife passed. This new lady is indeed more attractive than the last. You are quite fortunate, village head, haha. The cooking woman spat derisively. Bah. What is so appealing about that scrawny woman? She looks incapable of bearing children. I would much prefer the one next to her, the tall, robust woman with ample curves. She would make a perfect village head's wife. If you were to choose her, she could bear you 18 sons. Just look at that figure, so curvy and strong. A real worker. Enough of this nonsense, Wang Fugui retorted, glancing at the woman by the bonfire, vigorously gnawing on a large pig's trotter. He swallowed hard, his throat dry. Just take a look at her physique. Sitting down, she could easily break 8 of my ribs. You want her as the village head's wife? Are you hoping I would meet an untimely end? A cluster of children, having shared candies, continued to surround Qin Sheng. With a gentle smile, she produced a collection of colorful small balls from her backpack, distributing them among the children. These little spheres, akin to quail eggs in size, came in various colors, red, black, white, and more, strung with cords like necklaces, their appearance delightful. Little treasures, do you know what these are? She inquired warmly. I know. They are eggs, exclaimed a slightly taller boy, looking around 5 or 6 years old, his hand raised in excitement. The other children chimed in. No, eggs aren't that small. This is a baby egg. This is a little bird's egg, a gift from your sister to welcome you. Let's play a little game, shall we? What kind of game? The children asked eagerly. This game is called Little Egg Guardians. You see this string on the egg? You must wear it around your neck and protect it carefully. Do not let it break. Tomorrow, we will gather here. And if you can return the little bird eggs to me intact, I will reward you with even more wonderful toys. Brave little guardians. Can you protect these sweet little bird eggs from harm? I can. I can. Of course, we can do it. Sister, please give me one. I can do it too. I will take good care of them. The children clamored excitedly, choosing their favorite little eggs from Qin Sheng's hands. They then scampered off, each one carefully hanging their egg around their necks, protecting them with great care. Mu Yuan sat on a small stool, observing Qin Sheng as she sweetly interacted with the children, distributing candies, chocolates, and delightful toys. Unbeknownst to him, a smile crept onto his lips. The eldest truly possesses a kind heart. She must adore children and animals. Jiang Jiangguo wiped his greasy hands on his mouth, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Sheng before rolling his eyes at Mu Yuan. You are mistaken. Old Qin never shows her affections without reason. However, she does indeed have a fondness for animals. Mu Yuan's eyes brightened, only to hear Jiang Jiangguo continue, but it's typically at the dinner table. What is the eldest doing now? Who knows? I suspect old Qin is attempting to infiltrate the enemy ranks. After all, these little ones appear to be the easiest to breach. She might be hoping to glean some vital information from them. Oh, Mu Yuan realized so. You still do not know old Qin well enough. Once we spend more time together, you will understand. Hey, are you listening? Not receiving a response. Jiang Jiangguo turned to look. His eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. Just a moment ago, the third member of their group, who had been sitting beside her as a mere observer, was now happily chatting with a group of elderly villagers. The elders warmly held his hands, showering him with greetings and laughter, while he wore a large floral hat, his enchanting peach blossom eyes curving like crescent moons, appearing quite obedient. Sensing Jiang Jiangguo's gaze, he winked playfully, as if to say, look, I too have infiltrated the enemy. When Qin Sheng returned after distributing the toys, she found Mu Yuan behaving like a well-mannered puppy, chatting amiably with the elderly. What on earth is he doing? He felt an immediate kinship with the elderly, as if they had known each other for ages, lamenting that they had met too late. Jiang Jiangguo hung his head, a picture of dejection. Just moments ago, he had attempted to engage with the elderly and the children, yearning for a moment of play. However, the wary gazes directed at him betrayed their deep-seated apprehension. He had merely raised his hand to greet the children with a simple hi. Yet, to his astonishment, the children had huddled together, crying out, "Spare us, great king!" It left him looking like a would-be assailant. With a resigned sigh, he pondered the loneliness that often accompanies exceptional individuals. No matter where they go, they seem out of place. It appeared that only ordinary souls like old Qin and old San could fully integrate with such company. It was not that he was unwilling to assimilate into this world. Rather, even if he presented himself with the most unremarkable visage, it would not alter his inherent distinction. Thus, these mere mortals perceived him as one of a different breed. Genius, it seemed, was destined to walk a solitary path. As he sighed, he absent-mindedly gnawed on the pig's trotter in hand, not forgetting to remind Qin Sheng, old Qin, you ought to eat something. Fill your belly while you can. Otherwise, when the dishes arrive, you might find yourself envious of what others are having. If you can't resist and indulge, it could spell disaster. After all, who knows which morsel conceals a deadly toxin? Qin Sheng brushed off non-existent dust from her hands. I doubt any sane person would find their food appetizing, especially after witnessing the corpses in those houses. Anyone with a semblance of rationality would undoubtedly lose all interest in their offerings. She then glanced at Jiang Jiangguo, recalling how she had assumed he would lose his appetite after tasting the salt from her hand. To her surprise, it seemed she had underestimated him. Mere hours later, he was already hungry again. That brief unpleasant episode had not diminished his voracity in the slightest. But do eat more, will you? Fill yourself up to stave off hunger later on. For a fleeting moment, Qin Sheng found herself uncertain. Should Jiang Jiangguo become ravenous? Would he dare partake of the food provided by this village? In her mind, he seemed to consume everything without discrimination. Even the canned herring that had once repulsed her for days. Now, she found him occasionally drizzling the can's brine over his bread as if it were ketchup. Sometimes, when the noodles tasted too bland, he would pour in a bit of the canned contents. He relentlessly pushed the boundaries of her culinary tolerance. No, she thought. Perhaps this individual had no limits at all. By the way, what has inspired such unexpected benevolence today? It's quite unlike you to bring so much food, drink, And entertainment for those children, she remarked. What do you perceive my usual demeanor to be? Do you believe I lack even a modicum of compassion? Qin Sheng shot him an incredulous look. After all, I am a product of this new century, raised under the red banner and bathed in sunlight. I do possess a heart. Jiang Jianguo scoffed, gnawing on a bone. I've known you long enough to demand a candid confession. What ulterior motive do you harbor? Or shall I confine you to a dark room and employ the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty? Ha! Don't think for a moment that I am oblivious to your true nature. Qin Sheng glanced around before beckoning him closer. Come here, I have something to share. As she whispered conspiratorially, Mu Yuan inadvertently caught sight of them. To his surprise, she had abandoned the group of children to sit closely with Jiang Jianguo. The two were perched on small stools, their silhouettes contrasting sharply, one robust and tall, the other slender and petite. The tall figure bent slightly, lowering his head, while she tugged at his ear, murmuring secrets into his ear. The brightness in Jiang Jianguo's eyes grew increasingly luminous, as if glimmering in the night like a ferret's gaze, complemented by her mischievous grin, a scene reminiscent of a villainous plot. Yet, Mu Yuan's attention was solely focused on their closely knit heads, the flush on their faces illuminated by the starlight in their eyes. What was happening? How could they be so close? He recalled reading about such an occurrence in a passionate manga. What was it called again? Ah yes, the most adorable height difference. Oh, why did they suddenly seem so well matched? Wait, hold on, she is a girl. His gaze shifted to the tall, sturdy figure with the ponytail, and he felt as if something in the atmosphere had burst, releasing a flurry of pink bubbles that evaporated in an instant. He sighed and redirected his attention to the conversation with the nearby elderly woman. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng extracted a small bird egg from her backpack and placed it in Jiang Jianguo's hand, her face radiating triumph. Look, this is the key. I'm quite clever. You see, most would never conceive of this solution. Jiang Jianguo turned the object over in his hand. It appeared to be an innocuous toy egg, devoid of any apparent intrigue. Yet, old Qin had claimed it was a listening device. Shaking it revealed no sound, yet he was compelled to admire old Qin's cunning. It was a deviously brilliant idea. This tiny toy egg was, in fact, a listening device, and all the children wore similar toys around their necks. According to old Qin, when they gathered the next day, they would exchange these devices for new toys, potentially uncovering not just village secrets but also family matters that were meant to remain unspoken. In this apocalypse, who would suspect that someone might carry a listening device? They were no longer in a time of gathering evidence for court cases. As for losing it, the likelihood was slim. Once they heard the delight of the toys they had played with all night, who would risk damaging them? Knowing they could swap them for new ones the next day? Jiang Jianguo suddenly recalled her bothersome siblings. Back in kindergarten, during a particular activity dubbed Egg Guardian Angels, they were tasked with keeping a raw egg safe for a day to earn a small red flower the following morning. Those rascals had tucked their eggs beneath her bed, covered with sheets. Unaware, she had laid down, only to awaken to a cascade of egg liquid seeping onto her sheets. Utterly revolting. Infuriated, she had dragged the little miscreants out and given them a sound thrashing, only to be pursued by her heartless father wielding a stick for 3 blocks. The children joyfully returned to their parents or grandparents, proudly showcasing their new toys. The adults, eager to take a closer look, found themselves thwarted. The treasures were too precious to be touched. An elderly woman tending the fire gently stroked her little grandson's head. My sweet child, will you help Grandma with the fire? Tonight we shall feast on meat, for the elders have brought back many sheep from afar. How about we enjoy some stewed lamb tonight? Grandma, we eat lamb so often. But I have never seen a living sheep. Where are our sheep? The child inquired. I wish to raise a little lamb. They are so white and soft. I'm sure they would feel delightful to touch. The grandmother chuckled affectionately, tousling his hair. Oh, my little darling, you are Grandma's little sheep. Just eat well and grow strong, and one day you will become a big sturdy sheep. And when I grow up, I will share my lamb with you, Grandma. But you must make sure to clean me well before you eat, he exclaimed. I haven't bathed in days. Rest assured, my sweet grandchild, when the time comes, I will make sure you are spotless, and then into the pot you shall go, all right? The child, cherishing the new toy around his neck, nodded happily. All right. After a little over half an hour, the meal was nearly ready. Wang Fugui called upon the elderly men and women to assist, some lifting benches while others arranged tables. Soon, a long table, ingeniously assembled from several square tables, stood in the village square, surrounded by an assortment of wooden stools and chairs, each a different shape and size, contributed by various households. Bowls brimming with meat stew were placed upon the table. There were no vegetables in sight, just hearty meat stew made with potatoes, accompanied by sweet potatoes as the staple. 7 or 8 bowls lined up in a straight row at the center of the long table, along with 2 bowls of chili sauce, likely intended as dipping condiments. Qin Sheng and her companions were seated together, with Jiang Jianguo in the middle, flanked by Mu Yuan and Qin Sheng. Curiously, Qin Sheng found herself sitting closely beside Wang Fugui, who wore a bashful expression, his round face flushed with a faint hue. This bashfulness contrasted starkly with his rugged visage and wild beard, creating an amusing dissonance. A bowl filled with succulent potato stew sat before them, the rich aroma wafting enticingly in the flickering firelight. Qin Sheng's mind involuntarily drifted back to the images she had seen earlier in the small huts. Rows of preserved and smoked corpses hanging from the rafters, all suddenly opening their eyes to fixate on her, their dried lips twisted into eerie smiles. A wave of nausea surged within her as she swallowed hard, suppressing the urge to retch. The village is snowbound, making it a challenge to find a hearty meal, she remarked. Yet it seems the fare here is quite delightful. What kind of meat is this? Wang Fugui chuckled. Ah, this is lamb. Tender and fresh. All the sheep are raised right here in our village, pure and organic. You can eat without worry. As soon as the food was served, a flurry of activity erupted, with villagers eagerly reaching for the dishes. Some even abandoned their chopsticks, opting to grab large chunks of meat with their hands, heedless of the heat, shoving it directly into their mouths. Amidst the frenzied consumption, Qin Sheng observed an intriguing phenomenon. Earlier, the villagers had scattered across the seating, but now it seemed nearly everyone from the village had gathered at this table. Curiously, she noted that the village was predominantly composed of middle-aged and elderly individuals, with not a single young person in sight. The youngest among them appeared to be at least in their mid-40s. Where, she wondered, did all these infants come from? Were they merely the abandoned children left behind in the wake of the apocalypse, their parents unable to return? Her gaze settled on a plump woman at the table's edge, appearing to be around 50, cradling a swaddled infant in her arms. One hand grasped a greasy chunk of meat while the other gently rocked the baby, who seemed to be merely a month or two old, with tiny hands as delicate as a kitten's. Qin Sheng noticed more than one such infant. The apocalypse had occurred several months prior, yet these newborns were evidently born after the calamity. Meanwhile, Wang Fugui, seated beside her, diligently placed a generous piece of meat into her bowl. Eat up, why aren't you eating? Tonight's feast features the finest lamb, so tender and juicy. Just look at how everyone is enjoying it. The flickering flames illuminated his earnest face, his beard glistening with greasy broth. Village chief, may I ask if everyone in your village is gathered here? Indeed. We hold our bonfire gatherings every 3 days, and during these events, the entire village comes together. Wang Fugui replied, his cheeks reddening with a hint of shyness. You must be a bit taken aback by such a communal meal. But in time, you'll come to enjoy the liveliness of dining together, and it conserves firewood. One pot can serve us all. It's a cherished tradition of our village. You'll grow accustomed to it. Qin Sheng maintained a faint smile, though it did not reach her eyes. The absence of young people left her puzzled about the origins of these infants. Wang Fugui, noticing their hesitation to partake in the meal, urged, please do eat. Nowadays, only in our village can one indulge in such hearty fare. Nearby villages have succumbed to starvation. Your arrival here is a stroke of fortune. So don't hold back. After all, we'll soon be like family. We have plenty of meat, so eat to your heart's content. I'm sorry, but I'm vegetarian. Qin Sheng replied, glancing at the hefty piece of meat in her bowl, feeling no appetite, only a wave of nausea. Who knew what this was? How could she possibly bring herself to eat it? Wang Fugui turned his gaze to the other two. Mu Yuan nodded in agreement. I too am vegetarian. Wang Fugui's eyes fixated on Jiang Jianguo. Please don't tell me you are also a vegetarian? Just now, I distinctly saw you over there, enthusiastically gnawing on a pig's trotter. Jiang Jianguo chuckled. Hee hee, uncle, I'm not a vegetarian. However, I am quite full and not at all hungry. Wang Fugui's face instantly darkened, and he instinctively cast a sidelong glance in Qin Sheng's direction. Then, gritting his teeth, he managed to force out a stiff smile and said to Jiang Jianguo, Hey sister, what are you saying? Why call me uncle? From now on, just call me brother. I'm not that much older than you. Hee hee. Call you brother? That's not right. You look like you're about 50. We're from different generations. Jiang Jiangguo remained blissfully unaware of how Wang Fugui's face had turned as dark as a soot-laden pot. Old uncle, what skincare products do you use to maintain such thick skin? How could you have the audacity to let me call you brother? My dad is about the same age as you. After saying this, Jiang Jiangguo finally noticed the sudden silence that enveloped the table. The group that had been eagerly grabbing food had halted their movements, staring at her with wide eyes. The entire scene felt as though someone had pressed the pause button. She turned to Qin Sheng, belatedly realizing, did I say something wrong? Qin Sheng smiled silently, desperately suppressing her rising laughter. Her face almost transforming into a meme of comical expressions, fearing that a moment's weakness would send her into fits of giggles. Wang Fugui awkwardly took over the conversation. Haha, it's all good, it's all good. This young lady is just straightforward. No need to be alarmed, everyone continue eating. Don't frighten our new guest. With the village chief's command, the atmosphere resumed its lively pace. Jiang Jiangguo couldn't shake the feeling that this village chief and the villagers were rather peculiar. They were well aware of what lay within those small courtyards, yet could nonchalantly invite them to dine, fully aware that they would not partake. Are they seeking a long life? She discreetly poked Qin Sheng's thigh and gave her a knowing look. What are they up to? Are they putting on a show for fools? Qin Sheng smiled slightly, her eyes twinkling. They're playing the fool, let us play along and stick to the script. Mu Yuan chimed in, squinting at the two. What are you two talking about? Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo exchanged glances, both perplexed by his twitching expression. A series of question marks forming in their minds. Jiang Jiangguo directly asked Old Three, what's wrong? Are you cramping? Mu Yuan. Indeed. I still haven't blended in with them. The friendship of the three is destined to have one surplus. The three of them sat there, watching others devour meat without touching a single morsel themselves. Noticing this, Wang Fugui chuckled but didn't press them further. He simply remarked, Sister, do you think we are cruel, like monsters? Qin Sheng smiled slightly, you can omit the like. Seeing her remain silent, Wang Fugui sighed with a wry smile. He continued, you all came from outside. You should understand what the world is like now. Food is scarce, corpses litter the ground, and monsters that devour humans roam freely. Do you know? Our country has long been plagued by a deep-rooted ailment. Hunger. This affliction cannot be cured. When a person is starved to a certain extent, they cease to be human. In ancient times, during famines, cannibalism was a common occurrence. Bai Juyi wrote in Qingfei: when full, the heart is at ease. When drunk, the spirit is invigorated. This year, in Jiangnan, the drought has driven the people of Hangzhou to cannibalism. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things as straw dogs. As the village chief of Qinghua village, my primary principle is to prioritize the lives of my villagers. Young lady, you are still young and cannot comprehend the sense of responsibility I bear as the village chief. It's all right, I do not blame you. In time, as you come to understand me more deeply, you will grasp my struggles. In fact, I admire you. You are the first to see the meat in those small houses, and yet did not flee in terror. I commend your courage. Only someone like you deserves to be the lady of Qinghua village. Chapter 74. Sacrifice one for our happiness. Wang Fugui eloquently expressed his exceptional literary talent. After all, as the former principal of Qinghua village's elementary school, he possessed a certain cultural depth. Little did he know that the new lady he coveted, although appearing scholarly, was, in reality, a genuine academic underachiever. He recited a lengthy passage, while Qin Sheng only grasped the name Bai Juyi throughout. However, this did not deter him from gazing at the young and beautiful lady beside him with affection. Seeing Qin Sheng seated confidently and gracefully, without a hint of panic or fear, he felt a surge of satisfaction towards her. Yes, exactly. A dignified and courageous young lady like her is worthy of him. Wang Fugui. She is qualified to be the lady of Qinghua village. He had a premonition that this lady might be the last village chief's wife he ever desired. For none could surpass her in excellence and beauty. Before the apocalypse, given his status and age, he may have felt unworthy of such a stunning young girl. But now, in this world of ruin, beauty held no value. Only those like him, who wielded true power, occupied the pinnacle of the pyramid. If this young lady were willing to bear him 10 or 8 robust sons, obediently staying in the village to contribute to the community, he would certainly ensure she was well fed, clothed warmly, and live a blissful life until old age. Such a beautiful girl deserves a strong support. To settle down and raise children at home, rather than struggling with her frail hands in this harsh and perilous world. Fortunately for Qin Sheng, She encountered a strong individual like him, someone worthy of reliance. Within this village he is the king. If Qin Sheng wishes, she could become the new queen. However, if she does not recognize the opportunity, she should simply accept her role as a sheep. Before the apocalypse, Wang Fugue was merely an ordinary village chief of Qinghua, with a fierce and hefty wife who was domineering every day. However, after the apocalypse, with a loyal group of extraordinary beings at his command, he became the king of this territory. Killing off that old, plump woman only inflated his confidence further. With such a devoted group obeying his every command, what was there to fear? Wang Fugue did not hide his intentions in the slightest. His gaze upon Qin Sheng was fiery and bold, his unabashed stare lingering on every curve of her form. He decided that the bonfire party in 3 days would serve as his wedding ceremony with the new lady. At that time, they would consummate their marriage amidst the blessings and envy of the entire village. On the surface, Qin Sheng chuckled, but inwardly she felt a wave of resentment. The left hand resting on Jiang Jiangwo's thigh clutched tightly at her robust limb, the fingers nearly sinking into the flesh. Damn it! Ever since Yi Beixian, she had not encountered such a repulsive man. Wang Fugue's nauseatingly pitying gaze made her feel as though she were ensconced in a thick layer of greasy paper. The crux of the matter was that while Yi Beixian was greasy, it was merely ordinary vegetable oil. Wang Fugue, on the other hand, was akin to the vile oil from a gutter. Not only was he greasy, but he was also toxic. Were it not for her determination to unravel the secrets of this village, she would have been inclined to hurl several explosive packages and obliterate both the aberrations and the villagers within this hamlet. Oh right. It seemed she did not possess any explosives, only pineapple buns. Thus, she resolved to endure for the time being, for a minor concession could secure a greater scheme. She was resolute in uncovering why the inhabitants of Qinghua village could command the aberrations to serve them. She sensed that the secret must lie within Wang Fugue himself. Given his current brash demeanor, exuding an air of authority as if he were the paramount ruler of the village. If the secret did not reside with him, what could possibly lend him such confidence? Was it merely the use of a certain shampoo? After dinner, the villagers of Qinghua were left with greasy mouths, having licked the stew pot of potatoes and meat completely clean. Wang Fugue had arranged for the 3 of them to occupy a small courtyard comprised of 2 red brick rooms. Next door was Wang Fugue's own residence, a clear indication of his ulterior motives. Qin Sheng only now realized that these villagers resided at the village's end, with the clearing where they held bonfire gatherings nearby. The small courtyards at the village entrance were exclusively inhabited by aberrations, while the central area was filled with vacant, derelict houses. A moment of reflection led Qin Sheng to understand the reasoning behind this arrangement. They had deliberately allocated the small courtyards to the aberrations, hanging corpses within to instill fear in any unwitting visitors hoping to stay the night, or to create a profound psychological terror from the outset. Upon entering the house, the trio immediately conducted a thorough search of the 2 small rooms in the courtyard, leaving no stone unturned, not even the crevices between the bricks. Old Qin. I found no listening devices, one reported. Boss, I also detected no abnormalities. I have inspected the courtyard thoroughly. The courtyard contained only 2 bedrooms, a small kitchen, and a tiny bathroom. Qin Sheng retrieved a seed from her spatial storage, pried out a piece of soil brick from the corner of the room, dug a small hole, and buried the seed, watering it lightly thereafter. Before long, Mu Yuan and Jiang Jiangguo witnessed the tiny seed sprout before their eyes, rapidly germinating under Qin Sheng's abilities. Dense vines spread along the brick wall, unfurling like ripples on water. Minutes later, the walls and ceiling of the room were cloaked in a thick layer of climbing ivy, resembling a spider's web. They then watched as the ivy's tendrils reached through the window gaps, enveloping the entire exterior wall and roof of the house. In approximately 10 minutes, the once bare red brick courtyard was entirely overrun by lush greenery, akin to an abandoned dwelling overtaken by nature after years of neglect. This is a mutated climbing ivy I discovered in the outskirts. I collected quite a few seeds. While a few leaves may go unnoticed, an entire expanse densely covered will provide a degree of defense, and we will be alerted at the first sign of any intruder entering this courtyard. Furthermore, Mu Yuan, release all the little bees from your beehive and let them frolic in the courtyard, but ensure they do not fly away. Boss, mine aren't bees, they are fireflies. Jiang Jiangguo shot him a glance. Alright, I got it, little pervert, let your little treasures out. Little fireflies? Mu Yuan felt there was something peculiar about Jiang Jiangguo's choice of words, Yet he could not pinpoint what was amiss. After completing these tasks, Qin Sheng produced a bottle of water from her spatial storage and gulped it down, exhaling a long sigh of relief. She then pulled out several beanbag chairs and laid one on the ground, claiming it for herself. Finally, a moment to rest. Jiang Jianguo followed suit, reclining on a beanbag beside her. Old Qin, it seems Wang Fuguei has taken a liking to you. Ever since we entered the village, his gaze has been fixed upon you, not once diverting. During dinner, he was most attentive, serving you meat with fervor, seemingly scanning your entire being with his X-ray vision. If it comes to that, why not just let you become the village chief's wife, sacrificing you for our happiness? Listen to yourself. Does that even sound like human speech? Why don't you sacrifice yourself instead? Qin Sheng retorted, hurling a large bottle of water at Jiang Jianguo. Jiang Jianguo chuckled, unscrewing the cap to drink heartily. Mu Yuan sat cross-legged, sinking into the comfortable beanbag. Boss, you really don't have to endure this humiliation. If it comes to it, we could just flip the table. Let's take him down. With you, Jiang Jianguo, and myself, we wouldn't be unable to escape. I could hold the rear. Hey, you've gone too far. Who gave you the right to decide my fate? If you choose to sacrifice yourself, I won't stop you, but if you intend to sacrifice me, have you sought my consent? Jiang Jianguo had just downed more than half of the bottle when he overheard Mu Yuan's plan for her sacrifice. And when I jokingly suggested old Qin become the village chief's wife, did you take that seriously? How could we genuinely leave her behind? Besides, do you think old Qin is so obedient? If Wang Fuguei tells her to follow, she will simply comply? Let me tell you, your boss harbors some wicked intentions. I've been her little sidekick for nearly 20 years. I know her better than you do. Mu Yuan quickly scrambled from the comfort of the beanbag, rushing to Qin Sheng's side and squatting down, resting his head on the armrest of the sofa. Boss, do you truly have a plan? At that moment, he had removed his hat, his tousled silver hair sticking up like a frizzy little puppy. Unable to resist, Qin Sheng reached out and tousled his hair. Ah, my little handsome, you are indeed worthy of my affection, knowing to offer support and let me go first. For that, you surpassed Jiang Jianguo. Here, let me treat you to some spicy strips. Qin Sheng produced a packet of spicy snacks from her spatial storage and handed it to him. Then, adopting a serious tone, she continued, all the villagers of Qinghua village, including Wang Fuguei, are exceedingly abnormal. Yet the most peculiar aspect is their ability to command the aberrations to serve them. Consider this. What is most abundant in the outside world? Not humans, but aberrations. After being parasitized by insects, the number of individuals transformed into aberrations surpasses that of both evolved beings and ordinary people combined. If a method were to exist that enables these aberrations to heed human commands, who would not desire such power? It's not just the three of us. Even those formidable bases outside would likely vie for knowledge of this secret, even at the cost of their own safety. However, Wang Fuguei wishes for you to become his wife. Qin Sheng cast him a glance asserting, the fact that he's handsome is not the crux of the matter, okay? She continued, initially, I believed that the corpses in those small courtyards at the front of the village were merely the work of the aberrations, and I intended to eradicate them entirely. However, Wang Fuguei's appearance altered my perspective. I was astonished to discover that someone could command these aberrations. They acted as his bodyguards, obediently following his every word, which defied all logic. In an instant, I shifted my strategy, opting to play along and accompany Wang Fuguei. Since he has invited us in, we might as well explore what treasures and secrets lie hidden beneath this village. Jiangua, Lao-san, if we could uncover Wang Fuguei's method for controlling the aberrations, just imagine who would dare to provoke us in the future. We could establish a base in a tranquil location, training a formidable army of aberrant soldiers. If no one dares to trouble us, then splendid. But should anyone foolishly cross us, we would unleash our forces to obliterate them. Yet, that Wang Fuguei has set his sights on you. He wishes for you to be his bride. Lao-san, I've told you, that is not the focal point. No. That is precisely the focal point. He desires you as his wife. Regardless of their words, Mu Yuan stubbornly clung to the notion that Qin Sheng was to marry the village chief. Our leader is so stunning. Having lived all this time, how could she possibly wed that square-faced, bearded man? Just imagining our leader, who resembles a celestial maiden, holding hands with that blockhead fills me with an inexplicable rage from my toes to my hair. No way. Absolutely not. Our leader cannot marry him. He furiously clutched Qin Sheng's arm, abandoning his spicy snacks, which he directly thrust into Jiang Jiangwo's hands, resembling a furious pup. I don't care. Our leader cannot marry that square-faced man. Whatever you desire, just tell me and I shall procure it for you. If I cannot, I will bring my head to see you, he boldly declared, thumping his chest. You should just let it go, Qin Sheng said, ruffling his hair. Exactly. What are you trying to prove? Day in and day out, you waste everything you eat and accomplish nothing. You're just a weakling, relying solely on that swarm of fireflies for survival. Yet you still wish to stand tall. Truly absurd. Jiang Jiangguo disheveled Mu Yuan's hair. And who told you that Lao Qin intends to marry that village chief? Is Lao Qin the type to bend for a mere handful of grains? That Wang Fugui is old enough to be my father. No, if my ancient father were here, he would probably call him brother. At his age. Still chasing after young women. What a lack of shame. Rest assured, when I said Lao Qin should sacrifice herself, I was merely jesting. If Wang Fugui genuinely wishes to marry her, even if you agree, I will do everything in my power to prevent it. Qin Sheng nodded with a smile. Mu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, snatching the spicy snacks back from Jiang Jiangguo, tearing them open, and devouring them one by one. Observing his gluttonous manner, Jiang Jiangguo could only laugh in exasperation. Lao Qin, look at that. Just a moment ago, he was all infatuated with you, ready to crash through walls for you. And now he is gorging on spicy snacks. I reckon he values you so much simply because he fears that without you he might not have access to such delights. Yes, just a foodie. As night fell, Qin Sheng and Jiang Jiangguo slept in the left bedroom, where two beds were placed side by side, ensuring mutual tranquility. Mu Yuan occupied the right bedroom. In the latter half of the night, two shadowy figures, one stout and one slender, stealthily approached the small courtyard. The slightly leaner individual whispered, Aunt Li, isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, that woman is to be the future village chief's wife. What's inappropriate about it? So what if she is the village chief's wife? All those women who came before her, as long as they were fair of face, didn't they all become village chief's wives? But what became of them in the end? Now, all those former village chief's wives are locked up in the sheep pen. If Qin Sheng were present, she would likely recognize the chubby woman speaking as the one who had cooked dinner. Aunt Li glanced over, and the person beside her impatiently replied, Wang Dali, cut the chatter. Either do it or don't. Just give me a straightforward answer. If you're unwilling, I have plenty of others. I'm not depending on you. Furthermore, we're not intending to harm this new wife. We merely wish to take a look. The three individuals had arrived with large packs on their backs, undoubtedly containing some treasures. All we need is an opportunity to stealthily snatch those packs without causing any harm. What do you fear? Even if the village chief learns of it, he wouldn't do anything to us. Chapter 76, Concealment. Aún le remarca nonchalantly. Wang Dali pondered for a moment, hesitated, then nodded. As per usual, you go in first to scout the situation, and then I'll follow. Aún le replica cuningly. Wang Dali nodded. I'll take the lead. No problem, but let us stick to the old rules. Whatever we obtain, it's a 70-30 split. I take the larger share since I'm leading the charge. One misstep, and I may not return. Although Wang Dali said this, there was no fear evident on his face. They had engaged in this behavior before. If they did not act now, once the items fell into the village chief's hands, all the good things would be lost to them. Previously, any survivors invited by the village chief had never left the village. He and Aunt Li would seize the opportunity to strip these survivors of all their possessions in the days leading up to their entry into the village. Wang Fugui was aware of this but had always turned a blind eye. Wang Dali himself was an evolved being. Among the several evolved beings in Xinghua village, he was the most unique. His evolutionary ability was concealment. Within a certain range, he could minimize his presence to the greatest extent, causing others to unconsciously overlook him. Similar to how a chameleon alters its color to blend into its surroundings, but while a chameleon changes its color in accordance with objective reality and nature to evade enemy sight, his ability was more aligned with subjective consciousness, that is, mental power. He could influence the mental state of those within a certain range, making them unconsciously ignore him, thereby achieving the objective of hiding himself from enemies. The higher the level of his abilities, the greater the number of people he could influence. At the outset of his evolution, he could only influence the mental strength of one individual at a time. Now, however, he possesses the ability to simultaneously obscure the awareness of 5 individuals. With only 3 outsiders present, Wang Dali regarded the act of shielding them as a trifling matter, hardly warranting his concern. His nonchalance was merely a tactic to negotiate with Aunt Li. Aunt Li, visibly impatient, nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. You bear the greatest credit, and face the most peril. Now go inside swiftly, stop your prattling. In truth, Aunt Li was indifferent to the so-called resources. What valuable items could there be? In this apocalyptic world, gold and jewels are less useful than a mere stone found by the roadside. Paper currency serves only to kindle flames. The most precious commodity in this desolate era is, without a doubt, food. Fortunately, Qinghua village has never suffered from a scarcity of sustenance. They not only have enough to eat but also the luxury of meat, a privilege unmatched by any other locale. Having witnessed countless souls perish from starvation, Aunt Li felt a profound satisfaction with life in Qinghua village. Her encouragement for Wang Dali to venture forth was simply a directive from the village chief. Among all the villagers, only Wang Dali possessed such a unique ability, one that instilled a sense of trepidation in the chief. Moreover, he was the only individual, despite the apocalypse, who still harbored a fervent obsession for treasures like gold and jewels, a passion seemingly ingrained in his very bones. Observing Wang Dali stealthily scale the wall into the courtyard, Aunt Li's lips curled into a cold smirk. Fool, do you truly believe I am enamored with these worthless trinkets? Each time I accompany you to scavenge the outsider's goods, it is solely because the village chief has tasked you with being a scout. In the chief's words, if these outsiders cannot even detect Wang Dali's infiltration, if he can effortlessly procure their belongings without detection, it would signify that their evolutionary abilities or levels are not particularly formidable. Consequently, the village would determine how to deal with them. However, should Wang Dali fail, be captured or slain, then the villagers would need to deliberate on the appropriate course of action against these outsiders. Yet, prior to Qin Sheng's arrival, none of the previous evolutionary groups had managed to apprehend Wang Dali. In this apocalypse, only the capable wield knives and become wolves, while the weak are relegated to mere sheep. Those individuals lacked the prowess to confront Wang Dali. Thus, they remained sheep in the fold. Aunt Li waited outside the courtyard for an extended period. Yet no unusual sounds emerged from within. It appeared that events were unfolding smoothly. With a disdainful smile, she felt content with the outcome, envisioning 3 more sheep to add to the village's flock. However, as 5 minutes turned into 10, her previous experiences suggested that Wang Dali should have returned by now. Why, then, was there not a whisper of activity? Could something have gone awry? It seemed implausible. If a scuffle had ensued, there would surely be some noise. Holding her breath, she strained to listen, pressing her ear against the red bricks of the courtyard wall, hoping to catch some sound. Yet disappointment awaited her, as the courtyard lay in an eerie silence. After enduring another 10 minutes without a sign of Wang Dali, she quickly surmised that he must have encountered trouble. Her complexion darkened to an ashen hue. Suppressing her fury, she tiptoed away from the courtyard, heading toward the neighboring Wang Fugui's abode. Inside the courtyard, Wang Dali found himself ensnared by layers of writhing vines, a foul shoe stuffed into his mouth. He could not fathom how he had been captured the moment he landed. His abilities had not faltered. How could his presence have been betrayed? He attempted to emit muffled sounds, but the shoe suffocated his cries, its stench overwhelming, worse than his own footwear. He cast a terrified glance at the 3 individuals standing in a neat row on the steps, smiling silently at him, creating an unsettling atmosphere. To his astonishment, the courtyard was teeming with fireflies. Suddenly, he realized the reason for his discovery. When he had scaled the wall, the courtyard had appeared normal, devoid of the luminescent insects. Yet at the moment his foot touched the grass, a silvery wave rippled through the previously darkened ground, causing the hidden fireflies to illuminate, their lanterns aglow. It was undoubtedly this that had led to his exposure. Otherwise, he would never have faltered in his abilities. After his capture, the fireflies, as if waking from slumber, retreated into the crevices of the grass, concealing themselves entirely, their glow extinguished. Wang Dali suddenly realized that the village chief may have summoned something that should not have been invited. These individuals were clearly plotting. In Chapter 77, titled The 10 Most Cruel Punishments of the Qing Dynasty, Jiang Jianguo, with one shoe missing, hopped to the pillar beneath the eaves, swiftly climbing up with the agility of a monkey. In the blink of an eye, she reached the top, witnessing the gate of Wang Fugui's yard being stealthily ajar. A plump figure crept inside, glancing around warily. After observing this, she slid back down the pillar. Old Qin, you were right. Indeed, little mice come to visit at night. However, one mother mouse has scurried away, heading toward the village chief's home. Isn't that amusing? Qin Sheng chuckled, and with a flick of his wrist, the vines binding Wang Dali tightened abruptly. In an instant, he was dragged into the house, his terrified gaze fixed on his captors as he struggled in vain, attempting to scream. Yet, the shoe stifled his cries, leaving him dizzy from its foul odor. He could not produce a sound, his throat burning with the urge to vomit. Qin Sheng leisurely pulled the vines into the house, followed closely by Jiang Jianguo. Upon seeing this, Mu Yuan poured some concocted potion into a small basin under the eaves. This potion was a nutrient solution he had prepared specifically for the fireflies, who adored its flavor. As the nutrient solution was poured, it released an enchanting fragrance of flowers and herbs, mingled with a subtle hint of traditional Chinese medicine, utterly delightful to the senses. The fireflies, previously nestled in the grass, were drawn to the aroma, each one approaching the small bowl, their lanterns aglow. Mu Yuan beamed with satisfaction, turning to enter the house while shutting the door behind him. Inside, Jiang Jianguo hopped over to Wang Dali's side and swiftly yanked the size 43 shoe from his mouth, slipping it onto his own foot. Wang Dali was about to cry out for help, yet the sound barely escaped his throat. In an instant, she raised her massive palm, akin to a fan, and delivered a resounding slap. The force behind that strike was as if she had trained in the iron palm technique, leaving Wang Dali dizzy and seeing stars. Poor thing. Go ahead and scream. Even if you shout until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. She cackled menacingly. Wang Dali fixed his gaze on the woman with the grotesque smile, a chill creeping into his heart. Could this woman possess some peculiar predilection? Why was she staring at him with such a smile? It sent shivers down his spine. It was true. This woman was tall and robust, her biceps nearly as thick as his waist, and those enormous hands were the largest and most powerful he had ever encountered. With her masculine appearance, it was evident she had never known a romantic partner, never experienced genuine affection. Wait, could it be that she had taken a liking to him? While that possibility existed, especially considering his own decent looks and physique, he couldn't help but compare himself to Wang Fuguei, that old codger. By all accounts, he was a paragon of youth at just over 40. This fierce woman, starved for love, must have grown weary of the old and frail she encountered upon entering the village. Naturally, she would be drawn to a vigorous young man like himself. Wang Dali's mind was in disarray. Should he consider sacrificing his body in the face of death? If she intended him no harm, he could entertain the notion. After all, aside from her imposing stature, her face was passable. One could certainly overlook it. As long as he was on top, of course. Qin Sheng, oblivious to Wang Dali's wild thoughts, shifted her focus to Jiang Jianguo. Her expression evolved from anger to fear, and then to a hint of shyness, even biting her lip in anticipation. She abruptly kicked Wang Dali, pulling him from his daydreams. I'll ask you some questions. If you answer honestly, we shall let you go. If not, well, you can ponder your next fate. Do not inquire further. I shall reveal nothing. I came here knowing the risks, and I fear not death. Even if you summon the world's most vicious woman to torment me day and night, I will not utter a word. Wang Dali declared defiantly, glaring at the woman before him. What was this talk of the most vicious woman? What about being assaulted? What was he thinking? In this apocalyptic world, what was he hoping for? Did he truly expect women to take the initiative to assault him? How naive. Qin Sheng smirked. Since you possess such fortitude, that's splendid. I have a penchant for those with backbone. Let us begin with a simplified version of the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. With that, she beckoned Jiang Jianguo. Well, the rest is up to you. Muffle his mouth, and the rest is yours to improvise. Ensure he divulges everything he knows. Understand? Yes, sir. I promise to accomplish the task. Jiang Jianguo replied, invigorated by the prospect. With a sinister chuckle, he retrieved a filthy rag from a corner and stuffed it into Wang Dali's mouth. He then dragged Wang Dali, disregarding his desperate gaze, into an adjacent room. Shutting the door behind them, Qin Sheng reclined on the sofa, casually munching on sunflower seeds. Moments later, muffled whimpers and cries of agony emanated from the next room, resonating with profound despair. What could the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty entail? It sounded like a horrific punishment. Mu Yuan's curiosity was piqued, akin to a cat scratching at his insides. He hesitated, glancing at Qin Sheng. Boss, may I go take a look? Qin Sheng waved dismissively. If you wish to see, go ahead. I won't stop you. Besides, you might learn something from Jiang Jianguo. Alright. Mu Yuan nodded eagerly before dashing to the door of the adjacent room. He quietly pushed it open and peered inside through the crack. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock, nearly popping from their sockets. He bit his lip, hesitating. Should he continue watching? Yet, considering that his boss had invited him to observe and learn, he feared disappointing her if he returned without further insight. With this thought, he shyly smiled, covering his flushed face, and leaned in closer to observe. Chapter 78. Shall I prepare a blossoming sausage for you? Lying on the cold ground, Wang Dali's gaze transitioned from faint anticipation to sheer terror in a matter of mere minutes. This woman was nothing short of a demon, employing such brutal methods against him. Regret coursed through him. Why had he listened to Aunt Li and ventured into this courtyard to steal? Had he known better, he would have remained in his bed, blissfully asleep, rather than lying here, awaiting his slaughter. You really are ungrateful. Just moments ago, old Qin offered you a chance to speak. Since you chose to squander it, I have no choice but to take matters into my own hands, Jiang Jianguo chattered, brandishing a finely crafted knife. The blade glinted menacingly as it sliced effortlessly through flesh. When I entered the village, I scrutinized the meats hanging in those small courtyards. Frankly, your curing technique leaves much to be desired. There's ample room for improvement. Allow me to demonstrate what authentic cured meat should be like. True curing requires precision, like this, she continued, meticulously carving the pork into intricate patterns before generously applying salt to the wounds, massaging it in to promote absorption. The blade, though sharp, met Wang Dali's smooth skin with only a slight incision at first. Yet as Jiang Jianguo pried the gash open to insert more salt, a torrent of blood began to flow. At that moment, Wang Dali had transformed into a ghastly, blood-soaked figure, with no part of him unscathed below the neck. Jiang Jianguo's knife inched closer to his lower abdomen, her face betraying uncertainty. Should she sever it entirely and dispose of it, or slice it into sashimi? Disposing of it might compromise the overall presentation. How about sewing it back up instead? Care to give it a try? Wang Dali's eyes, wide with terror, fixated on the tip of her knife, frozen in place. The cold blade glided across his skin, and in that moment, he yearned to slap himself for so brazenly rejecting the woman. Was it not preferable to remain alive? He initially believed that he would only have to make a modest sacrifice of his physical form. However, the reality was far graver. His corporeal essence had indeed been sacrificed, yet not in the manner he had anticipated. He frantically shook his head, as if wishing to dislodge his very mind from his being. Jiang Jianguo slowly turned his gaze towards him, intrigued by his sudden willingness to speak. Why the change of heart? Wang Dali fervently nodded, exclaiming that he would divulge everything. Anything to persuade this deranged woman to sheath her knife. Are you truly ready to speak? She taunted. Not a chance. Alas, I am not finished with my entertainment yet. I would never return you to old Qin, relinquish you to her, and I would lose all my fun. Jiang Jianguo cackled, applying another handful of salt into Wang Dali's wounds. As the saying goes, to pour salt into someone's wounds. And Wang Dali was now acutely aware of the excruciating sensation it entailed. The pain was unbearable, igniting a torment that made him wish for oblivion. Writhing in agony, he pounded his head against the ground, producing a series of dull thuds. Moreover, the most critical concern loomed. Jiang Jianguo's knife was perilously close to his most vulnerable area. A man may lose his head or bleed profusely, but he cannot be without his masculinity. Jiang Jianguo recognized that if she continued down this path, the hostage would likely never utter another word. She spat onto the ground and opened the door, intending to summon Qin Sheng to assess her interrogation's outcome. Yet, upon opening the door, Mu Yuan stumbled in, losing his balance. Jiang Jianguo was taken aback as a figure with white hair rolled in. He hastily scrambled to his feet, dusting himself off, casting a furtive glance at the bloodied form of Wang Dali, feeling a deep sympathy for the wretched man. What had he endured? Nevertheless, he was exhilarated, exclaiming, "Good job. I wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. The boss sent me to observe and learn." Jiang Jianguo, indifferent to who had summoned him, gleefully instructed, "Go next door and fetch the boss. Tell her I have successfully used my charisma to persuade the hostage. He is now willing to share all intelligence with us." Mu Yuan nodded and promptly exited to fetch Qin Sheng. When she arrived, her eyes fell upon a bloodied figure sprawled on the floor. Had it not been for his recognizable face, she might have failed to identify Wang Dali, who had just burst in moments before. The so-called 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty were merely a flippant remark on her part. Her intention was solely to have Jiang Jianguo intimidate him into submission. How had he concocted such a twisted script? What had she learned over the years? Such audacious methods. Did he think he was in a film about sour fish? Jiang Jianguo squatted on the ground, polishing his small blade with a smug grin, reveling in his success. Old Qin, see? I told you whenever I take charge, nothing is unattainable. This tactic, though ruthless, proves undeniably effective. The moment Wang Dali beheld Qin Sheng, he was more animated than when he had seen his own mother. He hastily cried out, Your Excellency, I confess. I will tell you everything. Spare me, and I shall reveal all that I know. There isn't a secret in the village that eludes me, even the affair between the mayor and that widow. I know it all. Please, I beg you, do not hand me over to this terrifying woman. I can no longer endure it. As he spoke, he writhed in pain, inching his way towards Qin Sheng, leaving a grim trail of dark blood in his wake. His plight was utterly pitiful. Wang Dali struggled to crawl to Qin Sheng's feet, lifting his head, his face a mask of despair and tears. What do you wish to know? I will tell you anything. Otherwise, just kill me now. Stop torturing me. For I can no longer bear it.